On an unremarkable afternoon, beneath an expansive azure sky, a chilling, inorganic voice resonated without warning above the heads of the populace. Coordinates: Blue Star, the arena of the terrifying national destiny, has been approved. Randomly selecting the theme of terror. A mechanical chime followed, announcing ding. The theme for this session is K-pop idol groups. Good evening to all humanity on Blue Star. The terrifying National Destiny Arena has been finalized at 4 hours, 4 minutes, and 4 seconds on April 4th, 2025. The voice continued. In 10 minutes, a group of individuals from the same nationality will be randomly selected, and a global live broadcast will commence. The rules of the terrifying National Destiny Arena are as follows. 111 nations will compete independently, totaling 444 participants. Individuals will be randomly selected from currently active groups, disbanded groups, and those with confirmed plans yet to debut. Smaller nations that do not meet participation criteria will merge resources to form a new sovereign nation, randomly selecting qualified individuals to ensure an engaging and viewable experience for the new National Destiny Arena. Across the globe, people simultaneously lifted their gazes skyward. Did you hear that voice just now? Of course. I'm not blind. The mechanical voice echoed in their ears, and the ensuing chaos erupted like a storm. Who chose this theme? Need you ask? It's obviously the Koreans. That's the only thing they could showcase from their tiny little place. Why should those entertainers determine our fate? What can those who barely passed 9 years of compulsory education do? Sing and dance to ghosts. Shall we expect a freestyle rap? I volunteer to represent my country in the National Destiny Arena. Surely, if the first batch of chosen ones perishes, they will select new talents, right? I hope our country quickly assembles a military group. I just finished paying off my mortgage. I don't want to die. Please, please. Don't let my brother be chosen. I hope my family is selected. For all of humanity on Blue Star. If this was a divine joke, it was far from amusing. As discussions ignited fervently online, the highest echelons of the Chinese government convened an emergency meeting of utmost security. The topic of discussion was the terrifying National Destiny Arena purportedly established by higher dimensional beings. 3 months prior, a blood-red invitation had mysteriously appeared on the desks of world leaders, exuding an enthusiastic tone. The classic golden program, Terrifying National Destiny Arena, is about to launch a new season, with the next terrifying theme park located on Blue Star. The invitation cordially urged the indigenous inhabitants of this blue planet to participate, offering a commendable theme choice while concluding with a cryptic note. Entities actively participating and voting will have their chosen representatives receive a mysterious benefit. So don't miss out. China promptly reviewed all surveillance footage, confirming that the invitation had materialized without any prior presence in the office. Experts examined the paper, finding no toxins or radiation, nor any implanted surveillance devices or explosive chips. Attempts to write messages like "Who are you?" or "What do you want?" yielded no marks on the paper. After exhausting all possibilities, the analytical team reluctantly acknowledged that this was indeed beyond human capacity. Perhaps a prank by extraterrestrials or a jest from higher dimensional beings. Ultimately, the leaders of China inscribed a theme suggestion in the blank space of the invitation. They opted for a conservative and objective direction: infrastructure. There was nothing wrong with this choice. It stemmed from a passion for construction. The head of state successfully left a mark on the paper. At the moment those vigorous strokes were inscribed, the invitation seemed to come alive, unfurling and exuding a crimson fluid, which coalesced into a message. Thank you for your participation and cooperation. Wishing you a terrifyingly joyful experience. Following this, an unsettling silence enveloped the situation, as if a prank had been abruptly halted. However, the age-old notion of preparedness prompted China to hasten research on certain projects, ensuring comprehensive readiness for the potential global upheaval. Little did they know, the moment had indeed arrived. Just moments ago, the skies had been clear in the wake of the chilling mechanical voice. The heavens darkened ominously. Thick, inky clouds rolled in, akin to spilled ink saturating the cityscape. 10 minutes later, the citizens of China beheld the information of their chosen representatives. Monster Recovery Station was the name of this group. This name sounds somewhat familiar. I feel like I've heard it before. Wait, Isn't this the girl group that South Korea attempted to launch into the Chinese market 3 years ago? Wasn't it already stillborn? A girl group? Female? From Korea? Why do they represent China? Upon closer inspection, for members of the would-be debut group are indeed Chinese. One of whom was exposed for bullying another member just a month before debut, leading to her withdrawal. Even the company's staff and agents couldn't tolerate it and spoke out against her. I'm truly baffled that such a contemptible character could become China's chosen representative. Breaking news. The popular girl group from South Korea has also been selected. It's over. I heard the Lighthouse Nation just approved more than 10 boy group proposals, with all members being retired Navy SEALs. Oh my, one actually got selected. What kind of absurd luck is this? I heard China prepared over a dozen proposals, yet none were chosen. Is this truly the end of our dragon's luck? Brothers, it might be time to consider immigration. It's not that the citizens of China can't afford it, but the nationality of the Lighthouse Nation offers better value. I'm ready to fight against you. 50,000. Guided by intentional manipulation, public discourse within the country sank into despair. China swiftly obtained the profiles of these chosen representatives. The dossiers included their photographs, and the foremost girl, with black hair and black eyes, bore a pallid complexion and an air of weariness. The figure in the photograph lacked a smile, her delicate, aloof visage seemingly veiled in a layer of cold mist, reminiscent of eternal snow atop a mountain peak. Even in a single image, one could sense that such ethereal beauty, subdued to the utmost, rivaled that of the most vibrant and glamorous countenances. Surely, Chapter 2. The chosen trainee, the young maiden's name, stands at the forefront of the debut project as the face and lead dancer. To put it simply, she possesses the most favorable visage and excels in dance. Although the photograph reveals only her upper body, one can discern her slender and delicate figure, prompting doubts about her ability to lift a sack of rice. The other profiles present similarly youthful countenances, all around the age of 20, hailing from working-class families. In pursuit of stage harmony, the height of these chosen ones varies only slightly, ranging from 165 to 172 meters. The expressions of certain experts from Hua would darkened. Yet, it is only natural. After all, these are serious trainees who must undergo rigorous body management, unlike the muscular champions of international weightlifting competitions. The head of the Huagua analysis team, Xiao Xiao, suddenly lifted her head, her gaze resolute. Do not lose heart, everyone. We initially provided it with a theme of urban legends, and perhaps a mysterious benefit on the battlefield will aid our chosen ones. This statement somewhat revitalized the spirits of her colleagues, who suppressed their anxious emotions as they awaited the commencement of Huagua's live stream. Once each urban legend instance begins, nations are granted only one opportunity for a hint. Colleagues from the intelligence team have already infiltrated other live streams. The perspective of one individual is inherently limited, and they must gather as many clues regarding the urban legends as possible. Should this batch of chosen ones lack analytical skills, the expert team will directly utilize their precious communication opportunities to relay significant insights. Yet if the chosen ones encounter a ghostly assault from the outset, the experts from Huagua would be powerless. They could only hope this group could endure a little longer. In Goryeo, Nu Hancheng Shirley lay upon the floor of the practice room, sweat beading on her forehead, dampening her hair and trickling down her cheeks onto the floor. The air conditioning in this practice room was malfunctioning, and despite reports, no one had come to repair it. The ceiling fan turned weakly, creaking and groaning. After an intense dance practice, the rising sweat had fogged the mirror, rendering only vague silhouettes visible. Shirley half turned her body, grasping an unknown shirt to cover her face, nearly lulled into slumber by the fan's aging noise. She wore a tank top, exposing half of her back. Beside her, Chun Nai stole a glance, emitting a startled cry. Li Jia, your tattoo has changed. Shirley quickly opened her eyes, sitting up from the floor, desperately trying to scrutinize her back, but she could see nothing. Has it disappeared? No. Chun Nai swallowed hard, her brows knitting together in a rather conflicted expression. It has grown longer. In Chun Nai's view, along Shirley's slender spine, a striking crimson tattoo, resembling a birthmark, stretched prominently. This mark had appeared on her back 3 months prior, initially measuring only from her cervical to thoracic vertebrae. Unbeknownst to her, it had gradually extended down to the fifth lumbar vertebra, now peeking out from her cropped tank top. Shirley and her companions had meticulously examined it, determining that the series of symbols seemed to be a form of profoundly enigmatic writing, resembling the complete skeleton of a serpent after its flesh had decayed, exuding a faint, ominous aura. No one in the dormitory could decipher it. It did not resemble any known script in existence. After discovering this tattoo, Shirley had sought out several experienced tattoo artists in New Hachung, ensuring no scars would remain. However, one can never predict whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will arrive first. On the eve of their appointment, Shirley's tattoo artist either flirted with a beautiful client, only to be discovered and met with violence by the client's husband, or succumb to a drunken driving incident, his body retrieved from the sea, bleached by the salt water. After several such occurrences, she found herself blacklisted in the tattoo community, and this unsightly tattoo remained with her until now. Upon hearing this, Shirley tossed her jacket to Chun Nai and, with an impassive expression, stated, "Use this to strangle me immediately." Chun Nai hurriedly pressed the garment beneath her. Li Jia, remain composed. Shirley, who was usually so protective of her own appearance, could indeed impulsively rush to the rooftop and leap backward in a grand gesture before splashing down. Chun Nai pulled out her phone, redirecting her attention. "The music show is about to begin. Come look at the handsome boys." This tactic was particularly effective on someone enamored with beauty. A glimmer of life returned to Shirley's otherwise despondent face, and just as she leaned in, a sweet visage appeared on the screen. The camera favored her exceptionally well, even when it was another member's turn. The lens remained fixed on the girl. The cheers from the audience were thunderous. This caused Chun Nai's expression to darken. "How unfortunate, I no longer feel clean." The girl's name was Jiang Huiyan, a quintessential Goryeo name, and she had been a member of their group prior. 3 years ago, a friend of Jiang Huiyan suddenly posted on social media, claiming that her soon-to-debut friend was being bullied by foreign members within the group. Bullying is a long-standing tradition in Goryeo, a topic that never fails to ignite fervor. The revelation that a trainee from their own country was being bullied by a group of foreign workers was intolerable. The Goryeo people, sensitive and fragile, went into a frenzy. Without waiting for Shirley and the others to respond, the usually reticent public relations department responded astonishingly swiftly, confirming the situation's authenticity. Jiang Huiyan quickly withdrew from the group. After a period of psychological therapy, she reformed a new girl group with other Goryeo trainees and, due to the bullying incident, garnered the nation's sympathy, embarking on a path of fame. Meanwhile, Shirley and her peers found their debut plans thwarted and were subsequently shelved by the company. Their entertainment agency refused to release them, and no other company was willing to bear the exorbitant breach of contract fees. They could only wait for their contracts to expire, nearly forgetting the sensation of the stage. Now only this forsaken underground practice room remained open to them. The other two were still at their part-time jobs, leaving only Shirley and Chun Nai in the practice room. Shirley accidentally opened her long-neglected social media account, finding a plethora of comments in various languages below. Without needing to read, she knew they were all insults directed at her. Her eyesight sharp, she quickly spotted those fan-edited dark images, sharpened to the point that flaws and pores were rendered invisible. "TSK, TSK, she praised. No doubt I'm stunningly beautiful." Shirley used her finger to wipe a section on the mirrored wall, scrutinizing the elongated mark on her back. The color was reminiscent of blood. She rubbed it with her finger. It would not come off. The more she rubbed, the redder it became, as if it were seeping into her skin, branding her spine. So ugly, so hideous. 2 streams of tears cascaded from the corners of Shirley's eyes. The flaw in her once proud beauty caused her heart to wrench in agony. Chun Nai, accustomed to Shirley's intermittent emotional outbursts, handed over the last half-pack of tissues, sincerely reminding her, "Once this pack is gone, the company won't supply us anymore. Make it last." Just as Shirley was about to respond, a mechanical voice echoed unexpectedly. "Beep. This theme is K-pop idol groups. Please note, the popularity of representatives from each nation will be directly tied to their country's fortunes. High-profile members will bring abundant resources to their nation, while those eliminated in battle will incur corresponding penalties, including but not limited to national power reduction, strange occurrences, and natural disasters. To ensure fairness and objectivity in the battlefield, representatives of a single nationality will be selected for participation. The selection is currently underway. Shirley's mouth fell agape, her eyes filled with confusion. What? Chun-Nai's expression was even more vacant than hers, as she honestly remarked, "What idols? High popularity and such." I spoke too quickly and didn't catch that. Oh, that must have nothing to do with them. The live stream commenced punctually. Viewers from various nations surged in like a tide. Chapter 3. The Haunting of the Practice Room. Is it starting? Is it starting? What should I do? My heart is racing. I can almost feel a pair of eyes watching me from behind. Upstairs. It's probably because they're afraid of being caught by the boss while slacking off and watching streams. Brothers, do not fear. I am well versed in 300 tales of horror, having immersed myself in the fortunes of our nation for over a decade. Whether it's notes from parents or distant relatives, or tales of families of various sizes, I can recount them all with ease. Indeed, the battlefield of national fortune has long been exhausted. The same old tropes are repeated ad nauseum. Are we to fear them? Bring it on. The more you say that, the less confidence I have. Meanwhile, the livestream screen displayed the eerie backdrop of the horror tale. Instance name: The Haunting of the Practice Room. Instance level: 1 star. Instance description: The practice room is where every idol begins to shed sweat and tears. Many popular idols have recounted ghostly encounters before their debut on radio shows, and within the K-pop idol community, there exists a legend that encountering a ghost guarantees fame. In order to lead your group to success, you have agreed to meet at midnight in the practice room located in the basement of the company. Completion task: Please gather all necessary items in the room, complete at least one summoning game, and survive until dawn. The Korean netizens erupted with excitement. Indeed, it's the horror backdrop from our great universe. K-pop rules the world. The revival of our universe begins today. I can't think of any reason we could possibly lose. The viewers from Hwagwo were dumbfounded. Where are our notes from Mom? Where's our sweet home? Why are you not following the script? As the subtitles vanished, 2 flickering shadows appeared in the black screen, perhaps sensing the gaze upon them. One ethereal girl slightly lifted her gaze, a faint shadow passing over her eyes. Most were captivated by their beauty, while a small handful noticed the suspicious items piled in the corners of the practice room. A wilting apple, a fruit knife stained with dark red residue, a pink comb with many missing teeth, a nearly broken ballpoint pen, coupled with the description of this instance. The viewers in Hwagwa couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. After all, this was not the same as the games they usually played. A horror game. There are truly ghosts here, playing a summoning game in a place filled with ghosts. ISNT, that courting death? As they gazed at the 2 seemingly fragile beauties on the electronic screen, their initial astonishment faded into scrutiny and skepticism. Could these 2 small figures survive even 5 minutes? From the silent speakers, a cold, emotionless electronic voice emerged. Ding! Welcome, chosen ones, to the battlefield of national fortune. As your country provided assistance for the horror park theme selection 3 months ago, as a return gift, you have the opportunity to draw a talent. Drawing for you. What? Talent. Upon hearing this, a part of the nation rejoiced, especially when they saw their chosen one, suddenly filled with confidence after drawing an unknown talent, straightening their posture. Those who had previously chosen to disregard the situation were filled with regret. Who could have imagined that the invitation was genuine? Their official website was flooded with complaints from their own netizens. In the Hwagwa live stream, ZZZZ welcome ZZZZ 3 months ago, mysterious benefit, drawing in progress ZZZ. The voice from the broadcast was intermittent, as if interrupted by some force, leaving Shirley feeling as though her ears had been struck multiple times. Snap! She pulled out scissors and cut the connected wire. The world returned to silence. The eagerly awaiting viewers from Hwagwa were left speechless. Where'd you cut off? Tell me, what did you cut? I'm feeling a bit unwell. I think I'll sleep now. It's over. Now we're completely doomed. I'm genuinely crying. Is anyone's brain functioning? Everyone calm down. It's the same practice room scene. Why are the other chosen ones able to hear the broadcast clearly, while ours is filled with electrical sounds? Don't you find that strange? This comment awakened some rationality among the netizens, but still couldn't compete with the frenzied comments of the trolls. Bang! The fluorescent lights on the ceiling suddenly extinguished. The creaking ceiling fan also came to a halt. The practice room was instantly plunged into darkness. Shirley noticed her expression in the mirror change. Those hollow, lifeless eyes were staring intensely at her, the curve of her mouth widening grotesquely, her gaze becoming dark and profound. Oh no, how ugly! Shirley turned her head away in horror. Chun-Nai turned on her fully charged phone. Upon seeing the screen, her eyes instantly became vacant. The horror had already anticipated her anticipation. The time displayed on her phone and the built-in clock had frozen at 3:44, the second hand stuck and unable to indicate the accurate time. The basement of the company had no windows, meaning they had to leave this place and ascend to the ground level to confirm the time. In the live streams of other countries, the chosen ones were also transferred to the same eerie, dilapidated underground practice room. Large mirrors covered entire walls, reflecting familiar yet strange versions of themselves from various angles. The power outage was utterly unexpected. In the Siamese live stream, a slightly darker-skinned male idol, with a delicate demeanor, let out a weak scream. The next moment, he was yanked by his own mirrored image by the tongue. Splat! Blood splattered onto the mirror. As the body convulsed and collapsed, mouth mangled, eyes wide with terror. In less than 10 minutes, a chosen one had met their demise. Witnessing the scene, the other 3 collapsed to the floor, trembling uncontrollably, a strong will to survive, causing them to cover their mouths tightly. No, they must not make a sound. Meanwhile, Shirley and her companion remained unusually calm. Another power outage? It can't be helped. The voltage in the basement is unstable, Chun-Nai said as she reached out to feel for a nearby socket, turning on a small nightlight. The feeble glow barely illuminated a small area. The battery wasn't fully charged and would only last 2 to 3 hours. The practice rooms on the upper floors were spacious and bright. With air conditioning running 24/7, they just did not have access, and it was easy to encounter Jiang Huiyin and her friends causing trouble. Everyone was busy, with no time to listen to her sarcastic remarks. According to the main vocalist, Bei Wangxing, if a large object is blocking the road, you are a person, not a dog. Just take a detour. Why confront it head-on? Wouldn't it be better to use that time to earn minimum wage at a convenience store? The calm reactions of the two left both the audience and the mirror ghost dumbfounded. Even I, a tall man with a hairy chest, am starting to sweat profusely. Oh no, the previous broadcast was interrupted. Do these two know that the horror has already begun? Their Group S name is on the list of chosen ones. Wait, they can't notice such obvious abnormalities? Is this what is known as a dull sensitivity? Being dull might be a blessing. At least they have their tongues ripped out by the mirror ghost. The mirror ghost, displeased by the lack of fear from these two, revealed a pale face dripping with blood, the gurgling sounds growing increasingly clear as the temperature in the practice room plummeted, a chilling wind swirling through the windowless room. Yet at this moment, Shirley had turned around, her tank top slightly rolling up, revealing more of her back. The eyes of the mirror specter suddenly widened. Chapter 4. The soul-summoning game. How could this individual possess such a prestigious name? Even the slightest glimpse elicited an overwhelming sense of authority from the mirror spirit, as if a pair of frigid, blood-red eyes were scrutinizing it, causing it to cower on the ground, trembling in fear. Shirley retrieved a garment nearby and donned it. Something fell from her pocket, a crumpled note. Rules of the practice room. 1. The voltage on the first basement level is unstable. Power outages are to be expected. 2. During a power outage, do not open the door to strangers. 3. When the speakers in the practice room are activated, mimic the movements of your reflection until the music ceases. Should you hear any static, do not trust your ears. 4. Mirrors may appear aged and distorted, which is normal. Do not scream in terror. 5. Upon the emergence of the 6th rule, immediately eliminate the person standing behind you, regardless of who they may be. 6. Following the 6th rule, an ink blot obscured the text. Indeed, that announcement was a ruse. Only now did they receive the rules. Who could possibly react in time? What? They had inadvertently guessed correctly? Damn, they nearly fell victim at the outset. How unfortunate for them. From over 100 nations, only their chosen ones encountered the third rule. Now, Shirley could only hope for another chance to acquire talent. In the conference room of Huagua, Xiao Xiao contemplated the fairness of the horror game. The reactions of other chosen ones were unequivocal. They were unfamiliar with the practice room, whereas Shirley and her companion noticed nothing amiss. Moreover, Xiao Xiao had observed a fleeting detail. The CJ Company logo that briefly appeared on the wall was, if memory served, the very agency with which Shirley had signed contract. This eerie tale was rooted in a real location. Shirley and her companion, being well acquainted with the place, could swiftly discern anomalies that others might overlook, thus triggering the third rule's bizarre occurrence right at the beginning. As the broadcast neared its conclusion, they were nearly caught in a double kill. Xiao Xiao exhaled deeply, his furrowed brow now resolute. He clenched his fist and summoned an investigator. Investigate what has transpired at CJ Company, particularly in the first basement practice room. Ensure that Goryo does not find out. The chosen ones of Huagua struggled to survive within the horror narrative. They could not remain idle. In the practice room, Shirley blinked, belatedly realizing why she felt an uncharacteristic chill. She thought she might be catching a cold, only to discover she had been pulled into a horror game. They could have mentioned it earlier to avoid startling her. Monster Recycling Station. Having barely debuted, Shirley was unaware that the group's Chinese name was this peculiar title. Frustrated, she lamented, "I should have put on some makeup before leaving this morning." The citizens of Huagua exclaimed, "Hey, hey, hey, is that the main point?" The two collaborated to gather the props hidden in the corners. The practice room was modestly sized, and they knew well where items could be concealed, making their search efficient. Furthermore, Shirley was acutely aware that this was merely a beginner's level. The difficulty would not be insurmountable, allowing the chosen ones some breathing room. Delaying any longer could lead to unforeseen consequences. The NPCs in the escape room might become impatient with players who dawdled and pushed them to progress. In terms of collecting props, the efficiency of the Lighthouse Nation was second to none. However, not all nations shared such fortunate luck. Many genuine idols found themselves ensnared in the horror game. For instance, the remaining 3 chosen ones from Siam recited prayers with their eyes closed, too terrified to glance at the lifeless body sprawled on the floor. They were utterly petrified. It is well known that Siam is a Buddhist nation, replete with temples and a penchant for horror films. Both royalty and commoners alike fear ghosts, particularly one known as Phi Tai Hong. In the 14th century, the Thai king even enacted laws to confine murderers alongside the bodies of the wrongfully deceased, allowing the spirits to exact their vengeance. Regardless of the vitriol hurled by Siamese netizens, they remained oblivious. Even if they did see, they would continue to feign death. With their eyes shut, they failed to notice the quiet pooling of blood from the pencil, apple, knife, and other props lying in the corner. Meanwhile, in another nation, the chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms grasped an apple and, upon raising her gaze, caught sight of a face pressed against a mirror, marred by burns and contorted in horror. Instinctively, she let out a shriek. Ah! With a tearing sound, her body crashed onto another person. The other girl turned, her vision drenched in crimson. Another ripping sound echoed. Such scenes unfolded across multiple live streams. Shirley and Chun Nai crouched on the ground, their gathered props laid out before them: an apple, a knife, a comb, and a pencil. The rules of the soul summoning game varied. Among them, the apple and knife required a combined effort. At midnight, peel an apple in front of the mirror. Find 2 mirrors facing each other and comb your hair 99 times at midnight. Only the pencil ghost summoning required multiple participants. The first 2 games could only be completed by individuals. Additionally, there were time constraints, presumably designed for when only one survivor remained. The rationale behind this was rather heartwarming. They could not ascertain the precise time. Unless absolutely necessary, Shirley would refrain from attempting the 2 individual games. With the other 2 members still absent, Chun-Nai messaged their dorm group to inquire about their situation, but received no response. If they proceeded with the solo games now, and only one person returned in the end, that individual would be unable to complete the pencil ghost summoning alone. Moreover, according to the rules for peeling an apple in front of the mirror at midnight, only severing the apple's skin would invoke misfortune. If the summoned spirit bound by the rules, could not attack the summoner. Could it instead turn its wrath upon other unoccupied members? Shirley could not ascertain. She dared to speculate the worst about it. Suddenly, an unexpected disruption occurred. Bang, 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 bang. The door in the corridor was pounded urgently, accompanied by a frantic female voice. Open the door. Something is chasing me. The voice spoke in Chinese. It was the main vocalist, Pei Wangxing, according to their usual schedule. Pei Wangxing would indeed be finishing her part-time job around this time. They would typically head to the company cafeteria for a cheap yet unpalatable dinner, then stroll back to the dormitory together. The timing was synchronized across all live streams. At this moment, doors in other nations were also being knocked upon. According to the second rule, during a power outage, do not open the door to strangers. Thus, the figure outside was not necessarily a teammate. It could also be something else. Chapter 5, How to Choose. In the live broadcast rooms of other countries, the persistent knocking at the door is either from agents or familiar seniors who are anxiously pleading for help. The last two female idols from Sakura country are visibly pale, their eyes dimmed by overwhelming fear, rendering them unable to comprehend the words spoken from outside. They have resolved in their hearts. Even if their beloved Oka-san stands at the door, they will never open it. In contrast to the other chosen ones, Shirley contemplates the situation. Since they discovered the practice room rules in their outer pockets, it stands to reason that the other areas of the company building are similarly shrouded in strange tales, governed by different rules. The crucial clues may lie with their teammates returning from outside. By refusing to open the door, they risk missing vital information, yet opening it recklessly could spell disaster. The choice rests solely upon themselves. The knocking persists, accompanied by a quivering voice tinged with tears. Open the door. I know you're inside, please. Don't toy with me. There are truly malevolent entities in this building. The pitiful weeping stirs the hearts of the viewers in Hua country. Yet within the practice room, separated by just a door, Shirley remains resolute, head bowed, a few strands of hair cascading down, her porcelain-like face tranquil, and her raven-black eyelashes unmoving. Such cruel beauty. A thought that crosses many minds. At that moment, another door in the practice room begins to pound. Where are you? Where have you been? Open the door for me. The viewers in Hua country are astonished. It is the same voice. The practice room has no windows, and the door lacks a peephole, making it impossible to ascertain the identity of the person outside. Yet, Shirley seems to have anticipated this, showing no signs of surprise. She exchanges a glance with her companion, moving to each door, their hands poised on the doorknobs, ready to push them open. The sound of heavy breathing from outside intensifies. Nevertheless, Shirley maintains her calm demeanor. Peh? The voice outside snaps impatiently. Get lost. Don't call me by my nickname. Just let me in already. It is a familiar tone, one that suggests they are all under the same roof, and Shirley can easily imagine the expression on the face of the person outside. Can the supernatural truly masquerade to such an extent? Shirley leans forward slightly, pressing her shoulder against the door, her entire weight blocking it, her lips parting in a teasing manner. Sister Pei, who is the most beautiful woman in the world. Silence hangs for a few seconds before the voice outside erupts in fury. Damn it, you're being ridiculous again. Indeed, it is the stubborn tone of Pei Wangxing. Refusing to acknowledge her own beauty, Shirley muses. She shrugs at Chun Nai, signaling that she has not detected anything unusual. Chun Nai's gaze falls on the door she is standing in front of. Sister Pei, did you bring the fried pig trotters? She is the youngest in the dormitory, typically a lively little devil, only resorting to calling anyone sister when she needs something. Fried pig trotters? The voice outside falters, confused. Didn't you ask me to bring stir-fried rice cakes? Chun Nai, taken aback by the Pei Wangxing behind the door, recalls that she indeed requested a portion of spicy stir-fried rice cakes from the subway entrance on the way back. Can you really not recognize me? There's a ghost in a red dress in the company. If you don't believe me, just open the door a crack and smell if there's any of your favorite spicy rice cake aroma. The door is firmly locked from the inside, but Chun Nai seems to genuinely catch the scent of spicy sauce wafting through the crack. She nods at Shirley. The spicy rice cake code checks out. Now, both doors correspond to a Pei Wangxing. Who is the real one? Who is the false one? Choosing incorrectly means certain death. Not choosing at all would mean the true Pei Wangxing cannot survive either. Shirley ponders for a few seconds. Since both are behaving so normally, she decides to verify from an unconventional angle. Sister Pei, I was answering questions online earlier, and if I got it right, I could win an air fryer. There's one question I just can't recall. Do you know what follows awakening from a dying illness? The response comes without delay. The dark wind blows rain into the cold window. Correct, yet also incorrect. Shirley silently chuckles, her eyes shining with mischief. Chunai brightens, understanding her intention, and quickly follows suit. 10 years of life and death, too oblivious. Unthinking, it's hard to forget. Both respond swiftly. What if they both answer correctly? Wow, are ghosts really that educated nowadays? This is a joke, 1-star difficulty. Perhaps we shouldn't open the door. If we choose wrong, Hua country is densely populated. We can't withstand another supernatural event. That could cost a life, not just a pet. As the chaos escalates, the pounding at the door grows more frantic, eventually transforming into outright battering. The thin door trembles violently, plaster falling from the surrounding walls, revealing not only dark mold but also dark red splatters. Meanwhile, the other door continues its desperate pleas, the voice now suffused with tears, prompting many viewers to turn away in discomfort. After an indeterminate period, sounds of gnawing and screams echo through the corridor. The screams persist for 3 minutes before finally fading into silence. The person outside has been devoured alive. I'm definitely going to have nightmares tonight. How ruthless. A life can be disregarded so easily. Well, they're a bullying group. Where did these fans come from? Get lost. The intelligence personnel of Hua country swiftly trace the provocative IDs stirring discord, bringing in those attempting to manipulate internal opinion against the chosen ones for a talk, ensuring they're kept in check. The more chaotic the situation, the more wolves and vultures seek to tear a piece from Hua country. Chapter 6. In a state of disarray, Shirley could not perceive the live conditions within the streaming room. Even if she could see, she would remain indifferent to the opinions of others. By conventional reasoning, behind either of the two doors lay the true Pei Wangxing. Yet, in reality, both sides were phantoms. The rules had never specified that there could only be one ghost. Regardless of which door they opened, they would encounter a bizarre assault. In streaming rooms across other nations, most chosen ones made identical decisions when faced with uncertainty. Despite the myriad pleas from outside, they resolutely refrained from opening the doors. However, several chosen ones from religious nations succumbed to the desperate entreaties outside, and after probing their teammates without discovering any issues, they opened the doors from within. The corridor was engulfed in darkness. The citizens and officials in the streaming room could not discern what lay beyond the door, and the screen was suddenly stained crimson, heralding the first wave of annihilation. These nations too faced the emergence of strange tales. Eerie footsteps echoed in the corridor, and bloodied, indistinct figures lurked in the mirrors. The wife was sitting beside her husband watching television when her phone unexpectedly received a text from a familiar number. Wife, honey, I'm at the police station now. If you see anyone resembling me, run. Do not trust them. Honey, what happened? The wife turned with a smile. The husband, however, was horrified to discover that his wife's neck, twisted at a 90-degree angle, bore no human wrinkles. Such occurrences were not isolated. The viewers in the streaming rooms of those nations lamented that their country's supernatural beings had foolishly opened the doors, leading to the arrival of these strange tales. Meanwhile, in Huagua, officials had mobilized personnel to safeguard the families of these girls, ensuring their lives remained undisturbed and denying any opportunity for radical elements, both domestic and foreign. Records indicated that Shirley was an orphan. After her parents passed away, she lived with her aunt. A few years prior, her aunt had been rendered a vegetable after an accident, and the substantial compensation was entirely spent on a care center. From the families of the chosen ones, Xiao Xiao learned that Shirley and her companions resided in the same dormitory, often embroiled in quarrels every 3 days and fights every 5 days. The disputes had their victors and vanquished. Their relationship should be considered fairly amicable. Thus, when the analysis team observed their decision not to open the door on the electronic screen, their initial reaction was that there must be something amiss. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the back door of the practice room. Open the door. It was Pei Wangxing's voice. causing Shirley and the Huagua viewers to nearly believe they were trapped in a time loop. Is this never-ending? This time, Chun-Nai could barely muster the energy to turn her face, yawning as she asked, "Did you bring back what I wanted?" "No. Hurry and open the door." The voice from behind the door conveyed no discernible emotion, but through the door, they sensed an inexplicable chill and malevolence. "If you don't open the door soon, I'll smash you into a pulp." What a bloody, vivid threat. Before the two could react, the audience began to chime in with their warnings. "Don't open the door. This must be a fake. It's obvious this is a ruse. If it were real, I'd de-stream myself upside down peeing. Is the one upstairs rewarding themselves again? Goodness, I suddenly hope this is real." Leaning against the windowsill, Shirley languidly repeated her earlier words, asking, "Awakened from a dying illness?" Outside the door, in jest, I ask where the guest comes from. 10 years of life and death in desolate uncertainty? 5 years of life and death, equally vague. Knowing there's a tiger in the mountain? Do not venture there. Huagua viewers. Is it a read receipt? Upon finishing, the voice outside coldly scoffed, "Stop indulging in these nonsensical online quizzes every day. Even my 50-year-old aunt has stopped playing these games. Yet you still fall for their tricks." Creaking, Chun-Nai swiftly stepped forward to open the door, pulling the white figure from outside into the room. "Where have you been? Where's my rice cake?" Throughout the encounter, they had only heard the voice without seeing the person. Finally, Pei Wangxing revealed her true form. She possessed a gentle, classical beauty that starkly contrasted with her personality, standing at 175 centimeters, with flowing hair and captivating eyes. However, at that moment, her serene visage transformed into one of fierce anger. Don't even mention it. I suddenly had a stomachache and rushed to the first floor to find a restroom stall, leaving your rice cake on the sink, and when I came out, it was gone. Damn thief stealing takeout. Shirley understood now. No wonder the eerie figure outside knew that Chun-Nai wanted something other than fried pig-ass trotters. It had opportunistically taken Pei Wangxing's takeout. She scrutinized Pei Wangxing from head to toe, noting that she was unharmed. "Did you encounter anything on your way back? Now that you mention it, I did get lost in the company for over 10 minutes. Quite strange." At this moment, the Huagua viewers finally started to comprehend. "What? So this one is real? Help! My brain is about to implode. I've already stored my brain safely, so I can watch with confidence. Who taught you to recite poetry like that? Your high school literature teacher?" The literature teacher won to take the blame for this. Yet another piece of evidence that AI cannot replace humanity. Wait, let me sort this out. So the one that was devoured was also a deceptive illusion created by the eerie? If any of our chosen ones had softened and opened the door, wouldn't they have met the same fate as Siam? Damn, the cunning eerie even resorts to stealing takeout for disguise. This strange tale is filled with traps at every turn, rife with eerie misdirection. Is this truly only a 1-star difficulty? Chun-Nai knew that when Shirley was not in distress, she was the smartest in their dormitory, and for the sake of her own life, she listened diligently. Upon hearing Shirley and the others, Pei Wangxing realized they had entered a battlefield of national fortune, and she gasped in surprise. "Ah, no wonder I kept seeing figures moving around the corners. Now that I think about it, their outlines resembled yours." Thankfully, I was preoccupied with my stomach issues and constipation, feeling quite heavy-hearted, and had no inclination to engage. If she had been lured into a corner, according to horror film conventions, wouldn't she have been doomed? What is this? Shirley noticed a piece of white paper stuck to the sole of Pei Wangxing's shoe. Picking it up and unfolding it, she discovered it was a new set of rules. Company rules. 1. The company has restricted access. Outside personnel are not allowed to enter the building at will. If you have takeout, please collect it at the entrance. 2. When encountering a senior in the company, please stop immediately, lean against the wall, lower your head, and focus on your toes to give way. 3. There will be no sounds of crying from the restroom stalls. Do not worry. That is merely the sound of loose toilet screws. 4. The internal atmosphere of the company is harmonious and supportive. You can fully trust what others relay. 5. Please remember, the company has only 12 floors above ground and 1 below, totaling 13 floors, with no 14th floor. 6. If you hear music, laughter, or crying from other rooms, please do not knock to disturb. Someone is rehearsing inside. 7. The company elevator has a capacity of 14 people. If there are already 13 people inside, please do not enter and patiently await the next ride. Chapter 7. Your takeout has arrived. 7 rules must be adhered to within the company. The swift discovery of these new regulations corroborated Shirley's suspicions. Once the spirit summoning game commenced, the practice room would become exceptionally perilous. They had to escape the practice room, navigating through the company building at midnight, evading potential eerie assaults. Shirley had an excellent memory and was always the quickest to memorize choreography. She also enjoyed reading about paranormal curiosities, rapidly recalling the relevant introductions to various rules and urban legends she had encountered. Shirley remembered that one theory suggested that most common urban legends could be interpreted as rules intertwined with the supernatural. The supernatural referred to the sources of pollution born from human obsessions or grudges that lingered after death, forces beyond the capacity of human flesh and blood to contend with. Rules, on the other hand, served both as warnings and as a form of protection, a canopy created for humanity. As long as one remained beneath this protective umbrella, temporary safety could be attained. However, the sources of pollution would intensify over time, gradually tainting the rules held by humanity, leading them to be lured by erroneous guidelines and stepping outside the shelter of rules. Therefore, they had to discern the correct rules from the notes and adhere to them. The 3rd and 6th rules both mentioned crying sounds. If there were truly no cries, why were they repeatedly emphasized in the succinct notes? Shirley deduced that the 3rd rule was likely incorrect. Furthermore, the 4th rule's assertion of a harmonious internal atmosphere within the company nearly made Shirley laugh. The idol industry thrived on youth, with K-pop groups debuting at increasingly younger ages, even attracting minors, while the quotas for debuting from various agencies were limited. Missing this debut opportunity could mean waiting years for the next idol group to emerge. At just under 21, Shirley was already considered an older trainee at CJ Company. In this fierce environment, everyone fought tooth and nail for debut spots, employing all means necessary to outmaneuver each other, regardless of gender. The company's atmosphere was anything but harmonious. Competitors would wish they could legally eliminate each other. It could be said that those who successfully debuted and stood before the audience did so by stepping over the tiers of the defeated. As for the remaining rules, they likely remained untainted. If they failed to identify their true teammates to open the door, even if they temporarily gained safety, they would miss out on the rules carried by each other. Ultimately, completing the spirit summoning game and seeking out the sources of pollution within the building would necessitate reliance on this company rule to enhance their survival odds. Moreover, the theme of the terrifying national battlefield was idol groups. Shirley was acutely aware of what fans valued: group unity. Even amidst inevitable fan conflicts and fierce competition for resources and parts later on, the initial allure for casual observers was a desire to understand the entire group. If they were to witness discord among members from the start, witnessing them abandon each other in times of crisis, many would likely flee, resulting in a significant drop in fan engagement and poor final ratings. The essence of group unity has historically been something fans could forego, but it was essential for the idols themselves. Shirley tucked away the rules, noting that another teammate had not yet returned. Pei Wangxing had not received Chun Nai's messages in the group chat, nor had they received the messages she had sent earlier. They must have been intercepted by it. Various intelligence agents lurking in the Huagua Live broadcast room hurriedly notified their national officials, activating their one-time communication opportunity. The camera swept past the new note, and various countries slowed down their captures, unable to discern the text. They could only relay the problem-solving approaches to their countries' chosen ones, urging them to replicate the notes to obtain the crucial rules. The 2 female idols from Sakura country had unspeakable woes, although they belonged to the same group. It consisted of over 100 members. Most members were hardly familiar with one another. Moreover, there was fierce competition for rankings within the group, with higher-ranking members seizing resources and lower-ranking members stepping on others to elevate themselves. Only they understood the dark and brutal realities of this survival of the fittest. Acting close-knit in front of the camera was sufficient. They were not genuinely inseparable. Copying notes? Impossible. Fortunately, The two had not been entirely frightened into losing their sanity and recognized that such words, shattering fans' illusions, must never be publicly expressed. They still bore the pressure and refrained from opening the door. Ding dong. Shirley's phone lit up. The ringtone was more jarring than usual, startling anyone who wasn't paying attention. The screen emitted a faint green glow. She had received a text message, dead or alive delivery reminder. The debut congratulatory cake you previously ordered from Romantic Full House Dessert Shop is on its way. The delivery person is expected to arrive at the company building in 10 minutes. Please go downstairs to collect your gift within 10 minutes and present the pickup code, 0404. A cake? Chun Nai's head curiously leaned over, and after reading the message, she looked bewildered. We didn't order a cake, did we? It seemed the horror game had designated today as their debut day and had arranged a celebratory cake for them. The journey from the basement to the first floor entrance was typically not long, but in a blackout, it was destined to be perilous. Pei Wangxing scrutinized the densely packed text, growing increasingly uneasy, and quickly urged, "Don't go out. It must be that eerie entity trying to trick us into opening the door." Chun Nai nodded in agreement. Another dead or alive delivery. Another 404 verification code. It was blatantly malicious. Go or not go? Of course they would go. Shirley tapped her finger on the screen a few times, unwilling to disregard another's good intentions. They had yet to embark on the spirit summoning game, ostensibly waiting for their last teammate to return. While this did not constitute passive violation in the context of the horror game, it was bound to prevent them from experiencing tranquility during this period. Collecting the cake presented a new side quest, much like the jump scares set in many horror films. Refusing to collect the cake could indeed help them avoid immediate fright. Who knew what awaited them afterward? Conversely, they had just obtained the company rules and had gained some understanding of the circumstances outside the practice room. As long as they adhered to the rules, the danger would not be overly significant. Pei Wangxing immediately suggested, "Then let's go together." Shirley shook her head. "You all stay here. I'll go alone." A larger group might attract attention. If danger arises, it's easy to get separated in the chaos. The practice room is equally important. If that eerie entity returns to pound on the door, both doors need someone to hold them. Chun Nai then proposed, "How about you take the nightlight?" Shirley replied, "No need. That would be too conspicuous." She pressed her ear against the door, listening to the silence in the corridor. Outside, there was an eerie stillness, as if the entire world had fallen into silence. Taking a deep breath, Shirley turned the doorknob. Chapter 8. Cake? A gift. A chill wind swept through the corridor, casting the shadow of the crimson fire cabinet onto the wall where it bent around the corner. Shirley did not dare to examine it closely. The more she stared, the more she felt inclined to retreat. The biting cold wind lashed against her face, and even wrapped in her coat, the chill was relentless, her breath crystallizing in the frigid air. The sound of rustling plastic bags reached her ears, faint at first but growing clearer as it approached. She recalled reading online that the sound of a plastic bag rustling was akin to the footsteps of a ghost. Instinctively, she pressed herself against the wall, lowering her head to remain silent. Even though she saw nothing, she adhered to the unwritten rule. When encountering a senior in the company, one must immediately halt, lean against the wall, and bow their head to the floor, allowing the senior to pass. The hierarchical culture of the Stick Nation was rigid. Whatever a senior did to a junior was deemed correct, and this rule reflected the company's atmosphere aptly. The peculiar sound stopped right in front of Shirley. The audience in the Huahua livestream could clearly see a headless, ghostly figure on the wall, leaning in closely to observe her expression. "Oh my God, you scare the life out of me. I'm really frightened. I'm at my workstation, and it's getting warm under me." Amazing. Shirley reacted so quickly. Indeed, it's far more perilous outside the practice room. I almost met my end. The practice room is simply too cozy without the new rules. I wouldn't dare step outside at all. Shirley herself felt overwhelmed by an overwhelming stench, reminiscent of various animal carcasses left to rot under the scorching sun for weeks. How repulsive. A wave of nausea surged through her, but she resisted, her fingers digging into her palm, the pain keeping her alert. She would not give this unseen senior the chance to strike. After a few tense minutes, the entity finally retreated, The rustling sound faded into the distance once more. Shirley exhaled a puff of white mist, her butterfly-like eyelashes frosted over, shedding delicate flakes with each blink. She had been mentally counting the seconds. She had lingered there for a full 5 minutes. Quickening her pace, she made her way down the stairwell, as the power outage rendered the elevator unusable. Fortunately, she encountered no further incidents on her descent. The first floor of the company was desolate, featuring a coffee area and a lounge, serving as the facade for welcoming artists and distinguished guests. Potted plants of vibrant green stood upright around her, silently observing her movements. The clock at the reception continued its steady ticking. 23:27. The hour was still early before dawn. Outside, a gentle rain fell, shrouding the world in a hazy mist. Standing beneath the eaves of the company building to shield herself from the rain, Shirley found the outdoor temperature much warmer than inside, a typical springtime warmth. Her frozen hands and feet began to thaw. Ding! At 23:30, a figure clad in a bright yellow raincoat, completely enveloped and indistinguishable, rode up on an electric bike, the pale beams of the headlights cutting through the gloom. The delivery vehicle stopped just a few meters away, and the delivery person, adorned in a yellow raincoat, retrieved a cake box from the oversized trunk, beckoning her. "It's your cake. Please come over to sign for it." Shirley remained motionless. The text message had not indicated the need for a signature. Although the temperature felt normal, the fog outside enveloped everything, and not a single pedestrian was in sight. The 24-hour convenience store across the street was invisible, indicating that something was amiss in the world outside. Clearing her throat softly, she raised her gaze apologetically. "I don't have a raincoat. Could you bring it over? I'll provide the verification code." Seeing that she would not be lured out, the yellow raincoat-clad delivery person shot her a venomous glare before striding over, each step splashing water onto the ground, droplets landing on Shirley's smooth calves. A sharp, searing pain surged through her. The rainwater, seemingly innocuous, was actually highly corrosive acid rain. If it were to touch the face of a chosen one, it would lead to a disfiguring fate. The audience in Huagua, watching from their screens, broke into a cold sweat. Li Jie is incredible. Damn, how sinister is this? If it were me, I'd be unlocking 108 ways to die. To think such intellect belongs to an obscure trainee? As long as she doesn't make any foolish moves, she's bound to rise to prominence. Setting the cake down, the delivery person turned to leave. "Wait," Shirley called out. The delivery person slowly turned, glaring at her with a menacing intensity, as if ready to tear her apart should she fail to provide a valid reason. Unfazed, Shirley tapped her phone screen. The cake had been received, but the gift remained unaddressed. The delivery message had clearly stated, "Your debut cake ordered from Romantic Full House Dessert Shop is on its way. The delivery person is expected to arrive at the company building in 10 minutes. Please go downstairs to collect your gift within that time." The cake and the gift were distinctly separated in the message. The cake could not substitute for the gift. Shirley had noticed that within the delivery person's massive trunk lay a bulging red and blue woven bag. Therefore, there must be something more. The delivery person stared at her with a chilling glare, malice palpable, as the temperature around them plummeted below freezing. Shirley's complexion and lips lost all color, turning a shade of purple from a cold. Yet her obsidian-like eyes remained unwavering, betraying no hint of fear. Her exterior resembled a delicate flower, seemingly unperturbed by the world. Yet within lay the tenacity of a hawk, unyielding in pursuit of its prey. At last, the delivery person turned away, tossing the red and blue woven bag from the trunk. The thud of the heavy object hitting the ground resonated ominously. "Your items have been delivered. Remember to check." With utter disdain, the figure mounted the electric bike and vanished into the rain. Adorning the simple red and blue woven bag was a whimsically sinister red bow, its long ribbons fluttering in a breeze. Shirley carefully untied the bag. To her astonishment, the gift revealed a pale, frail face drenched in sweat, strands of hair clinging to her cheeks. The breathing was faint. A few moments later, and it would be too late. The so-called gift was none other than the last teammate who had failed to respond, another main vocalist within the group. Ganjoiwe. Chapter 9. Lighting the Candle. Shirley In a sudden moment of realization, recalled that Ganjoiwe had mentioned previously that she had found a part-time job at a dessert shop. The viewers in the Huagwa live stream were once again left in astonishment. The ensuing series of events rendered them speechless. Alas, ignorance is a curse. A single stroke of brilliance can conquer the world. To be honest, these steps are perilous. If our chosen one overlooks any detail, we fall prey to a sinister plot. Shirley anticipated the bizarre and did not falter. Huagwa has produced a genius idol. Bakialu. This is just the beginning. You Huagwa folks are celebrating far too early. Just because you're familiar with the background of this strange tale, once you step beyond its bounds, doom awaits. Oh dear, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's the ghostly phantoms of the invaders. At least we have a chance to navigate this tale. You should pray it doesn't descend upon your minuscule domain. The comments from the Sakura Nation netizens, unable to restrain themselves, nearly caused the Huagwa netizens to snicker in irony. Ganjoiwe had yet to regain consciousness. However, she was the smallest in stature among her dormitory mates. Had it been the tall Pei Wangxing lying there, Shirley mused, she would have had to make some tough decisions. Shirley draped Ganjoiwe's arms over her shoulders, slightly bending her legs to lift her with effort, while using her other hand to carry the cake. Upon returning to the basement level, Shirley knocked on the practice room door. "Who is it?" came the cautious inquiry from within. "It's me." After exchanging a few secret signals, the door creaked open just a crack, and Shirley swiftly slipped inside. Chunai approached, her eyes sparkling like a kitten's. "Sisterly, you're finally back. We were about to come looking for you." Upon noticing the unconscious Ganjoiwe on Shirley's back, she gasped in shock. "Goodness, what happened?" Shirley waved her hand, taking a moment to catch her breath before explaining the situation. The harrowing experience left both of them in shock, filled with dread. Thankfully, it was Shirley, with her keen instincts, who had descended. Had it been either of them, they likely would not have returned. From the two of them, Shirley learned that during her absence, the entity impersonating Pei Wangxing had indeed returned. This time, it had disguised itself as Shirley. The two had quickly mastered the art of discernment and saw through the ruse. Failing to deceive them, the entity began to angrily batter the door in the hallway. Its strength was evidently greater this time, rattling the door lock, nearly breaching their defenses had they not held firm. Minutes later, Ganjoiwe slowly regained consciousness. It turned out that the dessert shop where she worked was too far from the company, preventing her from returning in time for the global announcement of the strange tale's arrival. After its onset, the cakes in the shop began to decay rapidly. The owner and staff's expressions turned rigid and pale, their heads turning in unison towards Ganjoiwe, swaying as they approached her. Ganjoiwe fled into the women's changing room and locked the door. After what felt like an eternity, the cacophony outside finally subsided. She turned to retrieve her phone from her bag to call her friends, only to find the owner's entire face hanging on a coat hook, grinning ominously at her. It was unclear how long it had been staring. Soon after, Ganjoiwe lost consciousness. Having narrowly escaped, her face was etched with fear, her pallid countenance disheveled, yet still retaining its beauty, rendering her all the more pitiable. Everyone was acutely aware of her nature and had no time to admire her feigned fragility. Shirley spoke. "Time is running short. Let us cut the cake." She opened the cake box. On the back of the box was a sticky note. Cake Consumption Guidelines 1. The cake is only valid for consumption on the day of significance. 2. Insert commemorative candles representing each member. When the flames turn white, close your eyes and make a wish before extinguishing candles. Note: do not open your eyes under any circumstances, regardless of any noises. 3. Finally, slice the cake evenly, but do not consume it. What do you mean by cake consumption guidelines when we're not allowed to eat it? So who, pray tell, is meant to indulge in the cake? Time was of the essence, and Shirley could not afford to ponder this further. They hurriedly unwrapped the packaging from a box. The cake was modest in size, 6 inches, but elevated. It was entirely white, not the rich cream of traditional cakes, but rather a lifeless white reminiscent of plant-based cream. Its texture coarse, as though mixed with plaster. In the center, blood-red jam spelled out, April 4th, 2025. Happy Death Anniversary. The vivid red jam seeped into the cream, creating an eerie ambience that evoked thoughts of a crime scene, utterly extinguishing their appetite. Can it get any more macabre? Chun and I muttered softly. The others wholeheartedly agreed. Upon noticing the birthday candles included with the cake, a profound silence enveloped them, while the packaging labeled them as birthday candles. Could anyone elucidate why they resembled a shrunken version of themselves? The miniature wax figures were lifelike, each detail meticulously carved, yet devoid of eyes, their depths hollow and dark. A small wick protruded from the top. I was wrong. Chun Nai's expression remained stoic. This cursed place knows no bounds of darkness. It only deepens. Pei Wangxing was visibly flustered. Gan Zhouyue nearly faltered in her composure. Yet, Shirley chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming with delight. I have a feeling something extraordinary is about to unfold. Such exquisitely crafted candles could not have been produced overnight. The others took a moment to mentally prepare themselves before each took a candle and placed it at various corners of the cake. After all, igniting oneself required courage. A lighter. Shirley glanced at Gan Zhouyue. Huh, I don't have one. I don't smoke, Gan Zhouyue exclaimed innocently, spreading her hands in front of the camera to maintain her persona. Oh, come on. Pei Wangxing rolled her eyes, producing a pack of cigarettes and a box of matches from her pocket. What is this? Gan Zhouyue seethed silently, still attempting to defend herself. There were so many mosquitoes in the shop. I used it to light incense. The matchbox still held half its contents. She struck one, igniting the candle. The human-shaped candles emitted a warm orange glow, and the group fell silent, sitting cross-legged around the cake. As the flames melted the wax, tears dripped down in a soft patter. In that moment, the four of them shared an inexplicable thought. It was as if they were the very candles, helplessly burning their lives to commemorate this death game that mocked the world. Suddenly, the flames began to flicker violently, the flames shrinking until they were nearly extinguished, only to surge once more, transforming into a chilling, ghostly white. The four quickly closed their eyes. With vision stripped away, their hearing sharpened acutely. The hissing of the flames, the dripping of the melting wax. Meanwhile, near Shirley's ear, a beguiling whisper arose. Chapter 10. Your wish has been received. Do you yearn to uncover the truth of this world? Your eyes may deceive you. Only when you close them will the world reveal its most genuine visage, the secrets concealed by humanity. If you wish to know, open your eyes and behold. The flickering candlelight shall illuminate your path, allowing you to perceive the world in its truest form. Do you desire to know? Do you truly wish to know? Within the confines of a live stream, the audience could only glimpse the four girls gathered before a cake, their faces illuminated by the flames, casting grotesque shadows that danced across their features, sometimes fierce, sometimes eerie. Sweat beaded on their foreheads, and their eyelids trembled, as if on the verge of opening. How terrifying! What have they heard? Don't open your eyes. For heaven's sake, don't open them. Quick, blow out the candles. If you don't, they'll burn out. In the meeting room, viewers like Xiao Xiao and the audience from Huagua clenched their fists in instinctual anxiety, fearful that their breaths might traverse the electronic screen and extinguish the already faint flicker of the candles. Memories of childhood joy flashed through Shirley's mind like a carousel, and she seemed to hear the long-lost voices of relatives. Daughter, come into your mother's embrace. Oh, how I miss my precious daughter. Have you thought of your father? Open your eyes, so he may see how much you've changed. Xiaoli, it's been so long since you visited your aunt. I'm so lonely at the nursing home. I miss you dearly. In an instant, Shirley regained her composure. The darkness of her pupils sparkled with dim, fragmented stars, gradually tinted with scornful mockery. Is this what you deem the truth? Are you truly aware of the truth? The warm scene surrounding her abruptly froze. Her long, dark hair danced in the stillness, and her lips curled into a sinister arc. Allow me to enlighten you. I am the truth. Bang! The murmurs and whispers surrounding them dissipated, the collective power of the onlookers vanished, and the flickering candlelight, once suppressed by an invisible force, regained its former brilliance. Make a wish. Cast forth your heart's desire. A new voice resonated within her. The shadows of the four were consumed by the flames, which recoiled upon touching Shirley's back, shrinking to the size of a mung bean, trembling incessantly. Shirley distinctly felt a warm force surge within her, coursing through her limbs, yet before it could solidify, it extinguished like firecrackers tossed into the sea. She furrowed her brow, pondering the sudden turn of events, yet adhered to the second rule. With reverence, she made her wish. May the land of the rising sun experience peace akin to that of Rice Flower Town. Since her earliest memories, whether on birthdays or during temple offerings, this had been her singular wish, so steadfast yet seemingly futile. This suggested that wishing was all a ruse. The wish concluded. A gust of wind, thick with the stench of blood, swept through. Shirley extinguished her candle, and the others followed suit, opening their eyes. The mirror bore the inscription written in blood. Your wish has been granted. Before them, the cake had decayed beyond recognition. The red, black, and white wax dripped over the cream, collapsing into a pool of melted remnants, as though it had been nibbled upon, leaving behind bite marks, emanating a foul odor. The final step involved slicing with a plastic knife. Upon revealing the cake layers, large patches of greenish-black mold were found, and countless cards were stuffed within. The backs of the cards resembled wish bottles. Ah, it's a card draw, my favorite. Ganjoiwe absent-mindedly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a glimpse of her delicate profile, a visage reminiscent of a pure first love, eliciting fervent exclamations from many Huagua netizens. Shirley casually drew a card. Your wish has been received. Thank you for your patronage. Shirley, what? Is that it? She was momentarily speechless, glancing up to see Pei Wangxing and Ganjoiwe wearing equally complex expressions, fluctuating between hues of red and green, joy and sorrow. It felt akin to discovering a grand gold watch intertwined with unsightly remnants during a bathroom visit. I'll go first. I drew talent. Pei Wangxing spoke up, her mouth agape, yet words faltered as she tossed the note aside. The group leaned in to read. You once pummeled for affluent scions with nefarious intentions. Thus, your talent reward is anti-wealth. When an entity wealthier than you appears within 5 meters, you may exclaim, aren't you just a few stinkingly rich coins? At this moment, your attack will inflict effective damage. Should you encounter mental pollution, and the affluent perpetrator appears within 5 meters, you may demand, take your filthy money and get lost. Your mental pollution will diminish. Surely, Ganjoiwe. Chuna. How peculiar. Uncertain. She glanced again. Meanwhile, Ganjoiwe concealed her card, only to have the towering Pei Wangxing pin her down and retrieve it from beneath her. It read, after swiftly discarding an unfaithful male idol, indulged in ambiguous interactions with his designated partner, resulting in a classic airport scene of coldness during their divorce, followed by a frigid silence extending to the Arctic Circle. Yet you, with a heart-wrenching smile and teary eyes, refused the other's confession, stating, I cannot affect the bonds of your team friendship. 3 months later, the popular boy band made headlines for a backstage brawl, both landing in jail. Yet they never mentioned your name. Externally, you appear as a compassionate confidant, yet beneath lies a heartless schemer. Consequently, your talent is, baby, you're a green tea. When you declare to the entity, I understand you, for I am also green tea, you can control it for 3 seconds. However, this may provoke it further, inciting a more violent backlash, so use with caution. The crowd. Ganjoa protested. I'm not. I didn't tea. Yet no one paid her any mind. Chuna had yet to examine her drawn card. Rapidly recalling her past, she considered herself the only sane one amidst the 2 eccentric members. Surely her outcome would not be too dire, right? Upon turning it over, she found, your presence is minimal. When the cool, silvery moonlight, who regards wealth with disdain, collides with the scheming green tea antagonist, you shall find your identity. You're a walking camera. You may be a steward, a maid, a secretary, seemingly a mere background character, yet your absence would leave a void in the vast literary landscape. You often remark, the young master hasn't smiled like this in ages. I've never seen him care for a woman so. In this mad world, you are the most lucid. Therefore, your talent is, you can identify a flawed rule. The same urban legend may only be invoked thrice. The crowd. Chuna. What does this mean? What does this mean? Huh? What do you mean background character? Please clarify. Chapter 11. The young accomplice's silence enveloped the serene evening at Cambridge. This chilling game, perhaps, might not resonate with the cultural nuances of the Blue Star, as they seem to be fixated on trivial matters. It was as if AI had absorbed human culture and misconstrued it entirely. Once composed, Chun-Nai swiftly embraced her peculiar talent, which, albeit awkward, proved unexpectedly beneficial. Unlike Gan Zhouyiwei and Pei Wangxing, she was not compelled to vocalize her thoughts in public. What more could she desire? After reviewing the debut gifts drawn by her fellow members, Shirley suddenly felt that drawing the Void card was not entirely unfavorable. The officials and viewers in the Huagua livestream could not discern the Chosen One's talents. They were oblivious to what gifts had been bestowed upon them. I'm so anxious. What did she draw? Doesn't this cake resemble an offering? Indeed, one should not consume bizarre, sacrificial items. It's over. Shirley didn't draw talent. She's done for. Calm down. Others have drawn. Let us not celebrate too soon. Other countries have had talent from the start, and many have already been eliminated. We've struggled just to reach the same starting line. From the expressions of our chosen ones, I can't shake this ominous premonition. Did they draw something subpar? In the Huagua Analysis Group office, Xiao Xiao had just received intelligence from a different information team. The investigation did not delve into the eerie tales behind the scenes, but focused on the detailed experiences of Shirley and others in the land of the morning calm. Initially, Xiao Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment. However, as she perused the files, her astonishment grew. Who would have thought that the recent scandals surrounding CJ Company, which had caused its stock to plummet, were intricately linked to the young girls on screen? The K-pop group Wave Girls, embroiled in a national fortune battlefield, was associated with the departing member Kang Wayun. The members frequently visited the private residences of high-ranking officials. Shirley and her companions had initially failed at their debut due to their refusal to engage in the company's social dealings, openly splashing drinks on important politicians. What they were unwilling to do, others were eager to undertake. The Huagua intelligence personnel noted that Shirley and her peers might possess evidence of CJ Company bribing executives. Yet, they had refrained from igniting this explosive revelation, instead aiding Wave Girls in attaining commercial success. Awaiting the moment when Kang Wayun would have everything she desired before unleashing chaos, allowing the exorbitant breach fees to crush her. Shirley's aspirations extended beyond Kang Wayun. Her true target was the CJ Company lurking behind the scenes. Yet with their current capabilities, these young girls were but ants attempting to topple a massive tree in a nation dominated by conglomerates. Nevertheless, the fact that they had reached this point without suspicion led Xiao Xiao to instinctively feel that, given more time, they might indeed dismantle the obstacles before them. Within the in-depth materials, it was revealed that Shirley's aunt, now a bedridden vegetable, had secretly joined a cult that infiltrated much of the land of the morning calm, the Spiritual Energy Society. After years of no contact, the aunt reappeared at her brother's funeral and took her niece under her wing, intending to elevate her as the cult's saintess. Yet, this so-called saintess was merely a tool for the cult leader and influential members to indulge in their pleasures. Shortly thereafter, Shirley's aunt met with a tragic accident. To claim that this incident bore no relation to Shirley would be implausible in Xiao Xiao's eyes. Had she not perused the intelligence in her hands, Xiao Xiao would have found it hard to fathom that Shirley, not yet 18, could orchestrate such intricate schemes, resembling the mastermind of a perfect crime novel. Her visage, seemingly kissed by divinity, was as ethereal as a cloud untouched by dust, yet her methods were ruthlessly lethal. Moreover, her companions were equally culpable, sharing in this conspiracy. The Monster Rehabilitation Center. Indeed, it was a gathering of monsters. As the camera zoomed in, the girl seemed to sense something, suddenly lifting her head and smiling faintly at the screen, casting shadows from her lashes onto her cheeks. What a stunning visage, setting aside everything else. Her beauty is truly lethal. Agreed. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Xiao organized the documents, handing them to her subordinate and classifying these files as top secret, with a decryption date tentatively set for 2099. Time flowed synchronously across various live streaming rooms, while Shirley and her companions made wishes before the cake. The chosen ones from other nations faced perilous trials. One-third of the live streams had gone dark, recounting bizarre fates of chosen ones across the web. Among the most surreal was the situation in the Maple Leaf Nation, where their chosen ones entered the national fortune battlefield in a state of utter disarray. Appearing bewildered and disrobed, their gaze vacant, swaying unsteadily. This spectacle left global audiences astounded. The inevitable conclusion was swift. They soon violated the rules and were eliminated. After an initial panic, chosen ones from other nations gradually adapted, with 4 or 5 countries discovering genuine allies and company NPCs, securing the company rules. They refrained from hastily vacating the practice rooms. Unfortunately, the chosen ones from the Lighthouse Nation failed to acquire the company rules. They pressured Huagua to utilize their solitary communication opportunity, demanding Shirley reveal the rule she held. However, Huagua had transformed significantly. The Foreign Ministry promptly countered, and other departments were prepared for a reciprocal response. Their communication opportunity was reserved for delivering vital intelligence to their own chosen ones. Why should they squander it on these marauding nations under the guise of shared human destiny? This was not a century ago. Dream on. With the Lighthouse Nation's pressure failing to yield the company rules, other nations turned their gaze toward the Huagua livestream. Observing Shirley's peculiar behavior of standing against the wall, experts in various countries speculated that there was likely a rule regarding company colleagues that prohibited movement and eye contact. These nations lamented internally, recognizing that Shirley's lack of further danger allowed them to deduce more rules. Seeing the correct time on the wall clock, many nations that had previously withheld their hints immediately relayed the current time and their findings to their chosen ones. This included the Banduck Nation, whose chosen one was left as the last survivor, facing the daunting task of completing 2 time-sensitive mirror games. With less than half an hour until midnight, failure to finish the summoning game within the stipulated time would be deemed a failure, incurring the dire consequence of a haunting. For many smaller nations, a single haunting could plunge the entire country into a hellish nightmare. Chapter 12. The summoning begins thus. Many chosen ones hasten their actions. The chosen one from the land of Bandy, Rupert, lingered over several items before resolutely picking up an apple and a small knife from the ground. One might wonder why he did not choose a comb. It is indeed a pertinent question, for he had no hair to comb, merely a futile endeavor. Rupert approached the mirror. Reflected back at him was a visage he had known for over 30 years. High cheekbones, thin lips adorned with piercings, and a countenance shadowed by a heavy eyeliner that gave him a spectral appearance. He was dressed in a manner that was no less grim than that of a ghost. Rupert possessed the talent of disguising as a malevolent spirit. He could mimic an eerie presence, momentarily deceiving those around him. It was this very ability that had made him the last hope for the land of Bandy, even as he bore witness to the tragic demise of his comrades. He stared intently at the familiar face in the mirror. Across cultures, mirrors have long been imbued with sinister symbolism, seen as conduits between realms. Gazing into a mirror at night could disturb one's energy field, making it easier to perceive that which should remain unseen. Just as a child's innocent gaze can detect impurities, a human infant typically recognizes their reflection around the age of 18 months, coinciding with their first words. Thus, paranormal enthusiasts have posited a theory. Can they truly discern reality, or do they genuinely perceive something within the mirror? An unsettling feeling crept over Rupert like a parasite, causing him to shudder and dismiss the bizarre thoughts swirling in his mind. His survival thus far was undoubtedly a testament to his intellect. The practice space had 2 rules regarding mirrors. Third, when the sound system in the practice space activates, mimic the actions reflected in the mirror until the music ceases. If static emerges from the speakers, dismiss all auditory illusions. Fourth, an aging or distorted mirror may cause reflections to appear warped, which is a normal phenomenon. Do not scream in fright. Rupert was adept at visual perception in high-pressure scenarios and typically enjoyed viewing Western horror films. However, this was different. The terror here was encapsulated within a pitch-black, confined space, and the simplicity of the surroundings only served to amplify the deepest fears nestled within his psyche. The mere thought of a ghastly visage materializing in the mirror sent shivers of cold sweat down his spine. Rupert was the first to engage in the summoning game among all the streaming rooms, drawing the attention of many viewers from other channels. The comment section was rife with skepticism, yet a greater number of messages in various languages offered encouragement. One individual's success signified hope for all. Under the rapt attention of the audience, Rupert commenced his task. The apple had withered and shrunk, its skin wrinkled like an aged face, making it challenging to peel it completely. Once he began, there could be no pause. Rupert's smooth, shiny head hung low, unwilling to glance at the mirror, his focus entirely devoted to the apple. He endeavored to steady his trembling hands, but the more he tried, the more they shook, causing him to peel away more flesh than intended. The room was oppressively silent, save for the rustling of the peeling skin. The temperature in the space continued to drop, as an unseen current seemed to swirl around the chosen one. The viewers in the streaming room observed a dark shadow in the mirror, gradually leaning closer to Rupert. "Do not falter, do not falter." Beads of sweat formed on Rupert's brow, and his heartbeat quickened. He repeatedly reassured himself that he need only focus on completing the apple. Having peeled away a significant portion, only the last 2 or 3 rings remained. Sweat blurred his vision as it dripped into his eyes, yet he paid it no mind. His hair obstructed his sight, and in irritation, he lifted his elbow to push it aside. Suddenly, Rupert's body stiffened. He recalled having shaved off his dreadlocks a month prior. This was not his hair. Then whose was it? Rupert's teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. His breath hitched in his throat. Unbeknownst to him, the final layers of apple skin he had been peeling grew increasingly thin, culminating in a jagged break. The weight of the apple skin became unbearable, leading to its ultimate rupture. "It is over." This thought surged simultaneously in Rupert's and the audience's minds. The small night light on the wall flickered violently, emitting a crackling noise before abruptly extinguishing. With a shattering sound, the mirror before him fractured, sending shards raining down upon him. The towering man was cut into countless pieces by the splintering glass. The horror had descended upon the land of Bandy. Meanwhile, the chosen one from the land of Pizza, Mary, also commenced her summoning game. She chose to comb her hair before the midnight mirror. The practice space was replete with mirrors. She took a moment to drag her teammates' corpses away and seated herself in the center. The mirrors faced each other, reflecting her duality simultaneously. With an almost omniscient perspective, any anomaly would be laid bare. Mary focused on her reflection, beginning to comb her hair. The first stroke, the second, the third, she softly recited to remind herself. 99 strokes before the mirror. No more, no less. It meant each count must be precise. Time seemed to fly yet crawl simultaneously. The 56 stroke, 50, 57. Beyond the twin mirrors, darkness enveloped the rest of the space, as if a terrifying entity lurked within shadows, poised to strike. From the audience's viewpoint, the practice room was eerily silent, devoid of interruptions. The dim light emitted a soft yellow glow that created an atmosphere conducive to slumber. Drowsiness washed over her like a tide. Mary felt her eyelids growing heavy. The rhythm of her counting slowed. Each time her eyes fluttered shut, an overwhelming sense of tranquility enveloped her. Yet, upon reopening her eyes, the dryness and pain in her eyelids tore at her, rendering her vision blurry, as if she struggled to regain focus. So drowsy, so very drowsy. Her naturally curly hair initially tangled as she combed, but with each stroke, it became smoother, her arms' arc widening. Subdued by fatigue, as she drifted into a stupor, Mary was suddenly jolted awake as if doused with cold water. Her talent of danger perception activated. Her gaze sharpened, and she spotted a silhouette in the mirror. It was slender, with long, dark hair cascading down to the waist. Yet she distinctly remembered her hair being cut short. Was this truly her hair? The terrifying thought sent chills through her, rendering her limbs stiff and cold, halting her repetitive motion of combing. In horror, Mary realized that the figure in the mirror, with its long dark hair, continued to grow, the strands already trailing on the ground, slithering towards her like a serpent. Mary's mind screamed that she needed to resume combing her hair immediately. But how many strokes had she completed? Chapter 13. The Arrival of the Spirit of the Pen. The audience outside the screen witnessed the chosen one frozen in place, her hand clutching a comb. Lingering in the air, bubbles of anxiety escaping her lips. "Mary, what are you doing? Why have you stopped? Hurry, continue combing." Don't halt now. Just 3 more strokes. Damn it. She is mesmerized by the mirror and has lost count of the strokes. What is our country doing? We must utilize our communication attempts. Our communication attempts have long been exhausted. From the audience's perspective, the mirror reflected nothing. Mary beheld her own silhouette in the mirror, and with a sudden twist, her head turned 180 degrees to reveal a ghastly face, pale and swollen, marred by scars. One of her eyeballs dangled grotesquely, while the other was a mere hollow orb covered only by a wrinkled eyelid. Her thick hair threatened to envelop her entire being. An overwhelming dread seized her heart. Clatter. The comb slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. It was a mere old pink comb with a handful of fine teeth, which shattered upon impact. The summoning tool was ruined. In the mirrored walls, a battered, ghostly white arm emerged simultaneously, one grasping her head, the other seizing her legs. Tear. Blood splattered. The live stream from Pizza Nation abruptly darkened. This gruesome scene left the Chinese audience momentarily stunned, but Shirley and others quickly seized a signature pen. This pen, long discontinued by its brand, bore a worn-out coating. Its body was fractured in the middle, presumably from a fall. Shirley scribbled a few strokes on paper with the pen. It failed to write. The ink cartridge was empty. Pei Wangxing furrowed her brow. Can this pen still be used? Under normal circumstances, certainly not. The spirit of the pen possesses extraordinary abilities. Would it fear to write? Shirley often mused that her civil service exams might serve as a potential escape. These summoning tools bore evident signs of prior use, likely linked to the source of contamination, prompting Shirley to inspect each one meticulously. She found no names or special symbols. Shirley relinquished her search. She recalled the rules of the game. The spirit of the pen, a well-known summoning game, often serves as the harbinger of nightmares in numerous horror narratives. Invoking the spirit of the pen entails not only summoning it, but also ensuring its departure. Should the pen accidentally fall during the process, the user would be ensnared by vengeful spirits. Shirley explained the rules and taboos to her companions. They exchanged affirmatory gestures. Unable to find a clean sheet of white paper in the practice room, they resorted to unfolding Ganjiue's cigarette pack and laying it flat on the ground. Each placed their hands upon it, intertwining fingers to gently support the pen, ensuring it would not drop. However, this support was tenuous. Should anyone withdraw their hand during the game, the pen would fall. Summoning multiple spirits tested not only courage but also trust. All preparations were complete. In the dimly lit room, fragmented whispers arose simultaneously. Spirit of the pen, you are my past life. I am your present. If you wish to renew our bond, please draw a circle on the paper. Spirit of the pen, you are my past life. I am spirit of the pen. The group suspended their wrists, maintaining the pen's position above the paper. Shirley's gaze remained fixed on the page. The pen moved across the surface, tracing irregular lines due to the interplay of forces, devoid of color, leaving only faint impressions. Suddenly, Shirley felt a sharp sting in her palm. The jagged edge of the fractured pen pierced her skin. Not just her, but her teammates also suffered varying degrees of cuts. Simultaneously, a powerful suction force drew the blood from their bodies through the narrow yet profound wounds, flowing incessantly toward the signature pen. The group gasped, suppressing the impulse to withdraw their hands. The markings on the paper gradually gained color, drenched in a vivid crimson. Shirley felt as though she had entered a mystical state, her soul hovering above. The answer sheet receding into the distance. A sudden gust of wind swept through the corridor, penetrating the flimsy door, carrying with it a mournful sound akin to ghostly wails. The lines drawn by the pen transformed from sporadic to smooth, slowly forming a blood-red circle on the paper. An external force manipulated the pen, surrounded by mirrors. Reflections easily revealed certain truths. Chun Nai caught a glimpse of a red figure in her peripheral vision. She immediately recalled Pei Wangxing's ominous words. Could this be the ghost in red haunting the corridor? It has entered. Thus, the summoning game inadvertently invited danger into their practice room. What a treacherous task. The group quickly recognized the spirit of the pen. It was hard not to notice the vivid, blood-stained gown. The spirit's expression twisted into an increasingly sinister smile. Its body remained still, yet its neck contorted unnaturally, extending towards Ganjoyue's ear. Slurp a fetid, crimson tongue flicked across her earlobe. You can see me Ganjoyue shivered, a chill as frigid as ice washing over her. Yet the conviction of her persona stifled her expletives, leaving her bewildered as she looked up. Why is it suddenly so cold? You can see me, can't you? The spirit of the pen's voice was haunting, its breath heavy with the stench of blood. If you wish to know something, you may directly turn to me, whether it be wealth, love, or longevity. I can reveal it all. I trust you not. Any actions beyond the established rules merely lured them away from the sanctuary of protection. Observing Ganjoyue besieged by the spirit of the pen, Pei Wangxing, typically at odds with her, surprisingly refrained from gloating and instead posed a question. Spirit of the pen, will I become wealthy in the future? The ghost's attention shifted, its crimson tongue extending once more, wrapping around the pen's body and entwining the backs of the four hands, enveloping them in a slick, clammy embrace. Shirley nearly succumbed to her non-existent cleanliness obsession. However, Pei Wangxing's query caught Shirley's eye. Why did she draw the short straw, landing the anti-wealth trait, which only triggered in comparison to her wealth? Her fate was sealed. Not only was she barred from riches, but she couldn't even retain a single penny. The spirit of the pen scrawled 2 hasty characters on the white paper. Cannot. Pei Wangxing felt as though struck by lightning. Tears glimmering in the steel warrior's eyes, her posture slumping, aging a decade in an instant. The ghost in red shifted its focus to Chun Nai. Shirley took the opportunity, calmly inquiring, Spirit of the pen, who used up the pack of tissues I bought last time? The three exchanged furtive glances. The paper inscribed 3 names. Shirley's glare brimmed with menace. Cough, cough, cough. Oh, the wind is strong. It's so hot. Spirit of the pen. Will I receive my salary this month? Spirit of the pen, they tacitly avoided mentioning what had transpired in the practice room, as it likely pertained to the spirit's demise. Standing before the massive electronic screen in the conference room, Xiao Xiao immediately grasped the situation. They were stalling for time. Chapter 14, Is There No One Inside? In the eerie tale, they were instructed to survive until dawn, and with dawn still far off, an unknown number of horrors awaited them. They could only delay for as long as possible. However, what astonished and left Xiao Xiao in awe was that while other live streams involved players merely engaging with the chosen ones in games, those chosen seemed unnerved by the potential for unforeseen events. They hastily asked a couple of trivial questions, eager to dismiss the spirit. Yet, here in the Huawei live stream, it transformed into a scenario where they were manipulating the rules to exert control over the spirit. As long as they refrained from uttering the command to send it away, they could continue their inquiries indefinitely. But could they endure the toll? After all, the spirit thrived on human blood as its ink. Gradually, the audience outside began to grasp the situation. Why are they asking such trivial questions? Let us ponder this. What kind of scheme are our chosen ones concocting? They aren't inquiring about love or longevity, but rather absurd questions about when they next eat roasted food. Is this really a summoning game? This is the spirit. Let me test you. You don't understand. This is a 4-to-1 situation, controlling it to death. Go, Flower Family Girl Group. Li Jia, you are my deity. I have a bold thought. Will this last until dawn? In the practice room, after answering a dozen questions, the spirit seemed to awaken from a dream, finally realizing it was being toyed with by humans. The spirit's crimson, damp attire swayed gently, and the scent of blood surged in waves, thickening the air with a clammy sensation. The head, shrouded in black hair, shook violently, and a hoarse, chilling voice accompanied by a piercing shriek echoed. Stop asking. Stop asking. How can you have so many damn questions? All of you go die. Bang, 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 bang. The familiar sound of pounding at the door resounded again, plaster and debris flying. The pens in their hands trembled increasingly, teetering on the brink of chaos. The pen tip stabbed fiercely into the cardboard, etching lines of deep resentment, filling the paper with countless words of death. In its rage, the spirit possessed immense strength. Veins erupted in blue and purple on Shirley's hand, and she exerted every ounce of her energy to prevent the pen from escaping her grip. The 4 of them struggled to maintain control, and those live streams with only 2 or 3 participants engaged in the spirit game would only last a short time. Moreover, everyone could clearly sense that the spirit was absorbing ink at an accelerated rate. The blood within them was continuously depleting, their complexions turning visibly pale, fingers intertwined and freezing. Spirit, spirit, let us conclude this for today. Please depart. They hurriedly recited the closing words of the summoning ritual to bid farewell to the spirit. Yet, as soon as the words left their lips, the pen's agitation did not cease. Out of the corner of their eyes, they could no longer catch sight of the crimson ghost, but they could hear the spirit's mocking laughter echoing throughout the practice room. It was futile. Since it had been summoned, it had no intention of leaving. The spirit loomed nearby, eyes glinting with malice. This was a battle of will and endurance. Shirley's gaze sharpened, and she coldly declared, "Whoever loosens their grip first will pay the fine according to the minute they release." This statement doubled the impact on the impoverished. The 3, lost in a fog, jolted awake. Ding! The competitive spirit surged. The spirit desired to harm them. Yet it too had to adhere to the game's rules. Either the pen must fall midway, or they had to confirm that they could see it. What to do? Shirley's mind raced, and soon a flicker of determination crossed her dark eyes. Spirit, spirit, what recent change has caused this to happen to me? Her words left Pei Wangxing and the audience in stunned silence. How can you dare to ask such a question at this time? Are you not afraid of the spirit going completely berserk? The corridor is eerily blocked, and inside the room, the spirit is watching. There's no solution. Absolutely no solution. I just returned from a National Luck livestream haul, and a third of the practice rooms have been wiped out. Sigh, I'm done watching. I should gather all the weapons I can find at home for self-defense. The eerie presence is about to descend. Don't panic. Trust the nation. Trust Li Shun. What the hell? I'm stuck on the way to Lingyin Temple. They claim to believe in the chosen ones, but they all rush to pray for help. Upon hearing the new question, the spirit grew even more enraged. The air thickened with blood mist, clinging to Shirley's skin like tiny insects biting her, inducing a tingling, prickling sensation. The bizarre entity was similarly constrained by the summoning ritual's rules. As long as the players asked questions, the summoned spirits were obliged to respond. The spirit's cold, resentful gaze swept over Shirley's face, suddenly widening its eyes, producing a grating sound from its throat. Hee, kachak, kachak. Following the thread of causality, the spirit beheld a mysterious realm filled with putrid and uncanny black mist, where countless tendril-like forms twisted and writhed, contracting and expanding. The air was intermittently suffused with dark golden Sanskrit, exuding an aura that warned of the untouchable nature of all living beings. The spirit's gaze pierced through the layers of black mist, suddenly locking onto a pair of blood-red, sinister, and frigid eyes. The eyeball remained motionless, devoid of emotion, as if it were an inanimate object. The blood-red pupil had not yet fully awakened. Boom! The pitch-black orb exploded without warning. Murky yellow-red liquid cascaded down. What were we waiting for? Run! Shirley shouted, discarding the pen and bolting towards the door. The spirit could only be temporarily restrained. Fleeing was the solution. The other 3 hesitated not for a moment, abandoning their pens to follow suit. If they continued to linger, they would bleed out and perish. Bang! The loosened door slammed against the wall, having endured multiple impacts, finally giving way, partially collapsing. The corridor was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, devoid of anything. Indeed, in eerie tales, there are no absolute dead ends. The uncanny deliberately generated the sound of knocking at the door to mislead the chosen ones into believing there was no escape. Moreover, ever since the horror game emerged, Shirley had harbored a nagging premonition. The peculiar tattoo that had suddenly appeared on her body likely bore some connection to the horror game. She was right. Yet, Shirley never anticipated the spirit's reaction would be so pronounced, akin to encountering a ghost. The 4 of them escaped the practice room, heading straight upstairs. As they traversed the long corridor, intense music emanated from one of the practice rooms, interspersed with laughter and sobbing amidst the dense beats. Rule 6. If you hear music, laughter, or crying from other rooms, please do not knock on the door. There are people rehearsing inside. Since it was a rehearsal, how could there be both laughter and crying? Shirley cast a hurried glance at the door of that practice room. The lock was tinged with a faint red. She accelerated, rushing toward the stairwell. They absolutely could not enter this practice room. All rooms in CJ Company bore similar warning lights, akin to bathroom stalls, allowing one to ascertain if someone was hiding inside. Red indicated that there was no one inside. Either the occupants were not human, or the door was not securely closed. If they were indeed using music to mask something, how could they not lock the door properly? The laughter and sobbing inside grew louder as they passed, clearly intended to capture their attention. It was a lure, enticing them to enter. Chapter 15. Intelligence from a nation. The chosen one from Huagua had already made their escape from the practice room, leaving other nations who had exhausted their communication opportunities to anxiously await their own chosen ones to react. A few nations that still held onto their chances understood that failing to use them now would undoubtedly lead to their annihilation within the practice room. In a live stream of the Korean nation, several members, relying on their familiarity with the CJ building and the talents drawn at the beginning, managed to hold on until now. Among them, a member who had consistently ranked lowest in popularity fortuitously drew the talent, super doubling. Super doubling. Before each ghost tale begins, one can designate an object to undergo a quadrupling effect. The options provided by the battlefield of national fortune included national communication opportunities, the talent opportunities of a teammate other than oneself, and one's own attributes, speed, strength, attack. This member initially considered using the ability on herself, but was immediately doused with cold water upon seeing the smirking expressions of her three high-popularity teammates. She knew that regardless of whether she chose herself or one of the three, the remaining two would surely find ways to torment her. Ultimately, she opted for communication opportunities. There were still 2 chances left to communicate with the nation. At first, all nations experienced time at the same pace within the ghost tale. But with each decision and the use of talents to delay time, discrepancies in the flow of time across various live streams began to emerge. Upon receiving another prompt from the Korean nation, Jiang Huiyin decisively chose the game of Spirit Pen. Other games had gradually failed, leaving only Huagua's successful escape. Jiang Huiyin was confident that she could outperform those Huagua merchants whom she had kept underfoot, proving herself as the greatest contemporary female artist of Goryeo. As the game commenced, Jiang Huiyin signaled to a nearby member to be the first to pose a question. Spirit Pen, will I become wealthy in the future? My wife also chose the Spirit Pen game. Why are these questions identical to those posed by our sisterly? Is your nation the origin of the universe? These questions were crafted by the sister herself. Can others not ask what has already been asked? Bullies, get out of our space. So many mentally unstable Koreans. After several questions, the pen's movement intensified. Jiang Huiyin remained unperturbed, confidently asking the final question. Spirit Pen, what is the reason for my recent changes? The eyes of the group were fixed on the pen. Tension filled the air as they readied themselves for flight. However, the pen did not respond as expected. Instead, it slowly inscribed an answer on the paper. Fast-acting medication. The audience in the live stream and Jiang Huiyin were left in shock. How could this be? She hadn't altered a single word. What medication? What medication? Oh, a huge revelation. Friends and family, come quickly. I don't believe it. My wife said just yesterday on the radio that she has never been in a relationship. Don't spread rumors. Only trust what Huiyin says. Can we see fans washing the dirt here? Is it possible the opposing side has bribed them? Asking such questions only invites the Spirit Pen's public execution, right? Such a scandal, truly a delightful collapse. In the practice room, with each query posed by a human, the Spirit Pen's strength surged, causing its movements to become more vigorous. The stances of the members were conducive to escape, but lacked stability. One member failed to secure the pen properly, causing it to clatter to the ground. The atmosphere fell silent. The member who had inadvertently released her grip was so frightened that her lips trembled, and she instinctively turned to gauge the Spirit Pen's reaction. The Spirit Pen's pale, colorless face slowly split into a grin that reached its ears, revealing razor-sharp teeth beneath crimson gums. It lunged toward the member who had first let go of the pen. Jiang Huiyin and the others, in a panic, dashed toward the exit. "Don't leave me. Help me. Save me. Ah!" The cries of her teammates echoed behind them. The live stream of the Korean nation erupted in chaos. What happened? Why didn't it work? Damn Huagua, they harmed our chosen one. They just denied stealing our techniques. Now, they're deflecting blame after failing. They deserve it. Report. The game is unfair. Huagua's chosen one is cheating. In various live streams, numerous chosen ones burst forth from their practice rooms. As they rushed past a particular practice room, they faintly heard music, crying, and laughter seeping through the door. These chosen ones have been warned by their nations that upon hearing such sounds, they should not linger, hastening their steps forward. Some keen-eyed viewers noticed the anomaly. Didn't Huagua seem to be in a different practice room? What is there to worry about? Regardless of which practice room it is, as long as strange noises are emanating from within, it's best not to enter. The timing of our escape from the practice rooms isn't identical. Minor changes in the instance are normal as long as the rules remain unchanged. Is that truly the case? Something feels off. These chosen ones swiftly made their way into the corridor, oblivious to the blood slowly seeping from the gaps between the practice room door and walls. The originally green signs gradually turned crimson. From a presence of many, it dwindled to none. As Shirley and her companions hurried past the entrance of the practice room, the eerie sounds of crying, excited laughter, and music abruptly ceased. The corridor fell eerily silent, almost driving one to madness. As Shirley ascended the stairwell, she heard the furious, piercing shriek of the spirit pen echoing from the end of the hallway. The bone-chilling wail was filled with endless resentment, as though it yearned to flay them alive and shatter them to pieces. The spirit pen had broken free from its restraints and was in pursuit. However, having witnessed things not meant for its eyes, the spirit pen was blinded and likely wouldn't find them quickly. With the summoning completed, the instance transformed into a chase. If they could locate the source of the contamination that triggered all these events before the spirit pen reached them, they could conclude the game early. Shirley had a vague suspicion of the contamination's origin, but needed more evidence to substantiate it. "Where shall we go?" her companions panted, inquiring. The company spanned several stories, and they hadn't ventured to the upper floors in quite some time, leaving them uncertain of what awaited them. Just as Shirley was about to speak, her phone vibrated. The caller ID displayed 001. This was a communication request from the real world. Finally, she thought, given Huagua's pragmatic and stable approach, a communication request at this juncture must indicate they had uncovered some crucial lead. Shirley answered the call. A notably youthful male voice came through. "Shirley, I'm Xiao Xiao from Huagua's Ghost Tale Analysis Team. Time is limited, so I'll be brief. We've discovered 3 incidents that occurred at CJ Company 20 years, 15 years, and 9 years ago." The man spoke rapidly, leaving no room for superfluous words. 20 years ago, a male trainee suffered a cardiac arrest in a practice room and was discovered the next day by the cleaning staff, having made a final missed call to his mother, who was working the night shift. 15 years ago, a female actress committed suicide at home, leaving behind a letter of accusation. The prosecution later confirmed that the star exhibited symptoms of depression, including auditory hallucinations and delusions prior to her death. Thus, the letter could not serve as evidence. 9 years ago, an aspiring female trainee vanished in a thin air while making her way to the company late at night, her whereabouts remaining unknown to this day. Strangely, the surveillance footage from that fateful day was inexplicably damaged. After the call concluded, Shirley pondered the information provided by the officials. The rumors circulating within CJ Company regarding trainees were numerous, of which Shirley had only vaguely heard a few. However, the news about the actress left a profound impression on her, having stirred quite a sensation in the domestic media at the time. Xiao Xiao mentioned that the actress's suicide note contained a list of officials from CJ Company who were involved in arranging companionship for guests. Yet, this revelation was soon overshadowed by the scandal of a top-tier celebrity that emerged shortly after, leaving the matter unresolved. This implies that within the company building, there may indeed be 3 restless spirits: the pen spirit, the one trapped within the mirror, and another ghost whose hiding place remains a mystery to this day. Chapter 16. Evasion. These three incidents were either suicides or mysterious disappearances. The actress's parents merely sought to mold her into a lucrative machine. The parents of the deceased male trainee were both disabled. The missing female trainee lived with her elderly and less educated grandparents after her parents separated and remarried. Each time, CJ Company, in a show of humanitarianism, provided the families with a sum of money, thereby enhancing its public image. These three families either accepted the money and chose to remain silent or lacked the means to defend their rights. Resentment morphed into urban legends, hinting at deeper secrets. The star, clad in red, hanged herself and, in her suicide note, expressed a desire to transform into a vengeful spirit to retaliate against all who had wronged her. The ghost in the mirror could very well be the male trainee who died suddenly, as Shirley distinctly remembered the grotesque burn scars on his face. As for the missing trainee, perhaps she never left the company building at all. She might still be lurking in some corner here, waiting to be discovered. Could she be the source of the contamination? The instinct for survival sent adrenaline coursing through the veins of the four, their speed surpassing their previous physical limitations as they sprinted to the first floor. This area was spacious and open, making it unsuitable for hiding. Without pausing, Shirley turned and continued her ascent to the second floor. Just as they reached the second floor, they heard the sound of flower pots being overturned and light bulbs shattering in the lobby below. The pen spirit had already pursued them to the first floor. Its eyes were invisible as it careened violently. The frequency of smashed pots and bulbs crackled like firecrackers during the new year, suggesting it wouldn't be long before the first floor was thoroughly searched. Should they continue to run upwards? Reaching the top floor would be a dead end, and they could never outrun an enraged specter. It seemed they needed to devise another plan. Shirley mentally reviewed the company's rules. No longer blindly fleeing, she turned back to the second floor, navigating to the middle of the corridor and casually pushing open an empty practice room. Quick, get in. Once everyone had entered, she gently closed the door behind them. Shirley turned on her phone to play music and instructed the others. Check if you have any audio of laughter or crying on your phones and play it. The three exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with realization. I have it. Chun Nai eagerly rummaged through her phone. Only the state could utilize precious communication resources within the realm of urban legends to contact them. They had no way to reach the outside world via their phones. However, the four were avid 5G surfers and rarely cleaned their memory, so their phones inevitably contain a hodgepodge of audio materials. Chun Nai quickly found a laughter audio frequently mocked for its unpleasantness. The heart-wrenching laughter familiar to the audience in Huagua erupted. Pei Wangxing retrieved a long-forgotten video of Gan Zhuyue, drunkenly crying in a nightclub, imagining herself as a pitiful girl betrayed by love. Gan Zhuyue's face darkened. You still kept that? Pei Wangxing shot her a triumphant glance. It's all I have. If you want to live, stop complaining. Gan Zhuyue held her tongue. The Huagua audience was on edge, like ants on a hot stove. Wait, why did it stop? Run already. Why are you playing short videos at a time like this? You're courting death while I'm trying to survive. Is this the final frenzy before realizing they can't outrun the pen spirit? If you're not going to run, at least lock the door. Locking the door won't help. They've already violated the pen spirit game rules, and it can now freely enter and kill the chosen ones. It's over. The pen spirit is coming up. I can't bear to watch. Bang. The door of the practice room near the stairwell was pushed open. Bang, bang, bang. Several practice room doors were thrown open in succession. Shirley heard the howling wind in the corridor and raised her hand for silence. They all pressed their hands tightly over their mouths. They turned the music volume up to the maximum, placing the phone face down on the floor to prevent the faint glow from illuminating the room. The four stood pressed against the wall beside the door. From the audience's omniscient viewpoint, they saw a vivid red figure drifting near the hiding place of the Huagua chosen ones. Its speed was remarkable as it walked on tiptoe, barely making contact with the carpet. After they threw down the pen and fled, the pen spirit's form became increasingly solid, indicating its capacity for tangible attacks against humans. The pen spirit's body elongated, nearly reaching the ceiling, with a long, slender neck bearing a dark, bruised mark. Each time it passed by the rooms on either side, its neck would stretch like rubber, probing inside to search, The strands of its hair brushed against anything, instantly shattering, as if treating the equipment as Shirley's head. Soon, it arrived at the door where Shirley and the others were hiding. The audience's hearts raced. If the pen spirit entered this practice room, it would discover the four concealed within. However, contrary to expectations, despite the door being unlocked, the pen spirit hesitated at the threshold, not entering. That blood-red figure lingered at the door for half a minute, leaning against the thin door to eavesdrop, but finding nothing unusual. It turned and floated toward a further practice room. After searching this floor, it drifted upward. What's going on? Yeah. Why did the pen spirit leave? Is there a class representative? Where's my gold medal commentator? I think I understand. The rules we previously obtained mentioned that rooms with these sounds are extremely dangerous and should not be entered. The practice rooms that made similar noises quieted down after Shirley and her group passed, likely intending to lure humans inside. Did you notice? When a mirror ghost killed, the red-clad ghost didn't enter. And when the red-clad ghost killed, the mirror ghost was also absent, indicating that while they exist in the same urban legend, the strange entities do not interfere with one another. Thus, Shirley created similar noises to mislead the pen spirit into thinking was another entity's territory. Entering would be perceived as a provocation. Oh wow, so that's it. Master, I've comprehended. Countering the strange with the strange. How clever of Shirley to think of this method so quickly. Once the pen spirit departed, the group looked at their phones again. The battery was already in the red, depleting much faster than usual. In just a few minutes, everyone's phones had dropped to 10. This meant that such a cheat could only be utilized once. Shirley remarked, the pen spirit is now heading upstairs. At its speed, it can search an entire floor in just 5 minutes. From the 3rd to the 12th floor, that's a total of 10 floors, equating to 50 minutes. We must act swiftly. This is our final deadline for gathering evidence. If the pen spirit reacts midway, we'll have even less time. Time was of the essence. Moving together didn't seem appropriate anymore. Shirley declared, from now on, we split up. Pei Wangxing would go to the power distribution room to check the circuits and turn on the main switch. Chun Nai and Jiwei would pair up to search the document room for all materials from 2005, 2010, and 2016. The document room housed the company's news reports over the years, both favorable and unfavorable, as they had a habit of archiving all reports. Such a place was likely to hold new rules. Chun Nai's ability was to identify erroneous rules, while Gan Jiu's talent was to control the supernatural for 3 seconds. These two were well suited to navigate the lower path. The company building was plunged into darkness, enveloped in an oppressive silence. In the document room, Chun Nai and the others required ample illumination, yet their mobile phones lacked sufficient battery power to activate the flashlights. Pei Wangxing, with her versatile talent for both offense and defense, was ideally suited for the solo jungle mission, making her the perfect candidate to handle the task of switching on the power supply. When asked, what about you? She replied, I will head to the president's office. Shirley intended to politely peruse the president's computer, hoping for unexpected revelations. The power distribution room was located in the basement, necessitating Pei Wangxing's return to the lower level. The document room was situated on the 4th floor, where Chun Nai and Gan Jiuwei awaited the arrival of the spirit of the pen. Only after Pei Wangxing activated the power supply could they better investigate the truths of the past. However, once the entire building was electrified, the vigilant spirit of the pen will be the first to sense any anomalies and rush to the scene. Chapter 17. The fight. This truly is a contest against death itself. The decision to have Haruna and Gan Jiuwei undertake this mission together was rooted in a pivotal reason. Haruna had previously spent a period nurturing a gaming account for profit. While others struggled to achieve their goals, she consistently drew the coveted cards from the chaotic mix, earning her the title of Lucky One in the dormitory. Sending Haruna to gather information should save them some time. Remember to verify the room name before entering, Shirley reminded. The others, initially perplexed, quickly grasped the implication. After assigning the tasks, they dispersed to carry out their respective missions. Whether it was the solitary Pei Wangxing or the duo heading to the document room, none complained about the difficulty of their assignments. Given their understanding of Shirley, they recognized that the tasks allocated to each individual were indeed the optimal solutions. Moreover, everyone was determined to perform well, unwilling to appear inferior to their peers. This was no longer merely a matter of pride. It was akin to facing public execution in front of the entire human race. Shirley mentally mapped her route, familiarizing herself with the layout of the CJ building, a significant advantage in this eerie tale. Yet, in the highly competitive national battlefield, there were no restrictions, suggesting a hidden treachery. Earlier, Shirley had heard music emanating from the practice room, a popular song from over a decade ago, a tune that few of the post-2000 generation would recognize, let alone be played by the trendy K-pop trainees. This could only imply that the timeline within the CJ building had begun to warp and distort as the pollution intensified. Scenes from years past were being replayed, with time and space intertwined, turning their advantages into a double-edged sword. In the Lighthouse Kingdom's live stream, for tall and imposing artists also set off on their separate paths. With superior physical prowess, they moved swiftly and efficiently. According to the company's layout map displayed on the wall of the first-floor lobby, Ryan, having successfully reached the document room on the fourth floor, was rummaging through files when he suddenly realized the door had transformed into a flat wall. Alarmed, he rushed over to inspect, only to hear the dull thud of cement where the door should have been. "Is anyone there? Damn it, Chopin, help me." He called out to his teammates outside, but received no response. Meanwhile, the lookout, Chopin, was equally bewildered, staring at what should have been the door, now a solid cement wall, marred by the passage of time. Ryan had been sealed within the wall. Unbeknownst to Shirley, chaos unfolded in other live streams. Upon reaching the seventh floor, she was suddenly greeted by the familiar strains of music coming from a nearby room, intermingled with muffled sobs and vulgarities. "Oh, look at that pitiful display. Ugh, seeing such a wretched face makes me nauseous. How did I end up in the same company as this shabby woman, clad in outdated clothes?" Shirley paused momentarily. "Run. The ghost in the practice room is back. The chosen ones from other live streams are experiencing it firsthand. Sisterly, hurry, don't look. Curiosity kills the cat." As the chosen ones from various nations traversed past the first practice room, they soon found themselves in similar predicaments. From the initially faint sounds nearly drowned out by the music, the voices grew increasingly discernible, suggesting that the individuals inside were drawing nearer to the door. The frequency of music emanating from the rooms flanking the corridor intensified, enveloping them as if in a trap. Most of the chosen ones were preoccupied with fleeing. Even when they recognized the danger, they had no time to react, merely gritting their teeth and quickening their pace, until a chilling giggle pierced the silence. The last chosen one, startled, turned to find the practice rooms had inexplicably closed in around him, the corridor that once comfortably accommodated three now nearly brushing against his shoulders. In the profound silence, his heartbeat thundered. Suddenly, the doors on either side swung open simultaneously, revealing pitch darkness within, concealing whatever horrors lay in wait. Before the chosen one could react, a hand shot out from the shadows, seizing his arm, and the door slammed shut with a deafening thud. The screams from within transformed into the voice of the chosen one. This scene unfolded not just in one live stream. Witnessing this, the strategy teams and analysts from various nations immediately realized that their previously established rules were erroneous. However, with their sole communication opportunity exhausted, it was too late to warn the chosen ones trapped in this terrifying national battlefield. Returning to the Huagua live stream, faced with the grim lessons of the past, Shirley surprisingly turned back, approaching the practice room from which the sounds emanated. This action sent a wave of panic through the Huagua audience, who envisioned her impending fate. The Huagua officials had also exhausted their opportunity to issue a warning. Xiao Xiao exchanged anxious glances with her colleagues and subordinates, maintaining a facade of calm while internally reassuring herself to trust Shirley and their chosen one. Meanwhile, Shirley glanced at the indicator light on the door, took a step back, and charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the fragile door. The darkness revealed shadowy figures standing within, and a voice from the forefront warned, "Who's there?" Shirley illuminated the room with her phone-s screen, revealing 3 men and 2 women, along with a frail figure leaning against a mirror in the corner. All were clad in designer attire, albeit styles from over a decade ago. As if aware of their dubious actions, none wore the company's trainee name tags. Without proof of their status as seniors, Shirley felt no compulsion to adhere to the second rule. When encountering seniors in the company, please stop, bow your head, and allow them to pass. Before Shirley could utter a word, they aggressively confronted her. Do you know who we are? You self-righteous fool. Do you want to play the hero like those absurd superheroes in dramas? You'll learn that meddling comes with a price. With that, one of them swung a fist toward her face, creating a rush of wind. Shirley extinguished her phone's light, plunging the room into darkness. The practice room's green light indicated occupancy, suggesting a recreation of a scene from years past. If they were not ghosts, there was nothing to fear. With the light extinguished, visibility vanished for all. Shirley's night vision, enhanced after her wish, remained unaffected by the enveloping darkness. She deftly evaded the incoming punch, grasped the assailant's shoulder, and delivered a sharp knee strike to the abdomen. A piercing scream echoed, akin to a slaughtered pig. A flash of silver whizzed past her face, nearly grazing her eyes. Shirley retreated a half step and delivered a powerful kick to the man's groin. The man stumbled backward, inadvertently stepping on the hand of a crumpled companion on the floor, continuing to scream. The weapon in his grasp clattered to the ground. Shirley swiftly stepped on the weapon, kicking it into the corner. What she was unskilled in wielding could easily become a source of self-injury. Chapter 18. 3 types of rooms with a swift motion. She executed a backspin kick that struck her opponent squarely on the jaw. Advancing with agility, she aimed a powerful uppercut at the area just below the opponent's abdomen, forcefully grinding the sole of her shoe against the floor. One should never underestimate the strength of a dancer's legs. In a matter of moments, she dispatched her adversaries with remarkable efficiency, her movements crisp and decisive, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattered cartilage. The audience in Huagua was left in a state of shock, feeling a chill run down their spines. This fighting style was undeniably ruthless, targeting her foes with unrelenting ferocity. Suddenly, the entire building was illuminated as power was restored. The viewers were startled to discover that the individuals on the ground were faces they recognized all too well. Among them, a solo female singer from the entertainment industry of Goryeo, and a renowned male actor who had successfully transitioned into a different realm of performance. However, these familiar faces appeared significantly younger and more innocent than they remembered. The female trainee had barely any uninjured skin left exposed. Her body bore numerous cuts, both deep and shallow, stained with blood. The weapon that had previously been kicked into the corner by Shirley was revealed to be a rusty pair of scissors, still bearing traces of dry blood. Some of her wounds were grotesquely gaping, with a curling iron attached to the socket, aligning with her injuries. Those investigating CJ Entertainment immediately recognized this as the missing trainee who had vanished just before her debut, donning the very outfit she wore on the night she disappeared. The agonizing cries echoed through the space, yet Shirley remained standing, seemingly unfazed. The least injured man fixed his gaze upon her, demanding, "Who are you?" "I am your ancestor." Shirley retorted with a mocking lift of her chin, her eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss. The man instinctively averted his gaze, unable to meet her stare. The streaming platforms across various nations erupted in chaos. Did I see that correctly? Park Sang-kyung, Choi Hong-min, Nam Eun. Weren't fans lamenting about Park Sang-kyung's struggles before debuting, saying she couldn't even afford coffee or kimbap, but managed to wear designer brands? I recall Park Sang-kyung's brother, Park Sang-min, was the leading man at CJ Entertainment, the face of Goryeo's promotional campaigns. This is outrageous. Choi Hong-min's new drama about revenge against bullies is currently airing. Yet he himself is revealed to be one of them. I refuse to believe it. My brother could never be this kind of person. I remember years ago, there were reports of Park Sang-kyung bullying her classmates, which she vehemently denied and even filed a lawsuit over. Is it really true? This guy bullied trainees in the company too? So, the music concealed not rehearsal but bullying. Rusty scissors, a scorching, curling iron. How depraved human nature can be. Quick, check the trending topics. Choi Hong-min collapsed suddenly while attending a show abroad, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Urgently rushed to the hospital. Is it true that everything experienced in our nightmares manifests back into reality? In this moment, all the world's villains fell silent. Viewers began to extract and compare screenshots from multiple streaming rooms, revealing a significant difference: the color of the indicator lights on the doors. The room Shirley had previously avoided was marked with a red indicator, signifying it was unoccupied, while the others encountered rooms marked with green, indicating occupancy. According to company rule number 6, if you hear music, laughter, or cries coming from other rooms, please do not knock or disturb. There are people rehearsing inside. This rule was far from comprehensive. In reality, the chosen ones needed to differentiate between 3 types of scenarios. The first was a room genuinely occupied by rehearsals, where any interruption would violate the rules. Such rooms bore a green mark and would not emit sounds of crying. The second type concealed bullying under the guise of rehearsal, also marked in green, but would produce sounds of laughter and crying, requiring intervention from the chosen ones. The final type was a sinister trap designed to lure the chosen ones, devoid of any living souls, hence marked in red. This type of room must be avoided at all costs. If the chosen ones failed to enter and halt the ongoing bullying, the trainees who perished from the abuse would haunt them, dragging them into that room to relive their tragic fates. In the darkness of the building, even those with a God's eye view found it challenging to discern the colors, let alone the chosen ones fleeing within. As the online analysis gained traction, the audience could not help but exclaim in disbelief. This 1-star rating must indeed serve as a chilling warning to all of humanity in Blue Star. Shirley approached the female trainee, reassuring her it's all right now. The girl attempted to rise several times before finally managing to stand. She looked down, using her hair to conceal her scarred face, which bore a haunting resemblance to the grotesque visage reflected in the mirror, the true identity of the mirror ghost. Do you have the means to return home? Shirley inquired. The girl lowered her head, shaking it in denial. Turning away, Shirley approached the others, and under their menacing stares, she collected all the money from them and handed it over to the girl to seek medical attention and arrange a ride home. As Shirley prepared to leave, the girl limped after her, her voice barely above a whisper. They took naked photos of me, threatening to send them to the press if I didn't comply, preventing me from debuting. She had come to the company late at night, believing she could endure the pain and humiliation once more to attain a fleeting sense of stability. Little did she know, this time death awaited her. Endless forbearance would only invite further torment. Her voice trembled as she continued. They have powerful connections. I don't know how I offended them. What can I do? I need a debut. I want to provide a better life for my grandparents. Shirley remained silent, fully aware that she could not change the girl's mindset with mere words. The obsession had seeped into her very marrow and soul. The hierarchy in Goryeo is rigid. Age, tenure, appearance, nationality, and skin color can all serve as excuses for bullying. This is why so many artists have been exposed for their abusive behavior, and countless works on the same theme have been produced. Goryeo dares to depict anything, yet fails to instigate any real change. Their Workplace Bullying Prohibition Act has been in effect for so long, yet still, 40% of people remain ignorant of this law. What good is it? I recall a news story about Goryeo people encountering racial discrimination abroad. They were so frightened they could not speak, while Goryeo individuals cursed loudly, and Hwagwa people stepped in, delivering a swift kick. Chapter 19. 2 figures approached the elevator, one following closely behind the other. A breath escaped the latter, revealing a striking black and white eye amidst disheveled hair. Glancing at her with a hint of anticipation. Shall we go together? Shirley gently shook her head, deliberately stating, No, I have a matter to attend to. I need to visit the president's office on the 12th floor. The 12th floor? The other person's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. But the president's office is on the 13th floor, room 1316. The door lock code is the president's wife's birthday. That has common knowledge throughout the company. As Shirley observed, the moment the words left the other's lips, the elevator's button panel slowly illuminated with the number 13. Company Rule, Article 5. Please remember, the company has only 12 floors above ground and 1 below, totaling 13 floors. There is no 14th floor. Since her entry into the company, Shirley had never heard of 13th floor. The elevator panel bore no such button. Veteran employees whispered in hushed tones. claiming the president had an aversion to the number 13, associating it with evil and malevolence. Thus, the 12th and 13th floors were merged into one. Shirley only knew that the president's office was located at the top of the building, but the internal structure of the company was far more intricate than it appeared. The chosen ones halted the bullying within the company, gaining clues about the 14th floor from NPCs. The company was originally meant to have 14 floors, but due to certain circumstances, it had vanished over the years, only surfacing at specific moments, when the involved NPCs mentioned the lost 14th floor once more. Now that the power had been restored, the elevator was operational again. The elevator had yet to reach this floor when Shirley could already hear the chilling howls of a murderous wind and the dull thuds of colliding objects. The spirit was in hot pursuit, akin to a cunning cat adorned with jangling bells, mockingly alerting its prey that death was imminent. Shirley immediately pressed the button for the 12th floor. As the female trainee stepped inside, Shirley refrained from following, swiftly turning back to retreat into the practice room from which she had just come. The bullies still lay sprawled on the floor, cursing and groaning while dialing for help. They seemed utterly unprepared for Shirley's unexpected return, dropping their phones in fear, the screens filled with missed calls. Shirley picked up a phone, removed the battery, and unceremoniously tossed it out the window, raising her hand to mime a zipper motion across her lips. Her sinister gaze swept over their vulnerable forms, leaving them too frightened to protest, shrinking back like startled quails. Those who thrived on bullying understood the dynamics of power well. Only someone fiercer than them could render them truly docile. Upon hearing the elevator's sound, the spirit lunged forward. Yet, the elevator doors closed with swiftness, sealing it outside in an instant. The howling winds raged at the elevator's entrance for 2 to 3 minutes. This time, the spirit did not flee immediately, but remained to eavesdrop on the elevator's movements, confirming its destination before gliding into the stairwell. Once Shirley stepped out of the room, all other floor buttons illuminated. The walls and metal panels bore scars of wind blades cut deep into them. Had she lingered there, she would have undoubtedly been reduced to mere fragments. Shirley hurried upstairs, seeking refuge as sounds approached, mentally counting room numbers until she finally found 1316. The gleaming metal plaque labeled President's Office caught her eye, the lock advanced and luxurious. Just as her hand neared the lock, ready to input the code, a sudden thought struck her. She raised her gaze to confirm the room number. 1316 indeed, she whispered to herself. But why was this door number even? All the other doors on this side bore odd numbers. Her eyes returned to the plaque, scrutinizing it closely. The final digit, 6, seemed slightly more pronounced than the preceding 3. Shirley's heart quickened. She reached out her finger and subtly adjusted the 4th digit. A faint click echoed as the number changed from 6 to 9. The room number transformed from 1316 to 1319. In that instant, Shirley felt a chill emanate from behind the door, a cold malice reminiscent of a prey escaping at the last moment. Company Rule, Article 4. The internal atmosphere of the company is harmonious, with mutual aid. You may fully trust what others relay. Shirley stepped back, recalling the female trainee's words. The president's office is on the 13th floor, room 1316. The lock code is the president's wife's birthday. Everyone knows. Only the first half of that statement was true. The president's office was indeed on the 13th floor. CJ Company had once dominated the entertainment industry in Goryeo, rife with entangled interests and power struggles. Would a leader so astute easily divulge the office's code to employees? Those who lack something often flaunt it the most. Shirley was more inclined to believe that the president, having crafted numerous national superstars over decades, was adept at projecting an image of familial devotion and deep marital affection. This office was likely a mere facade to deceive the outside world. Inside, it contained neither crucial information or secrets, but rather an array of surveillance alarms. Only moments ago, a spark of realization illuminated Shirley's mind, revealing the source of her lingering discomfort. The poor trainee, bullied to death, had not dared to retaliate against her tormentors, but instead directed her wrath toward those who failed to intervene. If such were her nature, would the temporarily rescued trainee truly be grateful to Shirley? Or would she wonder why she, of all people, had been victimized? Why were others so fortunate? It was so profoundly unjust. Death, they all deserve to die. All of them should perish. In a realm of strange tales, Shirley nearly allowed her fleeting sympathy to cloud her judgment. She must remember that the obsession that leads to becoming a ghost story is, in essence, a descent into the abyss of sin. The female trainee, constrained by rules, could not directly harm those who had aided her, so she conveyed fatal misinformation. Having unraveled this truth, Shirley resolutely turned around. Across the corridor lay room 1319. There were no signs to alert her, but upon closer inspection, the last digit on the plaque bore subtle signs of protrusion. Indeed, the unassuming room 1319 was the true room 1316, with its final digit inverted. Chapter 20. Public whistleblower website life and death are separated by a mere thread, gazing at each other from a distance. Perhaps it is the disdain and manipulation of the powerful, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Shirley inhaled deeply and exhaled, raising her delicate, fair wrist to dial the final digit back to 6. Click. The door lock responded with a click, and Shirley smoothly slipped inside. Inside, room 1316 appeared far more chaotic than it seemed from the outside, resembling a disorganized storage space cluttered with expired beverages and instant noodles. The air was thick with a musty scent of mold and the odor of dust. Anyone who unwittingly ventured in would likely recoil in disgust, muttering about the dubious nature of the proprietor. In the corner, an old, bulky computer quietly sat atop a desk, with a silver safe tucked beneath it. 3 sets of passwords, each consisting of 2 digits. Shirley understood the mechanics of such a safe. 3 consecutive incorrect attempts would trigger an alarm. Her hand rested on the mechanical dial of the safe, her brow furrowing in contemplation. What could the password be? She promptly ruled out her wife's birthday, dismissing the notion. Such a person only loved herself. Her gaze wandered aimlessly around the room before returning to the antiquated computer, which appeared so decrepit that it seemed unworthy of salvage. She rummaged through the room, uncovering no clues regarding the password. Yet she managed to gather all the necessary connection cables and plug them into the appropriate ports on the CPU. The computer was not entirely beyond repair. Taking its time to boot up, as Shirley's eyes narrowed in focus, the computer eventually reached the main interface, which abruptly redirected her to a web page. Thank you for using the public whistleblower website. Before submitting this report, please answer the following questions. Question 1. Please briefly describe the cause of death of the female celebrity. Question 2. Has the female trainee died? Who is the murderer responsible for her death? Where is her body hidden? Question 3. What exactly caused the death of the male trainee? The 3 questions loomed ominously, although Shirley had a vague inkling. The lives of 4 individuals were at stake, and she dared not respond without further evidence. She attempted to exit the webpage, but the computer froze on the site. Meanwhile, Chun Nai and Gon Zhou Yu stealthily navigated their way, evading a direct encounter with the pen spirit, cautiously arriving at the 4th floor. They halted before the document room, uncertain of when the pen spirit might pursue them. An impulse to rush in and uncover clues surged within them, but recalling Shirley's words before their separation, they suppressed their eagerness and raised their heads to examine the door sign. There was no sign, nothing at all. The reality was like a bucket of cold water dousing their hopes. They could not help but lower their heads. The document room, which had just been within sight, had vanished in an instant, revealing instead a solid concrete wall. Hiss! Hiss! They gasped in shock. Had they not seen clearly and rashly entered moments before, they might have found themselves trapped indefinitely. Shaken, Gon Zhou Yu and Chun Nai grasped each other's hands and walked another 5 or 6 meters before locating a document room with a sign. The sign was a faded green, bearing the marks of time. Chun Nai approached and knocked on the door, but no sound emerged from within. She grasped the doorknob and tentatively pressed down. It was unlocked. This only heightened their anxiety. They feared that opening the door might lead them directly into danger. Gon Zhou Yu's keen eyes scanned the surroundings and noticed remnants of adhesive on the deep green door panel, indicating that something had once been affixed there. They split up to search the area around the document room. Chun Nai, holding back her nausea, rummaged through a trash can overflowing with foul-smelling refuse in the corridor and retrieved a crumpled A4 sheet. Document room rules 1. Unauthorized individuals or those lacking approval from personnel of the director's rank or higher are prohibited from entering the archive room. 2. No paper documents may be removed from the document room. 3. No one may remain in the document room for more than half an hour. 4. The entrance of flammable, explosive, sharp objects, or any food and drink into the document room is strictly forbidden. 5. Please maintain necessary silence while in the document room. Running, playing, or shouting is not allowed. 6. Remember the original number of individuals present in the document room. If any extra individuals are discovered, promptly inform the document management personnel. 7. If any documents are found to be contaminated or damaged, notify the document administrator immediately. 7 rules in total, each appearing to align with the logic of a reasonable person. Chun-Nai closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and mentally repeated, I must evaluate these rules. I must determine the rules. Hello? Are you there? Can you hear me? No response came. As her breath sank too low, she inadvertently let out a burp. Are you capable of this? Ganzhou Yu urged anxiously. Ears perked to catch any sound around them. Why the rush? If you can do it, then you do it. Can't you give a newcomer some time to familiarize herself with the skills? Chun-Nai retorted, irritated. It's easy for you to say. I don't have any command passwords like you all do. Frantically, she attempted several methods, her forehead beginning to sweat. She replayed the rules in her mind over and over again, nearly memorizing them. At that moment, a notification chimed in her mind. Determination successful. The 3rd rule is incorrect. Determination successful. The 7th rule is incorrect. The alert sounded twice. In such a critical location, only 2 rules were found to be flawed. Chun-Nai instinctively felt skeptical, yet faced with the evidence, she immediately relayed the determination results to Ganzhou Yu. The 7th rule being erroneous implied that if they discovered any damage to the documents and informed the document administrator, the latter might deny responsibility and insist that they were the ones who caused the damage. The 3rd rule, concerning time, posed an even greater dilemma. Should they remain for more than half an hour, or would a shorter duration suffice? 20 minutes? Or merely 10? The 2 engaged in a brainstorming session, unable to decipher the correct rules. Ganzhou Yu pondered over the 1st rule, realizing they could not provide proof of approval from the director. They could not even enter the room, let alone determine how long they could stay. Could one of them lure the document administrator while the other sneaks in? Ganzhou Yu's frustration began to surface. Chun-Nai shrugged. Unfortunately, that won't work. My instincts tell me that rule is sound. The document administrator deliberately concealed the original rules affixed to the door, anticipating that they would disregard the regulations and barge in. They exchanged glances in silence. Human nature tends toward inertia. It is easy to fall from frugality into extravagance, but difficult to return. When Shirley was present, they needed only to follow her lead, which inevitably led to some intellectual laziness. However, they could not afford to waste time. With Shirley absent, they had to analyze the situation independently. This was a battlefield for idols, and they would eventually have to adapt quickly to their roles. Ganzhou Yu found herself biting her nails, a habit she resorted to when scheming. Her lively eyes darted around, and she stealthily pulled Chun-Nai away to a corner out of the reach of the surveillance cameras. Chapter 21. Evidence collection in the document room. With a grand gesture, Ganzhou Yu opened the chat application and located the profile picture of Chairman Jin and Shuo. The image depicted a family portrait featuring a balding man with a sharp face, alongside a woman in traditional attire cradling a plump child. Chun-Nai remarked, "You still have this scoundrel saved?" This Chairman Jin was known for exploiting his position to take advantage of female interns, and she had long deemed him as toxic waste to be purged from her contacts. "Young lady, you may not understand how significant it is to have a superior as despicable as that in the list," Ganzhou Yu retorted, casting a sidelong glance at her. The saying goes, a broom covered in filth is akin to the presence of elbow. With a huff, she continued, "This is a document room from over a decade ago. The NPCs surely know nothing of modern PS technology. Let us proceed." Ganzhou Yu captured a blank chat screenshot and opened an array of photo editing applications on her phone, beginning to overlay text and timestamps. "Chairman Jin, please go to the document room and find an important document for me. I need it for a meeting in 2 hours." Reply, understood. Should I prepare a paper approval for you now? The chat time was set to half an hour ago, and no further replies were expected from the other side. After all, the employees managing the document room likely had no way to contact Chairman Jean and Shuo at that moment, so Ganjoiwe felt secure in her deception. The execution of this scheme was seamless, leaving Chun Nai in awe. You clearly must have been a habitual offender during your school days, altering exam scores and excuse notes. Few would dare to brazenly deceive NPCs with photo edits. Chun Nai suddenly felt that the reviews of horror games weren't entirely unfounded. Someone like Ganjoiwe indeed resembled the damp and shadowy figures lurking in romance novels, seemingly innocent yet harboring sinister intentions beneath a facade of purity. Ganjoiwe rolled her eyes, exasperated. Don't think I didn't catch that subtle jab. You're a sly one. After finishing the editing, she noticed her phone battery plummeting below 5. The two of them scrutinized the image, finding no trace of manipulation. They returned to the entrance of the document room, where Chun Nai cautiously cracked the door open, and Ganjoiwe bent down to place her phone on the ground and gently nudged it inside. The ink-like darkness swallowed the phone's light. Through the narrow crack, nothing was visible. Ganjoiwe peered inside furtively and expressed her concerns to Chun Nai. The chairman is currently in a meeting, and without a formal approval, what if we're denied entry? If we delay an important meeting for him, we'll surely face the consequences. Chun Nai paced anxiously. What do we do? Given the chairman's temperament, we want to be expelled from the company, will we? Their conversation was punctuated by the oppressive silence from within the room, devoid of any breath or sound. After a moment, a hoarse voice, reminiscent of a broken bellows, emanated from the room. Come in. Both girls sighed in relief simultaneously. They had managed to slip through unnoticed. The seventh rule suggested that the document administrator was naturally timid, particularly in the presence of the chairman, known for his poor character and harshness towards employees, making it likely they would be granted entry. The document room was modest in size, approximately 14 to 15 square meters, filled with towering bookshelves and several freestanding racks in the center, all brimming with various newspapers and magazines related to CJ Company and its artists. Near the door, behind a desk, sat a man in a deep blue uniform on a chair covered in red mesh fabric. His age was indiscernible, his exposed skin obscured by coarse stubble. Devoid of eyes, nose, or mouth. From the front, he appeared as a hair-covered mass of flesh. Startled by this visage, Ganjoiwe gasped, her nails digging into her palm to suppress a scream. Chun Nai's view was blocked, leaving her only aware of the man's shoulders. Hastily, Ganjoiwe averted her gaze, focusing instead on the surface of the desk. The administrator's pale hands pressed down upon a ledger. We should record our visit. Ganjoiwe exhaled a breath of anxiety, pinching her palm again before donning a gentle smile. We lack formal approval, so documenting this might help clarify our presence later. Nai, you go find the materials the chairman requested, and I will handle the registration. She gestured for her companion to proceed. Chun Nai acknowledged and swiftly moved to the bookshelf to begin her search. The document administrator's shadowy face scrutinized Ganjoiwe for several seconds before lifting his pale hand to reveal the ledger beneath. His hair-covered head presented an unsettling sight. Ganjoiwe swiftly took the ledger, only to find its contents momentarily eclipsed her discomfort. The ledger recorded the names of individuals who had previously entered the document room, along with their entry and exit times, revealing that none had stayed longer than 15 minutes. Oh no, she thought, realizing time was now of the essence. Meanwhile, as Chun Nai approached the shelves, a foul odor assaulted her senses, reminiscent of a long-deceased rodent in a sealed space during the sweltering summer. Dazed by the stench, she shook her head to remain focused. They split their efforts, knowing that the entity known as the Pencil Spirit was likely preoccupied with other victims. Ganjoiwe, having completed her registration, joined the search party. Both girls counted the minutes in their minds. When the time was up, regardless of whether they had uncovered any clues, they would have to leave immediately. This task, seemingly straightforward, was anything but simple. The shelves were crammed with various publications from different years and media outlets. Locating anything among the chaos felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Minutes flew by, and fatigue settled in Ganjoiwe's eyes as she found nothing of worth beginning to doubt the existence of what they sought. I found it. Chun Nai's voice rang out from behind. Gan Zhouyue turned to see her companion holding a yellowed sheet of paper, her eyes wide with excitement. ISNT a coincidence? All three are right here on this shelf. Gan Zhouyue sighed. I could just kill you lucky ones. The three documents felt distinctly different in texture. The paper was somewhat resilient, with intricate patterns that evoked an involuntary sense of revulsion as her fingers brushed against its surface. The ink was a dark red, and a lingering scent of long-dormant rust wafted from the page. Gan Zhouyue had no time to scrutinize further. These items could not be removed from the document room. They needed to devise a strategy to relay this information to Shirley. At that moment, her phone buzzed. Glancing down, she saw it was Shirley. After connecting the call, a familiar, calm voice resonated through, akin to the gentle babbling of a mountain spring in summer. My battery is nearly depleted. This is my last call, and what I am about to share is crucial. I have located the president's office. The network environment here is somewhat unique, allowing for external connections. I have uncovered some critical information. We have all been deceived by it. Chapter 22, the final eerie manifestation. The words of Shirley were seemingly disrupted by an unseen force, morphing into a cacophony of static electricity. The harsh, grating noise persisted until it gradually subsided to normalcy. However, it was shortly followed by a series of resounding knocks echoing from the phone, each thud resonating deeply within the hearts of the two listeners. Quickly, destroy the documents. This is the only way to pass through. The voice on the other end urged fervently. Gan Zhouyue hesitated, casting a furtive glance at the vigilant document administrator. She whispered into the receiver, "No. The document room prohibits the entry of dangerous items, and we lack suitable tools. Moreover, the administrator is watching us. If discovered, it would be catastrophic." "Then swallow them," came the calm voice without a hint of uncertainty. "The digestion of gastric fluids takes time. It does not constitute destruction." Is that appropriate? The cost may be too great." Gan Zhouyue gasped in astonishment. "But these are not ordinary sheets of paper and ink. They are made from human skin and blood. There is no time left." The voice on the other end vibrated ominously, hinting at low battery. Shirley's tone brooked no argument. The pen spirit just ascended to the basement level. Pei Wangxing is in grave danger. As soon as the words were spoken, Chun Nai's phone displayed a notification. Airdrop complete. While Gan Zhouyue grappled with the voice on the line, Chun Nai quietly managed to complete the evidence transfer. "You do not trust me." The voice on the line softened, suddenly seeming distant and hollow, as if emanating from another realm. "Why?" Gan Zhouyue chuckled softly. "Your act is overly contrived. Company Regulation, Article 4. The company fosters a harmonious internal atmosphere. You may fully trust the words relayed by others. If Pei Wangxing outside the door could be a fabrication, who could guarantee that this Shirley in her phone was genuine? You're not Shirley at all." Upon confirming the successful transmission, Chun Nai could no longer contain herself, directly exposing the truth. "You are the last ghost who has not revealed herself." On the other end, the once familiar and melodious voice gradually morphed into a sinister male tone. "When did you discover this?" Gan Zhouyue smiled. "Those two ghosts relentlessly pursued us, yet you remained hidden. Was it a matter of choice? Or inability?" They had now confirmed that the eerie entity first seen in the mirror was the missing female trainee. The ghostly figure in red, wandering the corridor, belonged to a deceased actress. The crucial intelligence relayed by the official channels of Huagua must be meticulously unraveled to extract the hidden truths. The male trainee, who had never shown himself, succumbed to a cardiac arrest in the practice room, his final call made to his mother. His obsession lay with that unanswered phone call. Gan Zhouyue stated, "None within the building can send or receive messages, save for the delivery personnel outside CJ building, as you have been concealed within the phone all along. You have been silently observing our every move, confident in your manipulation, and witnessing our discovery of vital clues. You could no longer resist masquerading as Shirley to compel us to destroy the evidence. When you finally appeared and made this call, the communication barriers within the company would temporarily dissolve. Hence, Gan Zhouyue feigned belief in the phone ghost's words while discreetly signaling Chun Nai to hasten her efforts in photographing and sending the hard-earned evidence to Shirley. Once a person succumbs to a ghostly existence, only their hunger remains. While the truth is undeniably significant to them, the elimination of these chosen ones and the consumption of all living beings take precedence. Ganju glanced at her phone, now dwindling to a mere one battery. It was on the verge of shutting down. Document Room Regulation Article 6. Please remember the original number of individuals within the document room. If an extra person is detected, report immediately to the document management personnel. In this building, only the 4 of them were human. The regulations had long hinted at a solution to the communication dilemma. Previously, they had been unable to ascertain the location of the 3rd ghost. Now, with her phone still engaged in the call, that eerie being resided within her device. Ganju clutched her phone tightly, hastening to confront the document administrator. She placed the phone on the desk, her expression grave. I have discovered an unauthorized individual intruding the document room. Please address this matter immediately. With those words, the atmosphere within the document room grew tense. The previously concealed cracks in the walls seemed to come alive, suddenly opening wide to reveal pairs of eyeless sockets, their whites dominating, exuding a chill and terror. Ganju and Chun Nai instinctively raised their hands, covering their mouths to stifle their nausea and avoid contaminating the document room. Glares descended upon the phone, and the eyes turned a crimson hue as the document administrator roared in fury. These damned creatures. Do they want me to lose my job? Go die. His hand plunged through the phone screen, yanking hair from within, followed by a head, a body, and feet. D. The document administrator succumbed to madness, lunging from behind the desk to wrestle with the phone ghost. 15 minutes were nearly up. The two hastily signed the documents and slipped out of the document room. Meanwhile, Pei Wangxing successfully located the power distribution room and flipped the circuit breaker. She received a message from her teammates, urging her to find the female trainee's body, prompting her to return to the original practice room. This was where the mirror ghost first manifested. The humidity within the practice room made her breath labored, and beads of cold, sticky sweat crept across Pei Wangxing's skin. The floor lay in disarray. The once fresh cake had disintegrated into a nauseating stench, and the corners were overtaken by damp, mottled mold, reminiscent of dark secrets. Pei Wangxing was drawn to the mold on the wall. Its twisted shapes spread ominously, casting shadowy figures, an unsettling chill creeping up her spine. Suddenly, a wave of intense dread enveloped her. She spun around to find the mirrors had encroached upon her. The spacious practice room had shrunk to a mere 4 or 5 square meters, and the speakers on the floor activated spontaneously. The lively dance music from over a decade ago began to play. Practice Room Regulation, Article 3. When the speakers in the practice room sound, mimic the movements reflected in the mirror until the music ceases. Should there be static noises from the speakers, do not trust anything you hear. This song was too old. Pei Wangxing was unfamiliar with the dance. Yet, she noticed her reflection in the mirrors was fully immersed, dancing to the music with fervor. The opposing mirrors reflected contrasting movements. One raised a right hand, the other a left. Whichever mirror she chose to follow, she would inevitably contravene the rules of the other. The tempo quickened, as if accelerated, with the figures in the mirrors dancing frenetically, devoid of grace or rhythm, merely striving to keep pace with the music. Gazing at the grotesque choreography in the mirror, Pei Wangxing's mind buzzed. Her gaze grew hollow, and she slowly raised her hand. Her fingertips grazed the mirror. The contact was seamless, with no gap between her fingertip and the surface. It was a two-way mirror. For a fleeting moment, clarity returned to Pei Wangxing's eyes. She bit her tongue sharply, the pain jolting her numb senses back to life. With a fierce shout, she declared, "Is it just a matter of having some filthy money? Take your filthy money and get lost." Chapter 23. Perfect Completion. End when faced with life and death. Even the most cringeworthy lines could not invoke the fear of social demise. No shame could eclipse the value of her own life. These words seemed to illuminate the darkness, and Pei Wangxing's cold and rigid body gradually regained warmth, vitality surging through her limbs. The slight mental corruption was washed away. Pei Wangxing reasserted control over her body. seizing a nearby rehearsal speaker and with all her might, smashed it against the mirror. Bang! The mirror shattered, unveiling the hidden secret behind it. A concrete wall embedded with a complete female corpse. The corpse's eyes fluttered open. The entire wall melted away like solid wax. Undeterred, Pei Wangxing clenched her fists and struck the opposite mirror, her skin lacerated by the sharp shards, blood streaming down as her fist landed squarely upon the mirror specter's form. The damage was minimal, but the insult was profound. The mirror specter momentarily displayed confusion. What was happening? How could this human touch a spirit? Seizing the opportunity while it pondered the nature of existence, Pei Wangxing swiftly captured a photo of the concrete wall with her phone and fled. Misfortune compounded. In her frantic escape from the practice room, she encountered a blood-red figure rushing towards her from across the corridor. The face of the pen fairy twisted into a malevolent grin. Surrounded and with no escape, her innate skills were still on cooldown. It was over. Despair surged uncontrollably within Pei Wangxing. Was she truly to fall just before the final breakthrough? It was unbearable. In the live broadcast room of Huagua, the audience's emotions fluctuated wildly. Mental corruption. Pei Wangxing is under control. Pei Wangxing's talent can harm the uncanny. In the rules of the bizarre, both parties must adhere to the regulations. When a human triggers the uncanny's killing mechanism, they are destined to be slain by it. The uncanny meets the conditions for the chosen one to activate their talent. Thus their skills can take effect. Humans cannot attack the uncanny indefinitely. So what triggers the conditions? Dirty money. Could it be money? The bullied trainee was the precursor of the mirror ghost. She had just accepted the money from Shirley, indicating they were part of the same team, leading to the attack. Wait, the mirror ghost was unscathed. This is bad. The attributes of spirits far exceed those of humans. Her strength cannot harm the mirror ghost. No escape. The pen fairy is closing in. No. In room 1316 of the CJ building, Shirley sat before her computer. From the photos transmitted by Gon Joiwe and her companions, she discovered that the codes of the 3 documents were all 2-digit numbers. Aligning the numbers in order of the event's occurrence, she turned the safe's combination. Click. The code was correct. Inside the safe lay not only numerous unseemly photographs of different faces, but also pictures of the CJ company's president with various celebrities from Korea, including the then-president and a familiar face to Shirley. Her phone vibrated. Looking down, she saw a low battery warning. Just before the shutdown, a message popped up. Star wants to share a photo. She caught the last message that appeared on the screen, the gray, lifeless face from the concrete wall. The photographer was now mere inches away. The evidence was irrefutable. The truth was laid bare. Shirley organized everything and sent it out. The computer remained on that rudimentary web page. Thank you for using the public reporting website. Before submitting this report, please answer the following questions. Question 1. Please summarize the cause of the female star's death. Shirley replied. The female star was manipulated by her company for years, forced to provide sexual services to clients, subjected to inhumane torment, and recorded in compromising photographs. Knowing that escape was impossible, she succumbed to despair and took her own life. Question 2. Has the female trainee died? Who is responsible for her death? Where's her body hidden? Shirley's fingers danced across the keyboard. The female trainee suffered relentless bullying and was threatened upon her disappearance, leading to her demise during a bullying incident. The culprits, after discussion among their powerful families and company higher-ups, concealed her body within the concrete wall behind the mirror in the basement rehearsal room. Question 3. What was the cause of the male trainee's death? What was the cause of death? Shirley pondered briefly. The male trainee's death was not a simple case of sudden cardiac arrest. Such an affliction occurs too swiftly for one to react in time to call for help. This was no accident. It was murder. He likely overheard something sinister in the company late at night. A secret worth killing a trainee to cover up, coupled with the photographs in the safe. Shirley responded. The male trainee was rehearsing late at night when he inadvertently learned of a malevolent plan involving the Psychic Association and the CJ president, implicating the then-president. He was discovered, attempted to flee while making a call, and was subsequently silenced and moved to the rehearsal room, disguised as a medical emergency. She clicked send. In the basement corridor, Pei Wangxing's pupils constricted as the pen fairy's face loomed closer. its crimson claws piercing through her skin. Thud! She distinctly heard the sound of flesh being pierced. The shadow of death descended. A green checkmark appeared on the computer screen. Submission successful. In the deep and silent corridor, Pei Wangxing stared in disbelief at the pen fairy, which resembled a fragile sand painting, dissipating with the slightest breeze. Ding dong! Congratulations to the female idol group Monster Recycling Station, representing Huagua, for successfully completing the horror instance. Rehearsal Room Terror. This exploration achieved 100 completion, and the final rating is SSS level. Congratulations on achieving perfect completion. Now distributing completion rewards. The national defense strength of Huagua increased by 10%. Viewers worldwide and the chosen ones awaiting death in the instance were graced with a voice that pierced through the darkness. Is it over? They survived? The voice continued. CJ Entertainment has been fully unlocked and is now integrated into the horror map, serving as the primary venue for artists' future activities. Beep, beep, beep. Please proceed to the company entrance as soon as possible. Surviving artists. Your agents are waiting for you. Chapter 24. The first encounter with the agent Shirley and her companions gathered in front of the company building. The three had arrived early, but after a while, Pei Wangxing appeared, looking pale and disheveled, with bloodstains marring her clothing, swaying unsteadily as she walked. Shirley gasped. Goodness, Pei Jia, are you all right? Pei Wangxing, clutching her chest, spoke weakly. Come help me. My legs feel a bit wobbly. Recalling the harrowing encounter moments ago, she felt a chill run down her spine as she remembered the near-mortal peril she had faced. At such a tender age, she had endured far more than anyone should have to bear. The others rushed to support her, checking the extent of her injuries. Fortunately, the damage was not severe. After the bizarre ordeal, all wounds and ailments would heal automatically, an odd mercy. Yet, seeing the usually resilient Pei Wangxing in such a state prompted even the typically aloof Ganzhouiwe to express concern. The rain had poured relentlessly through the night, but now it had ceased, and dawn was approaching. Perhaps the sun had already risen, yet the world remained shrouded in a dismal silence. The fog-laden streets devoid of any human presence or passing taxis. The flora in the green belts withered alone, while the trees lining the streets stood silently, wilting into lifelessness. They beheld a world devoid of vitality, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic landscape. Though the rain had stopped, the ground remained damp and pockmarked, marred by the corrosive effects of acid rain. Shirley and her friends soon spotted the waiting van at the entrance, a hint of relief washing over their faces. Two vehicles were parked in front of the company, a black one and a white one. Both were spacious MPVs, their sleek, matte finishes gleaming in the dim light. Positioned on either side of the entrance, a petite girl, just over 5 feet tall, stood in front of the white van. Her fair complexion and charming features brightened as she spotted the weary group, and she waved cheerfully. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm your new agent, Maya. Oh dear, you must be exhausted from the all-night rehearsal. There's hot water and snacks on the van. Please hop in. As she opened the door, the interior revealed a luxurious and comfortable environment, stocked with an array of beverages and an assortment of snacks. Outside, the cold air nipped at them, and with their stomachs empty from a night of intense focus, they couldn't resist salivating at the sight of their favorite treats. The other vehicle, the black one, stood silently, its passenger window lowered just enough to reveal a shadowy figure inside. A long, skeletal hand emerged from the darkness, pale as paper, a color that seemed devoid of life. Surely, we aren't being asked to choose the right vehicle? Pei Wangxing clutched her chest, her expression growing numb. She had expected a brief respite after completing the harrowing challenge, but the unsettling feeling lingered. Shirley surveyed both vehicles before shaking her head. They were mere mortals, their stamina finite. If it had chosen to transform Blue Star into an entertainment center horror playground rather than a hellscape, it was likely to witness humanity's struggle for survival against its twisted machinations. They were probably just meant to select their preferred agent. Yet, like the choices presented in a game, every decision would inevitably shape their future as artists. One agent was nurturing, accommodating, and amiable. The other, a reticent man who seemed reluctant to even leave his vehicle. It was clear which choice would be made. However, contrary to expectations, Shirley walked straight to the black van, raised her delicate wrist, and tapped on the passenger window. "Hello, what should I call you?" The window descended slowly, revealing a tall figure clad in a double-breasted dark gray coat, his long legs accentuating his stature. His mid-length black hair curled slightly as it cascaded over his collarbone. The owner of the hand possessed a strikingly handsome face, yet his pallor gave him an otherworldly appearance, contrasting starkly with his dark hair and eyes, like a vampire seated in an opulent black coffin, both striking and sinister. The handsome man smiled, his voice a deep, resonant timbre that flowed like a cello. Savin. His deep-set eyes held no mirth as they scrutinized the bloodstains and dirt on their faces, unmasked disdain evident in his gaze. The four of them collectively gasped. This agent, sharing a name with a beloved character, was even more striking than many celebrated male stars admired by fans in reality. Comparing themselves to him, they felt like mere assistants in the presence of a true celebrity. Many viewers in a live stream were equally taken aback by his striking appearance. What? A handsome prize for completing the challenge? Oh my goodness, I can accept this. Wait, something's off. A stunning NPC in a horror game? They must intend to disrupt our focus. What are you thinking? Maya is the clear choice. As the saying goes, the more attractive the man, the more deceitful he can be. The remaining chosen ones echoed the viewer's sentiments, opting for the seemingly more amiable Maya, even if both agents possessed hidden motives. A 5'6" agent was certainly more manageable than the towering Savin. Upon hearing Savin's voice, Shirley's eyes sparkled with an almost intoxicating allure, and she instinctively opened the door and climbed into the back seat. "Savin, I look forward to working with you. Is it really that simple? You chose this vehicle solely based on his looks?" Gonjoyua tugged at Shirley's sleeve from behind. "Do you really think he looks like someone alive?" Shirley, a connoisseur of beauty, had always been drawn to aesthetically pleasing things. In her impoverished past, she had often splurged on virtual characters, leaving her to scrounge for food in the latter half of the month. She feared Shirley might be blinded by superficial charm. Shirley pressed a finger to Gonjoyua's lips, her expression serious. "Rest assured, my friend, I won't be deceived by a man again. I'm merely pretending to be captivated. This is all part of my plan. Now let us move on." Reluctantly, the group boarded the vehicle, while Savin regarded their youthful faces in the rearview mirror, lightly licking his pale lips. "Of course, I shall take good care of these delightful morsels." With a roar, the engine started and the vehicle glided onto the main road. As they passed the white van, they glimpsed Agent Maya's expression darkening, her previous warmth evaporating, her lips moving as if she were speaking. "You will regret this." The vehicle smoothly merged onto the main thoroughfare, the familiar scenery giving way to increasingly unfamiliar buildings and a thickening fog. They were no longer heading towards the dormitory. A sense of unease began to swell within the three companions, but upon glancing at Shirley's composed demeanor, their anxiety inexplicably eased. They reassured themselves that since they had officially debuted, a new artist dormitory awaited them. Surely, that must be the case. Inside the vehicle, there were no snacks, no hot water, and the seats were cold and uncomfortable, resembling a frigid coffin. Soon, the others began to shiver uncontrollably. Pei Wangxing huddled her arms together, shivering slightly. "Don't you all think? He. The air conditioning in this vehicle is rather intense." Shirley's hand rested on her knee as she glanced at her in mild surprise. "Haven't you noticed? The air conditioning isn't even on. Not air conditioning? Could it be?" The expressions of a few turned somber. Chun-Nai opened her mouth. This is a hearse, isn't it? Let us try to remain calm." Shirley remarked indifferently. "Perhaps it's merely a vehicle for collecting souls from accidents." "What do you think, Brother Siwen?" Siwen chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying her words. This statement did little to comfort the others. Instead, it darkened their expressions further. It felt as though they had unwittingly stepped into the underworld, arriving home to a realm of shadows. Though the vehicle appeared empty, it was, in truth, filled with the spirits of the departed. The chauffeur brought them to a solitary villa standing at a crossroads. The three-story structure loomed alone, each intersection adorned with white bouquets, paper money scattered across the ground, swirling and settling in the mournful breeze. Sidelined turned his face, smiling as he spoke. This is a debut gift from your fans, wishing for you to walk only on the path of flowers in the future. The others responded with a collective silence, contemplating the rather ominous nature of such support. Chapter 25. The breach of defense. The hearts of the crowd roared and screamed in anguish. Crossroads, often depicted as sinister locales in countless horror films, are notorious for traffic accidents, with lost souls lingering in their shadows. As they surveyed their surroundings, they saw no other buildings. The thick fog hung persistently in the air, leaving only their dormitory standing tall. The stone tablet at the entrance bore the inscription Hanan number 44, resembling a grave, yet also a glaring target. The entrance was equipped with facial recognition technology. Savin strode forward, his long legs carrying him to the door, where a beam of light swept across the recognition panel. After 2 confirming beeps, the door swung open. The others, observing with keen eyes, felt no surprise. It was entirely normal for an agent to possess the keys to their artist's residence. The interior was furnished with an array of modern amenities, far removed from the rudimentary iron bunk beds of the past. Each individual had their own private room. The refrigerator was stuffed with a variety of self-heating rice meals. Additionally, there was a well-equipped gym, a rehearsal room, an instrument room, a dressing room, and more. Yet, without exception, these appliances and furnishings exuded an eerie lifelessness, devoid of any natural luster. Savin stood in the living room, clutching a black notebook. As your agent, I must accurately record your physical data. According to the records, your weight is... No, Shirley interjected, waving her hands in a flustered manner. That data is not accurate, Brother Savin. Meeting his profound gaze, she scratched her cheek awkwardly. Our dormitory lacks a scale, and those figures are long outdated. Now that we've debuted, we surely need the most current data. Don't you agree? The other 3 girls bowed their heads in silence, fully aware that while the figures Savin had just read were not recent, they were only 2 to 3 months old. Though they remained tight-lipped about Shirley's intentions, they understood the need to avoid complicating matters for their companion. Savin regarded the young woman thoughtfully, his smile unwavering, as though masked by a facade of insincerity. Indeed, you are correct. The artist's profiles must be updated in real time. There is a scale in the living room. Shall we verify your weight now? Sure, Shirley responded eagerly. The scale was brand new, having never recorded data before. Entranced by her own beauty, she was about to step onto the scale when a sudden thought struck her. Turning, she shyly gazed at Savin. Brother Savin, since this is public information, I would like to showcase my net weight to the fans. May I take the scale to my room? A faint blush colored her cheeks, enhancing her allure, adding a sweet layer to her charm. Savin chuckled lightly. Of course. He winked at her, reminding her as artists, your every move is subject to public and fan scrutiny. Generally, the live stream will not be disabled, except during sleep hours or inconvenient moments. Shirley joyfully carried the scale back to her room, with Chu and I and the others trailing behind like eager followers. Upon closing the door and locking it, Ganyu Yu approached, visibly anxious. Is something wrong? Shirley's expression, once filled with infatuation, turned cold. The spell of her earlier adoration shattered. That old man is quite the schemer. She had been dutifully inching closer to Savin, having caught a glimpse of numerous numerical sequences in his black notebook. Regrettably, she could not decipher the text that followed. This was a world steeped in bizarre rules, and the content behind those sequences was likely the code of conduct for artists. Unfortunately, that notebook was in Savin's possession, and they could not access it. They could only respond cautiously to the enigmatic malice surrounding them. Earlier in the car, Shirley had refrained from speaking, intending to lower the guard of that old ghost for a while. Human nature is filled with deceit. Who does not wear a mask? Shirley's gaze wandered around the room for a moment before she wrapped herself in a thick quilt from the bed. The others were puzzled. What is happening? Aren't we supposed to weigh ourselves? This isn't undressing. It's wrapping oneself into a ball. But that was not the end of it. Once bundled like a giant marshmallow, Shirley effortlessly lifted a cosmetics-laden vanity and confidently stood on the scale. The numbers on the scale flickered rapidly, quickly surpassing the 100 mark before finally stabilizing at 3 digits. A spark of realization ignited in Ganyu Yu's mind. I understand now. She hurriedly explained in hushed tones to her companions. Don't forget what is most crucial for idols. Their eyes widened slowly. Body management. For active artists, weight gain is a red alert. Filming from a horizontally elongated angle would only double the disaster. Thus, this was not merely about recording the artist's information. The initial data was equally significant. Having narrowly escaped disaster, many chosen ones, upon seeing the snacks in the car, felt their stomachs grumble. A number of them indulged slightly, consuming several bags of snacks while responding to Maya's data recording from the passenger seat. Only 2 chosen ones survived in the land of sticks. One was the most popular, Jiang Huiyan, and the other was her best publicized teammate, whom the company had cleverly paired with her for promotional purposes. They had to weigh themselves daily, providing Maya with the most current weight data. Upon returning to the artist's residence, Maya suddenly produced a scale from behind her, her smile radiant and bright. All right, my dear children, it's time to confirm whether today's weight exceeds the limit. The faces of the 2 girls instantly paled. Having once been idols themselves, they were all too familiar with the company's methods. If their weight did not meet the standards, they would face a day of starvation as punishment. But here, in this world of bizarre tales, would it truly be as simple as missing a few meals? Or perhaps, the 2 girls hesitated, pushing each other toward the scale. As Maya's smile faded, her expression grew increasingly perilous. Jiang Huiyan gritted her teeth and forcefully shoved her teammate forward. I have a bit of stomachache. You go first. The other member stumbled to the scale, internally cursing Jiang Huiyan. Yet, under Maya's impassive gaze, she nervously stepped onto the scale. Damn it. They had just consumed so many high-calorie snacks in the car. Their weight was surely heavier than the previous day. Anxiously, she forced a smile. Yinny, we used to weigh ourselves without clothes. Is it okay to do that today? Of course, Maya replied, her gaze fixed on her, a sly smile playing at her lips. No need to worry. Out of respect for the privacy of artists, important areas will be temporarily shielded from the live stream. Maya stood firm, her legs rooted like pillars. The girls began to regret their choice of this female agent. If only a male agent were present, they could have easily prevented him from guarding the scale. Unfortunately, there were no if-onlys. The bathroom was occupied by Jiang Huiyan, leaving her with no option but to strip down completely and stand on the scale. The live feed from the land of sticks went dark. The audience watching could only hear sporadic murmurs. The numbers on the scale began to fluctuate. As it surpassed her previous weight, the digits suddenly turned red. The scale emitted a harrowing scream. Overweight, overweight, overweight. The voice was a cacophony of madness, echoing in a way that made heads spin. She was 2 kilograms heavier than before. Maya approached, wielding a chainsaw, her murky, yellowing eyes hungrily fixated on her figure. The artist's weight had exceeded her last recorded weight, indicating a lack of self-discipline and poor body management, necessitating intervention. Please, no. The member wept, shaking her head fervently. A chilling wail resonated simultaneously across numerous live streaming rooms. Among them, the chosen ones of the land of the lighthouse attempted to resist with force, only to be horrified to discover that this peculiar woman appeared deceptively harmless, leaving them utterly powerless to fight back. The agents exerted absolute control over their artists. In the restroom, Jiang Huiyan slumped beside the toilet. The screams and cries, accompanied by the ominous whirring of a chainsaw just a door away, seemed to echo the sweet voice that taunted her. Allow me to assist you in shedding those excess pounds. Only by being ruthless with oneself can one ascend to the status of a beloved idol, the center of attention. She thrust her hand into her throat, inducing vomiting, tears streaming down her face as the contents of her stomach, tinged with blood, gushed forth while threatening to emerge. In the residence of a Chinese artist, a handsome man fixated on the weight scale, which displayed a disheartening number exceeding 200 pounds. Suddenly, he erupted with a piercing shriek. No, it's impossible. How can you weigh so much? Even the elegant gentleman, like the dashing 7, was utterly unhinged. Chapter 26. A guide to idle survival, the exquisitely delectable visage of Shirley quickly morphed into something loathsome in Siwen's eyes. How could it not? Shirley shyly lowered her head, gesturing at her fingers, perhaps a result of our rigorous training over the years, where muscle outweighs fat by a fraction. Siwen, gritting his teeth, suppressed the urge to tear her apart on the spot. Controlling his trembling, furious facial muscles, he forced out each word through clenched teeth, asserting that even if her brain were composed entirely of muscle, it could not possibly be this number. Observing Siwen's exceedingly grim expression, Pei Wangxing nudged Gan Zhouiwei, suggesting that perhaps we should weigh ourselves only after using the restroom. Brother, don't be angry. Let us deconstruct this before we weigh in again. The second weight measurement revealed only a meager reduction of 0.1 kilogram from the previous. Siwen insisted they weigh themselves under his watchful gaze. The three women, either claiming the inherent differences between genders or lamenting their idle personas, shamelessly declared their sensitivity to weighing themselves while clothed. They hesitated and stalled, clearly concealing a problem. Frustratingly, he had no recourse. Next door, Maya was already indulging in her meal, her mouth dripping with grease. The small cake he had been longing for was now out of reach. Siwen resembled a soulless husk, his blood-red eyes seeming to bleed, endlessly repeating the impossible. Brother Siwen, although the numbers may vary slightly, consider this. With a broadened baseline, the potential for progress is even greater, Shirley remarked, seemingly moved by her own empathy, letting out a soft whimper. Perhaps the scale was faulty. Should we take it for repairs when you leave, brother? Pei Wangxing and the others applauded in their hearts. Brilliant. We can avoid weighing ourselves for a few more days. Understand this. Our minds are filled with cunning. Siwen believes everyone is dutifully weighing themselves, while in reality, we are secretly lifting weights in the room. How can we not be heavy? Is this heavy? This is our self-respect. Indeed, I am truly vexed by society's increasingly stringent weight requirements. Even clothing sizes purchased online are smaller than children's wear, with an XXXXS tank top suggesting a weight of merely 10 kilograms. I can't even carry a box that weighs less than that. The extra weight we carry is simply our cunning. Initially, I thought Shirley had truly fallen for that crafty Siwen. I should curse myself for my foolishness. At first, I felt ashamed to have called Shirley an old lecher. I am indeed a lecher. I find Siwen's reddened eyes from anger rather dashing. The contrast of red eyes, pale skin, and dark hair is quite alluring. My heart aches for Siwen. How much has he been pushed to the brink? I sense a foreboding. I have a feeling that Siwen's tragic and unjust life is merely beginning. Finally, Siwen stormed off, clutching the scale, oblivious to the notebook he left behind on the sofa. Once he departed, the others eagerly seized the notebook. Much of its content was indecipherable, distorted and obscure as if written by insects. Yet it bore a resemblance to the tattoos on Shirley's back. Shirley flipped to a page she had previously glimpsed. Only this page contained familiar Chinese characters. A guide to idle survival. As the candles on the cake extinguish, you shall be left with but one path to ascend. For your safety, please adhere strictly to the following rules. 1. Being an idol is a profession that sells fantasies and dreams. Any romantic involvement will be deemed a disqualification as an idol. 2. Dormitories are not absolutely secure. If signs of intrusion by fans are detected, promptly lock the doors and windows. But what if the intruder is hiding within your own room? 3. Uphold the professional ethics of an idol. Please refrain from the following behaviors: cutting small screens at signing events, privately contacting fans, slacking off on stage. 4. Always maintain group spirit in front of fans. A group without spirit is akin to scattered sand, and even if you must pretend, do so with dignity. 5. Regularly maintain a good relationship with your manager. 6. Amidst a busy schedule and free time, maintain good body management. Do not allow your weight to exceed that of the previous day. Upon reading the first rule, Gan Zhouiwei immediately pulled out her phone, beginning to delete friends from her contact list. Pei Wangxing, catching a glimpse of her actions, exclaimed, "Oh dear. Has she switched from the sect of pleasure to the path of indifference?" The second rule sent a shiver down everyone's spines. This villa was indeed not as safe as they had imagined. Shirley comforted the group. It's all right. We are still transparent and insignificant. Without fans, there can be no stalkers. A logical loop. What a genius she was, managing to strike at the heart with every statement. The trio remained expressionless. Perhaps it would be best if you kept silent. They had all internally accepted the grim reality that despite their arduous survival through the bizarre tales, they could only return to the artist dormitories provided by the National Fortune battlefield for a fleeting respite, returning to reality. They faced a stark choice: either completely navigate the National Fortune battlefield or perish for their country. The four girls now shared a singular thought. Having come this far, they must forge a remarkable legacy. The 2025 ZY star would be theirs. These 6 rules were entirely consistent with the idle manuals of the real world. In the previous chapter, Shirley had already deduced the significance of group spirit, realizing that abandoning teammates was undoubtedly the most foolish act. The 6 rules outside the chapter were the very foundation of their identities as idols within this thematic National Fortune battlefield. Behind these rules lay the preferences of fans from another world. Should they engage in behavior that diverged from fan expectations, it could foster anti-fans, commonly referred to as haters. Extreme fans might obstruct their journey within the chapter, affecting the overall rating of their completion. These rules lacked any protections against prying eyes. Other nations quickly noted them down, with the populace memorizing them. Most of the chosen ones from other countries had perished in the previous chapter. When the next chapter commenced, the terrifying National Fortune battlefield would randomly select new artists fitting the criteria to enter the new bizarre tales. These guidelines governing idle behavior must be meticulously adhered to in the forthcoming chapters. The other pages in the notebook were filled with incomprehensible scribbles. Frustrated, Shirley cast it aside. Following the conclusion of the first bizarre live broadcast, a wave of demands for a thorough investigation into CJ Company and the then-president surged across South Korea's internet. The public collectively petitioned for the Green House to investigate thoroughly. After all, this was a live broadcast that drew the attention of humanity worldwide, exposing South Korea's vulnerabilities and leaving it humiliated. The Korean prosecution had begun gathering evidence to apply for arrest warrants, yet they soon faced formidable obstacles from conglomerates. However, that was a matter for another time. For, in reality, the CJ building had vanished. It was as if a higher dimensional hand had clicked to remove it, erasing it entirely from existence. Everyone became acutely aware that any real structures or regions involved in the bizarre tales would also become part of those tales. Fear gripped all, praying to not be chosen by the National Fortune battlefield. Those who had relied on alternative routes through China, surviving the ordeal, received no rewards. For the lofty, refraining from allowing bizarre tales to descend upon these nations was the greatest mercy. The reward of China's overall national defense strength, increased by 10, held little significance for the average citizen. Only the higher-ups and various experts in China were left astounded. Many challenges that had previously seemed insurmountable suddenly appeared surmountable, as if the pathways of their very beings had been unblocked. Strategic metallic mines are continually being discovered across the nation. The Institute of Materials Research has unveiled cutting-edge new materials. The array of research achievements has erupted like a geyser. The national defense capabilities of Huawei have been accelerated by at least a decade. In response, Huawei has only shared a shadowy silhouette image of a colossal entity on its official account, accompanied by the caption, "Dawn is on the horizon, good night." The curiosity of Huawei's netizens has reached its zenith, with many in the comments section playfully begging for their mother not to keep them in suspense. Meanwhile, the various powers surrounding Huawei remain on high alert, unable to find peace. Neighboring countries have made multiple calls to Huawei's leaders. This is merely the initial eerie tale affecting the situation on Blue Star. In a chilling world within a villa, they are also reviewing the rewards for completing their challenges. Chapter 27. Entertainment Weekly. The idol industry in the Kingdom of Goryeo is remarkably developed, with a clear distinction between the most popular members and those who linger in the shadows. The high-profile members are inundated with endorsement offers, while their less favored counterparts find themselves idly spending their days at home. Nevertheless, the revenue generated from individual schedules by the popular members is shared among all group members. The point settlement system in the National Destiny battlefield mimics this income distribution principle, dividing points according to the number of survivors from a horror story. The actual difficulty of the practice room horror one-star dungeon is a matter for another discussion. The points awarded are indeed meager. A standard clearance yields a paltry 100 points. With no map exploration requirements, survival until dawn is all that is needed. The perfect clearance at SSS level, however, granted them a total of 1,000 points, which when evenly distributed among the 4 members, amounted to a mere 250 points each, a rather disheartening figure. Points can be exchanged for items in the redemption shop, including permanent enhancements for speed or strength, as well as watches that remain untainted within the horror stories. A first aid kit usable 5 times costs 100 points, while the beloved blind box gift packs are also priced at 100 points each. Surely, holding a tablet that Ganjoiwa had unearthed from the seafood market, discovered an idle app that had been mysteriously downloaded. Upon opening it, they were greeted with information about their group. Attribute panel, group name, Monster Recycling Station members, Shirley, Captain, Ganjoiwa, Pei Wangxing, Chun Nai popularity, 1,000, excessive excellence, may attract irrationally fervent fans, anti-fan value, 0, poor performances during schedules may disappoint fans, leading some to become anti-fans and engage in extreme behaviors. Representative works, none. As newcomers, you have yet to produce any works. Please contribute more splendid performances and stages for your fans. Variety shows, none, given your current popularity. You have not yet received any variety show invitations. Awards record, none. The end of the year is K-pop award season. Please strive to survive until then. Acquired title, Monster Newcomers, active, congratulations. You have become a group that fans hold high expectations for. Yet with greater expectations comes the potential for deeper disappointment. Title effect, perfect clearance, increases points by 20 on the original basis. Non-perfect clearance results in half points and a random increase in anti-fans. Note, information in the representative work section is hidden by default. If you wish to make it public, you may select the display button. Shirley, having contributed the most in the practice room horror dungeon, was quietly promoted to captain by the National Destiny battlefield. Shirley, thank you, though I'm not particularly keen on it. The other 3 members expressed no objections to this arrangement. Chun Nai pointed at the dazzling title. What is this title? Must it be a perfect clearance? Is it trying to get us killed? Ganjoiwa flopped onto the sofa, resembling a languid salted fish. Remove the question mark. It indeed wants us dead. Curiously, Shirley noted she did not see an option to remove the title. Perhaps it had not yet been unlocked. The attribute interface displayed 3 slots for titles, indicating they would need to acquire more than 3 titles before freely swapping them. The group, wearing expressions akin to a dejected kitten, their murmurs, drifting into the ears of the audience in the Huagua livestream, were automatically distorted into an incomprehensible language. Meanwhile, the global idol popularity rankings were unveiled in the real world, prompting viewers from various countries to rush in to check the standings. Huagua proudly claimed the top position, with a small red flag fluttering beside their group name, creating a vibrant effect. Other countries lined up neatly behind them, with the Lighthouse Nation benefiting from their name beginning with an A, placing them relatively high. Initially, they generated a global frenzy, yet only 2 individuals survived, effectively slapping the faces of numerous White House officials. In nearly a century, they had never faced such disgrace. Many allies began to lose faith in them. Even before the second horror story commenced, they were eagerly anticipating a chance to redeem themselves and trample Huagua underfoot. Achieving a perfect clearance also rewarded them with a chance to spin a prize wheel. On the tablet screen appeared a wheel towering over them. Shirley and her 3 teammates conferred briefly, and the trio turned to the youngest member of their team. Chun Nai, why don't you give it a try? Everyone was intrigued by the lottery, but wary of their own luck, knowing that gambling often led to losses. It was best to let the dorm's most fortunate member. Chun Nai, take the first shot. All right, Chun Nai readily agreed, rubbing her hands together in anticipation as she pressed the central button to spin. The pointer began to whirl. Congratulations! You have drawn an Entertainment Weekly 99-year subscription card. A male icon popped up in the upper right corner of the tablet screen. Ding! You have automatically subscribed to Entertainment Weekly, digital version, which will be sent to your email weekly. Please check your inbox. Entertainment Weekly? Why does that sound like a magazine for the restroom? Chun Nai's expression soured. Had her good fortune been exhausted in the last horror story? Pei Wangxing's attention was fixated on. What? A 99-year subscription? If I die, this thing will still be active, which must cost a fortune, right? In the terrifying National Destiny battlefield, neither the talents drawn by the chosen ones nor the items in the shop bore any levels. They could not discern the quality of items merely from their names. Shirley pondered for a moment, lightly tapping her finger on her knee. Perhaps the publications from this eerie world weren't entirely useless. There are no useless things, only those who do not know how to use them. They downloaded this week's journal from their inbox, and the cover that popped up immediately captivated several members' attention. The decline of morality. Has anyone done this in the practice room? The group. One could say it was indeed worthy of being an entertainment magazine. Even in the horror realm, sensationalist headlines were in vogue. The main text was considerably more straightforward. Yesterday, 111 idol groups announced their debut. However, after a night of training, 321 artists expressed their inability to withstand such high-intensity practice and chose to leave the group and the entertainment industry. We express understanding and regret for their decision. This article occasionally interspersed disquieting, bloody images, bodies hung upside down from fans, others crushed into pulp by elevators. Of the 444 who debuted, only 21, 85 completed the summoning ritual. Among these artists, 68 died in pursuit battles, 19 perished due to the fifth rule of the practice room, and 22 fell victim to the false office. The idol girl group Monster Recycling Station has attracted significant attention from numerous fans with their outstanding performance, eclipsing other rookie groups. The article directly highlighted them at its conclusion. The circumstances within the horror tales shifted rapidly. Shirley decisively chose a different route for clearance, realizing that some rules mentioned in the report were yet to be encountered. Upon her second return to the practice room, Pei Wangxing encountered music blaring from the speakers, prompting her to shatter the mirror and flee. Meanwhile, other chosen ones adhered to the third rule, stepping to the rhythm of the music while trying to mimic the actions reflected in the mirror. Practice Room Rule 5. When the sixth rule emerges, immediately kill the person standing behind you, regardless of who they are. The sixth rule appeared as a string of garbled text. This dungeon, named Practice Room Horror, revolved around the practice room, and Shirley had harbored a slight curiosity regarding that hidden rule. She glimpsed the subsequent developments in this article. In a dimly lit photograph, a red-haired man with a prominent nose stared blankly at the reflection in the mirror. A paper slip, caught by the howling wind, fell from his hand and obscured a portion of the view. The final arrangement of the orderly jumbled letters reformed into a sentence. I am you. You are me. The Caucasian man had been tainted by the clamor of music and the blind imitation of the crowd. Turning around, he saw only himself reflected in the mirror. Kill the ones standing behind you, regardless of who they are. Even if they are yourself, kill them. Kill yourself. The man gazed into the mirror, retrieving a fruit knife from the ground. With a sharp thrust, he plunged it into his own heart. The true meaning of those words dawned upon him. The you who chooses silence today is the me who is forced into silence tomorrow. This echoed in the lens, across social media accounts, before countless fans, as a desperate attempt at self-rescue met with online resistance and cyberbullying, culminating in the despairing act of a female star revealing the industry's darkness through suicide. It is the plight of millions facing bullying in schools and workplaces. It is the ordinary individuals who committed no wrong, yet became sacrifices to a malevolent cult. I am you, you are me. Chapter 28, MV Shooting in Addition. This issue of the magazine also mentions other intriguing matters. Dubbed Entertainment Weekly, its contents are nothing short of astonishing. Entertainment news. During the recording of the music show, a sudden fire broke out at SBM television station, leading to the emergency hospitalization of multiple artists. The return of producer Sun guarantees viewership. The focus once again shifts to adolescent themes, with this variety show's title being A Day as a tutor. Several artists have mysteriously disappeared at a signing event. In mourning, a significant shipwreck occurred off the East Coast. Economists have summarized the reasons behind the failure of West Coast developments, possibly linked to the adverse weather contributing to a dreamlike fog. The self-heating rice endorsed by the Best Actor of the 45th Film Awards has been found to have serious issues. Several individuals developed strange ailments after consumption. Letters from fans convey a deep affection. However, a recent rumor has emerged among idols regarding cursed letters. It is said that those who receive them meet a tragic end within 7 days, prompting the Cultural Industry Bureau to remind all artists to ensure their safety and remain vigilant against suspicious individuals. This magazine circulates within a bizarre world. They are sweet, delectable humans who have inadvertently mingled within it. Yet, the information contained within is far more valuable than they initially perceived. Each report may prove useful in the future. Upon reading the fourth report, the four exchanged glances, instinctively recalling the neatly arranged self-heating rice in the refrigerator. The final report included an illustration, a note that had been torn and then reassembled. I witnessed my beloved's latest stage performance, as flawless as ever. But did they ever consider my fervent feelings during their interaction with the backup dancers? Did they think of the fans supporting them from below? Ha ha ha! That lofty demeanor truly deserves a lesson. I apologize. Please forgive my rudeness. I am simply too enamored with my beloved. How can one be so perfect? I can no longer be satisfied merely gazing at my beloved from the television. I long to see you, to be with you forever. You didn't speak, so I shall take it as your agreement. Okay? Ha! Just wait. I will come find you soon. I'm already on my way. You wait for me. I will locate you. My sleeping beloved truly resembles a sleeping beauty. The handwriting of each line varies, appearing as if penned by different individuals, with a disheveled quality suggesting a poor mental state. As the notes progressed, the script became increasingly hasty and tremulous. The overwhelming excitement was palpable. Was it a case of split personality? Or perhaps multiple identities? Merely reading the contents of the note through the screen brought a chilling sense of suffocation, rendering one breathless. Goodness! Pei Wangxing felt goosebumps rise. This was undoubtedly a case of sacying fan. The last line of the note mentioned a sleeping face. The writer had clearly found their idol, perhaps standing beside the bed, obsessively and morbidly gazing at the man in slumber. Or perhaps the individual would never awaken again. I have a question. Chun Nai raised her hand, and upon noticing her teammates' gazes directed towards her, she pointed at the note. This letter does not specify any names nor signature. To whom is it addressed? Could it be that every artist who receives this letter is considered a recipient, much like the Midnight Expel, where the letter must be passed on to others? A prolonged silence ensued. Shirley promptly returned to her attribute panel. The popularity value had risen to 1,001. An additional fan had been added. Though she was reluctant to acknowledge it, they were indeed being targeted. Suddenly acquiring an extreme sacying fan sent Pei Wangxing into a frenzy, burying her face in a pillow and furiously punching the air. Gan Joyuel lowered her gaze to conceal the shadows in her eyes, speaking softly. Perhaps we should explore ways to transfer the curse to the fans or to the company staff. After all, aside from the chosen ones, there seem to be very few normal individuals in this grotesque world. No, we do not have social media accounts. Shirley shook her head, aware that she had contemplated this issue as well. Fans and staff surely fell outside the curse's effective range. They had just debuted, had not yet taken to the stage, nor had contact information for other artists. In a profession that revolves around dream-making, persona is of utmost importance. The more one speaks, the more likely one is to ruin their image. Newly debuted groups and solo artists within CJ Company initially have their social media accounts managed by the company, with staff handling operations. Only after a few years, once popularity and fan bases stabilize, do they open personal accounts to interact with fans. This letter was clearly a deliberate intrusion. The bizarre entity did not wish for them to subscribe to Entertainment Weekly. Yet this was their sole means of understanding this world. There was no possibility of relinquishing the subscription. The three gazed at Shirley, awaiting her analysis. Shirley blinked, slowly raising her hand to stifle a yawn. The notion of dying within 7 days of receiving a cursed letter and the time required for the bizarre entity to come after the sender called for a good rest. She suddenly remembered to caution, before sleeping tonight, remember to lock the doors and windows, and do not draw the curtains. I understand. After all, our dormitory is right next to a heavily haunted intersection with many neighbors around. Pei Wangxing nodded sagely, peering out from the room, pondering whether something outside might be peering in. Shirley paused, then nodded. You are correct. I worry that if there are paparazzi outside, unflattering photos might be taken. The group retreated to their respective rooms. The moment Shirley's head met the pillow, she fell into a deep slumber. Knock, 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 knock. In the night, Shirley was awakened by a series of rhythmic knocks. Once she discerned that the sound came from outside her window, her drowsy mind sharpened instantly. She was on the second floor of a European-style villa, with a ceiling height of nearly 8 meters, and a large floor-to-ceiling window without an external balcony. How could anyone knock on her window from outside? Who could it be? Shirley held her breath, making no sound, her blanket covering the lower half of her face, leaving only her eyes fixed on the floor-to-ceiling window. Uncertain if it was an illusion, she stared for so long that she began to perceive a faint outline of a human form as the curtains slightly billowed within the suffocatingly sealed room. The knocking persisted for several minutes before ceasing. Then, Shirley heard a rustling sound, akin to some creature swiftly traversing the wall, moving at a speed that was undeniably inhuman. As dawn broke, Shirley immediately noticed the pronounced dark circles under the eyes of her 3 teammates. They too had been disturbed by that incessant noise throughout the night. Pei Wangxing had forgotten to silence her phone. Just her luck. A notification had pinged at that very moment. The clear sound echoed in the still of the night, which the entity outside had also heard, further heightening its excitement. The whole of the latter half of the night was spent outside Pei Wangxing's window, like a diligent woodpecker incessantly tapping. Shirley rummaged through her bedside cabinet for earplugs, distributing them among the others. They refrained from touching the self-heating rice in the refrigerator and instead exchanged points in the props marketplace for absolutely safe food. The items in the marketplace were not inexpensive. Even the cheapest pre-prepared meal of 3 dishes and soup cost 1 point and did not taste particularly good. After placing an order in the exchange market, the steaming food would automatically appear on the table, circumventing the potential risks associated with delivery personnel. While this seemed like a protective measure for the chosen ones, it was, in essence, a form of information isolation. Pei Wangxing took a few bites of her rice. Feeling full, but knowing that insufficient food would hinder muscle gain, she made an effort to consume most of her meal before finally setting down her chopsticks. What do you think is outside the window? Why has that fan arrived so swiftly? It is uncertain. It could also be the vengeful spirit of a soul lost at a crossroads, or perhaps a former resident connected to this house. Their chauffeur-driven vehicle resembles a spectral carriage. It would not be surprising if this abode was a haunted dwelling where tragedy once unfolded. In the ensuing days, the 4 of them poured their efforts into dance practice and workouts, their sweat a testament to their dedication. During meals, they would activate the massive 8K screen and surround sound system to project horror films, growing accustomed to the startling jump scares and terrifying visuals. After much deliberation, Pei Wangxing was the first to utilize her accumulated points, investing a substantial sum in 2 strength attribute cards, leaving her with a mere 2-digit balance. Her innate talent allowed her to interact with the supernatural, and while her current strength was adequate for dealing with inappropriate bus passengers, it posed no threat to the various otherworldly entities they might encounter. The immediate priority was to enhance her physical attributes. This was an essential need that could not be overlooked. The remaining 3 refrained from hastily spending their points, opting instead to wait until the next mission to make a decision. With limited points, it was crucial to use them wisely. As Pei Wangxing uttered the word use, the 2 attribute cards in her grasp faded away. She closed her eyes tightly, and for several seconds, her eyeballs trembled beneath her thin eyelids. When she reopened her eyes, a flicker of something extraordinary danced within them. What does it feel like? Chun Nai inquired eagerly. It feels like nothing much, actually. Let me test it out. Pei Wangxing replied, equally exhilarated as the 4 of them moved together to the gym. As she twisted the doorknob, it snapped with a crisp sound, the handle cleanly severed and resting in her hand. The others stood in stunned silence. I think there's no need to test further. You could easily twist off an adult man's arm now. Quite formidable, commented Ganjoiwa. Pei Wangxing was overjoyed. Such significant change from the 2 attribute cards instilled her with newfound confidence. If I see that mirror ghost again, I'll rip it right out of the wall. In the bathroom, steam swirled around her. Shirley stood quietly before the mirror, examining her tattoos. She resolved to seek an opportunity to learn the bizarre script, perhaps finding a benevolent spirit to assist with translation. Her curiosity was piqued about what exactly she had inked on her skin. She hoped it was not something akin to those foreigners who tattoo Chinese characters, only to end up with a neatly written southern cockroach that invites strange looks from their compatriots. Just the thought of such a scenario made her feel faint. Regardless, she was determined to rid herself of this unsightly tattoo that clung to her flawless skin like a stubborn adhesive. She could not endure it any longer. On the second day, then the third, their manager, Saiwan, who had been absent for 3 whole days, finally returned. He had regained the refined demeanor he possessed upon their first meeting, and upon surveying the empty, tranquil living room, he chose not to ascend the stairs to awaken them. The live-streaming audience beheld his tall, statuesque figure seated on the sofa, resembling a lifeless statue devoid of vitality. He remained there from morning until afternoon, and just as his patience was wearing thin, noises finally emanated from upstairs. Wow, look who has arrived. It's the ever-hopeful Saiwan. Shirley was the first to emerge from her bedroom. Upon seeing the elongated silhouette on the sofa, she let out an exuberant exclamation and hurried forward, eager to inquire about any upcoming schedules. She hoped Saiwan would have time to assist her in examining her tattoo. However, as she approached, Saiwan tactically recoiled. She stepped closer again, and he continued to lean back. She shot him a playful glare, teasing him. Saiwan remained indifferent, casting his gaze elsewhere as he retrieved a white notice from his pocket. Your debut song project has been finalized. We will be filming the MV today, and the chauffeur is waiting outside. I noticed you all looked utterly exhausted, so I didn't have the heart to wake you. A slight smirk played on his lips, revealing a glimmer of dark mockery in his eyes. Girls, you have already kept us waiting far too long. Chapter 29. Self-heating rice upon hearing the news. The expressions of the 4 individuals shifted dramatically. The survival guide for idols had outlined numerous prohibitive behaviors, one of which was the absolute prohibition against tardiness or early departures. As newcomers with blank resumes, their unexcused lateness had left the filming crew waiting for several hours. It was unlikely they would escape being labeled as prima donnas who abused their status by the very next day, inviting a torrent of negative reviews. CO1 had deliberately set them up for failure. The group glared at her composed, yet pallid visage, fists clenched in frustration. Were it not for the rules mandating they maintain a cordial relationship with their manager, Pei Wangxing's formidable fist would have already collided with that insincere face. Imparting a lesson on decorum, Shirley furrowed her brow slightly, inhaling deeply before she picked up the white notice on the table, scrutinizing it word by word. The notice meticulously detailed the filming date, assembly time, and participating members. Filming location, Seaside. Assembly time, 9:30 a.m. It was now 1:30 p.m. 4 hours had elapsed since the appointed time. This was unbearable. With no direct contact with a filming crew or director, they were reliant on their manager for communication, which inevitably placed them in a passive position. Even if they were to call now to explain and apologize, the other party would likely perceive it as an attempt to shift blame onto the manager. The more she read, the graver Shirley's expression became. She lifted her head, suppressing her trepidation, though the subtle tremor in her voice was unmistakably clear and enchanting to CO1. CO1, may I borrow your phone? I would like to explain the situation to the director. CO1 nodded graciously. Of course, feel free. As Shirley took his phone, she turned to her teammate beside her. Chun-I smacked her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, CO1, our gym's door lock is broken. Could you please help us fix it?" Of course, CO1 replied, feigning amiability. Even if Shirley was attempting to divert his attention for her own purposes, he knew well that in a nation so steeped in hierarchy, the words of a novice would not easily sway the perceptions of a seasoned manager. Any attempts at evasion would only incite further ire from the ominous figures. He could hardly contain his anticipation at the thought of witnessing Shirley's exquisite visage contorted in terror as the F.A. Ade crumbled. CO1 licked his lips, already contemplating how to extract the succulent knowledge from Shirley's mind. Meanwhile, in other livestream rooms, other chosen ones were already on their way. They had paid their protection fees to their manager on the very first day, and their manager's demeanor remained relatively amiable, avoiding any traps in their path. To the enigmatic, the entertainment value of circus animals dying on stage versus behind the scenes was vastly different. However, their vehicle had yet to reach the West Coast, instead driving in circles along the same road. The passengers were incomplete, with the chosen ones from various nations speculating that the battlefield of national fortune was extracting participants from reality, waiting to fill the ranks before entering the next chapter. Each landmark in the world of eerie tales represented a new episode. In just 3 short days, another wave of chosen ones had been eliminated. With no points to their name, they were limited to the contents of the refrigerator. One chosen one offered self-heating rice to nearby stray cats, relieved to see them still lively and well before consuming the meal himself. On the first day, everyone's health seemed unaffected, allowing them to eat freely. However, calamity struck on the second night. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from the bathroom. The others rushed in, only to be met with the most horrifying and nauseating sight of their lives. Amidst the steamy warmth, one of their teammates lay naked on the slick tiles, curled up like a shrimp, with something incessantly wriggling out of his eyes, nose, and mouth, plopping onto the floor and bouncing back up. One unfortunate soul glanced down at their hand and gasped in terror. Insects. They're insects. They were white, fleshy worms with green bean-sized eyes, as thick as an adult's thumb. These creatures treated the chosen one's body as spoiled cheese, burrowing in and out. When curled up, they resembled glistening grains of rice. Upon seeing the remnants of food near their teammate's mouth and the pile of undigested matter on the floor, the others realized the grim truth. The food was the source of their troubles. They had no time to dwell on their writhing companion and dashed to the refrigerator. Why had the food on the first day posed no issues? Yet now it was fraught with peril. Where exactly did the problem lie? Dread filled their hearts. They too had consumed the same food. Would they be next? They rifled through the refrigerator, examining every package of self-heating rice. Upon meticulous comparison, they discovered that the brand their unfortunate teammate had consumed tonight, the blood sausage flavor variety, had expired at midnight. He was the only one who had eaten that flavor for dinner. A collective sigh of relief mingled with deep-seated chills swept over them. Although the production batches differed, the ingredients remained the same. Once past the food's expiration date, the worms within the rice would awaken. They had consumed their meals within the expiration period and thus faced no consequences. However, that chosen one had indulged a bit too late, eating his late-night snack just an hour or two before the expiration. The digestion of grains takes between 1.5 to 3 hours, and the fats from the blood sausage are even more difficult to break down. Coupled with the warmth and humidity of the bathroom, the worms hastened their emergence, stirred by the stomach acids seeking an escape. Now, the decaying body on the floor resembled a pus-filled beehive, riddled with holes. Some worms had already broken free, leaving behind a grim array of bloody, gaping holes, while others continued to writhe within, causing the skin to bulge with translucent, rice-like lumps. Oh God, the mermaid from the sewers has come to life. Isn't the expiration date merely the best flavor period? In this eerie world, there is no food supervision. The expiration date is the absolute cutoff. Who knows what transformations occur once it has passed? Mom, I will never dare to eat expired food again. Ugh. I just switched over from Lee's stream to see what happens when others eat rice. Ugh. I just lost my dinner, and my curiosity has vanished. Even if consuming food within the expiration period is safe, who would dare eat after witnessing such a scene? Heavens, if I were pulled into the national fortune battlefield, I would prefer to be swiftly transformed into a mindless monster. Swiftly? That sounds like the current state of the contemporary layabout. In a Huagua livestream room, the phone rang incessantly for several seconds before being answered. Before Shirley could speak, a middle-aged man's frenzied roar erupted from the other end. What on earth? Are you coming or not? Do you intend to keep the entire team waiting for you? If you don't want to work, just hurry back to your own country. Do you have any idea how much time you've wasted for others? Such hostility left the live stream audience momentarily stunned, their hearts racing in fear. Given the harshness of the voice on the phone, no matter what Shirley said, she would not be believed. Yet, Shirley remained unfazed by the tone on the other end. She examined Siwon's call history, noting the absence of calls from the director. If urgency were truly the case, how could there be no phone calls at all? Internally scoffing, she maintained a gentle tone. "Hello, director. I am Shirley, one of the participants in this project. May I ask how much longer you will be? We have been waiting here for over 4 hours, and it is beginning to impact our subsequent schedule." Chapter 30, Untitled Debut Song. The audience from Huagua murmured in confusion. "Wait, aren't we the ones who are late? Are we turning the tables? By seizing the initiative and throwing the blame back, can we shift the responsibility for our tardiness?" It was perplexing. How could they be oblivious to the specific circumstances? Suddenly, Xiao Zhao's eyes sparkled with realization. The notice only indicated a seaside location, without specifying whether it was the West Coast or the East Coast. He hastily instructed his team to retrieve the live broadcast data from the past few days, not only from Huagua, but also from recordings from other countries. As they traced the timeline back to a certain point, they noted that the chosen ones had passed through a foggy sea on their way back to the villa, with a landmark sign indicating a West Coast scenic area. The artist's dormitory was situated even closer to the West Coast. Even if Shirley and her team set off now, they would reach the destination ahead of the filming crew coming from the east. To his surprise, this detail had also been noted by Shirley, who had utilized intelligence from Entertainment Weekly to dispel any doubts. They had ingeniously uncovered a path amidst a seemingly deadlock. During the chosen one's blank period of travel, officials from various countries were unable to communicate with them. Xiao Xiao and his team could only watch anxiously as the girls faced perilous situations, striving to break through. When they learned that the manager had deliberately set a trap, causing the chosen ones to violate the rules, the analysis group from Huagua was initially furious, but quickly began discussing how to turn the situation around. They contemplated ways to shift part of the blame back onto Siwon, focusing on minimizing the penalties. They never anticipated this strategy, completely shifting the blame onto the director and the manager, while transforming themselves into the humble and kind-hearted little artist who patiently waited for hours without resentment, mediating conflicts. The members of the analysis group exchanged glances, all in awe. It was truly a stroke of luck for Huagua to encounter these young talents. An older expert chuckled and shook his head, expressing sentiment. "I feel old. Our ideas seem too conservative. After all, this is the era of the youth." Another similarly gray-haired expert chimed in. "Today's youth adhere to the philosophy of never internal strife. Let others exhaust themselves instead. The future of Huagua has long been entrusted to the younger generation." Upon hearing their words, Xiao Xiao smiled. As the state apparatus supported the chosen ones, the strategic analysis group needed to contemplate when to hand over clues to them. The authenticity and completeness of the information, as well as the timing of communication, could profoundly influence the chosen one's judgments, potentially leading to their demise and the emergence of malevolent forces within the borders. Xiao Xiao, a prominent figure of Huagua's younger generation and a radical at heart, was appointed as the group leader with a clear intent. Since malevolent forces had already emerged, they must turn this calamity into an opportunity for Huagua to rise to prominence. No pain, no gain. The filming director was equally bewildered by Shirley's assertions. The anger that had flared on the phone dissipated into confusion. "What are you saying? ISNT, the filming location on the East Coast? Our company has always shot there. The West Coast is remote and undeveloped. How could it possibly be chosen?" Director, have you perhaps misremembered?" Shirley countered, equally perplexed. Siwon's notice stated the West Coast. The East Coast recently experienced a shipwreck and should be preoccupied with rescue operations. How could the president arrange for us to be there? How do you know? That question escaped the director's lips before he abruptly halted. He was astonished at how Shirley knew about the external situation. Feigning ignorance to his slip, Shirley continued. "Siwon is particularly upset and said he wants the company to send someone else to film. I believe there must have been a communication mishap, so I thought to use his phone to check with you. You're a senior in the company. It's best that this matter doesn't reach the president. Don't you think?" The last two words were slightly drawn out, carrying a deeper meaning. We are already on the West Coast. When will you be coming over? Hearing her articulate and composed demeanor, the filming director began to doubt himself. Could it be that there was indeed a miscommunication? After all, if it weren't for Siwon's disclosure, how could these fledgling artists be so informed about the external circumstances? Moreover, he had directed Shirley to make this call. Their relationship must be more complex than it appeared. The director couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. The silence on the phone lingered for a full 2 minutes. All right, I'll be there shortly. He ended the call abruptly. 666,666 is soaring. What a guy, boldly lying with a straight face. I've never backed down from anyone, but I'm in awe of my sisterly. Siwon has set us up, and we're turning the tables. Who could say we're not a loving family? Since Siwon dared to set a trap, it suggests that as long as the small maneuvers remain inconspicuous, the company will turn a blind eye. Don't forget that rule. A harmonious company atmosphere. Mutual assistance. You can fully trust what others relay. Haha. When Siwon readily lent his phone, he surely didn't expect sisterly to turn the tide. The blame has been passed along. The blame is gone. I'm thrilled, family. So many lives were lost on the East Coast, and the West Coast is desolate and undeveloped. It doesn't seem like a good place. If the very first official schedule ends up being late, not only would it be detrimental to the group, but as the captain, Shirley would also be hard-pressed to absolve herself. In the comments section, some began to analyze points for survival. When Siwon returned, instead of finding Shirley pale and distressed, he was greeted by her beaming smile. Siwon, the director, is really nice. He said the shooting plan has changed. We can't film on the East Coast for now, so we'll be shooting on the West Coast today. Let us get moving. Siwon, can someone kindly inform him what transpired in those brief minutes? Copy name. The distant spring day. Copy level. 2 stars. Copy description. The school organized a field trip, and with joy, you bid farewell to your family and boarded the ship. You thought to yourself, today's weather is delightful. Spring has arrived, and you will have a wonderful holiday. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. Detecting a shift in location. Recalibrating the copy. Loading new copy for you. Copy name. Untitled debut song. Copy level. 1 star. Copy description. Welcome, fresh-faced newcomers, to the debut song filming site. This is a highly flexible map, a world where dreams are the journey. Here, you can explore and perform to your heart's content. Whether the debut song resonates with fans or is discarded as garbage, whether it becomes mundane or a masterpiece, all depends on you. Do not blink, for the nightmare is about to commence. Copy tasks. 1. Obtain an identity card within 7 days. 2. Complete the tasks associated with the identity card. 3. Find your true teammates. Chapter 31. The strange forest. As the vehicle gradually approached the western coastline, the scenery outside transformed into a murky gray, shrouded in a fog that obscured vision. Shirley sat in the car, hearing the thunderous waves crashing against the shore, seemingly accompanied by the roar of some colossal creature. In the rearview mirror, a pale fragment of Siwon's face appeared, her lips drawn tight in irritation. Human emotions often fail to resonate with one another. Shirley briefly relished the view before adjusting her gaze toward the driver's seat. To her astonishment, there was no one there, only a pair of hands, grotesquely stitched to the steering wheel with fishing line, resembling gnarled driftwood. Just hands, devoid of speech. The only individual they could currently communicate with was this enigmatic agent, whose demeanor suggested a lack of allegiance to the artist. Yet, every subsequent engagement would be accompanied, nay, surveilled by this agent. What secrets lay concealed within this bizarre realm, drawing humans into a world of strange tales, while simultaneously hindering their understanding of it? A sudden jolt disrupted her thoughts. The surrounding fog deepened into a dark blue, morphing into a tumultuous sea, while the asphalt beneath them began to undulate like waves. The vehicle veered out of control and violently collided with the guardrail of the coastal road. In an instant, the cacophony of twisting metal and shattering glass intertwined. Title of the scenario: Untitled debut song. Scenario level 1 star. Shirley was abruptly awakened by the omnipresent narration of strange tales, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. Towering trees surrounded her, their dense foliage creating a verdant canopy that obscured much of the sunlight, allowing only a few beams to filter through the layered leaves. The air was devoid of the briny scent of the sea, replaced instead by the earthy aroma of grass and soil after a rain. Was this a forest? It appeared to be deep within the woods. Silence reigned, with no chirping insects or singing birds, only the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze, creating an unsettling stillness. Shirley began to assess her condition. Fortunately, she bore only a few scrapes that oozed blood, not hindering her impending actions. No other individuals were in sight. The expanse of this map was vast, and she had been separated from her companions. The system's report provided scant information regarding the scenario. An untitled debut song? In comparison to The Distant Spring, this name felt as cursory as an author listed as anonymous. Or perhaps it implied that they were to name their own debut song? No, it suggested that the concept and planning of the group were entrusted to them. Shirley experienced a sense of déjà vu, akin to playing a nurturing simulation game. She suddenly felt a thrill of anticipation. Without corporate executives dictating their every move, what kind of girl group could they create? Walking through a world of strange tales. Would they cultivate a true band of eccentrics amid the absurd and bizarre stage of Monster Recycling Station? The idol industry in Korea had evolved to such a degree that various elements and concepts in music videos had long ceased to be novel. Magical girls, youthful vitality, cyberpunk, and metaphors for real events. Her former teammate, Jong Hwien's girl group, embraced a cute yet spicy style, characterized by high heels, white socks, form-fitting skirts, and puff sleeves. The four of them had shared expressions akin to those of elderly subway riders engrossed in their phones, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the second live broadcast commenced. The previously blacked-out streaming rooms illuminated as selected new chosen ones entered the strange tales as parachuting members. In the first scenario, many countries' performances were abysmal. Among these chosen ones were certainly highly educated elites, yet many others displayed varying levels of cultural literacy, struggling even to write a few words correctly, caught off guard as they were thrust into the strange tales. As time progressed, the public's understanding of these tales deepened. They were better prepared, having braced themselves for what lay ahead. Following the first live broadcast, temples and shrines across various regions experienced a surge in visitors, as people prayed to avoid being selected while simultaneously beginning to engage in fitness activities. Overnight, gyms sprouted in every alley. Mixed martial arts, boxing clubs, shooting ranges, and escape rooms proliferated. Countries began to compile a universal guide to strange tales. Each chosen one represented not only themselves, but also the future of their respective nations. This strange tale seems formidable. No background information has been disclosed. Blame the chosen ones from Huagua. Stop barking. The Distant Spring was rated 2 stars. Doesn't that mean it dropped a star for you? Huagua good, foreigners bad. It feels like this could be an exploration map triggered scenario, where the identity cards obtained might differ, leading to varied tasks. Those who are copying homework while cursing probably won't be able to copy it. What does the after 1 star signify? I have a rather unsettling thought. Could it be that 1 star is merely the minimum requirement, and the following could indicate 4 or even 5 stars? The analysis team in Huagua was also gripped by unease. The last time Shirley and her companions cleared a scenario, they earned the title of Monster Rookie, with non-perfect clearance points halved and random negative fans added. After the scenario level indicated a higher tier, then a 1-star clearance Shirley would not meet the criteria for perfection. Could Shirley and her team truly navigate this scenario successfully? Returning to the strange tale, Shirley did not rush to move, opting to wait for her strength to replenish. Completely avoiding the crowd did not guarantee safety. The forest harbored unpredictable dangers, from snakes and insects to various carnivorous flora and fauna. Soon enough, she sensed something amiss. Although the landscape appeared lush and vibrant, with a gentle stream flowing and flowers blooming in profusion, a closer inspection revealed broken branches scattered on the ground and soil sprouting with vividly colored mushrooms, red, blue, green, and round. On the same tree, there were not just pears, but also apples, peaches, and bananas. For a fleeting moment, Shirley wondered whether she had ingested some hallucinogenic fungi. A gust of wind rustled through the woods, stirring the wild grass, and Shirley's keen eyes caught a glimpse of an unusually vibrant red hue peeking through the grass. Someone was there. Upon approaching, she discerned a curled-up corpse, a little girl, perhaps 11 or 12 years old, dressed in a medieval-style linen dress, with a red cloak draped over her. A basket lay nearby, from which vibrant mushrooms tumbled out, most of them wilted, some with bite marks. Shirley's pupils dilated. At the bottom of the basket lay a note. Just as she was about to rush forward to examine it, her foot hovered in midair, abruptly retracting. Something was amiss. Shirley picked up a branch, weighing it in her hand before probing the ground ahead. The branch sank effortlessly into the soil, and when she attempted to withdraw it, it was met with a counterforce pulling from below. Shirley instinctively released her grip, and the branch was swiftly pulled away. The earth stirred, revealing a collection of eerie white bones, those of birds and beasts, and even humans. The slightly sunken ground returned to a smooth state. Chapter 32. The Identity Card Yet. The soil here seems capable of devouring all living beings that come into contact with it. Just moments ago, I beheld the countless bones buried deep beneath the surface, an unsettling testament to the many souls, both human and beast, that have been consumed. Strangely, the corpse of a girl in a red cloak lay exposed before me, drawing the attention of passers-by, compelling them to pause and investigate. A bait. This thought flickered through my mind. This path is no longer safe. Nevertheless, I was not yet prepared to surrender. I observed the surroundings. This was the only soft, damp trail, flanked by lush greenery, the grass growing high enough to conceal one's ankles. In unfamiliar territory, most individuals would instinctively opt for the clear, flat paths, as the grass could easily harbor danger. I noted the unusually developed root system of the grassland. I picked up another stick and began to dig through the grass, uncovering a tangled web of roots that intertwined to form a dense net, cloaking the agitated earth beneath. Having witnessed the terrifying scene of the soil heaving like ocean waves, I hesitated for a brief moment before steeling myself to step onto it. The rain-soaked earth yielded quickly beneath my weight. The interwoven roots, reminiscent of the giant lily pads that can support a grown adult, held me securely. As I tread upon the grass, I continued to probe with the stick, inspecting the roots below for any signs of decay from the rain. A compromised safety net would not be able to bear my weight. Eventually, I arrived before the girl's remains. She possessed a cascade of beautiful red hair, her murky gray eyes wide open, and her pale skin contrasted eerily with the vibrant red cloak she wore. Beneath her neck, the dress revealed a series of purplish scars. I retrieved a note from the basket. Important guidelines for entering the forest. Dear Brittany, your beloved grandmother is unwell. Please visit her on behalf of your mother, bringing her delicious treats and wine. Perhaps it will bring her some comfort. This is your first journey alone to your grandmother's house, so heed the following advice. 1. Your grandmother resides in a red-roofed house deep within the forest. Do not venture into any other houses. 2. Do not stray from the main road. Avoid taking shortcuts through narrow paths. 3. It is easy to lose one's way in the forest. Ensure you reach your grandmother's house before dark. 4. Do not speak to strangers along the way. 5. Your grandmother is elderly and has poor eyesight. Never remove your red cloak. 6. Do not eat the mushrooms you find on the path. 7. Good children do not tell lies. 8. The wine and treats are for your grandmother. Do not eat them yourself. 9. Beware of wolves in the forest. Hunters have guns. Be cautious. Wolves will eat people. Indeed, these are rules. The audience from Huagua in the live broadcast was equally exhilarated. Oh, it's a rule. Do we spawn right next to the rules? What kind of luck is this? Heaven bless Huagua. But be wary of GS luck. It may be a trap. Wait, why does this plot seem so familiar? ISNT, this Little Red Riding Hood? Little Red Riding Hood? Is this a fairy tale world? What the hell? Little Red Riding Hood is dead. Brittany, this must be the identity card. If we just assume Little Red Riding Hood's identity, follow our mother's instructions, and deliver the wine and treats to our grandmother, wouldn't that mean we VE completed our task? Looking at it this way, the mission seems rather simple. Simple? Don't forget Little Red Riding Hood's fate. There's a wolf grandmother waiting for us chosen ones. I have a dreadful feeling this will turn into a childhood-ruining story. It was evident that this was the note left for Little Red Riding Hood by her mother, hastily scrawled. As the writing progressed, it became increasingly erratic. The final rule could not be fully inscribed, crammed into the corners of the note, resembling a sentence rearrangement exercise from a language class that I was required to reorganize. I committed the rules to memory. From the current circumstances, it appeared Brittany had disregarded her mother's warnings. Not only had she chosen a nearer path, but she had also gathered the beautiful mushrooms along the way, ultimately succumbing to poisoning. Her basket lay toppled not far from the corpse, containing only an empty wine bottle, its contents long spilled, along with a few crumbs of bread. I pondered whether animals might have taken the treats, without the delicacies and the wine. I contemplated my next move. I filled the empty wine bottle with some murky rainwater and gathered a few of the most vibrant mushrooms, their roots still caked in soil, before covering the basket with its cloth once more. To the untrained eye, it appeared full once again. Would this suffice? The Hwawa audience questioned inwardly. Brittany's grandmother was elderly, with poor eyesight and a serious illness. Perhaps I could deceive her. However, those familiar with the fairy tale knew that the true grandmother had already fallen victim to the wolf. And what awaited me at the door was a predatory beast that viewed humans as delectable morsels. Provoking it would lead to a gruesome end. I donned the red cloak of the girl and gathered some grass and wildflowers to obscure the corpse. That was all I could do. The cloak fit me perfectly, reaching my ankles. Time was hard to discern in the forest. I slung the basket over my shoulder, clutching a cold, hard circular object hidden beneath the cloak. It was a pocket watch I had exchanged for in the system's shop. Its purpose was to grant immunity to damage for 5 seconds and could not be selected. After one use, it would become broken, valued at 200 points. 1 second of the timer equated to 2 sessions of practice room horror. The cost was steep, leaving me feeling the pinch, but I had no choice. The world of horror stories was precarious. Who could predict what lay ahead? I was reluctant to waste my life before I'd spent all my resources. Typically, this pocket watch could also be used to check the time. Items from the exchange shop were immune to contamination from horror tales. Other members had exchanged for various items, which could work synergistically. Regrettably, no one had anticipated that the horror-themed battlegrounds would not treat us as human. Though it was labeled a group activity, the horror narrative had separated us at its onset. I had no idea where the others had ended up. I opened the pocket watch. It was now 2:30 in the afternoon. The forest darkened quite early. The light was noticeably dimmer than when I had first awakened. The trees surrounding me loomed like dark silhouettes, casting cold, watchful gazes in my direction. The third rule emphasized that Little Red Riding Hood must reach her grandmother's house before nightfall. The forest would surely become perilous after dark. Many more dangers, akin to the treacherous soil I had just encountered, lay hidden in the daytime, awaiting the arrival of a new night to ensnare any living beings that wandered too close. I adjusted the red cloak, lowered my head, and pressed onward. It did not take long to find the markers of the main road. It was not particularly wide, merely more traversed than others, forming a path sufficient for a horse-drawn carriage. Every 10 minutes or so, I encountered narrower paths branching off from the main road, littered with footprints and thorns. Wooden signs adorned the sides, inscribed with various phrases alongside childish doodles. Take this route for a faster journey. Path to Hunter Old Robert S. Forest Cabin. Hey, no wolves allowed. The city circus has arrived in the capital. Chapter 33. Encounter with a companion? Shirley's gaze swept over the signposts, some still pristine and clear, while others had succumbed to decay, stained with dark crimson splotches. Suddenly, she caught sight of a figure standing amidst the trees behind a sign that promised a quicker route, waving at her from a distance. Brittany, what are you doing here? Have you gotten lost again? It was evident that she was a bit of a scatterbrain. With twilight approaching, she urged, don't venture any deeper. Come back with me. The voice of the little girl, bright and cheerful, resonated with familiarity. Was this a chance encounter with an acquaintance? Shirley felt a twinge of uncertainty. The audience in the live stream couldn't help but feel a bead of sweat form in the palm of Shirley's hand. competitors from other nations had gradually begun to grasp the rules. The chosen one from Sakura country, Koijima Shifu, was the second to discover his identity card. He opted for an exceedingly obscure path, delving into the city's sewers, where he stumbled upon the corpse of a homeless man named Ginny. Gritting his teeth against the rising nausea, he defaced the corpse's features and disguised himself among the beggars. To Koijima Shifu, the homeless and beggars were marginal figures in society, their disappearances unnoticed. He assumed his task was as trivial as begging for a piece of bread or a few copper coins. Yet, curiously, although Ginny was a vagrant, he clutched a tattered notebook filled with writings, one of which mentioned the necessity of completing an important task within 3 days. One intriguing piece of nonsensical literature. Essentially, it said nothing of value. This bizarre tale appeared to unfold in an open-world setting reminiscent of medieval Europe, more favorable for the chosen ones from Western nations. However, the powerful countries had little time to revel in their fortune before calamities began to unfold in rapid succession. Koijima Shifu and other beggars were panhandling on the street. While others exchanged filthy jokes about women passing by, he remained preoccupied with his task. As a blonde woman strolled past, the other beggars lewdly jostled each other. Yet Koijima Shifu remained unresponsive. The expressions of those around him turned ominous. Everyone on the street, vendors, the blonde temptress, street musicians, suddenly turned their gazes towards him. Koijima Shifu sensed an eerie silence and belatedly looked up. His squinted eyes widened in horror. The beggar beside him grinned, exposing a mouth full of decayed teeth that emanated an indescribable stench, with maggots writhing within. With a sickening thud, the flesh of countless faces and the remnants of their bodies fell to the ground. They emitted rasping sounds from their throats, and before he could let out a scream, he was engulfed by the throng. Yet, the live stream continued. Moments later, as the satiated NPCs dispersed, the alley was left with a crumpled, bloodied human skin, stuck to the filthy ground, with faint facial features discernible. A gust of wind swept by, and the skin inflated like a balloon, morphing back into Koijima Shifu's likeness. He stood up, his gaunt face twitching as he cracked his neck, and a radiant smile spread across his visage. I'm still alive. I must find my companions. Now, where could they be? As he uttered these words, one quadrant of the live stream dimmed, displaying the message artist has logged off. Exclamations of frustration erupted from viewers across the globe. No wonder the mission mentioned finding true allies. The chosen ones who perished in this bizarre tale would inexplicably resurrect. It remained uncertain whether this new guise had been overtaken by the uncanny or if the deceased chosen ones had transformed into something otherworldly. The revived Koijima Shifu seemed to possess a mission of his own, finding surviving teammates. The scene returned to Shirley, who heard a voice calling her. Through the gaps in the foliage, only a few dim rays of light pierced through, obscuring the figure's features. The figure did not approach, but merely stood there, beckoning. In such role-playing horror tales, the greatest peril lies in inciting the NPC suspicion. Those amiable family members or friends could instantly morph into something monstrous, tearing her apart. Little Brittany, why are you ignoring me? The voice grew increasingly plaintive. Are you upset because I didn't meet you yesterday? My mother wouldn't let me play with you. And everyone says you're family. The voice trailed off. Shirley remained motionless, pondering the implications. If the figure truly was Brittany's companion, they would undoubtedly discern that she was not the genuine Brittany. She had merely acquired the rules, uncertain if she needed to fulfill the task of visiting Grandma to solidify her identity card. Shirley was unfamiliar with Brittany's character and their usual interactions, leaving her with too many uncertainties. Following the rules appeared to be the safest course of action. After a moment's contemplation, Shirley adjusted her tone slightly and replied, I see you said that. They've all told me, and I never imagined you were this sort of person. No wonder everyone spoke ill of you behind your back. Her voice gradually lowered. The voice in the woods paused for a few seconds, then erupted in fury. Who? What did they say about me? Who is it? Was it Doran or Monica? It was Doran's uncle who works at the Baron's estate. He mentioned that the Baron's youngest son died unexpectedly, and your family has only women left for 3 generations. You must be a witch practicing dark arts. Damn these filthy rats. I will ensure they pay. After the outburst, the figure stormed off, no longer pursuing Shirley. She had gleaned the information she sought, her brow furrowed. A witch? That was a severe accusation, for the witch hunts of the Middle Ages were infamous. Over 100,000 individuals were accused and executed, most of whom were women. The monks of the Inquisition devised various absurd methods of trial, such as binding the accused and submerging them in water. Those who floated were deemed witches, while those who sank were innocent. They compiled a grimoire of witch trials, detailing acts of intercourse with demons, the seizing of men's reproductive organs, and the sacrificing of their children to demons, among other horrors. The level of detail was astonishingly grotesque, concocted by two men, Cramer and Sybrinch. Such familiarity raised suspicions that they might have once been witches themselves or engaged in unholy acts. Shirley shook her head, dismissing the intrusive thoughts that clouded her mind. During the peak of the witch hunts, whispers could indeed lead to death. Countless innocents faced accusations over trivial disputes, harboring resentment that drove neighbors to report them to the ecclesiastical authorities. Once ensnared, there was no opportunity for defense. The hastily scrawled note indicated that Brittany's mother had likely been approached by the Inquisition. She had only managed to leave behind a note, dispatching Little Red Riding Hood to seek her grandmother deep in the woods. Had Shirley chosen to return with the figure instead of venturing further into the forest, even if she reached the town safely before nightfall, she would have been apprehended by the Inquisition's agents. That would have been worse than death. Indeed, one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Shirley pressed on for another 10 minutes, the beams of light filtering through the trees dwindling. With each step forward, she paused to carefully discern the markings on the trunks. Should she lose her way in the forest, calamity awaited her. At long last, a modest wooden cabin emerged among the trees, its windows glowing with a warm golden light, accompanied by the crackling sound of burning firewood. The muffled sound of a hoarse, dry cough occasionally reverberated through the room. "Cough, cough, cough. Who is it?" inquired the occupant within. Chapter 34. Searching for grandmother. The rules state that grandmother's house is a red-roofed dwelling. The last rays of sunlight, filtering through the shadows of the trees, quietly disappear as night falls, enveloping the entire world in darkness. The forest begins to shroud itself in mist. A buzzing murmur fills Shirley's ears, akin to the soft whispers of countless beings emanating from all directions. Initially vague, the sounds gradually sharpen into clarity. They groan, so hungry, so very hungry, so hungry, ah! Hundreds of voices crescendo into a frantic, piercing cacophony. The sharp wails are like needles piercing Shirley's mind. Gritting her teeth, Shirley suppresses a muffled groan that rises to her lips. A mottled crimson seeps from her eyes. This is a sign of mild contamination. This is no ordinary night fog, but rather a toxic miasma. And at this moment, as darkness descends, who is the unfortunate lost soul? Cough, cough. I am gravely ill and cannot rise to greet you. You must have traveled a great distance. It is dangerous outside. Here, there is a warm hearth and food. Coming quickly. The voice of the house's occupant continues, frail yet kind. In a fleeting moment, Shirley perceives the roof as red, and the benevolent elder within appears to be grandmother. Guided by warm light and tone, Shirley's thoughts seem to be gently disarrayed by an invisible hand, rendering her incapable of discernment. In this half-dream state, she instinctively takes 2 steps forward, her hand resting on the slightly aged wooden door. Just as she is about to push it open, a blinding flash of red abruptly seizes her vision. It is the crimson cloak draped across her shoulders, vibrant to the point of being dazzling like a fierce flame in the night. This instant jolts Shirley's mind back to clarity. She shakes her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the dizziness that clouds her senses. Determined to regain her composure, Shirley glances at her red cloak and then looks up at the ceiling. The warm glow emanating from within the house continues to distort her visual perception. She removes the cloak and props it up with a branch, extending it toward the roof. From this upward perspective, Shirley suddenly notices strange symbols within the lining of the cloak. Could the Brittany family truly be witches? This thought flits through her mind. In contrast, The color of the roof appears deeper and darker than the cloak, with uneven patches reminiscent of years of bloodstains permeating the wood. No longer hesitating, Shirley thrusts the branch into the rusty keyhole and turns to flee. The opportunity to escape is slipping away, and the occupant within grows increasingly agitated. "Why are you running, Little Red Riding Hood? Do you not even recognize your beloved grandmother?" The voice is urgent and chilling, betraying ill intent. "Bah, old demon!" Shirley silently curses, refusing to engage. Her mother always said not to converse with strangers on the road. Without daring to pause, she presses onward. The longer she lingers in the hazy miasma, the heavier the contamination becomes. Overcome with a nauseating debuff of dizziness and fatigue, she races along the familiar path through the thickening fog. Heavy footsteps echo from the wooden house, drawing closer to the door. Bang! A loud crash resounds as the occupant attempts to push the door open but fails. Shirley's heart races, and she quickens her pace. The branch propping the door cannot hold for long. Yet, inexplicably after that loud noise, the occupant ceases their attempts and falls silent. At this moment, Shirley feels a wave of relief. Despite being hidden away by a useless agency for 3 years, her physical training has not waned. Had she not endured the brutal regimen of a trainee, she could not have persevered under such debilitating conditions. Drowsiness, fatigue, and hunger surge within her, threatening to siphon away her strength. Her hair is damp with sweat, and the red cloak grows increasingly burdensome. After what feels like an eternity of running, Shirley finally glimpses familiar lights ahead. A lowly dwelling strikingly similar to the previous wooden house stands before her. Cough, cough, cough. The murmurs in her ears abruptly cease. From a distance, she hears the sound of coughing emanating from within. Viewers from Huagua watching the live stream cannot help but share Shirley's disorientation, feeling as though they are caught in a loop. Shirley instinctively looks up at the roof once more, comparing it to her cloak. Yes, it is indeed red. After much effort, she has finally found grandmother's house. After all that toil, she has merely leaped from one pit into another, wiping away the blood trickling from her nose and mouth with the back of her hand. She feels the persistent sting of mild contamination in her mind. In the bedtime stories of her childhood, Little Red Riding Hood and grandmother were swallowed by a wolf, only for a passing hunter to slay the beast and rescue them. As a child, she questioned how those consumed could remain intact. She thought the adults were terribly deceitful, tricking children. It was only upon growing older that she learned the original tale's brutality. Little Red Riding Hood was deceived into bed, consumed entirely. There was no kind hunter to save them. Leaning against the door, Shirley takes a moment to catch her breath and knock softly. The coughing within ceases. Who is it? Has dear little Brittany come? The raspy voice carries an unsettling heaviness. Shirley pushes the door open. "I've come to see you. How is your health?" Upon entering, she is met with a strong metallic scent of blood. The interior is sparsely furnished, lacking any semblance of comfort. It doesn't take long for her to notice a peculiar detail. The door has a latch and keyhole on the outside, but none on the inside. Is this truly not a prison for captives? In the corner, a long rye loaf rests in a basket, while the table is strewn with some berries, now spoiled and untouched. On the dining table, several pages of yellowed paper lie scattered. Many resemble the meaningless doodles she previously saw on the sign, closely matching the symbols from the cloak's lining. Only one page bears coherent writing. "My life has reached its end. I can no longer gather wood from the ground. Natasha had no choice but to follow the rules here, bringing me to the forest cottage. She brings sufficient bread weekly. Yet my poor Natasha and little Brittany have both grown gaunt. Perhaps it is indeed time to say farewell, but I have yet to see little Brittany grow up. I have left some sweet berries she enjoys. I do not know when she will return. May God bless them. Signed, Lisa." It must be grandmother's name. Shirley glances at it briefly before averting her gaze. Turning her head, she sees grandmother lying on the bed, turned away from her, a blanket covering half her head, the exposed portion tightly wrapped in a scarf, her figure robust to an alarming degree. Chapter 35. The hunter has arrived. Shirley. Awful, utterly dreadful. Yet, she could neither expose it nor betray any sign of awareness. Shirley rubbed her face, restoring her mask of anguish. In the lengthy narrative of Little Red Riding Hood, The wolf and Little Red Riding Hood engaged in a prolonged dance before the former ultimately opened its cavernous maw and swallowed her whole. At this moment, any hint of abnormality from Shirley would prompt the wolf grandmother to drop the charade and reveal her true intentions. Adjusting her crimson cloak, Shirley instantaneously adopted a tone of concern. "Dear Lisa, I heard from Natasha that you are too ill to rise from your bed. I am deeply worried about you. You must be famished. I shall prepare a steaming bowl of soup accompanied by black bread." The wolf, disinterested in human fare, outright declined. "I have no appetite. My dear Brittany, grandmother misses you terribly. Come to bed so I can have a good look at you." "That simply won't do. Humans are like iron and food is like steel. One cannot survive without nourishment." Shirley's face displayed clear disapproval. This time, without waiting for response, she swiftly located the dusty pots and pans atop the cabinet, recalling a fleeting glimpse from earlier. She poured in mushrooms and rainwater, crafting an authentic wild mushroom soup devoid of modern technology and harsh practices. These fist-sized mushrooms were undeniably fresh. The aromatic steam wafted through the air, stirring her own hunger, for she had not eaten throughout her long chase. "Drink the soup? Oh no, Lisa. Savor this bowl of mushroom soup." Upon seeing her grandmother in bed, unable to refuse, she quickly extended a dark hand to receive the bowl, retreating beneath the covers. Gulp, gulp, gulp. An empty bowl was presented in a fluid motion that left Shirley momentarily astonished. This was scalding mushroom soup, and yet it seemed her grandmother's stomach could withstand the heat. Once the mushroom soup was consumed, the wolf grandmother eagerly exclaimed, "All right, Brittany, let grandmother have a good look at you." "What should I do? What should I do?" The hunter has a gun. I can only buy time until the hunter arrives." But in the original tale, there was no hunter. Will a hunter truly pass by? These words left many spectators in contemplation. Soon, another voice chimed in with a sudden realization. "Mushrooms." Sister Lee specifically gathered mushrooms on the way. Indeed, the rules indicate that roadside mushrooms are forbidden to eat. Those mushrooms are clearly poisonous. The most pressing concern is time. The wolf grandmother has already consumed the mushroom soup. We only need to endure until the poison takes effect. More and more comments of this nature emerged, yet a small fraction of individuals harbored uncontrollable apprehension. Were those mushrooms truly toxic? Even if they were poisonous, could cooked mushrooms still retain their toxicity? Moreover, even if the cooked mushrooms were still poisonous, would the toxin affect a wolf? Shirley's strategy was perilous, laden with uncertainty. Holding the empty bowl, Shirley was about to devise another excuse when a sudden jolt of realization struck her mind. Do not violate the ending in which Little Red Riding Hood is devoured by the wolf. Do not violate the ending in which Little Red Riding Hood is devoured by the wolf. Do not violate the ending in which Little Red Riding Hood is devoured by the wolf. The system's notification echoed thrice, its cold mechanical tone imbued with a chilling threat. Artist Shirley, only a widely recognized classic ending can fulfill the role of a public figure's positive energy promotion. Nonsense. A flicker of disdain crossed Shirley's gaze. She retorted in her mind, "Do not impose your will upon me. Did I ever claim to be Little Red Riding Hood? I am merely visiting my dear Brittany's grandmother." Throughout her interactions with her companions and the wolf grandmother, Shirley had never once acknowledged herself as Brittany. After all, Rule 7 stated, "Good children must not lie." The system's notification was caught off guard, immediately beginning to scrutinize its archives, realizing that Shirley indeed had not responded to those individuals. She had never referred to her grandmother or mother by those titles, opting instead for Lisa and Natasha. Damned, those treacherous humans with 800 schemes. If the system's notification had a physical form, it would surely be contorted by Shirley's ire. However, it quickly regained composure. Even if Shirley had manipulated a loophole in the rules, she could not await the hunter's arrival, for that eerie, resonant voice continued to urge her. "Brittany, it is late. Time to sleep. Come to bed." As Shirley remained rooted in place, the grandmother's voice grew increasingly coarse and grating. "Ha, ha, why are you still standing there? You, ha, have you already realized?" Suddenly, Shirley found herself in darkness. A wolf, towering nearly 2 meters tall, stood before her. This was no ordinary wolf. A human face emerged from the dense, deep gray mane at the back of its head. Upon closer inspection, it was the visage of a man in his 50s, his features grotesquely contorted, with a mouth that gaped open, revealing razor-sharp teeth glinting like needles. Fresh meat clinging to his fangs. "Dear little Brittany, I have been waiting for you. Let us reunite with your grandmother within my belly." The wolf grinned malevolently, preparing to pounce. "Wait." Shirley hastily gestured for him to halt. "Can we converse? Before you devour me, do you not wish to know something else? Like why the number of women entering the forest has recently diminished." Old Robert. This statement momentarily halted the wolf's advance. He glared at Shirley with a sinister gaze. "You know, you recognize me?" The human face on the wolf's skull belonged to the town's seasoned hunter, Old Robert. Old Robert had seen the real Brittany. From the outset, both parties had tacitly understood that Shirley was not Brittany, and the wolf was not Lisa's grandmother. Shirley had nearly reconstructed the tale. This forest was rife with wolves, and the victims were predominantly young women. These were local townsfolk, well aware of the wolves' haunts, typically traversing the main roads, yet misfortune still befell them. In many Western cultures, the term wolf carries connotations of men who lure women. Shirley recalled the final rule. The original sequence of her restructured phrase was, "Wolves roam the forest. Hunters carry guns. Be careful, wolves will eat people." However, the correct ordering of this statement was, "Wolves roam the forest. Wolves will eat people. Hunters carry guns. Be careful." Had the victims perished by the jaws of the wolves or by the hands of men, disguised as victims of savage beasts? As the town's renowned hunter, Old Robert was more familiar with the wolves' movements than anyone else. Although the cabin was locked from the outside, wolves do not possess the ability to unlock doors. Someone had broken the lock from the outside, allowing the wolf to enter and consume the grandmother. Thus, this wolf bore a human face, for it was a man who committed evil while masquerading under the guise of a beast. The childish doodles on the wooden sign were, in fact, a subtle warning, a message from Brittany's family. In an era where literacy was scarce, such easily remembered symbols were likely devised by Brittany's family. Akin to the ancient women's writing that circulated among women in China, serving as reminders to those around them. It was precisely because of these peculiar symbols that those with ulterior motives labeled Brittany's mother a witch. Chapter 36. The origin of the forest cabin. Those who often find themselves in the throes of dissatisfaction with life tend to lash out at the weaker beings around them, such as wandering cats and dogs, innocent children, and frail women. The Brittany family became aware of the troubling nature of Old Robert, yet they lacked substantial evidence, and the townsfolk would hardly believe the words of a widow over those of a more esteemed and seasoned hunter. Nevertheless, it was the Brittany family's vigilance that spared many women in the town from peril. The ailing grandmother lived alone in a secluded part of the forest. In the stillness of night, the forest echoed with the hunger-driven moans. The only barrier was the wooden door, locked from the outside. Why did these cabins bear such a striking resemblance to one another? What led the previous occupant of one cabin to abandon it after a mere push against the door? It was because they understood that the door would not yield. For centuries, the legend of abandonment of the elderly has circulated across the Eurasian continent. Those who have aged, fallen gravely ill, and can no longer contribute as laborers to their families are often left by their children deep within the forest, beneath the receding tides at the seashore, or discarded within specially constructed stone dwellings. Some dutiful children might initially bring meals, but eventually they cease, allowing their parents to perish from starvation within. From the grandmother's letters, it was evident that Brittany and her mother still endeavored to deliver food to her. The dutiful little Brittany would never pilfer the food intended for her grandmother. She adhered closely to her mother's admonitions. However, on her way, she encountered the old hunter Robert, forcing Brittany to divert from the main road into a narrow path. How could she outrun an adult? The villain pursued her, leading them both into the forest's most perilous forbidden zone, where they were engulfed by that eerie land. That land devoured only Old Robert, casting out the less substantial little girl as bait. Under the curse of this forest, the hunter fused with wolves to become a new monstrosity, transforming into the ghostly boss of the Little Red Riding Hood tale, returning to the grandmother's home to await new prey. What the hell? Are you telling me this is a hunter? No, This is far too dark and depressing. Ah, my worldview is shattered. I knew it would ruin childhood, but I never expected it to be more devastating than the original Little Red Riding Hood. This has me feeling so emo. The Brittany family is so unfortunate. Previously, some said that taking the hunter's path wouldn't lead to wolves. Damn, ISNT this like lambs walking into a tiger's den. Bah, indeed, nothing is more malicious than the human heart. Stop cursing, stop cursing. Am I the only one worried about Ligia? Don't panic, don't panic. Ligia must have exchange points for a life-saving item. It will be all right. Sob, it will be fine. Beneath these comments, mixed in were the gleeful remarks of international viewers, while those from Hua country were too disheartened to retaliate against such taunts. Everyone's focus turned to how Li could break free from this predicament. The analysis team from Hua country kept a close watch on the small screen. The 4 chosen ones were scattered, yet they had only one opportunity for communication. Thus, the burden on Xiao and the others grew heavier. They had to deliberate carefully on when and to whom they should allocate this singular chance to communicate. There was no time to delay. Other nations had already set a precedent. Should even one chosen one perish in the ghostly tale, it would transform into a malevolent entity, relentlessly pursuing the others until they were all consumed by the narrative. They refer to this phenomenon as team spirit. Several chosen ones from various nations had met their demise in this manner. If all 4 survived, the difficulty of the scenario would be rated a single star. However, if even one fell, the challenges faced by the remaining chosen ones would multiply exponentially. In Cherry Blossom Country, 2 other chosen ones, having been approached by their deceased companions, prompted the authorities to urgently utilize their communication opportunity to contact the last remaining chosen one, Maruyama Takao, instructing him to avoid his ghostly teammates at all costs and seek a chance to complete the task. Just as Maruyama Takao finished the call with the authorities and had yet to flee, he heard a slow, deliberate knocking at the door. Knock, 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 knock. Maruyama Takao shivered and trembled as he approached the door, peering through the crack to see the islander Sifu and 2 other companions. They bore no visible wounds, and their pale faces wore identical smiles, the curvature of their lips perfectly aligned. Open the door, open the door, open the door. Cherry Blossom Country faced yet another total annihilation. Subsequently, the police headquarters issued emergency reports regarding multiple home invasion murders. The victims, in their final moments, were dragged by their hair through every corridor, their blood and flesh smeared across each step. The skin, through relentless friction, had been reduced to a thin cord. Surveillance footage captured the assailants. Shockingly, they were the chosen ones who had perished in the national battle. An expert urgently remarked, Shirley has not yet accepted the identity of Little Red Riding Hood, as she escapes the cabin and ventures into the forest shrouded in pollution. It is far better than being devoured by the malevolent entity. She might find a glimmer of hope. The analysis team from Hua country seized this opportunity, striving to guide Shirley towards the path of least danger amidst the fog. No, wait. Xiao shook his head, gazing at her serene countenance. He felt an inexplicable surge of trust. Shirley must have already devised a plan. Shirley would not disappoint Hua country. After all analyses were concluded, Shirley fixed her gaze upon old Robert S. Belly, tilting her head slightly as if awaiting something to transpire. Old Robert, aware of her thoughts, grinned menacingly. To express my gratitude for your enlightening insights, I shall promptly sever your throat and don your charming face to venture into the town. Ha. Did you think those mushrooms could poison me? Of course not. Shirley shook her head, a sudden smile gracing her lips. Her features beneath the cloak illuminated with that smile, the bloodstains at the corners of her eyes transforming into a splendid tapestry. I cherish my life and would not wager it on the probability of the mushrooms being poisonous. The 6th item in the precautions for entering the forest stated, do not consume the mushrooms along the way. At that time, Shirley deduced that this rule had likely not been tainted, though it was somewhat misleading. Just because her mother forbade Little Red Riding Hood from eating the mushrooms did not imply they were poisonous. It could simply have been a matter of cleanliness. These mushrooms thrived on the nutrients from the blood and flesh in the soil, resulting in their vibrant and plump appearance, accompanied by a fragrant aroma of meat. Chapter 37. Little Red Riding Hood. The new conclusion thus, Shirley's focus has never been on the mushrooms themselves, but rather on the soil clinging to their roots, the very soil that awakens upon contact with flesh and blood. In this eerie juxtaposition, the waters of the well do not intrude upon the river. Yet, Shirley's persistent meddling cannot be disregarded. This gluttonous and peculiar earth prepares to confront the wolf grandmother from Little Red Riding Hood, and Shirley finds herself filled with anticipation, eager to discover who shall seize the title of MVP this evening. Old Robert's eyes widened in horror. An overlooked sensation surged from the slick walls of his stomach, akin to a roaring inferno, growing ever more intense. The organs within him remained more fragile than the coarse fur that encased them. Old Robert collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, as if he had swallowed concentrated sulfuric acid. The murky, beastly eyes around him bulged with twisted red veins, pulsating with pain. With a tearing sound, the claws ripped open his belly, extracting intestines and undigested fragments of flesh. Yet those minuscule clumps of clay remained elusive. Gradually, the werewolf ceased its movements. Shirley gazed upon the gory corpse, its abdomen split open and blood flowing freely, and inexplicably, a surge of hunger welled up within her. As if in a trance, Shirley found herself squatting beside the carcass, her body leaning slightly forward, a small dining knife for slicing bread clasped in her hand. The blade plunged deep into the wolf's forehead, and her cloak was splattered with droplets of wolf's blood, deepening its hue to resemble crimson velvet, a symbol of her transition from innocence to maturity. What on earth? What just happened? Suddenly, I look stunning. In our country, the chosen ones are truly selected based on their looks. I don't care. This scene must be included in the MV. The FAAD is so captivating, I can't help but admire it. Who understands? In our folklore, there are tales of the bear grandma. But in our story, the sister cleverly escaped her clutches. Reality mirrors the tale. The Eastern Little Red Riding Hood single-handedly defeats the Western wolf grandmother. The prey has become the hunter. Shirley's cheeks were also splattered with a few drops of viscous liquid. What is happening? Was she just affected by a mild contamination? She furrowed her brow slightly. A crackling sound echoed from her back, as her coccyx and spine began to heat up, as if they were melting her away. Could it be that her tattoos were infected? Ding! You have slain the werewolf and randomly acquired a peculiar ability. This ability may be utilized in this horror tale, and upon achieving a perfect completion rating, you may choose one ability to retain beyond this tale. Unlike the previous cold and detached system notifications, this voice carried an unsettling quality with a gritty texture. Congratulations, you have acquired clumsy disguise ability. Ability description. It goes like this: Officer, I receive an overseas call from someone speaking poorly accented Mandarin, claiming to be Ultraman, insisting on leading a large army to retake planet Jeddah, asking me to send him money. He practically rubbed my intelligence into the ground. When you attempt to disguise yourself, there is a certain probability of deceiving the opponent. Surely, this is akin to a knife in the backside, an eye-opener. Of all abilities, she had to randomly receive this clumsy disguise skill. Surely, this is the least impressive capability of the werewolf. Having witnessed the werewolf's self-deceiving ruse, Shirley had hoped for enhancements in agility or strength. Alas, her luck remained as it ever was. Her gaze gradually shifted toward the bloodied belly of the corpse. If she could devise a way to deal with this bizarre soil, would she not obtain a more formidable ability? However, Shirley quickly cast aside this thought. This world is a vast dreamscape, a manifestation of the subconscious. Considering the historical context of this era, along with the infamous Black Death and the witch hunts, there also existed the notorious practice of sheep-eating. Those affluent capitalists seized the land from farmers, ruthlessly suppressing any who dared to resist. The rulers of the time enforced decrees compelling farmers to labor in the factories of the capitalists, engaging in servile work for meager wages. Refusal would lead to beatings, mutilation, or even execution. The farmers lost both their land and their lives. Reflected in the realm of dreams, this became a land that devours. Such a profound source of resentment has taken root. There is no point in contemplating it. She cannot contend with it. She simply cannot. Shirley approached the table, and picked up a blank sheet of paper. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the air, observing some unseen entity above. And with a slight curl of her lips, she spoke with a hint of defiance. "You seek positive energy guidance, do you not? Allow me to provide it." Shirley rummaged through the drawers, but found no pen or ink. In a bold move, she snapped off a finger from the corpse and used the blood to write. Little Red Riding Hood is a clever and resourceful girl. She soon realized that her grandmother was a wolf in disguise. She turned the tables on the wolf and the hypocritical hunter, successfully surviving the ordeal. The next day, she brought the townsfolk to the cabin, revealing the truth to all. The villains are often those familiar to us. One can never truly know another's heart. Only oneself can save oneself. Little Red Riding Hood, New Revised Version, concluded. The 8th rule of the Forest Cautionary Guidelines states, "Wine and snacks are for grandmother. Do not steal them." Yet, the grandmother who cherishes Brittany would surely share. Watching her consume the delectable snacks and wine, perhaps it would bring some comfort. Mother was taken away, leaving behind her young daughter and elderly mother. Even if they sought refuge in the forest, they would inevitably be found. The true poison lay not in the mushrooms, but in the snacks and wine. The task entrusted to Brittany by her mother was to ensure that both she and grandmother were well fed before embracing a peaceful slumber. Better to depart this world quietly in sleep than be captured and burned alive or tortured, whether devoured by a wolf or consuming the toxic snacks. Both paths lead to death, an unfinished fate. From what Shirley has discerned about the role-playing rules, once one agrees to an identity in interaction with an NPC, one must adhere to the character's fate. If it were a character like Snow White, the outcome would not be so dire, living happily ever after with the prince. But should one become the newlywed wife in Bluebeard, the only option would be to brashly open the forbidden door, leading to a cruel demise at Bluebeard's hands. Not only do these well-known fairy tale protagonists suffer such fates, the endings of many lesser figures from this era are even more brutal. Assuming another's identity inevitably drags one into their misfortunes. Thus, returning to the original task, side quest. 1. Obtain an identity card within 7 days. 2. Complete the tasks associated with the identity card. 3. Find your true allies. The first 2 tasks may appear as pathways to escape, yet they merely draw one closer to death. Ding! Judgment successful. The new conclusion for Little Red Riding Hood is now in effect. Fairy tale modification value 10. Exploration progress in this world 10. You aided Little Red Riding Hood in achieving her revenge, earning her gratitude. Reward: a rumor from Misty Town. The forest location shoot has been completed, transitioning to a new scene. Chapter 38. The disappearance of Cinderella. The scene shifts to a dilapidated wooden cottage, where a wolf's carcass lies crumbling away, revealing the edge of an ancient town. A gentle breeze caresses the cheek, and the once static scene springs to life. On either side of the city gate, guards clad in silver-gray armor stand rigidly, hands resting on their swords, gazing expressionlessly ahead. Sounds of commotion and unrest emanate from within the walls. A procession of clergy in dark robes approaches, their faces obscured by wide hoods, revealing only their pallid lips and a hint of chin. These are the agents of the Inquisition. They walk with unwavering focus, followed by a string of men and women, their hands bound by ropes, dressed in coarse garments, heads bowed in shame. The majority are women, clad in tattered simplicity, a mix of the elderly and the young, with the smallest child barely 10 years old. The townsfolk watch, eyes unblinking. As the prisoners march past, an individual suddenly erupts in furious vitriol. Damn those witches! You blasphemers serving the devil, stained with the blood of the mysteriously vanished. Just last week, I spoke with that witch. No wonder my lamb has been ill. Good heavens! I can hardly bear to think that my Michelle had eaten the sweets she offered. The crowd grows increasingly agitated, their anger boiling over as they hurl refuse and stones at their former neighbors and colleagues, now reduced to bloodied wrecks. The leading priest remains eyes closed, allowing the townspeople to vent their fury. Only when the tumult subsides does he open his eyes and intones solemnly, "These vile witches, with their filthy souls, shall be purified in the flames that will consume them 6 days hence." Shirley silently scoffs at the absurdity of it all. standing at the fringes of the crowd. Her gaze drifts to the end of the procession, and her eyes widen in disbelief. She spots a familiar figure among the captives. Chun-Nai. How could she have been captured? This is intolerable. Chun-Nai's face is smeared with grime, mostly obscured by the man in front of her. It is only upon a second glance that Shirley recognizes her. Perhaps sensing Shirley's intense gaze, Chun-Nai lifts her head slightly. Their eyes meet. Chun-Nai's momentarily brightens, her lips parting as she quickly shakes her head, lowering it once more. She silently urges Shirley to remain cautious. With so many guards about, she must not put herself in jeopardy. Noting Chun-Nai's calm demeanor, Shirley feels a measure of relief. Chun-Nai is resourceful and has acquired numerous tools. She likely possesses a means to navigate this perilous situation. As the procession continues, the crowd gradually disperses. Only a few remain by the notice board at the city gate, whispering in hushed tones, their faces a mix of fear and yearning. Shirley glances around, scoops up some dirt from the ground, and smears it across her face, rendering her complexion rough and sallow. She approaches the notice board, craning her neck to read the announcements. The most renowned circus troupe from the neighboring kingdom is set to arrive in the royal city, promising spectacular animal and freak shows. A shipwreck occurs again in the misty sea. The prince of the neighboring kingdom offers a bounty for the rescue of a young woman. In 6 days, the kingdom's first heir, Prince Ulysses, will host a grand ball, inviting all the beautiful maidens of the royal city. As Shirley's gaze descends the board, it alights upon a particular announcement. The daughter of Baron Cohen and his first wife was abducted one night by a creature from the misty forest. The distraught Baron, unable to sleep, offers a manor as a reward for her safe return. Baron Cohen, is that not the place where Little Red Riding Hood's mother once worked? Though the Baron has remarried, it is evident that he still holds dear his biological daughter. Cinderella. Miss Cinderella, beautiful and kind, regrettably failed to win the favor of fate. May she return safely. The murmurs of the townsfolk reach Shirley's ears, igniting a flurry of activity in the live stream. Cinderella? The lost Cinderella? The DNA is stirring. Is this a new identity card? I recall that in Cinderella, only the wicked stepmother and her 2 sisters met a tragic end. Cinderella ultimately lived happily ever after with the prince. So this identity card should be valid. Then what are we waiting for? Let's accept it. Something feels off. Can someone analyze this? Isn't Cinderella only supposed to have a stepmother and 2 sisters? Why was it mentioned that the Baron had a deceased son? Everyone be quiet. Trust in Shirley's judgment. At the bottom of the notice is a rough image of a young woman. Despite the coarse rendering, her black hair and eyes are unmistakable, a rarity in this town. Shirley acutely feels the skeptical glances of the nearby residents upon her. They're scrutinizing her, comparing her to the image. The guard's attention shifts her way as well. In a flash of inspiration, Shirley raises her soiled hand to her cheek, exclaiming, "Oh, how I wish I were a lady of the Baroness household." Her hands darken her face further. The soldier approaching her halts, a look of clear disgust flickering in his eyes. Cinderella could never appear so unkempt and filthy. Oh, these wretched commoners. The guards divert their gaze, ignoring her presence. Shirley breathes a sigh of relief. In the tale of Cinderella, she often suffers at the hands of her stepmother and 2 sisters, forced to exchange her beautiful gowns for tattered rags, laboring tirelessly until she is covered in dirt. Her loving father remains an invisible figure. The notice reveals that Baron Cohen is willing to offer a manor to find his missing daughter. A manor, in this era, is quite valuable. Even if the Baron is generous, his new wife may not share his sentiments. Thus, 2 possibilities present themselves. Either the Baron genuinely loves his biological daughter, or they are aware that Cinderella will not return and are merely posting this notice for appearances. Could it be that Cinderella was truly taken by a monster? Shirley turns to spot another job advertisement, straightforward in its intent. The Baroness is preparing for the upcoming ball and is seeking young maids from the town for assistance in the castle. Shirley reflects on Chun-Nai's earlier gestures, filth, misunderstanding. The ball? Is it possible that they plan to meet at the ball? 6 days from now coincides perfectly with the full moon night. Infiltrating the Baroness castle presents an opportunity to attend the Prince's ball. With no place to stay for the night, she hastily signs up, From this day forth, you shall serve as a maid in the Cohen household. Strive to please the Baroness and her 2 daughters, should they express any dissatisfaction. You would not want to know your fate. A middle-aged woman, adorned in a black and white maid dress, with high cheekbones and a pointed chin, gazes down from her elevated position, her hands clasped in front of her. Her deep green, vertical pupils resemble the haunting gaze of a coiled serpent. Chapter 39. The maid's code surely lowered her head and nodded obediently. After the head, maid, turned to leave, Shirley finally lifted her gaze. She deliberately sprinkled more dirt onto her hair and employed her recently acquired clumsy disguise skills to create a slight deviation from her dark-haired, dark-eyed features, successfully managing to blend in. Shirley opened the rules given to her by the head maid. Maid's Code, Part 1. 1. The hierarchy within the castle is rigid. You are a lowly maid and must not defy the head maid's orders. 2. Baron Cohen has only 2 daughters brought back by his second wife. Should you see a woman in a gray dress weeping with a broom in hand, do not respond to her in any way. 3. The current Baroness is exceptionally beautiful. She dislikes being stared at and equally abhors being ignored. 4. Clean the master's room 3 times daily, morning, noon, and evening. 5. The portrait in the castle hallway depicts the Baron's first wife. If you witness the woman in the portrait shedding blood tears, immediately cover your ears and retreat down the stairs. 6. Miss Grace, the Baron's eldest daughter, takes her afternoon nap from 2 to 4 o'clock p.m. and is known for her severe morning mood. Do not disturb her. Miss Grace has a habit of enjoying afternoon tea. You must prepare it in advance and deliver it punctually. The Baron's second daughter, Miss Laura, often talks to herself. Do not ignore her questions, but refrain from responding to her musings. 7. Assist Cinderella in attending the prince's ball. 8. The castle's basement has been abandoned for a long time. Regardless of any noises from below, do not attempt to approach. 9. Baron Cohen detests fish. No fish or its parts should ever appear in the kitchen, lest they offend the Baron. There were a total of 9 rules, and this was merely the first part of the maid's code. The second part remained a mystery, hidden somewhere within the castle. Just reading these regulations made Shirley feel overwhelmed. Help, help, help! With all the serving and cleaning, was she truly the only servant in this vast castle? The second rule mentioned that Baron Cohen had only 2 daughters, yet it also instructed her to assist Cinderella in attending the prince's ball. Moreover, the 9th rule referenced fish, which reminded Shirley of another tale. In the Tang dynasty of Huagua, there was a widely known folk tale. A cave dweller's daughter named Yi Xian was industrious and virtuous from a young age, but suffered abuse from her stepmother, who killed her beloved fish and buried it in a dung pit. As Yi Xian quietly wept, a celestial being descended from the heavens. The being revealed the location of the fish's bones and instructed her to pray after retrieving them, assuring her that any wish would be fulfilled. During a grand festival, her stepmother neglected to take her out. After they departed, Yi Xian prayed to the fish bones, donned a magnificent outfit adorned with kingfisher feathers, and followed them. After the festival, someone found her shoe and sold it to a merchant. Eventually, this exquisite golden shoe was acquired by a king. The king, enchanted by the shoe's craftsmanship, tortured the merchant to uncover its origins. The king ultimately tracked down Yi Xian, who reappeared in her splendid attire and disclosed the secret of the fish bones. The king took Yi Xian and the fish bones, marrying her. The tale concluded with the king making a wish upon the fish bones, gaining immeasurable wealth. But it failed to mention Yi Xian thereafter. Shirley shook her head, deciding not to dwell on such thoughts. It was best to focus on the tasks at hand. The castle lacked any means of keeping time, so Shirley retrieved her pocket watch. It was now 3:30. She had half an hour until the young lady's afternoon tea. The castle windows were set high and narrow, allowing little light to penetrate, casting shadows everywhere and creating an eerie atmosphere. Shirley located the afternoon tea menu and, just 5 minutes before the young lady awoke, managed to prepare all the items and wheeled the cart to Grace's door. The corridor was eerily silent, devoid of any other servants. A blood-red carpet lined the hallway, adorned with numerous oil portraits. In one portrait was a beautiful woman with dark hair and eyes, whose gaze, akin to 2 black pearls, smiled gently upon her. The signatures varied in time, Yet the woman's appearance remained largely unchanged. Shirley dared not linger. As the young lady's afternoon tea time was imminent, fearing the portrait's subject might suddenly shed blood tears. At exactly 4 o'clock, an irate voice resonated from within the room. "Damn it! Where's my afternoon tea? Why has it not been served? These useless fools cannot even manage such a trivial matter." Shirley promptly knocked on the door. "Miss Grace, your afternoon tea." The voice within ceased abruptly, and, after a few seconds, replied in a dry tone. You may bring it in." Shirley entered. A young blonde girl sat on a round bed, clutching an exquisite jewelry box, her voluminous skirt cascading across the bed. She was undeniably beautiful, though her distorted expression marred her features. She scrutinized Shirley, seemingly intent on uncovering any fault in her. Shirley smiled, methodically arranging the utensils. Red tea and snacks on the table, her hands resting patiently for her instructions. The young lady stared at her for a long moment. "I just remembered. I think I dropped an earring in the basement last time. Go retrieve it for me." A malicious glint flickered in her eyes. Her focus was entirely on Shirley rather than the afternoon tea, perceiving her as a delectable morsel. Chapter 40. The Baroness Shirley gazed at the smug countenance before her, her thoughts whirling rapidly. The first rule of the maid's code stated, "Within the castle, the hierarchy is strict. You are a lowly maid and must not defy the orders of the head maid." This rule, though it merely seemed to caution against disobedience, emphasized the rigid social structure within the castle. The master of the castle wielded absolute authority and status, and Miss Grace was the mistress. Shirley could not contravene Miss Grace's commands. Moreover, the 8th rule warned, "The castle's basement has long been abandoned. Do not attempt to approach it, regardless of any sounds emanating from within." Shirley had been skeptical of this rule's validity, often finding that the places most forbidding to outsiders concealed critical truths. The basement surely harbored secrets. Yet, observing Miss Grace's malevolent demeanor, it was evident that she was tempting her to breach the rules. Shirley resolutely steered clear of that place, at least until she sought further understanding. "How malicious of you. It's no wonder there are so few servants left in your household," Shirley muttered internally, though her face maintained a respectful smile. "Very well, Miss Grace." The young lady nodded in satisfaction, preparing to indulge in her afternoon tea. "You may go now. I intend to wear these ruby earrings at the prince's ball. I believe they might have fallen on the staircase leading to the basement." Reluctantly acquiescing, Shirley replied, "Of course." The audience in the live stream watched in apprehension as she turned to leave. "You mustn't go to the basement. Quickly think of a way to refuse." "Oh no, don't attempt it. Trying will lead to disaster." If she could refuse, she would have done so already. "What should we do? Perhaps walk around the basement and return to tell Grace that her earrings aren't inside." No, that plan is absurd." "What if she asked what the basement looks like?" "It would be disastrous." "Oh dear, it's all over for Huagua. We won T survive the first night." "Who are you, little imp? Mind your own affairs. Hasn't the ghost story already descended upon your land? Should you check behind you for spirits?" "Baka, I can't bear to watch any longer. I'll switch to another stream." Shirley continued brainstorming as she treaded through the desolate, silent corridor. The inner workings of this castle were far more intricate than the previous Little Red Riding Hood scenario. Each rule seemed intricately interconnected, and she struggled to unravel the web of relationships. In this castle, every detail could harbor significant information, and she needed to proceed with utmost caution. Halting her steps, Shirley devised a plan. She feigned the appearance of a newly arrived maid who had inadvertently lost her way, meandering toward the Baroness's chambers. Upon reaching the door, she discovered it ajar, through which a slender, ethereal figure could be discerned. Shirley slowed her pace, sighing, the basement, Miss Grace's earrings, the basement." As she was about to pass the Baroness's bedroom, a soft, melodious voice echoed, "Stop." The tone was low and gentle, akin to cool silk brushing against skin, sending shivers coursing through her. Shirley halted, dazed. "Come here." Complying with the request, she stepped into the room. The Baroness's chamber was lavishly adorned. Yet compared to the grandeur of the Baroness's residence, it seemed modest. The bed, velvet sofas, and vanity were all cluttered with jewels of varying colors and sizes. "Are you new here?" The intoxicating scent of exquisite perfume enveloped her. Shirley's mind buzzed uncontrollably, recalling the contamination that had vanished after her encounter with Little Red Riding Hood. A sudden urge to behold the Baroness's beauty surged within her. Retaining a fragment of rationality, she allowed her gaze to flit over the Baroness's opulent attire before retreating like lightning. The corset cinched the woman's waist to an almost impossibly delicate dimension, leaving Shirley momentarily breathless. The contrast between her slender waist and the voluminous petticoat was striking. The third rule of the maid's code stated, "The current Baroness is extraordinarily beautiful. She dislikes being watched, yet equally despises being overlooked." The balance between these nuances was challenging to navigate. Shirley dared not be careless. After a fleeting glance, she felt as if she had been blinded by brilliance. Folding her hands before her, she adopted an exaggerated and affected tone. "Yes, my esteemed lady, I beseech your forgiveness. Humble servant and beneficiary that I am, your magnificent radiance renders me unable to gaze upon you directly." Shirley mentally paired her words with an expressive emoji. "Very well." The Baroness, seemingly unfazed by her demeanor, casually inquired, "What is it you intend to do?" Her inquiry, initially casual, turned serious as she noticed the maid's sudden hesitation and stammering speech. "Speak," the Baroness urged impatiently. Shirley stammered, "It seems Miss Grace's earrings have fallen into the basement, and she instructed me to search for them." "Absurd." Before she could finish, the Baroness erupted in fury. "Grace does not respect my authority. She dares venture into that filthy basement behind my back. None of my daughters provide me with peace. They have been nothing but a torment since birth. This time, I shall teach her a severe lesson." The Baroness waved her arms, causing her gown to billow, and pearls and gems cascaded from her elbows onto the carpet, some of which shattered upon impact. Pointing at the ensuing chaos, the Baroness commanded, "You must clean this mess immediately. If I return and find it still in disarray, you shall bear the consequences." With that, the Baroness departed, leaving the room in silence. Phew! Another crisis averted. Although only a few minutes had passed, Shirley's palms were slick with sweat. The overpowering scent of perfume began to dissipate, and she wrinkled her nose, catching a faint whiff of something akin to fish. Chapter 41. Lola's taboo fleeting like an illusion. The castle's regulations were stringent. According to Shirley's understanding of the professional hierarchy during this period, there was typically a head steward responsible for overseeing all servants, ensuring the castle operated smoothly and orderly. In addition, there was a head maid specifically tasked with managing the female servants, whose status ranked just below that of the steward. Thus, the hierarchy within the castle was as follows: Baron, Baroness, the two daughters of the Baroness head, steward, head maid her. Indeed, Shirley found herself at the very bottom of this hierarchy. The Baroness held a position superior to that of her daughters, and she detested being overlooked. Before marrying the Baron, she had merely been a wealthy merchant's widow, hence her strict demands on the conduct of herself and her daughters. Grace stealthily ventured into the abandoned basement, disregarding her words and diverging from the demeanor befitting a noble lady. Moreover, she had carelessly misplaced the expensive ruby there, which only served to further infuriate the Baroness. At this point, the audience from Huagua finally grasped the situation. How clever! Utilizing the castle's strict hierarchy to replace existing commands with ones of higher priority. Shirley's adaptability is remarkable. Shirley the goddess. Indeed, if it were me, I would have braved it head-on. With Shirley operating at such high speed in this eerie tale, remember the principles I've laid out. I wonder what Grace is feeling right now. Hehe. Although this maneuver alleviated her immediate predicament, it undoubtedly offended Grace, making Shirley's life in the castle far from pleasant. She needed to uncover the truth behind the castle. Crouching on the ground, she discovered numerous fallen gemstones scattered across the long-haired carpet that covered the entire room, making them difficult to detect. She did not use a broom or any cleaning tools, opting instead to gather them by hand. Servants' Code, Article 4. Enter the master's room 3 times daily to clean. While the servants busied themselves tidying various corners, it was also mealtime for the castle's owners. Once this period passed, the owners could return to their respective chambers at any moment. Cleaning in front of the masters was considered exceedingly rude. At this moment, with dinner still some time away, if Shirley were to use a broom or other cleaning tools, she would be violating this rule. A sharp pain shot through Shirley's palm. Several razor-sharp blades were embedded in the carpet. Had she approached with her knee, it could have rendered her leg useless, effectively sentencing her to death in this perilous tale. Moreover, if she had failed to notice and harmed the owners, the servants throughout the castle would have faced dire consequences. She gasped in shock, retrieving a handkerchief from her maid's pocket to bandage her wound while collecting all the blades she could find. Near the foot of the bed, she stumbled upon more items, flat and the size of a fingernail. Shimmering and faintly glimmering in a spectrum of colors, they emitted a faint, fishy odor upon closer inspection. Were these fish scales? Which fish had scales of such size? After painstakingly gathering all the scattered gemstones, Shirley bundled them in her apron and left the Baroness's chamber. As she passed Grace's room, intermittent sobbing could be heard from within, accompanied by the Baroness's sharp, frantic curses. Lola is disobedient, and you are no better. Oh God, how could I birth two such worthless creatures? Woe is me. Crying? What face do you have to cry? How have you prepared for the prince's ball? Your sister is already in that state. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt arose within Shirley. Neither the upper portion of the servants' code, nor the Baroness had mentioned the Baroness' deceased son. Furthermore, there were no children as toys to be found in the Baroness's chamber. Could it be that they were not born of the Baroness? Was it possible that the Baron had fathered them with a mistress kept outside, or perhaps with some maid? It could not possibly be the bloodline of the previous wife. Lost in thought, Shirley caught sight of the head maid at the end of the corridor. The head maid's sharp gaze fixated on Shirley as she sternly inquired, "Where have you been? Were you purposely hiding away to shirk your duties? Miss Lola requires service. Move quickly." Just as one wave recedes, another rises. Shirley was merely a lowly maid, not a personal attendant. She seldom appeared before the masters. Now, with her frequent presence, she risked inadvertently violating the elusive rules omitted from the servants' code. Presenting the gathered gemstones to the head maid, her face radiated regret and apology. "I sincerely apologize. Head maid Elaine, the Baroness summoned me to her chamber, instructing me to dispose of these gemstones. However, I am new here and do not know where to discard them. Could you assist me in getting rid of these jewels?" Upon examining the items in her hands, the headmaid's expression shifted from grim to bright, and she nodded gently. "Very well." The headmaid offered a rare piece of advice. "Miss Lola's appearance is somewhat marred. She is extremely sensitive about others staring at her face." With that, she eagerly accepted the jewels from Shirley's hands and hurriedly disappeared around the corridor's bend. Shirley's smile faltered, but she consoled herself with the thought that perhaps she could uncover some clues for Miss Lola. If the eldest daughter's room was resplendent, the second daughter's chamber could only be described as eerie and foreboding. Heavy curtains were tightly drawn, and the air was laden with a nauseating burnt odor intermingled with the scent of blood. The room was illuminated by a single candle, the only source of light. By the flickering candlelight, Shirley saw a girl seated at the vanity, leisurely combing her hair. At her feet lay a copper basin filled with dark, sticky substances. Legend spoke of mermaids in the misty seas. Consuming mermaid flesh could lead to transformation, and it was said that this delicacy would be served at the prince's ball. I truly wish to be chosen by the prince as his dance partner, but I lack my mother's beauty, and I do not possess my elder sister's golden locks. How could the prince ever notice me? Why was I born with such an ugly visage? Heaven has been so unjust to me. I long to be beautiful. Why have I failed? Why have I become what I am now? Shirley recalled the head maid's warning and dared not lift her gaze. The Baron's second daughter has a habit of talking to herself. One must not overlook her questions, yet refrain from responding to her soliloquy. The rules of Miss Lola seemed akin to those of the Baroness, but one exuded beautiful arrogance while the other suffered from insecurities regarding her appearance. Thus, her disposition differed from that of the Baroness, more sensitive and capricious, not easily placated. Is it because my faith is not fervent enough? Yet my sister does not even attend daily worship. Is there anyone who can tell me why? Her haunting voice slithered like a worm along Shirley's spine, as if someone were breathing cold air against her nape. Yet, without raising her gaze, how could she discern whether Miss Lola was speaking to herself or addressing her? The preceding remarks precipitated a profound hush within the chamber. A silence so complete it seemed to congeal the very air, stifling even the slightest zephyr. From a vantage of the livestream's audience, Miss Lola was seated before her vanity, her lustrous tresses cascading down her back, obscuring her countenance save for her tightly shut eyes. She was sleepwalking. Miss Lola was prone to somnambulism. Maid's Manual, Rule Number 6. The Baron's eldest daughter, Grace, customarily takes a midday respite from 14 to 1600 hours. She is exceedingly irritable upon awakening, thus one must not disturb her. The Baron's younger daughter, Miss Lola, is wont to soliloquize. One must not disregard her inquiries, yet refrain from responding to her self-addressed musings. This tenet had not been corrupted, yet it merely stipulated that Miss Grace would observe a daily siesta at a precise hour, making no mention of Miss Lola's nocturnal wanderings. To acknowledge her somniloquy, to allow her to perceive your presence, would invite pursuit by a Lola ensnared within the throes of a nightmare. Only upon her return to consciousness could one engage in rational discourse. The head housekeeper, passing by Miss Lola's chamber and overhearing the utterances within, elected to delegate the task to Shirley, unwilling to enter herself. What manner of maiden would the prince favor? Surely the upright and valiant prince would not concern himself with mere physical comeliness. Are you a newly arrived servant? What is your appellation? Why do you not speak? Do you also disdain me? Answer me. Answer me. Hope, sorrow, and ire resonated within Lola's soliloquies, echoing throughout the stillness. No one dared proffer a reply, and a protracted silence enveloped the surroundings. Her voice grew fainter, her tone tinged with supplication and longing, stirring compassion within the hearts of many viewers. The incessant questioning, punctuated by brief pauses after each query, was designed to test the mettle of the chosen one. Enticing a response, Shirley remained steadfastly head bowed, lips firmly sealed. Regardless of the winds of fortune, she would remain unyielding. In the encroaching gloom, where vision was severely curtailed, the auditory senses were heightened exponentially. The oppressive silence felt like an intangible blade, gradually dissecting the fragile composure of the Chinese analyst team. Even more so for Shirley, who was at the epicenter of it all. The surrounding darkness intensified, enveloping her completely. Simultaneously, the audience witnessed a transformation in Miss Lola. Her body remained stationary, yet her head noiselessly pivoted 180 degrees, her previously closed eyes now wide open, blood-red irises fixed upon Shirley. The revealed face was marred by layers of suppurating cicatrices, the averted flesh constantly exuding a pallid ichor. A gruesome spectacle. So noisy, so noisy. What transpires outside? The audience braced themselves. Miss Lola had awakened and was about to pose a query. One must neither respond to her soliloquies nor ignore her inquiries. Seeing Shirley's continued lack of response, the audience grew increasingly anxious. Miss Lola's lips curled into an eerie smile as she slowly raised her other hand, which clutched a blood-soaked blade, poised above Shirley's shadow on the wall. Concealed within the darkness, Shirley was oblivious to her actions. Just as the blade was about to descend upon Shirley's shadow, she spoke. Miss Grace misplaced her earrings in the cellar. The Baroness discovered them and was greatly displeased. The descending blade halted abruptly. Miss Lola erupted in a fit of pique. The cellar, that accursed cellar again. Another one driven mad. Such exquisite mental fortitude. Shirley feigned fright, stumbling to the ground near a copper basin filled with tumorous growths. Only the surface of these growths was charred. The underlying flesh remained intact, twitching faintly. Upon closer inspection, Shirley noticed that each growth encased a spherical object, like an eye encased in flesh, emitting an eerie luminescence. Suddenly, Shirley noticed a sliver of paper beneath the growths. A new rule. Get out. Leave at once. Shirley swiftly retrieved the note, concealing it behind her, and scurried away. Both the Baroness and Miss Lola reacted violently to the mention of the cellar, suggesting that they knew something. Upon reaching the corridor and moving out of Lola's sight, Shirley raised her hand to wipe her brow, only to realize it was covered in slime. Relief washed over the audience. How had Shirley managed to cope? Then They saw Shirley reach for her ear and remove a Bluetooth earpiece. Prior to entering Lola's chamber, Shirley had activated a random song on her phone and enabled the eye tracking system, which allowed her to control her phone with her gaze. Shirley concealed her phone within her apron, exposing only the camera. A leftward glance would pause the music, while a blink would capture an image. Lola's earlier soliloquies had been drowned out by the music. Only when her eyes turned did the music cease, allowing Shirley to hear the questions. Not a single useless phrase was heard, nor was a single crucial line missed. Master, I have attained enlightenment. Chapter 43. The conflicting rules this tale unfolds against the backdrop of medieval Europe, where the audience perceives event from a divine vantage point, their thoughts subtly constrained. The visage of the Baroness and the voice of Miss Laura possess a certain taint, rendering them unsettling. In contrast, Miss Grace, despite her unpleasant and malevolent disposition, emerges as the most ordinary of the trio. A peculiar thought crosses Shirley's mind. Could these two be mermaids contaminated by nuclear fallout? A whimsical notion flits past her as she unfolds a recently acquired note, marred by ashes and a murky substance, accompanied by a wrinkled tumor that revolts her. The Maid's Code, Part 2, 11. In the castle's rear garden, a patch of pink roses flourishes, planted by the late Baroness. Locate the solitary white rose among them, and you shall obtain your desire. 12. The Baron shall not appear in the rear garden. Should you encounter the restless Baron there, hastily conceal yourself within the rose bush and, using scissors, prick your fingertip to let your blood drip onto the pink roses. 13. No matter how busy, do not forget to deliver meals to the basement. 14. If you must venture to the basement, carry a kerosene lamp filled with oil, pin a pink rose to your chest, and depart the moment the rose begins to wilt. 15. Cinderella is capable of maintaining the castle's normal operations. 16. Under no circumstances mention the late younger son in the presence of the Baroness. He is no one's child. 17. This Wednesday, the bishop of the Misty Church shall visit. Prevent him from uncovering the castle's secrets. 18. Baron Cohen cannot abide fish in any meal. 8 more rules come crashing down upon Shirley, several overlapping with the previous set. The Maid's Code, Rule 8. The basement has long been abandoned. Regardless of any noise emanating from it, do not attempt to approach. Yet it also states not to forget the meals for the basement. Moreover, Rule 9 asserts that Baron Cohen detests fish, while Rule 18 claims that fish is a staple in every meal. Shirley is left bewildered. Which rule holds truth and which is false? The bishop's visit is imminent, mere hours away. She must ensure he does not uncover the castle's secrets, which might disrupt the Cohen family's attendance at the prince's ball. Yet, Shirley herself remains unaware of what those secrets entail. Soon, mealtime arrives, and the door swings open from within. Laura emerges, impeccably dressed, her face shrouded by a netted veil, leaving only a glimpse of her features. Shirley instinctively withdraws, lowering her head against the wall. A rich fragrance wafts through as the Baroness steps out. As Grace passes her, she scoffs derisively. What are you standing there for? Push the dining cart over. A headmaid, seemingly from nowhere, thrusts the cart into Shirley's hands. Upon lifting the lid, Shirley finds no fish-related dishes. Headmaid Elaine, is there no fish for the Baron's dinner? The headmaid shoots her a frosty glare. Fish? What fish? The Baron loathes fish. How could any such thing appear in this castle? The Baron's aversion to fish aligns with Rule 9, yet Shirley senses something amiss. Additionally, the headmaid's demeanor towards her is even more hostile than when she first arrived at the castle, leaving her perplexed. With such an abundance of jewels, could they not even afford a day of good grace? Elaine, those jewels. How dare you mention those jewels? They're discarded trinkets, fragile as candy. The headmaid's fury escalates, and she glares at Shirley before storming off. Fragile? Shirley is taken aback. She had handled those jewels with care, convinced of their authenticity. While they may be somewhat delicate, she had assumed luxury items were merely aesthetically pleasing yet fragile. Moreover, they were far from the headmaid's exaggerated claims. Yet the headmaid's reaction seemed genuine. Shirley cannot help but recall Rule 15. Cinderella is capable of maintaining the castle's normal operations. Baron Cohen possesses neither land nor power, this castle, while ostentatious, exudes a sense of decay. How do they maintain the facade of dignity in the eyes of outsiders? Where do those jewels and daily expenses originate? Could it all be connected to Cinderella? With skepticism in her heart, Shirley pushes the dining cart into the dining room. She need not present the dishes herself, relinquishing the cart to the stoic butler clad in a white shirt and black tailcoat. The Baron, a portly middle-aged man with thinning hair and narrow eyes, occupies the main table, flanked by his wife and two stepdaughters. The Baroness speaks softly to him, yet he appears distracted, continually swallowing and glancing towards the door. The butler presents the meal, separating the dishes for the three diners. The top tier of the cart holds the Baron's dinner. He is evidently famished. The butler lifts the lid, only to discover a dessert lacking a spoon. Unable to wait for the butler to fetch one, the Baron seizes the plate and gulps down the goat milk pudding, his expression shifting to one of satisfaction. However, his reaction to the other dishes is rather tepid. Shirley stands at the door, observing intently. Just moments ago, she had plucked the fish eyeball from the note and stealthily concealed it within the goat milk pudding. The two conflicting rules unravel. Baron Cohen's every meal must include fish. Baron Cohen despises fish. The kitchen shall not harbor any fish parts. Do not let them come before the Baron's eyes. These rules, though seemingly contradictory, can indeed coexist. Shirley is aware that in reality, there are individuals who fear chickens yet relish chicken dishes. Such prominent figures care only for the delectable flavors presented to them, oblivious to the ingredients and preparation involved. Thus, she cunningly hides the fish eye within the delicate goat milk pudding and discreetly absconds with the spoon. Out of sight, as long as the Baron enjoys his meal. All is well. The kitchen shall not harbor fish parts, implying that the fish the Baron consumes may not originate from the fish itself. Neither the Baroness nor Miss Laura would deign to enter the kitchen, a place deemed beneath them. Shirley's deductions are astute. Had she not obtained the Maid's Code, Part 2, in time, she might not have survived the night. Chapter 44. The inhabitants of the dungeon. Miss Grace was preoccupied during her meal, frequently casting glances at the Baroness, clearly troubled by earlier events. After hastily consuming a few bites, she made an excuse and departed in haste. The Baroness wore a grim expression, suppressing her fury due to the presence of the Baron, and turned her attention to her youngest daughter's well-being. Only after Grace had left did Shirley dare to emerge from behind the pillar. Grace did not return directly to her chamber, as it was being tidied up. Shirley, on the other hand, hurriedly made her way to her master's quarters. Adhering to Rule 4, enter the master's room thrice daily for cleaning. Nightfall approached. At last, Shirley encountered other servants in the castle. With a cloth in hand, she wandered through the various rooms and, seizing the opportunity while the head maid supervised the other maids, stealthily slipped away through a crack in the door. Time was of the essence, and she had to take risks. Shirley ran swiftly to the castle's back garden. Upon her arrival, she spotted Grace, who had left the dining room, nestled against a tall and handsome man clad in silver chainmail, resembling the Baroness guards. "I don't understand what the allure of the prince is," Grace sweetly complained to her lover. "Mother insists I marry into the royal family. But I've heard he has many mistresses." Her enchanting beauty was evident, with her emerald eyes betraying a childlike innocence. Evans leaned down, whispering softly in her ear, eliciting a fit of giggles from Grace as they shared a passionate kiss. Feeling somewhat awkward while eavesdropping, Shirley crouched down, striving to remain silent as she tiptoed past the young couple. The back garden had long been neglected, overgrown with weeds and thorns, yet the pink roses bloomed vibrantly, their large petals unfurling magnificently. Shirley plucked a pink rose and tucked it in her bosom before circling back past the couple and returning to the castle. She searched around until she found a kerosene lamp in a corner of the kitchen, filled it with oil, and packed her uneaten dinner. Avoiding the attention of others, she made her way to the basement. Rule 8 stated, "The castle's basement has long been abandoned. Do not approach it regardless of any sounds emanating from within." Rule 13 warned, "Even amidst busyness, do not forget to deliver meals to the basement." Rule 14 advised, "If you must descend to the basement, carry a kerosene lamp filled with oil and wear a pink rose. Leave immediately if the rose begins to wilt. 3 rules pertain to the basement. Grace had secretly ventured there and appeared to have returned unharmed. Miss Laura seemed well acquainted with the basement, likely having visited it herself, yet she had undergone a frightful transformation. How can normal face sprout fish-like eyes? Thus, Shirley surmised that entering the basement at different times could yield varying consequences. Rule 13 mentioned delivering meals, implying that one could only approach the basement during mealtime. At all other times, any sound from the basement warranted no attempts to investigate. Shirley had to venture there during dinner and must leave before the meal concluded. The Baroness family dined for 2 hours, and an hour and a half had already passed, leaving her with less than 30 minutes. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The basement was dark and damp, permeated by a faint odor of decaying flesh, reminiscent of dead mice, which was somewhat masked by the delicate fragrance of roses. It was more accurate to describe it as a dungeon. Splash! Shirley stepped into a puddle, her foot sinking into its uneven surface. The sound of her footsteps echoed against the stone walls, and the chill of the draft grazed her exposed skin, sending shivers down her spine. Thud, thud. She heard knocking against the stone wall. Let me out, please let me out. What was that voice? Shirley nearly misheard it. The cries for help emanated from the innermost cell. As she approached, the occupant excitedly responded to her footsteps, friend from the outside. I am a princess from a neighboring kingdom. My father has wronged me. My comrades no. My brothers have insulted me. You must assist me in escaping. Listen to my revenge plan. The voice from within the dungeon rambled on, receiving no reply from Shirley, gradually sensing something amiss, and grew wary. Who are you? Shirley replied. Your betraying comrade. A jubilant whoop erupted from within, followed by the sound of wind, as if the person were gesturing animatedly in the air. Shirley, quickly rescue me. If I do not escape tonight, we are both doomed. Rescue you? I cannot. Shirley shook her head, realizing that the occupant could not see her. I am merely a maid without a key. She could not ascertain whether the person in the dungeon was indeed Pei Wangxing. It's over. Pei Wangxing lamented despairingly. I am doomed. That monster will come for me tonight. Shirley furrowed her brows. What is happening? Oh, it's a long story. I fainted, and when I awoke, I found myself in a filthy alley. You were all gone, so I wandered aimlessly. Eventually, I assumed the identity of a woman discarded after dying in an inn. You want to believe it. She was a private detective who had come from the royal city to investigate a couple's missing daughter. Pei Wangxing had only just arrived when she encountered Chun Nai, who was visiting relatives. Unfortunately, that relative had just been seized by the church. The two decided to team up. After their first day of investigation, they discovered that the foggy town was not as quaint and hospitable as it appeared. It served as a hub for human trafficking among neighboring countries. Many detectives who had come to investigate had gone missing, fueling the terrifying rumors surrounding the misty forest. Recently, many of the missing individuals were dark-haired, dark-eyed women. Upon reaching this point in their investigation, the two realized the gravity of their situation. But it was too late. They had been targeted on their first day in town. The beggars and vagrants they encountered in the streets were manipulated by local gangsters, who were eager to procure their goods. Pei Wangxing and Chun Nai fled the inn under the cover of night. The gangsters in ambush relentlessly pursued them. In unfamiliar territory, it was Pei Wangxing's enhanced strength that allowed her to subdue several gangsters at the forefront, delaying them long enough for Chun Nai to escape. Surely you found this place and reunited with Chun Nai? Oh, she was captured by the Inquisition. Pei Wangxing fell silent. What was the point of urging her to run that day? Was it to inspire admiration in the hearts of our nation, the most beautiful teammate? Shirley consoled her. It still had some effect. At least now the whole country knows you, Sister Pei, upholding justice and standing firm against adversity. From now on, you shall be known as the Fierce Six, the first ferocity of the 6 generations. Pei Wangxing replied, What fierceness? Where's the fierceness? Enough with the nonsense, Shirley said, adopting a serious demeanor. What's your situation now? Things are not looking good. There are not only me, but also more than 10 corpses in here, all drained of their blood and left as desiccated husks. Pei Wangxing, a woman of iron will, spoke with a hint of despair in her voice. Chapter 45. The relationship between two Cinderellas. She had coexisted with these corpses for a day and a night. Pei Wangxing dared not sleep all night. Whenever she closed her eyes, she felt as though the desiccated corpses were watching her. If this continued, her sanity would surely erode. That entity visited every night, and whoever it descended upon would convulse and collapse, transforming into a desiccated body. Now, she was the only one still alive in the dungeon. She was certain she would be sought after tonight. Shirley pondered the characteristics of these corpses, tall or short, young or old, single or married. Yet if one had to generalize, they all had black hair and dark eyes. A thought sparked in her mind, as if she had grasped something elusive. Had anything been discovered in the dungeon? Yes, a note, but it bore no writing. Pei Wangxing handed a note through a crevice. The texture of the note felt familiar to Shirley, reminiscent of the note from Little Red Riding Hood. There was no need for speculation. This was undoubtedly a rule. Yet, as Pei Wangxing mentioned, both sides of the note were blank, devoid of any information. If it was indeed a rule, why was it that neither she nor Pei Wangxing, the first to find the note, could discern its contents? Shirley contemplated. Could it be that because she had previously exploited a loophole in it, the National Fortune battlefield had amended the rules of the game, allowing only those who verbally acknowledged their identity card to see the rules inscribed upon it? Surely not. This would be a most unplayful manner of patching a game. Shirley felt as though she had vaguely brushed against a corner of the castle's secret, just a hint away from connecting all the threads. On the other side of the wall, Pei Wangxing continued to converse with her. Shirley, the disappearances of those women all point here. Why has the lord of this castle been collecting women with black hair and dark eyes? Does he harbor an eccentric obsession akin to that of a character from a tale? Or is it a matter of sacrifice? Be cautious when you venture out. The one who brought me here was a man with reddish-brown hair, and he looked, well, I can't quite recall. All these foreigners share a common visage. Suddenly, Shirley's eyes widened in shock at her own absurd yet bold train of thought. She took a deep breath and knocked on the stone wall. Pei Jia, could you examine those bones? How many skeletal remains are there? In the dungeon, apart from the corpse that had met its end before Pei Wangxing's eyes, there were scattered human bones. It takes around a month for a corpse to become skeletal. This coincided perfectly with the timeline of Cinderella's disappearance. How can I assess this? I'm not a medical professional. Gather them all and count how many there are. That seems inappropriate. Stop pretending. I know exactly who you are. Pei Wangxing had initially been unaware of Shirley's identity, attempting to lure her closer, perhaps even armed and poised to ambush her. Shirley recalled the swift, slicing sounds from before, quite menacing indeed. Exposed by her own teammate, Pei Wangxing chuckled sheepishly, nonchalantly sliding a human femur into her pocket and hurriedly collecting the scattered bones around her. 203, 204. I've counted, and there are 204. Shirley confirmed. Are you certain you haven't missed any? Pei Wangxing affirmed with confidence. I even lifted the corpse to inspect it. It must be this number. I wouldn't miscount something so simple. Shirley recalled a report she had seen online, stating that there is a difference in the number of bones between Europeans and Asians. 75% of Caucasians possess 206 bones, while Asians typically have 204. The difference lies in the two bones of the little toe. Though this assertion is not definitive, the skeletal remains that appeared to belong to Cinderella prompted Shirley to contemplate further. Could it truly be such a coincidence? 204. As she reflected on the portraits along the castle corridors, she noted that the first Baroness also had black hair and dark eyes. The answer was becoming clear. The Baroness was likely of Eastern descent. In that Eastern folktale, a king sailed across the seas to find Yi Xian, bringing her and a fishbone back to his kingdom. The fishbone, the transformations of the Baroness and Miss Laura, the strange fish scales and fish eyes. Perhaps these culturally resonant tales from the East and West were, in fact, one and the same story. The Eastern maiden, Yi Xian, wed a king from afar, who relied on the wealth bestowed by her prayers to sustain a life of opulence. Before long, his wife bore him a daughter, who resembled her mother with her black hair and dark eyes, yet bore no resemblance to the Baron. At that time, theocratic power was highly concentrated, and the witch trials were rampant. Gradually, the Baron began to suspect that his wife was a witch, and that their daughter was the offspring of a demon. Out of fear and paranoia, he sought the counsel of the priests in the church, repeatedly inviting them to perform exorcism rituals. On the other hand, the Baron could not relinquish the wealth his wife had brought him. No good fortune comes without cost, and soon after, the first Baroness passed away. The Baron, emulating his wife's actions, secretly prayed at the fishbone in the garden, but to no avail. He then married a widow who inherited a merchant's fortune, neglecting his new wife and her 2 daughters as they tormented Cinderella. The merchant's fortune would eventually dwindle, and while the castle maintained its fade of opulence, it was internally burdened. Baron Cohen and the Baroness began to pin their hopes on their daughter winning the favor of the prince at the ball, seeking to restore the family's glory. Not long ago, the grown Cinderella re-established a connection with the fishbone buried in the garden. The dilapidated castle regained its former splendor. Cinderella, having suffered abuse throughout her childhood, developed a submissive, people-pleasing personality, yearning for her father's attention. Meanwhile, the Baron aged, harboring suspicions that Cinderella was the progeny of a devil, regretting the absence of an heir with his current wife. Thus, he compelled Cinderella to wish upon the fishbone for a child to inherit his wealth. This became the key to unleashing Pandora's box. They were unaware of the sinister offspring they had created. Cinderella met a tragic end, and the magical powers could not be sustained. The Baron witnessed his youngest son grow increasingly ill, desperately seeking remedies, compelling his wife and stepdaughter to try prayer as well. Clearly, they too met with failure. The Baron began secretly recruiting women with black hair and dark eyes, issuing announcements to the foggy town, attempting to lure women with similar traits to the castle, all the while seeking to clear his name before the church. For the Baron and most townsfolk, due to racial differences, they were insensitive to the appearance variations of yellow-skinned individuals. Westerners often believed that all Easterners looked alike. Pei Wangxing also noted that these foreigners shared a common visage. The women ensnared in the castle were not Cinderella. They merely delayed the spread of the corruption. The taint continued to permeate the castle, starting with the female servants, followed by the Baroness and Miss Laura. Soon, Baron Cohen himself began to undergo transformations. Each day, he felt an insatiable hunger for fish. Otherwise, he could not quell his physical cravings, possibly yearning for something else entirely. Chapter 46. To kill her? As time progressed, the paint upon the oil portrait began to age and crack, resembling a yellowed glass sheet, shrouded in a misty haze. It is likely that the artist who painted the portrait for the former Baroness was inexperienced in depicting Eastern features, resulting in Shirley's delayed reaction upon viewing the image. Pei Wangxing was utterly astonished, murmuring, "My heavens! Even the most macabre, curious fairy tales dare not depict such things. My friends and I are utterly dumbfounded. I have 6 points to make." Brilliant! Everything is interconnected. Here is a free service for those who have dropped their jaws. Remember to check this floor for your lost jaws. I have come to an epiphany. No wonder the girls in the city cannot fit into Cinderella's glass slipper. It's a matter of differing races. Indeed, we are but 36 and a half. I am genuinely impressed. What sort of mental acumen and deductive reasoning must one possess to intertwine these two tales, and yet manage to untangle the chaos in my mind? No wonder Cinderella can maintain the castle's normal operations. It appears your family's wealth is but an illusion. Yi Xian's daughter has repeated her own folly. The analyst from Hua country pondered more deeply, immediately recalling the earliest deceased chosen one from Sakura country, Kojiro Shibu. The identity card Kojiro possessed identified him as a vagrant, as he had not joined others in jesting with the women by the roadside, leading to his tragic fate. Initially, this group of experts speculated that it was due to the vagrant Jean E being a lewd individual, while Kojiro had merely broken character. However, it now appeared that the issue lay within the diary of the vagrant Jean E, which had mentioned a significant task set for 3 days hence. Tomorrow was indeed that day. Those individuals were to deliver new supplies to the castle. In such urgent circumstances, Kojiro's indifference towards the women passing by was the fundamental cause of his demise. The fairy tale worlds inhabited by chosen ones from various nations were independently functioning. Yet the underlying truths remained the same. The chosen ones explored the secrets of this world from diverse perspectives, perpetually seeking clues and analyzing the roles they played. The information provided by Shirley proved exceedingly valuable. In an instant, over 20 nations, which had yet to utilize their communication opportunities, organized the information and relayed it to one of their chosen ones. They selected those most likely to succeed in their quests. Less than 2 days had passed since the bizarre tale commenced, and already more than half the live streams had ceased. If even one chosen one met with misfortune, the fates of the others were all but sealed, without exception. Many national think tanks concluded that transformed into eerie companions was an unsolvable predicament, as they could accurately pinpoint the locations of other chosen ones. For the first time, nations recognized the terrifying nature of camaraderie. As Shirley contemplated further words, a nauseating stench of rotting fish suddenly invaded her nostrils. She looked down. The rose she had recently plucked was rapidly wilting, its petals yellowing and curling at a visible pace. Shirley swiftly opened her pocket watch to check the time. I must take my leave. Dinner will soon conclude. Pei Wangxing caught a whiff of the fishy odor, and unease crept in her heart. Li Jia, Li Shun, what shall I do when you leave? Remain calm. Shirley returned the note and plate. As long as you acknowledge yourself as Cinderella, you can escape. This was a rather chaotic fairy tale nightmare world. The prince's ball was imminent, yet Cinderella had vanished without a trace. The narrative could not progress, causing the other characters within the story to grow increasingly bizarre. Hence, the 7th and 15th rules stated, assist Cinderella in attending the prince's ball. Cinderella is essential for the castle's normal functioning. Shirley retraced her steps to the castle's ground level. Nightfall enveloped the castle in darkness, a stark contrast to the day's desolation, now imbued with an almost eerie tranquility. The moonlight outside was obscured by fog and withered trees. Shirley relied on the flickering oil lamp in her hand to navigate. As she walked, she suddenly caught sight of a girl in a gray dress standing behind a pillar, clutching a broom. She was not sweeping. Rather, she stood there quietly, as if a lifeless wax figure carelessly placed in a corner of the castle. The girl gazed toward the oil painting on the wall. Simultaneously, Shirley heard a faint sobbing. Woo-woo-woo, woo-woo. She was crying. The maid's code, 2nd rule. Baron Cohen has 2 daughters, brought by his 2nd wife. Should you encounter a woman in a gray dress, weeping with a broom in hand, do not respond to her in any manner. Shirley was aware that the Baron had another daughter, Cinderella. The miasma that wandered within the castle descended to the basement each night because Cinderella's body lay there. Cinderella had become a mere pile of bones. Thus, the other women imprisoned in the basement suffered the consequences. Shirley felt deep sympathy for Cinderella's fate. Yet no matter how pitiable or virtuous she had been in life, in death, she was no kin of hers. Shirley deliberately avoided glancing in that direction, pretending the darkness obscured her vision, slightly slowing her pace to listen to her murmurs. Help me. Who can help me? Kill her, kill her. Kill whom? Who is she? Shirley had traversed a considerable distance, yet Cinderella's specter continued to materialize ahead, as if ensnared in a phantom wall, preventing her escape. Each time she reappeared, the distance between them diminished, closing into a socially acceptable proximity. Misfortunes seldom come alone. Just as Shirley contemplated how to extricate herself, she turned and glimpsed the oil painting on the wall, seeping tears of blood, which flowed slowly down the canvas. The once gentle and smiling visage of the Eastern beauty contorted grotesquely, her mouth seemingly moving. Kill her, kill her. The maid's code, 5th rule. The portraits in the castle corridors depict the Baron's first wife. Should you witness the woman in the portrait weeping blood, immediately cover your ears and retreat from this floor. Shirley felt the malevolent intent of it. If she were to cover her ears now and retreat, it would also be a response to the weeping Cinderella. The simultaneous emergence of 2 rules suggested that the speed of corruption had escalated. With no time to ponder further, she opted for one course of action. She covered her ears and turned, walking backward, focusing entirely on her hearing, blind to what lay behind her. Only the viewers in the live stream witnessed Cinderella's ghost slowly raising her head, revealing a spine-chilling smile. She gradually extended her hands toward Shirley. One of Shirley's hands still clutched the pocket watch, her eyelashes fluttering silently in the darkness as she mentally counted down the time. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 47. Cinderella takes her place. Ding ding dong, ding ding dong, ding 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 dong dang dang. Cinderella has returned to the castle, and it has finally regained its former tranquility. An aged voice, akin to a movie narrator, echoed as everything around Shirley swiftly reverted to its original state, as if a rewind button had been pressed. Cinderella had vanished. The bleeding oil painting was also restored. Shirley breathed a sigh of relief. She was on the verge of pressing her pocket watch. All of this was caused by the collapse of order after Cinderella's demise. Once Cinderella was in place, everything would return to normal. Otherwise, by daybreak, this would be a sensational castle massacre that would shock the entire kingdom. Suddenly, Shirley felt a warmth in her pocket. A thought struck her, and she hastily retrieved the note from her pocket. The rule about delivering food to the basement was gone, replaced by an instruction to escape the castle as soon as the ball concluded. What did this signify? According to the fairy tale, the ball would be followed by the prince's quest to find Cinderella throughout the kingdom. Could something ominous be about to unfold? Shirley couldn't fathom it for the moment and silently pocketed the note. She turned and returned to her servants' quarters. The room was cramped and cold, and the blanket was damp, but Shirley couldn't concern herself with such details. Her energy was finite, and her mind was nearing its limit. Whatever was to come would have to wait until morning. Her head hit the pillow, and she quickly drifted into a deep sleep. The third day in the Strange Tales world, Shirley encountered Cinderella near the dining hall. She exchanged a glance with Pei Wangxing, then nonchalantly averted her gaze. Pei Wangxing, no longer the disheveled figure from the basement, was now adorned in a noble woman's attire, though she possessed fewer jewels than her two stepsisters. Compared to yesterday, the atmosphere in the castle was considerably more normal. Cinderella, welcome home. You must have endured much hardship during your time away. It's good to have you back. You'll never have to suffer those tribulations again. The Baroness, in front of the Baron, earnestly feigned a gentle and virtuous demeanor, gazing at Pei Wangxing with affection. Lola, on the other hand, kept her head lowered while eating, having removed her veil to reveal numerous acne scars and freckles on her face. The Baron was no longer as ravenous as he had been yesterday. In contrast to the pervasive oddity of the previous day, today's normalcy felt like the calm before a storm. Only Grace coldly glared at Pei Wangxing, her silverware clattering as she dissected her food, making no attempt to conceal her animosity. The Baron took a few casual bites, set down his utensils, and turned to his long-lost daughter, Cinderella. The prince's ball is fast approaching. Find some time to visit the town tailor and have a few gowns made for the occasion. Upon hearing this, the Baroness's smile faltered, and she quickly interjected, My lord, you forget the castle has dispatched numerous personnel into the forest to search for Cinderella in recent days, and there is little budget remaining. The Baron wore a troubled expression. Seeing this, Pei Wangxing promptly spoke up with a well-behaved tone. Father, there's no need to spend so lavishly. I can wear this. The frustrating aspect of role-playing in Strange Tales was that even if she wanted to punch the pretentious old man in the face, she had to adhere to Cinderella's filial and sensible character. During the meal, Pei Wangxing excused herself early. She and Shirley convened in the castle's rear garden. Pei Wangxing once again produced the rule paper. This time, Shirley finally saw its contents. Cinderella's Code of Conduct 1. You are filial and will not disobey your father's wishes. 2. You have a fairy godmother. When you go to the castle's rear garden and pray to the white rose, she will appear. 3. Your friends are the birds in the garden and the mice in the kitchen. You have no other friends. Before the ball, do not meet anyone who claims to be your friend for afternoon tea. 4. You must attend the ball. If you do not have suitable attire and a carriage, you may seek assistance from your fairy godmother. 5. Ensure that the prince asks you to dance the first dance. 6. Please leave the palace before midnight. 7. Do not make a wish. Do not trust it. 8. Good child, marry the prince, and you will live happily ever after. These rules largely adhered to the story of Cinderella. However, the 7th rule conflicted with the preceding ones, and its tone was peculiar, likely a warning from Cinderella herself. The intimate address at the beginning of the 8th rule led Shirley to believe it was from the frequently mentioned fairy godmother. Without a doubt, the 8th rule had been corrupted, and a happily ever after would mean being trapped in this fabricated world forever. Being Cinderella was no easy task. The Baron had already subtly demanded that Pei Wangxing make a wish to conjure a cartload of gold and jewels. She felt quite agitated. I have a feeling that old man suspects me. If I don't make a wish, I'll be exposed. But making a wish is no different from selling my soul to the devil. Shirley gazed at the pink flower beds before her, the sea of pink blossoms swaying in the breeze, and pondered, you can make a wish. She suddenly had a bold idea. Here, lend me your ear. She beckoned her companion, lowered her voice, and whispered a few words into Pei Wangxing's ear. The audience watched as Pei Wangxing's expression gradually shifted from initial confusion and shock to excitement. Next, Shirley went about her usual duties, cleaning as usual. The headmaid hadn't noticed her sneaking away yesterday and continued to find fault with her, nitpicking the area she had cleaned. Reverend John is visiting today, so clean thoroughly. Meanwhile, Pei Wangxing, having parted ways with Shirley, stealthily appeared on a corridor on another floor of the castle. She glanced around to make sure no one was nearby before turning her gaze to the woman in the oil painting hanging on the wall. The frame was slightly chipped, but there was little dust on it, indicating that it had been regularly cleaned. Perhaps it was due to her role as Cinderella. But Pei Wangxing didn't recognize the person in the painting, yet the face felt somewhat familiar. Pei Wangxing scrutinized the portrait, noticing numerous uneven holes. Ahem, Mom. Your child needs your help. She gripped the dining knife she had swiped from the kitchen, took a two-step running start, and forcefully slashed at the canvas. Hearing a tearing sound, the oil painting was torn. Clang! Something fell from behind the painting. Chapter 48. Double kill. It was a pair of scissors, the kind traditionally used in ancient Chinese paper cutting, rusted and worn. Pei Wangxing recalled the tale told by Shirley, realizing that this very pair might have once served as the tool for Yexian's stepmother to gut fish. The purpose of its presence remained a mystery, yet Yexian had chosen to bring these scissors to the castle. Pei Wangxing picked them up. Their weight was substantial, and although the blades had dulled from rust, they still emanated a chilling aura. This blade certainly claimed numerous fish lives. As she tucked the scissors into her bosom and prepared to depart, an astonished voice pierced the air behind her. Cinderella, what are you doing? Grace approached briskly, her skirts swishing as she neared the wall, where a damaged oil painting hung, her emerald eyes widening in disbelief. Are you insane? You've defaced your mother's portrait. Pei Wangxing regarded her with open palms. Sister, you are mistaken. How could I possibly destroy my mother's likeness? I saw it with my own eyes. Grace cackled, delight dancing in her gaze as she reveled in having leverage over Pei Wangxing. You're finished. I'll tell father and mother. Just wait to be confined. From a moment Grace first laid eyes on Cinderella, she had harbored an intense aversion toward this distinctly different girl. Cinderella's appearance and demeanor stood in stark contrast to those she had known since childhood. The revelation that the former Baroness hailed from a distant land only exacerbated Grace's innate arrogance and disdain, a sentiment which, in later times, would be recognized as racial discrimination. As Grace continued her incessant tirade, Pei Wangxing noticed a peculiar shift in Cinderella, who had always been timid. Her gaze became strangely assessing, scrutinizing Grace before settling on the sapphire necklace adorning her neck. Sister, your necklace is exquisite. It must have cost a fortune. Of course. You could never afford something like that. Grace's taunt trailed off as she caught sight of the mischievous smile creeping across Cinderella's lips, the curve of her grin widening. Suddenly, Cinderella bent forward, darting towards her like a swift leopard. And what if I can't afford it? Isn't it just a handful of petty coins? In a flash, Pei Wangxing surged forward, seizing Grace's beautiful golden locks and forcefully hurling her toward the painting. Thud! A dull thump echoed as a gaping hole appeared in the canvas. What has happened? This is so sudden. I'm bewildered. Don't act impulsively. Be careful not to ruin Cinderella's reputation. Nonetheless, that was rather spectacular. Well done. It's about time we say bang to racial discrimination. Pei Wangxing dusted off her hands, shaking off the non-existent ash. She had long tired of witnessing the bullying faces of these individuals. After all, the Cinderella Code only mandated filial piety. It did not explicitly dictate how peers should interact. The seemingly submissive Cinderella, who dared to secretly wish for a chance to attend the ball right after stepping away from her stepmother and sisters, harbored a rebellious spirit deep within her. She may not have been able to contend with the red-clad spirit, but could she not handle these noble ladies, constrained by their corsets and barely able to breathe? At that moment, another figure appeared in the corridor. Laura gasped upon seeing her sister on the ground, her eyes wide with shock. "Grace, what happened? Are you all right?" A single blow could suffice, but to strike two was equally effective. Many of the malicious ideas tormenting Cinderella stemmed from the sensitive and insecure Miss Laura. Pei Wangxing's gaze sharpened as she swiftly approached Laura, grasping her collar and spinning her around like a discus before flinging her aside. Another loud crash resounded. This time, the wall's bricks trembled, entirely concealing the previous scratch on the painting with two symmetrical gashes. The commotion drew the attention of others. Grace, Laura, the Baroness, upon witnessing her unconscious daughters, turned pale with fright, shaking off her handmaiden's grasp as she rushed toward them. Although she treated Cinderella poorly, she was fiercely protective of her own daughters. What transpired? The Baron's authoritative gaze swept the scene, landing on his only standing daughter. "Cinderella, speak." Grace accidentally slipped in the corridor, and Laura rushed to her side, exclaiming something about familial bonds, only to slip as well. Pei Wangxing cast a glance at the painting, her eyes instantly moistening. Mother's portrait, it's ruined, oh no. Before her debut, she had attended a few acting classes. Though not as talented as others, she had managed to hold her own. "You're lying." At that moment, Grace stirred awake, her chest heaving with indignation. "You pushed me." The Baroness's eyes brimmed with venom, while the Baron looked on with doubt, his gaze flickering with a dangerous greenish hue, inciting trepidation among the onlookers. Several chosen ones had met their demise under such scrutiny. "Is that so, Cinderella?" "I did not, father," Pei Wangxing replied, unperturbed. "I was merely missing mother and was quietly weeping in the corridor, but I've come to clarity. I am your daughter, and I wish to alleviate your burdens. Father, I would like to spend some time in the back garden, if you permit." Upon hearing this, the Baron's mood lightened considerably as he nodded. "You have my permission. Go ahead. Father John will be visiting the castle today, so remember to return before dinner." The Baron, recalling Cinderella's consistently gentle demeanor, found it unlikely she would partake in such rebellious acts. Rather, it was his wife and two stepdaughters who continuously tormented her. With grace, Pei Wangxing lifted her skirts, executing a refined curtsy, playfully winking at Grace before turning elegantly to leave. For those unreasonable individuals, applying a bit of force proved to be the most direct and effective method. At least for the next few days, they would not bother her again. Chapter 49. "So you're the fairy godmother?" Pei Wangxing arrived at the back garden. Although it was untended, the flowers thrived, particularly a cluster of roses that had grown to a height surpassing that of an average person. Even if someone were to hide within, they would remain undetected. Both the Cinderella role-playing manual and the Maid's Code mentioned that one could make a wish upon the white roses in the castle's back garden. This was the ritual to summon the fairy godmother. However, the outcome of such prayers varied depending on the individual. Only Cinderella's wishes could be granted. Anyone else who dared to make a wish would merely become sustenance for it. Locating a white rose amid the vast expanse of flowers proved to be a challenge. Nonetheless, the Cinderella role-playing manual also stated, "Your friends are the little birds in the garden and the mice in the kitchen. You have no other friends. Before the ball, do not meet anyone who claims to be your friend for afternoon tea." Pei Wangxing searched around but saw no birds. After pondering for a moment, she imitated Cinderella's tone from her diary. Little bird, my only two friends, where art thou? Please help me find that white rose." She repeated the call twice and turned to discover a half-plucked crow perched upon a withered tree, its crimson eyes fixed intently upon her. Pei Wangxing hesitated for a moment. "A bird? Caw-caw." The crow seemed to comprehend her words, its coarse voice calling out twice before it flapped its wings and took flight. Pei Wangxing followed closely behind. The thorns surrounding her swayed, their barbed edges piercing her skin and drawing forth beads of blood, yet she did not flinch. Crash! The crow heard the commotion and immediately turned its head. However, it saw nothing, only meeting Pei Wangxing's bewildered and innocent expression, leading it to believe it had misheard, and it twisted its head away. Minutes later, Pei Wangxing spotted the white rose. It stood solitary in a corner of the flower bed, smaller than the other rose bushes. Had it not been for the crow's guidance, she might not have noticed it at all. Pei Wangxing approached and knelt before it. "Dear fairy godmother, I require your assistance." Silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the crow's cawing and the rustling of leaves in the wind faded away, as if awaiting her prayer. Then a furious wind arose. The tempestuous gusts swept up fallen leaves, dead branches, and the corpses of snakes and insects, forming a massive visage. It towered as high as an adult, its center sculpted into a humanoid face, adorned in the garb of a veiled nun. Confronting such a colossal entity at close range sent shivers down Pei Wangxing's spine, rendering her unable to fathom how Cinderella had dared to wish before this head. "My poor Cinderella, speak your heart's desire." Pei Wangxing suppressed her discomfort and lowered her gaze. I wish. Her voice dwindled. The head did not catch her words clearly and leaned forward slightly. Suddenly, Pei Wangxing lifted her head, her trusting gaze replaced by one of mischief and excitement. "I wish to send you on your way." The head, though it was a respectful phrase, it sounded ominous. In the next moment, a searing pain pierced her from behind. Something remarkably sharp had struck it, creating an opening, and the surging power within it began to dwindle rapidly. "Caw, caw, caw." The crow, startled, took flight from the tree. The head turned slowly, almost imperceptibly. A remarkably young maid with black hair gripped a pair of rusty shears, her slender wrists bursting with purple veins from exertion. She smiled at it. "So you're the fairy godmother, are you?" The instrument that had pierced it was a pair of shears, the very shears it had believed would never reappear. The head shattered with a resounding collapse. The shears fell into the flower bed, and the white rose quickly decayed, revealing fish bones beneath the soil. "What is happening? What's happening?" Pei Wangxing inquired eagerly. A familiar burning sensation radiated from her back, and as she lowered her head to sense the changes in her body, she smiled slightly. "It's done." The conspiracy between Shirley and Pei Wangxing was to eliminate the fairy godmother and assume her place, transforming Pei Wangxing's object of desire from the bizarre to herself. What was the tattoo on her back? Why could it grant her powers by slaying the strange? Shirley had yet to comprehend this. All she knew was that it was the optimal solution available at the moment. In Western religious baptismal rituals, the godmother plays the role of a guardian for the infants being baptized, also known as the surrogate mother, holding a significant position throughout the child's growth. The Cinderella role-playing manual indicated that Cinderella was a dutiful girl who could not harm the fairy godmother. This could only be accomplished by another. Thus, Shirley often heard the oil paintings and Cinderella's specter repeatedly urging, "Kill it." By sheer coincidence, the only implement capable of slaying the fairy godmother was hidden behind an oil painting in the castle. The painting was imbued with the regrets of the former baroness, devoid of self-awareness. As soon as Shirley approached, it would easily weep blood. Only Pei Wangxing could retrieve the shears and summon the fairy godmother, while Shirley concealed herself among the rose bushes, waiting for the opportune moment to act, to finalize this long-planned murder. After slaying the fairy godmother, Shirley heard the voice once more. "Ding dong, you have slain the mother of desire. Congratulations. You have obtained desire seed, seedling stage, ability description. Every individual harbors desires. Humanity is but a collection of desires. Some yearn for fine clothes, others for titles and power. Do you possess desires? The seedling will enter dormancy at midnight, rendering wishes ineffective. By consuming a desire, you can acquire a droplet of water. Water droplets needed for the next stage. 010. She had guessed correctly. Shirley felt a surge of joy. She had randomly acquired the most necessary ability. The mother of desire feasted upon human desires, unsatisfied with the yearnings of this castle, setting her sights on the next heir to the kingdom, gradually consuming from top to bottom until all the subjects of the realm became puppets of desire. Why had she initially targeted Yi Xian? Perhaps it was because they were easily satisfied. Beautiful dresses and shoes, a father's affection. Because they had never received these, their wishes were small yet content. Oh yes. Pei Wangxing clenched her fists. Can I wish for a pair of wings to escape from here? No, Shirley coldly refused. Wishes cannot be made in such a manner. Only things within my knowledge can appear. Pumpkin carriages, jewels, beautiful dresses. Those are all for now. Pei Wangxing's expression turned sour. What is this? After all that, it's just a miracle star. Who wants to play dress up in a horror game? Where are my comments? The comments section is so quiet. Comments refresh too quickly. Everyone has gone mad in the forum. The Huawei girl group is amazing. I racked my brain and couldn't have imagined they would slay the fairy godmother. To be honest, it shocked me for 100 years. Punching the wicked stepsister, stabbing the fairy godmother, and previously taking down the wolf grandma. Are you all in the same spooky tale? Excuse me, did I miss an episode? Why does Li Jie suddenly possess the fairy godmother's powers? I'm confused too. Could it be that in this eerie tale, slaying the bizarre grants one corresponding talents? Chapter 50. Deceiving the bishop. Not only did individuals in the comment section consider this possibility, but think tanks from various nations were also contemplating it. Undoubtedly, this revelation was a significant bombshell. Numerous countries promptly disseminated the information. Their chosen ones had perished in the horrors of the practice room, and the second round of ghost tales involved newly selected candidates. Securing a talent here would undoubtedly ease their subsequent endeavors. Although they could not obtain the bizarre first kill, there had already been successful precedents. Surely, following their lead would not be too difficult. The chosen ones received directives from their nations and, guided by the official roadmap, proceeded towards the misty forest. However, upon entering the forest, they were taken aback by the starkly different paths before them. The forest on the first day bore no resemblance to its current form. This forest changes. Rule 13 of the Maid's Code. This Wednesday, the Bishop of the Misty Chapel will pay a visit. Please prevent him from discovering the castle's secrets. This rule explicitly mentioned a time frame. Bishop John had visited the castle several times before. He must have learned something and was now coming with a probing intent. If he were to uncover any incriminating evidence, not only would the castle suffer, but Cinderella's chance of attending the ball would also be jeopardized. Given that he was well prepared, how could they obstruct him? Bribery? Surely, no one could resist the allure of wealth. Pei Wangxing learned from the steward that the recently ordained Bishop John was an exceedingly devout cleric. He was fiercely loyal to the Pope and harbored a deep disdain for heretics. He had led several recent witch-hunting operations, purging no fewer than 100 witches through his efforts. Imagine a freshly ordained bishop, full of zeal, being offered a cartload of gold and jewels as a bribe. He would likely turn and brandish the mark of a devil-esque servant. Time was of the essence, and after a brief discussion, they decided to act separately. Pei Wangxing, carrying the treasures bestowed by fairy godmother to Zero to Baron Cohen, received a commendation from her indulgent father. Meanwhile, Shirley boarded another carriage and stealthily exited the castle. Racing towards the town, she needed to commission a pair of exquisite shoes. With only 4 days remaining until the ball, even a single day's delay could jeopardize the timeline. The Seed of Desire was merely a one-day fashion experience card. Once the clock struck midnight, the magic would vanish. Yet, in the original tale, Cinderella's glass slipper remained intact, serving as the prince's token in his quest to find her. Therefore, they required a genuine pair of shoes. Pei Wangxing stayed behind in the castle, determined to divert Bishop John's attention by any means necessary. Clatter, clatter. A carriage rolled along the path towards the castle. Clad in the fineries befitting a high-ranking cleric, John's round face bore a serene expression, a small round cap resting atop his scant hair. "Your Excellency, we have arrived at the castle," the coachman announced. John was assisted down from the carriage, greeted by the sight of an ancient, tranquil castle that appeared unchanged from his previous visits. He had heard rumors of Baron Cohen's involvement in human trafficking, yet he harbored no thoughts regarding the fate of the lambs. Only when his parish received intelligence from informant did he learn that Baron Cohen was clandestinely colluding with witches, attempting to undermine the authority of the church. Having maintained a cordial relationship with the Baron, John, as a devout believer, willingly accepted this task. The sky began to blush with the hues of twilight, and a mist spread from the distant forest, slowly encroaching towards his direction. Once he successfully dismissed the steward, John engaged the maid leading him. inquiring about any peculiar occurrences within the castle of late. You see, to effectively perform an exorcism, one must understand all underlying causes, he explained. Yet, regardless of his questions, the maid seemed woefully uninformed about the castle's affairs. She was likely a newly hired servant. You may carry on with your duties. There is no need for concern. I am quite familiar with this castle and can find the dining hall on my own, John asserted with a smile, confident he would not lose his way. However, that seems against protocol. The maid hesitated, but eventually, under John's insistence, she respectfully withdrew. Once she was out of sight, John immediately altered his course towards the only area he had yet to explore, the basement. As he drew closer, he heard a rustling sound emanating from within, his expression growing grave. Wasn't he, it said, that the basement had long been abandoned, and that Baron Cohen forbade anyone from entering? Indeed, something was amiss in the basement. At that moment, a girl in a gray dress emerged, clutching a broom, her face dusted with grime. Upon seeing him, she momentarily froze. You are Bishop John? Aren't you supposed to be looking for my father? What brings you here? The girl possessed fair skin, dark hair, and bright eyes. This enchanting maiden was none other than the rarely seen daughter of the Baron, Cinderella. John recalled that her mother was not a citizen of the kingdom of Augustus, but hailed from a mysterious eastern land, rumored to practice many bizarre and arcane rituals. Cinderella had recently vanished, only to return just yesterday. John had reason to suspect that she had received some prior warning and had hidden away in the misty forest. Just as he learned of her safe return, the day coincided with his visit to exorcise the Baron. John smiled gently. I was on my way to the dining hall and heard a noise. How is it that you are in this abandoned basement? The girl hesitated, finding it difficult to speak. This is where I usually reside. John was taken aback. He knew of Cinderella's unfortunate circumstances, but he had not anticipated the situation to be this dire. Did the Baroness prevent anyone from approaching the basement to conceal her mistreatment of her stepdaughter? Child, I heard you were recently abducted by a monster from the forest, and now you are safe. It is the Lord's protection. John's gaze was warm and pure, akin to the gentle rays of spring sunshine. Such sweet words. I haven't seen your church assisting in searching for anyone. You are quite eager to take credit for the Lord's work. Hypocrite. Puffed. This priest is incompetent. He cannot even recognize a false Cinderella. Can a face-blind man truly become a bishop? The comments were unanimously scornful. Cinderella lowered her head slightly, her gaze flickering, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency. She dared not meet his eyes, as if she were aware of some underlying truths. John observed her, his expression turning serious. Yet, you have strayed from the Lord's will. It seems you are acquiescing to the occurrence of evil. Cinderella's complexion turned pale. Chapter 51. A dinner of divergent frequencies. Bishop John solemnly declared, You are guilty, but as long as you sincerely seek God's forgiveness, the merciful Lord shall absolve your transgressions. Cinderella clutched the hem of her gown, her expression fluctuating between light and shadow. After much internal conflict, she finally spoke. Yes, it is Father. A few days ago, the household servant fished several fish from the river, and upon gutting them, discovered a scroll of parchment within, inscribed with the words. She paused. Augustus will perish. Upon gutting another fish, it bore the inscription, Cohen's coronation. Father ordered us and the servants of the castle to remain silent about this matter. Yet since that day, he has incessantly recited these words and increased the training hours of the guards. I was terrified and chose to hide away. Her words stirred a tempest within John's heart. Baron Cohen's recent series of peculiar actions were driven by a desire for power, not betrayal of the Holy See, but treachery against the crown. That could be negotiated. The kingdom's situation appeared tranquil on the surface. Yet the ecclesiastical and royal powers were in a constant state of mutual disdain and covert conflict. The prince, the first heir to the throne, was not loyal to the Pope. His eccentricities contradicted the doctrines. John had heard that the prince was quite dissatisfied with the coronation process for each king, and the Knights Templar were frequently oppressed. If Baron Cohen could incite turmoil within the kingdom, the prepared papacy might seize the opportunity to benefit. Perhaps it was indeed a fortuitous development. Furthermore, John recalled that among the 12 disciples who once followed the Son, several were fishermen. The miracles recorded of the Son spoke of 2 disciples casting their nets and returning empty-handed. But upon receiving the Son's command to cast their nets on the right side of the boat, they drew in a bountiful catch. Fish! Could not be a sign? Was this a divine revelation from the Lord? At the dining table, the pre-meal prayer concluded. John turned to the Baron, smilingly probing. On your way here, I heard you caught some fine fish a few days ago. The Baron's expression darkened instantly. My friend, that must be a rumor. I detest fish, and there is no way fish could appear in the castle. Observing the Baron's evasive reaction, John had already planted the seeds of doubt in his mind and was now convinced of the matter. Cinderella was but a child. Could she tell a lie? John had no desire to linger in the castle. He needed to report this news to the Archbishop swiftly. He had heard that the Baroness had recently spent a fortune on custom gowns and jewelry for their 2 daughters. Could this be a veiled hint? Would they instigate a coup on the night of the ball, assassinating the prince during the first dance? Yet, the Baron's expression was inscrutable. Friend, how do you think such a thing? Is it confidence bestowed upon you by the Lord? You are but a baron without lands, not a duke. However, if it were indeed divine guidance, perhaps the papacy would lend their support. Augustus must step down from the stage of history. Dinner unfolded amidst a conversation of entirely divergent frequencies. Seizing the moment, Cinderella made a request to the Baron, hoping to select a personal maid. A noble lady without a personal servant? Before the bishop, the Baron felt slightly embarrassed, disregarding the Baroness's displeased countenance, and readily acquiesced. After dinner, Bishop John proceeded to the main hall and several rooms to conduct an exorcism. He sprinkled holy water upon each individual and touched them with sacred relics. O merciful and forgiving Lord, please heed your servant's prayer. With your boundless mercy, absolve their sins. In the name of the Lord, I command the unclean entity present here, take your lies and sins and depart from this place. Cinderella's status rendered her unqualified to partake in the exorcism ritual. She hid nearby, observing and reflecting on how frequently the Baron sought exorcism, revealing his fear of vengeful spirits. For now, it appeared that Bishop John had succumbed to his own imaginings and would not react promptly. Cinderella gazed out at the darkening sky. Why had Shirley not returned yet? Meanwhile, Shirley was still in the small town. Misty Town was not large, but it reeked of unsatisfactory sanitary conditions, a blend of animal and human waste. The hygiene was far from promising. As Shirley strolled down the street, she sensed countless eyes watching her since entering the town. Flower sellers and street vendors seemed to gaze at her with contemplative expressions. Whenever she swiftly turned around, everything returned to normal, as if those stares were merely a figment of her overly sensitive imagination. After some time, Shirley found the town's tailor shop. In the original tale, Cinderella lost a single glass slipper. Such an item could not be crafted hastily. Moreover, a mere glass slipper might not be unfamiliar to the prince. The finest craftsmen were indeed the royal shoemakers. Shirley originally intended to seek out the best tailor, but after searching, she found that this was the only shop open and had to make do. Hello, I would like to commission a pair of shoes. She entered the cramped shop, the tinkling of a wind chime accompanying her. Seated at the sewing machine was a small, wiry man with a gray, haggard face, a bulbous nose, and numerous wrinkles around his eyes. Upon seeing this face, the audience's previously relaxed expressions tightened once more. They recognized this tailor. Beneath his feet lay a cellar concealing numerous skinned corpses. One of the chosen ones from the Sheep Kingdom had met their demise here. Misty Town, seemingly innocent, was in truth a parallel to Gotham City. Those chosen ones believed they could escape the perils of classic fairy tales by masquerading as ordinary folk. Yet, the truly unpredictable deaths awaited them among the unremarkable NPCs without narrative guidance. Fairy tales at least had some semblance of a plot, allowing for caution and evasion. Go buy shoes next door, the haggard-faced tailor muttered without lifting his head, his hands working diligently on a roll of yellowed leather beneath the roaring sewing machine. No. Only you can make them here. Shirley tossed a bag of gold and the design for the shoes onto the table. The delightful clinking finally prompting the tailor to raise his gaze. She intended to commission a pair of extraordinary shoes. Chapter 52. The Fatal Tailor's Shop, 3 days. I must have it by Saturday, at the very latest by Sunday afternoon, Shirley declared with unwavering determination. The tailor, named Sha Ke, came from a lineage of tailors spanning 3 generations. After his father's passing, he inherited the family business and became known as the town's infamous old bachelor. As Sha Ke examined the design, he shook his head repeatedly. "This is impossible. It is far too intricate to complete," he lamented. The blueprint depicted a pair of flat-soled shoes crafted from luxurious silk. Rather than adorned with extravagant jewels, they exuded a refined elegance, embellished with lifelike embroideries of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, showcasing a unique and delicate charm. Achieving a perfect replica of such footwear was no simple task, especially within such a constrained time frame. Upon hearing Sha Ke's refusal, Shirley remained unperturbed. With a swift motion, she tossed another pouch of coins onto the table. As the heavy bag opened, its golden glow illuminated the entire room, mesmerizing Sha Ke. "Is this sufficient?" she inquired, confident that no one could resist the allure of gold. If someone could, it would merely indicate that the offering was inadequate. With a gentle tap on the blueprint, Shirley added thoughtfully, "You may enlist the help of the cobbler next door, or any local skilled seamstresses you are acquainted with. As long as you deliver on time, all of this is yours." Currently, in the circles of noble ladies, the trend favored shallow, high-heeled leather shoes suitable for dancing at banquets. These shoes featured elongated, pointed silhouettes with tall heels, constructed from lavish satin lace, wool, feathers, velvet, and an array of gemstones. After witnessing so many of these extravagant designs, one could easily succumb to aesthetic fatigue. Shirley sought to break this monotony by delivering a touch of Chinese aesthetics to the party-loving prince. She intended to commission a pair of embroidered shoes. These shoes were inspired by her recollections from a visit to a museum, based on a 3D reconstruction of a pair belonging to a concubine who had been buried alive. Her artistic skills were rather rudimentary, merely able to sketch a rough outline, yet it sufficed for her purpose, as she was, after all, the client. Sha Ke's gaze oscillated between the blueprint and the 2 bags of gold coins. His eyes, bloodshot from sleepless nights, darted about, revealing an internal struggle. Suddenly, a peculiar noise resonated from the floor beneath them. Sha Ke's brow furrowed, and a glint of crimson flashed in his narrowed eyes, his breath quickening involuntarily. The audience collectively held their breath. The moment had arrived. In other chosen ones' live streams, this noise always preceded Sha Ke's gruesome acts. Shirley, puzzled, regarded Sha Ke, her dark eyes seemingly questioning, "Are there others here?" Sha Ke's face twitched, a distorted smile creeping across his gray, wrinkled visage. "Oh, it's nothing of consequence. Just a pesky old mouse that troubles me during my work." Shirley scrunched her nose in disdain. Sha Ke discreetly reached toward a cluttered basket in the shadows. "My lady, have you heard the widely circulated tale from the royal city?" he inquired, continuing to converse with Shirley while rummaging through the basket. "Once, there was a vain and extravagant king who demanded a new outfit every single day, much to the discontent of his subjects. One fateful day, 2 con men arrived in the royal city, claiming they could weave the most beautiful fabric and create the most exquisite garment. This attire could only be seen by the wise. Fools would remain oblivious to its existence. Upon completion of the garment, the king and his court found themselves unable to perceive it. Fearing exposure, the ministers pretended to admire the invisible attire, groping about to assist the king with the non-existent train of his gown. The king, unwilling to reveal his incompetence, decided to parade through the city in his new clothes, showcasing his supposed beauty. Sha Ke spoke lightly, yet his heart brimmed with greed and malice. He mused that rather than collaborating with the townsfolk to share the delightful treasure of gold coins, it could be far more convenient to eliminate the troublesome client, leaving them to languish in the cellar. He scrutinized Shirley's expression, noting her initial aloofness transforming into intrigue as he narrated the tale. On that day, the entire city gathered. People fervently praised the king's new attire, unwilling to admit their folly, until a child pointed out that the king was wearing nothing at all. Enraged, the king executed the 2 con men, yet I believe they were indeed the finest weavers in the world, for they crafted the most perfect garment. The human form bestowed upon us by the divine is the ultimate masterpiece, is it not? Shaka gradually rose, advancing towards the young lady, his hand tightly clutching a gleaming knife concealed behind him. Shirley calmly nodded, an intriguing story. Just then, a sound of horses snorting echoed from outside the door. Chapter 53. Entering the church, the sudden commotion caused Shaq's steps to falter. Without surprise, Shirley turned her head and softly admonished, "Be quiet. Maintain your decorum, Jerry." Following her gaze, Shaq peered outside the door. A luxurious carriage, drawn by 4 pure black horses, had unexpectedly taken residence at the entrance, rendering the narrow street nearly impassable. The carriage itself was adorned with jade carvings and gemstones, embellished with at least a couple of hundred turquoise components. When Hat arrived, he had not heard the sound of the carriage before. Shaq mused silently. The carriage's curtains bore a mysterious pattern of wheat gears and stars, seemingly the family crest of a grand noble. While Shaq did not recognize it, he had heard whispers that nobles and even princesses from neighboring lands had recently received invitations to the ball. Reflecting on Shirley's understated attire, crafted from the finest silk, Shaq's avarice dissipated. He dared not entertain any ill thoughts toward such a person. The mere sight of those 4 galloping steeds could easily demolish his tailor shop. Unbeknownst to the girl, she had nearly brushed against death moments before. After chastising the black horses, she returned to the previous topic, though her patience was evidently waning. "What have you decided?" Shaq quickly composed himself, donning a sycophantic smile. "Of course, the generous young lady. The reputation of Shaq's tailor shop will surely meet your expectations." Before long, Shirley emerged from the tailor shop, a slight sheen of sweat forming on the nape of her neck. She noticed the absence of any rules displayed within Shaq's establishment, indicating a lack of constraints. Her counterpart was a lawless rogue, compelling her to tread carefully. Fortunately, Shaq demonstrated a sense of propriety. Had he decided to eliminate her, the black horses, resembling mice and crows, and the makeshift carriage would not provide her with any protection. Shirley was not concerned about her virtual currency being exposed. The tailor, Shaq, appeared to be an exceptionally vigilant individual. Upon meticulously inspecting the gold coins and confirming their authenticity, he would surely hide them in a place he deemed secure, oblivious to the fact that the coins would vanish into thin air at midnight. The journey back to the castle from the town would take roughly half an hour. During her confrontation with Shaq, Shirley had sensed a warmth in her pocket. The maid's code had undergone some changes. The title had transformed into personal maid's code. She had been promoted to Cinderella's personal maid. Her responsibilities had shifted. She no longer needed to clean her mistress's chambers thrice daily, provided she returned to the castle before nightfall. She now had more time to gather intelligence about the town. The carriage trailed leisurely behind her, and Shirley could distinctly feel the ominous gazes behind her had diminished, replaced instead by the buzzing whispers of speculation regarding her identity. As she passed the shoemaker's shop, Shirley immediately spotted a pair of red dancing shoes in the window. Perhaps she lingered too long, for the shoemaker emerged with a broad smile. "Beautiful lady, your taste is impeccable. These shoes are our prized possession, perfectly suited for a gown. Wearing them will surely make you the center of attention at the ball." Compared to the taciturn and brusque Shaq, he was evidently more spirited in his salesmanship, offering compliments without repetition. If it weren't for his promotion of the shoes, they would not have stopped. Nevertheless, Shirley purchased the red dancing shoes, convinced they would prove useful at some point. The shoemaker's shop was conveniently located at the alley's exit, allowing her to glimpse the square, a relatively spacious area. In the center stood a fountain, continuously pouring forth clear water, while a statue of the Virgin Mary nursing the Christ child faced the misty church. What drew Shirley's attention was a particularly conspicuous charred mark on the ground, a remnant of burnt straw. Spring Nye was likely imprisoned within the misty church. She had heard that a distant relative, whom she intended to visit, had also been captured by the church. She wondered if they had recognized one another inside. Now, only Gonjoyu remained eerily silent. Shirley could not help but suspect, given her unfortunate luck, that she might have been transported even further away. Following Shirley's gaze, the shoemaker noticed the scorched mark and remarked with a chuckle, "That is where the church held its pyres. Many perished at that stake. There was a mad doctor claiming the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit coexist, and spoke of blood being processed in the lungs. A pseudoscientist who proclaimed the sun as the center of the universe. Countless others, nameless, lured into sin by the devil. This is one of the town's most famous attractions. Unfortunately, there is no purification ceremony today. If you wish to see it, come back on Sunday evening. The great fire will illuminate the entire town, bright as day. The flames will burn for a day and a night without extinguishing. No need for oil lamps, and those monsters attempting to approach the town will be scared away. As he grew excited, the shoemaker recalled something and awkwardly chuckled. But with your attire, you must be here for the prince's ball. I suppose you won't witness that. Shirley's brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling a sorrowful memory. The prince's ball is fast approaching. A few days ago, I misplaced a ruby earring in town and had intended to inquire if anyone nearby had seen it. However, I heard that the owner of that house has just been captured. While passing through the town streets, Shirley had observed 2 or 3 houses tightly shut, dust gathering on the locks, indicating they had been uninhabited for some time. The shoemaker, ever attentive to his recent customer who had purchased the red dancing shoes, enthusiastically offered suggestions. If fortune has not favored you lately, perhaps you could enter the church and pray devoutly. However, if you wish to enter the misty church, you must adhere to its rules. Firstly, selflessly offer at least 1/10 of your purse. The deity will bestow divine revelations based on your devotion. Secondly, the church only receives worshippers during the day. Entry after dark is prohibited. Thirdly, prior to entering the church, you must draw a cross over your chest and bow 3 times, stopping to pay reverent homage at every statue. Fourthly, no upright black goats will appear in the church. Should you see one, it is merely a sign of your fatigue. Fifthly, the dungeons of the church house dangerous and wicked heretics. Should you happen to encounter them, do not believe their words, regardless of what they say, and report their words to the bishop. Sixthly, no anti-church sentiments may be expressed within the church. Shirley committed these instructions to memory. The Misty Church was a quintessential Gothic structure, with soaring towers and arches. Its stained glass windows refracting a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. However, there was little sunlight to be found. Even during the day, it remained dreary. Standing before the church, Shirley made a hasty, wavy cross on her chest and bowed reverently, once, twice, thrice. Her trembling hands, akin to a chicken's claw, suggested she had inadvertently touched an electric switch as if jolted into a dance. Having completed her respectful, albeit electrifying, salutations, Shirley suddenly felt a chilling sensation run down her spine as the church's relief sculptures cast an ominous gaze upon her. The statues and rules were not merely sculptures. The stained glass images were also representations of the Virgin Mary, and Shirley did not forget to pause and pay her respects. The reflections of the Virgin Mary from the windows seemed to cast warped, bizarre shadows on the ground, and onlookers captured various abstract poses of Shirley in a frenzy. Ha ha! What a treasure of expressions. Sister Lee's limbs are so uncoordinated. I feel like Sister Lee is about to take flight with those flailing arms. The profile of Lee Jia indicates that she is a dancer, which seems too abstract to be accurate. Could it be that the third rule is erroneous? Surprisingly, upon examining screenshots of each statue, I noted peculiar details. Some possess an extra ear, others an additional eye. Some exhibit expressions of bewildered joy, while others clutch a heart in their hands. It all appears rather sinister. Are these manifestations of the 7 deadly sins? Perhaps the anomalies represent the excesses of human desire? Lee Jia's attention to detail is indeed confirmed. Look at the chosen one from the Pizza Nation. Davide, in reality, is a devout believer. Each time he enters the church, he meticulously performs his rituals. However, as he engages in these rites, his gaze becomes increasingly vacant, muttering something about a black goat walking on its hind legs. By the time Lee entered the church, the Mass had long concluded, and several clergy members were guiding anxious parishioners towards the confessional. A priest, clad in a flowing white robe and silently wielding a collection plate, approached her like a specter. Chapter 54, a tithe of 10% after a moment's contemplation. Shirley modestly placed a purse upon the altar. The white-robed priest's eyes widened slightly. He had not yet uttered a word when Shirley produced another pouch and added it to the growing collection. The priest could distinctly feel the offering plate sink a little under the weight, and the smile on his face grew increasingly sincere. Sensing the moment was ripe, Shirley reiterated her earlier words to the shoemaker, albeit with more deliberation this time. She portrayed her lost ruby earrings as an exceedingly precious treasure, suggesting they might well be hidden within the church's dungeon, and expressed her hope that the church would permit her to search for them. As she spoke, she added several more pouches atop the already teetering offering plate. The sixth rule, as reminded by the shoemaker, forbade uttering any anti-clerical sentiments within the church. While this rule seemed largely unproblematic at first glance, merely requiring one to refrain from proclaiming that humanity was not created by the Lord, but rather evolved, it was crucial to remember that in the Dark Ages, those who did not adhere to the Lord's commandments were deemed heretics by the clergy. Shirley felt fortunate for her previous habit of perusing various forums, where she had gleaned a hodgepodge of knowledge. The Proverbs once mentioned 6 things that the Lord detests, indeed 7 that he loathes: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked plans, feet that make haste to run to evil, a false witness who breathes out lies, and one who sows discord among brothers. Any utterance of falsehood would constitute a breach of this rule. Shirley sensed the cold, piercing gaze of the statue above, fixated on every word she spoke. Should she utter even a half-truth, she would be immediately discerned and branded as an apostate, a purveyor of lies. Thus, she resorted to a game of semantics. After all, her lost servant could certainly be considered an invaluable treasure, couldn't it? Upon hearing Shirley's words, the smile that had adorned the priest's face vanished, replaced by a countenance filled with revulsion and fear. Those who had been imprisoned were wicked and dangerous, stained with the blood of the innocent, awaiting the day of reckoning. Moreover, the bishop was currently occupied with an exorcism, even should he be present. He could not contravene the rules to allow her entry. The priest did not suspect any connection between Shirley and the witches. Someone capable of offering all their wealth could not possibly be a filthy rat. Shirley had no intention of conceding defeat. When would the bishop return? She could speak with him directly. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in the bishopess attire, adorned with a small round cap, hurriedly entered from outside. The white-robed priest promptly approached him, whispering a few words. Bishop John, eager to report significant news, glanced over with mild impatience, his gaze sweeping casually across the offering plate. Shirley remained too distant to discern their conversation. Before long, the white-robed priest returned to her, holding the emptied offering plate, and with a joyful expression, announced, "My lady, Bishop John is aware of your devotion to the Lord. You may seek to recover your belongings, but for your safety, you must be accompanied by the church guards." This was splendid news, and Shirley felt elated. The first rule of the church stated, "Selflessly offer no less than 10% of the gold in your purse. The divine shall bestow prophecies according to your piety." The scriptures recorded that a tithe of agricultural produce belonged to God. During this era, the church was especially corrupt, using this doctrine as a pretext to levy taxes on the fruits of the peasants' labor. In fact, Pope Leo X had developed various tiers of indulgences, with explicit price lists that resembled in-game microtransactions, corresponding to varying degrees of forgivable sins. The more one contributed, the easier it became to ascend to heaven after death. Even a serial killer could purchase an indulgence to cleanse their soul. As long as one had wealth, the church's regulations were as flexible as their moral boundaries. Shirley offered all her purses, filled to the brim with her meager savings. Primarily, she wished to ascertain whether, in such a sanctified space, under the gaze of the divine, these clerics could perceive that the gold within her pouches was merely an illusion, a manifestation of the seeds of desire. Now, it seemed the statue remained unresponsive, and the priest detected no anomaly, indicating that this rule was flawed. The blood, sweat, and tears of the impoverished farmers did not reach the heavenly realm. Instead, they flowed into the pockets of others. After a while, a guard clad in silver armor approached, his helmet obscuring his entire face, wielding a knight's sword. He silently led the way. As they traversed the church's corridor, Shirley caught sight of another passage where the earlier penitent had been taken for confession. Unlike before, the The penitent's coarse sleeves hung emptily, their initial terror replaced by a vacant, blissful smile. Shirley pondered deeply, retracting her gaze. What the destitute who sought to enter the church for prayer, yet possessed not a single coin? Surely, they were the sinners of a past life. If their pockets were bare, they must offer a tenth of themselves instead. This place, seemingly solemn and reverent, was in truth a cage for unbridled desires, where all who entered were required to shed a layer of their very being. Chapter 55. The human skin book. The dungeon presented a diminutive entrance, necessitating a stoop to barely gain entry. 2 guards, clad in identical armor, stood sentinel at the threshold. The guard escorting her elucidated their purpose, prompting the others to sheath their obstructive weapons, permitting them passage. The dungeon was cold and damp, devoid of any illuminating rays. The stone walls were besmirched with the stains of decay, embodying a realm long forsaken by humanity. A thick layer of substance coated the ground, each step eliciting a sensation akin to treading upon a heated tongue, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was naturally occurring moss or the remnants of human dermal tissue accumulated over time. Soft moans and anguished cries permeated the air, echoing from the corners of the dungeon. The guards admonished, "Silence! Cease your lamentations, you filthy servants of the damned." Though the audience had glimpsed a corner of the cell through Chun Nai's perspective, witnessing it anew through Shirley's eyes unveiled a brutality that left many spectators momentarily speechless. This is the true essence of the Middle Ages, devoid of romantic encounters, garden rendezvous, or fleeting glances at balls. No wonder many would rather be reborn as a dog than inhabit medieval Europe. Such a fate is preferable to that of a dog in a prosperous era. I find myself admiring Chun Nai. If I were confined in such a place, I would be drained of sanity within a day. Even Gan Zhuyue's ordeal was akin to a descent into hell. Should they dare to imprison me on the battlefield of national calamity, I would willingly perish on the first day. Sister Gan truly evokes tears. The number of captives in the dungeon far exceeded Shirley's expectations. With at least 100 souls imprisoned, each cell containing over 10 individuals, Shirley lifted her skirt, delicately balancing on her toes as she advanced, the church guard trailing closely behind. Her gaze flitted across the cells, only to withdraw rapidly. Along her path, she encountered faces bereft of hope and vitality, sharing a cruel resemblance. A woman, her hair wrapped, clutched a 2- or 3-year-old child, her wrist marred by a bleeding scar bitten into flesh. While the child's body lay rigid, the woman persistently pressed her wrist to the child's stiffened lips. Among the inmates was a man, whether mad by nature or driven insane by confinement, donned in midwife attire, alternating between laughter and sobs, raving, "Death approaches. Ignorance shall be vanquished." At such utterances, the guards would stride forth, delivering a fierce kick to the man's chest. The midwife collapsed, blood gushing from his nose and mouth, convulsing and unable to rise. "I see them as the harbingers of the apocalypse," Shirley thought suddenly. The church garnered followers through judgment and torture, akin to theatrical displays of rhetoric in reality. The truth of whether these individuals were witches was inconsequential. What mattered was the ecclesiastical authority and the outcomes wrought by iron-fisted judgments. As Shirley turned a corner, a shadow within a cell lunged towards her, crying, "Save me. I do not wish to face the pyre." The small, ashen-faced Chun Nai clutched Shirley's collar desperately, only to slide down helplessly, grasping at the hem of Shirley's skirt. Alarmed, Shirley instinctively pushed her away, heart racing, stamping her feet in distress. This was intolerable. Madness surrounded her. Overwhelmed by fear, Shirley hastened her steps, nearly fleeing as she surveyed the remaining cells. Her tense demeanor elicited quiet laughter from the church guard behind her, a stark reminder of her fragile, noble upbringing, easily unsettled by such trivialities. Bursting from the dungeon, Shirley encountered a white-robed priest who approached with concern. "Madam, are you unwell?" Yet, as she gazed upon him, his visage morphed into that of a goat, marred by dark, coarse hair mingled with other hues, exuding an abhorrent odor. The priest's voice transformed into shrill, piercing bleats that assaulted her sensitive eardrums. She could linger no longer. Escape was imperative to avoid uttering nonsensical words. Shirley shook her head to indicate she was fine, refusing to glance back, and hurried from the fog-laden church. Breathing in the fresh air outside, the stinging pain in her ears began to subside, the pollution no longer intensifying. It became apparent that even without direct interaction with the inmates, merely extracting something from the dungeon violated the fifth rule. In the conference room of Hua Nation, Xiao Xiao keenly observed that Shirley's tightly clenched hand grasped something within her skirt. Promptly, she initiated a screen recording, rewinding and slowing the footage. In the slowed-down playback, the analysis team discerned that Chun Nai's hand, which had tightly clutched Shirley's collar, had slid downward, her hair lifted by the motion obscuring part of their contact. The discussion in the comments section reflected this revelation. I rewound to 0, 5 speed, and indeed, I suspect you two have been adept at pilfering company supplies. Your methods are rather refined. Ahem, please delete that. I have a friend feeling unwell. Even the sound of Shirley's footsteps was distinguishable. The synergy between the two is raising suspicions about your relationship. Shirley's expression seems off. Has she violated a rule? Shirley sat in the carriage, returning to the castle. After some time, her discomfort lessened, and she unwrapped the item Chun Nai had entrusted to her. It was an intact piece of human skin, inscribed with numerous names and smeared with countless bloodied fingerprints, seemingly passed through the shadowy, damp dungeon, circulating among the cells. The reverse side bore unique characters Shirley had previously seen beneath Little Red Riding Hood's crimson cloak. Chun Nai had learned this special form of communication from the women in the same cell and had translated the contents inscribed upon the skin. Although numerous sections remained untranslated and inaccuracies persisted, it was sufficient for comprehension. Shirley began to grasp Chun Nai's situation. The relative she sought was an elderly astrologer who had foretold a danger capable of annihilating the entire kingdom. On this night of the full moon, the monsters of the misty forest would descend upon the town and the royal city, unleashing bloodshed upon the land. The elderly astrologer had conveyed this dire news to the church, only to be imprisoned by the monks on charges of inciting the faithful. Chun Nai had intentionally darkened her face, fearing the astrologer would uncover her guise as a false relative. However, after being incarcerated in the dungeon, she learned that the astrologer had succumbed to illness shortly after being imprisoned. Upon discovering her connection to the astrologer, the inmates had bestowed this human skin book upon her. The church, akin to primitive humans using fire to ward off beasts, sought to expel the monsters encroaching upon the town by burning alleged witches. Yet the corruption had long since infiltrated Misty Town. The spirits in the forest vastly outnumbered the living. The astrologer had inscribed within the human skin book that the sole salvation lay within an ancient bell tower, predating the establishment of the kingdom. Situated at some location within the royal palace, it had withstood the ravages of war, rumored to possess the power to frighten away dragons and enemy forces. Thus, the first king summoned numerous craftsmen for repairs, yet none could ring the bell by any means. A valiant soul must ascend to the tower's peak before the ball concluded, allowing the bell's chime to resonate throughout the kingdom, thus deterring the monsters. How delightfully fairy tale-like, Shirley remarked. No wonder the quest mandates obtaining the identity badge within 7 days. It turns out that this fairy tale realm is destined to succumb after that period. All the indigenous inhabitants of this eerie narrative, be they royalty or commoners, are fated to perish on the same day, reminiscent of the fairy tale version of Atlantis. This is likely the perfect resolution to the haunting tale. Chapter 56. The ordinary method of passage surely recalled a rumor that had circulated about a small town. It was said that the forest was alive, gradually encroaching upon the town. The deceased would return home on the night of the full moon. If one heard the knocking of departed loved ones, do not respond. Those wandering spirits in the wilderness of the forest were once the residents of Misty Town. Even in death, they instinctively moved towards Misty Town, yearning to return to their former homes. Shirley's gaze fell upon the opening line of the human skin book, bringer of the outsider person of the star disk. The two untranslated words were beyond Chun Nai's comprehension. She had inquired among the others in the cell, but they offered various interpretations. These were not commonly used terms, and they were equally perplexed. However, the outsider, since the old astrologer had foreseen the kingdom's future, perhaps she had also predicted their arrival and left behind this tome of human skin. If no one else could ring the bell, why were they so certain that they could? Because they were the chosen ones, not bound by fate, perhaps capable of altering the predetermined outcome? Just as she had previously transformed the tale of Little Red Riding Hood, Shirley's mind was clouded with unanswered questions. Whenever she delved deeper in her thoughts, the wails and cries from the dungeon echoed in her ears, accompanied by the hissing of flames. The moans were heart-wrenchingly sorrowful, as if they resonated beside her, and she felt as if she too were among those on the stake, their screams intermingling with the crackling of the fire, rendering them indistinct. Attempting to decipher the eerie murmurs only intensified the pollution around her. Shirley resolved to cease her thoughts, emptying her mind entirely. Li Jia has gone offline. Is the CPU fried? I can't see. It requires someone knowledgeable to assess. I have 20 years of remote control repair experience. This isn't a big deal. Just give it a pat, and if that doesn't work, give a good shake. Don't move her. Support. Li Jia, you must be all right. How could I survive without you? At this moment, the sky darkened gradually, and distant malice surged like a tide, as if something dreadful was about to unfold. The horses pulling the carriage neighed in terror, straining to gallop forward. Shirley hastened back to the castle before night fell. In the garden, there was a dog hole obscured by overgrown weeds, a location revealed to them by crows and mice. Shirley crouched and squeezed through the dog hole, carefully avoiding Grace, who was in a clandestine rendezvous within the garden, and made her way back to Cinderella's room. Pei Wangxing had deceived Bishop John. She no longer resided in the basement. However, her room was scarcely better than Shirley's maid quarters. The furnishings were Spartan, and she hesitated to light a lamp. It had been a long time since the place had been properly cleaned, and the dust lent a sharp odor to the air. Upon seeing Shirley return, Pei Wangxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly approached and locked the door, scrutinizing Shirley from head to toe, asking, "Why are you back so late? Did you run into trouble?" Shirley tossed the human skin book at her, collapsing onto the bed, half closing her eyes in a sickly manner. "I went to the church." It was Chun Nai's suggestion. Noticing Shirley's poor condition, and aware that the church in the tale was a gathering place for elite monsters, Pei Wangxing slightly parted her lips, wanting to ask something but ultimately refrained, instead opening the human skin book to read. Ah, it is indeed the cliché tale of a hero saving the kingdom. Yet, it seems there are few female warriors like us in fairy tales. Pei Wangxing stroked her chin and couldn't help but quip, but in such a world, is there even a need for salvation? Observing her chattering, Shirley replied earnestly, "When I look at you speaking, you resemble a goat chewing cud." Pei Wangxing. "Oh dear, it seems you're quite ill. Why don't you stay with me tonight?" she offered. "Though my bed is small, you can take the floor." She was concerned that if Shirley returned alone, something might happen to her during the night. After speaking, Pei Wangxing rummaged through drawers and cabinets for extra blankets and pillows to prepare a place for Shirley to sleep, inadvertently appearing more like a personal maid. The blankets were somewhat damp, with a musty odor reminiscent of burial shrouds, but Pei Wangxing gathered some hay to place underneath. Once she had finished setting up, she lay down first, feeling the icy chill seep through the blankets, causing her to shiver and murmur, "I truly cannot comprehend how this haunted tale could possibly be rated 1 star. The practice room also held a 1-star rating, yet that was merely a testing instance. When the horror tale descended, Pei Wangxing had been on her way back to the company building, and she had certainly heard the globally resonating broadcast. The terrifying National Fortune battlefield likely existed even before its arrival on Blue Star. This was merely a new battlefield opened by it. Or perhaps it was an amusement park. Thus, it was not difficult to understand that the practice room of horror was intended to assess their potential and value against the existence lurking behind the terrifying National Fortune battlefield. The ordinary method of passage was to complete the summoning game and survive until dawn, essentially a combination of a rule-based horror tale and a survival game. The vengeful ghost in red pursued them, while the mirror ghost's appearances followed a certain pattern. The mobile phone ghost could only disrupt signals, misleading them by masquerading as allies. Although surviving until dawn was challenging, the chosen ones had drawn talents, and with proper utilization, opportunities were not entirely absent. Yet, at that time, everyone was being thrust into the horror tale for the first time, wholly unprepared and terrified, which accounted for the multitude of failures. This horror tale marked their inaugural journey after debuting, and to this day, Pei Wangxing had yet to discern any possibility of ordinary passage. She spoke to herself on the floor, not expecting Shirley to respond. Yet she heard a voice from the bed. "Do you remember the system broadcast you heard upon waking from this horror tale?" Pei Wangxing was taken aback. She was not dim-witted. Sometimes she fell into cognitive traps, but with a slight nudge, she could quickly grasp the situation. Side quest 1. Obtain an identity card within 7 days. 2. Complete the tasks associated with the identity card. 3. Find your true teammates. Pei Wangxing seemed to catch a glimmer of inspiration. The vague pieces in her mind gradually sharpened, her eyes widening in realization. Chapter 57. Miss, your friend has arrived. Could it be that the numerical sequence in the dungeon tasks is merely a ruse? Are these 3 tasks not required to be completed in chronological order? Shirley remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Initially, she had not contemplated this, but it dawned on her after experiencing the rules involving Little Red Riding Hood's Hunter and the Wolf. All 3 tasks must indeed be accomplished. However, the primary quest never explicitly stated that each task had to be undertaken sequentially. Moreover, the dungeon's description mentioned a high degree of freedom and encouraged exploration and interpretation. Shirley did not believe that the system announcements in the Horror National Fate battlefield would include any superfluous words. Pursuing this line of thought, many matters began to make sense. Pei Wangxing clenched her right fist, striking it heavily against her left palm. Thus, the optimal sequence should be: first, gather the teammates, then, obtain an identity card, and finally, complete the identity task together. The discomfort from the pollution surged in waves, as the cacophony in her ears receded like a tide. Shirley's condition improved slightly, and she opened her eyes, her tone casual as if discussing a night talk after lights out in the dormitory. "This is a team endeavor, a collective MV shoot. Can you guess why we were intentionally separated? In horror narratives, malevolent entities often strike when one is isolated. As time progresses, finding genuine allies becomes increasingly challenging. If everyone hastily seeks out identity cards, they may easily become ensnared in the dangers and quagmires associated with them. Moreover, only when a few chosen ones gather together can the nation's think tank communicate more effectively." Pei Wangxing felt the cold, stiff blanket become even chillier, awakening her to an unprecedented clarity. She could not help but exclaim, "The dungeon task requires obtaining an identity card within 7 days, yet there is no subject mentioned. This is a team filming task. We are a unit, a whole. Therefore, as long as one among the 4 acquires an identity card, that member will be the undeniable center of the MV, receiving the most screen time. Once one person secures the identity card, the identities of the other 3 can form a social network radiating from her, becoming distant relatives, former neighbors, hired help, and more, collaboratively exploring the map. Finding an identity card within 7 days to complete the task is significantly easier. However, there is one point Pei Wangxing still could not fathom. The member who obtains the identity card must ultimately meet their predetermined demise. It remains a deadlock. "Have you seen Final Destination?" Shirley inquired. In one of the films, the protagonist inadvertently faked her death, outsmarting death and evading the death list, only to be tragically killed 5 months later when death returned. But here, it is different. Once the chosen ones complete the quest, they will directly escape the ghost story. No longer trapped in a cycle of death. Death begets rebirth. From the brink of death, life emerges. As long as they act before the true death date of that member arrives, the other 3 can take it upon themselves to end her life. Striking a comrade allows for control over the force applied, as long as it does not result in immediate death. Even a near-death state can be healed upon exiting the ghost story. If they manage their timing well, all can emerge unscathed. Should a chosen one happen to possess talents such as once as a substitute for Death or Death Rewind, it would be even simpler. This is a task of 1-star difficulty. It merely depends on who is willing to assume the role of the ACE, bearing more risks and rewards. A lack of sufficient trust within the group can easily lead to discord and conflict. What if an accidental misstep results in genuine death? Without me, will the others not receive a greater share of the rewards? Will they conspire to intentionally cause my demise? Why should it be me? If it is advantageous, why do they not pursue it themselves? Oh my, so that is how it is. I never would have expected this. I suspect the designer of this dungeon is well versed in psychology, too cunning. It is darkly humorous, yet quite realistic. How is it any different from the production teams and investors in the real world who create hidden contracts and scripts? Now that you mention it, I'm feeling quite tense. Ah, Robert, don't mimic me, Shirley remarked. Our nation's think tank must also be pondering this. Gradually, individuals will start to complete the quest. In the Huaxia conference room, upon witnessing this, Xiao Xiao felt a blend of emotions. The Huaxia analysis group had indeed proposed this strategy in the conference room some time ago, deliberating whether to share this approach with the chosen ones. After intense debate, they decided to hold off for the time being, setting aside the title of monster newcomer that hung over the Huaxia girl group, which have their imperfect completion points and randomly increased negative feedback. Among Huaxia's 4 chosen ones, Pei Wangxing and her companions had already accepted identity cards, rendering this method largely ineffective. Furthermore, it was possible that their chosen ones had already considered this aspect but simply did not articulate it in the live broadcast. By doing so, they had squandered the sole opportunity for communication. What would happen if the chosen ones encountered danger later and needed to seek help from the nation? As Xiao Xiao expressed this concern, the experts, who had been vehemently debating whether to speak or remain silent, fell into a quietude. Such scenes had played out in this modest conference room over 100 times, yet had never been conveyed due to various apprehensions. There was only one opportunity. However, Huaxia had too much to say. Everyone feared that this chance would not be utilized in pivotal moments, and even more so, that a moment of hesitation could lead to losses that no one wished to see. They also observed that within a month, the youthful Xiao Xiao had sprouted numerous white hairs. The atmosphere in the room grew silent as Pei Wangxing peeked at the bed, noticing Shirley breathing evenly, seemingly asleep. Pei Wangxing withdrew her head, rubbing her icy palms and soles together, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, and gradually drifted into slumber. The next 2 days passed in an eerie tranquility. The Baroness and her 2 sisters did not trouble Pei Wangxing during this time. They were busy attending afternoon tea gatherings hosted by other noble ladies, inquiring about Prince Ulysses' preferences. They paraded past Pei Wangxing's door, the lingering scent of their elaborate perfumes wafting down the corridor. In the back garden, several gardeners were loosening the soil, preparing to transplant some juniper trees, aside from pruning the rose bushes. With these gardeners on watch, Shirley and Pei Wangxing found no opportunity to sneak out through the dog hole. On the 6th day, the Baron and his wife, along with their 2 stepdaughters, set off early to the royal city to witness the renowned city circus performance. After seeing them depart in their carriage through the window, Shirley glanced at Pei Wangxing, who was yawning. Do you want to go? Pei Wangxing shook her head. That circus featuring animals and deformities sounds quite eerie. There must be a host of rules waiting inside. And what if the lions and tigers suddenly go berserk? I do not think my meager strength would suffice against large felines. In the afternoon, the head maid knocked on the door. Shirley opened it to find her with a stern expression, her voice rigid. Miss Cinderella, your friend has arrived. Chapter 58, Block Door Friends? The original text hinted at Cinderella having other companions, but I had never heard of such a thing. Perhaps it was a pirated notion. According to the 3rd rule of the Cinderella Code, your friends are the little birds in the garden and the mice in the kitchen. You have no other friends. Before the ball, do not meet anyone who claims to be your friend for afternoon tea. Just tell him I'm not available. To be cautious, Pei Wangxing decided against receiving guests. As she approached the door to close it, the head maid's arm blocked her path. Miss Cinderella, this is the first time a friend has come to see you. The butler is quite pleased and has instructed the kitchen to prepare afternoon tea. The maid's smile widened ominously. The guest has already arrived. Her words, combined with her lifeless expression, sent an inexplicable chill up the spines of Shirley and Pei Wangxing. If the guest was already inside the castle, it would take no more than 5 minutes for them to reach this corridor. Pei Wangxing inhaled deeply to steady herself. All right, I understand. I need to prepare myself. What is the guest wearing today? I wish to coordinate my attire accordingly. As far as I know, this guest is clad in black trousers and a coat, wearing a black hat and a thick black veil that obscures their face. Miss Cinderella, When did you become acquainted with such a peculiar individual? The headmaid fixed her gaze upon them like a predator, her eyes filled with a bloodthirsty curiosity and inquiry. The description was too vague to ascertain the guest's gender. Feigning anger, Pei Wangxing frowned. Eileen, I must inform you that your current gaze is making me quite uncomfortable. Her unvarnished discontent caused the headmaid's expression to stiffen. Today, the Baroness and her 2 daughters were absent, leaving only the butler behind in the castle. The butler was a staunch advocate for hierarchy and would undoubtedly reprimand her harshly, possibly even deducting her wages. Realizing this, the headmaid reluctantly lowered her head. I apologize for my rudeness, Miss Cinderella. Pei Wangxing coldly dismissed her. Today, the castle's guards have been dispatched by Baron Cohen, leaving only the butler, the servants, and themselves within the castle. Oh, and the gardeners in the garden. Once the maid departed, Shirley quickly locked the door. Pei Wangxing picked up a cup of water. Noticing the gray-green mold floating atop it, sighed and set it down, turning to Shirley. Who do you think it could be? Could be Ganjoiwe? Now that the 3 of us have met, we are merely missing the whereabouts of the soprano. As they spoke, a sound of pushing came from outside the door. The door was locked, unyielding to external attempts to open it, only yielding to the sound of the latch rattling against the door frame. After a few more pushes, the visitor abandoned the attempt and resorted to knocking. Knock, 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 knock. It was not Ganjoiwe. Both women instinctively recognized this. Ganjoiwe always knocked on their dormitory door with an open hand, often ridiculed by the others for sounding more like a debt collector than a visitor. After a while, silence enveloped the exterior. A note was slid beneath the door. What's wrong? Why won't you see me? Are you ill? Or do you feel unwell? I'm so worried about you. Please let me in. Less than 5 minutes after the first note, another was thrust under the door. Why won't you meet me? I know what you're looking for. This note was noticeably more succinct. What did it mean? Did they know where Ganjoiwe was? Or was it related to other matters Cinderella had previously investigated? Could it be that this rule was erroneous, and it sought to lead them astray from crucial clues? Pei Wangxing could not help but nibble on her nails. Who was outside? To open the door or not? After much deliberation, Pei Wangxing resolutely stomped her foot, rummaging through her belongings until she unearthed a palm-sized red paper cutout. This was one of the 2 blind boxes opened by Chun Nai earlier. Purchasing it separately in the exchange market would require 100 points. There was no profit nor loss. Its function was to verify the accuracy of rules. The chosen one would encounter certain circumstances which would be faithfully conveyed to the cutout. Chun Nai had a talent for identifying erroneous rules 3 times and had little need for the red paper cutout, so she had sold it to Pei Wangxing. However, Pei Wangxing had already expended her points on a strength attribute card and was now financially destitute, essentially borrowing on credit. They divided the spoils of their quests evenly. Even among teammates, financial fairness was paramount. This was a one-time item, even if it proved that the rule posed no danger. The red paper cutout could not be used again. Pei Wangxing had hesitated to utilize it until now. Pei Wangxing plucked a strand of hair, entwining it around the neck of the cutout, and cautiously slid it through the door crack. In her mind, she silently prayed. If the paper figure remains unharmed, it would signify that there is no danger outside. Even if peril lurked in the corridor, as long as it was not a deathly rule, she could venture forth. Her secondary skill could mitigate contamination. Suddenly, Pei Wangxing froze, slowly turning her head to Shirley, whispering, "The paper figure's head has fallen off." After binding, Pei Wangxing could distinctly sense the fate of the red paper cutout. Its neck had been violently snapped by an unseen force. Shirley remarked, "The power to instantly snap a neck is formidable." The more she gazed at the weak door lock, the more apprehensive she became about the bizarre force outside attempting to break in. They hastily pushed the wardrobe and desk against the door and windows. From then on, regardless of whether there was knocking or notes slid beneath the door, they chose to ignore them, feigning death. Fortunately, although the entity outside attempted to intrude, as long as they did not violate the rule by meeting, the strange presence could not force its way in. After an hour of this torment, silence finally returned to the exterior. It seemed the visitor had departed. Half an hour later, knocking resumed. However, this time, it was the voice of the headmaid, Eileen, echoing in the corridor. "Cinderella, your friend has left. Ah, their hearts sank again. The head maid had been brought in by the current baroness upon her marriage to the baron. Despite her deep-seated disdain for Cinderella, she would still call her miss with a hint of sarcasm. Outside, that eerie presence lingered. They had been ensnared by the enigma for an entire day. As twilight approached, the busy gardeners departed, having planted juniper trees in the spot where Grace had previously rendezvoused. The butler arrived to knock on the door. "Miss Cinderella, it's time for dinner." Before Pei Wangxing could respond, Grace's haughty voice rang out. "Don't call her. She is probably hiding in her room, crying because her father didn't take her to the royal city for the performance." "Miss Grace," the butler called her helplessly. The two voices rang out simultaneously. Surely this could not be a disguise by the enigma. Electronic devices do not update this swiftly. Calculating the time, they indeed should have returned from the royal city by now. After a moment of contemplation, Shirley stepped forward and opened the door. Outside stood the butler and the radiant Grace. Once they left, Shirley conducted a thorough search of the corridor, finding not a single clue, not even a stray hair. Deciding to seek food, she had barely approached the kitchen when she heard an exaggerated commotion from within. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 59. The Baroness in distress. What is happening here? Are they chopping bones? Shirley paused, as the head maid suddenly blocked her path. The maid looked down at her from a superior position. "Where do you think you're going?" "I must remind you that you are now the personal maid to the Baroness, and the kitchen is not a place for you to approach." She stood like a concrete wall, impeding Shirley's way. Shirley merely smiled, "Of course, but the noise is quite overwhelming." Pei Wangxing sat at the long table, awaiting dinner. The royal city was much livelier than this place. The circus even featured pythons over 4 to 5 meters long, capable of swallowing an entire 8-year-old child in one bite, which was quite amusing. Laura covered her mouth with laughter. "However, I still prefer the girl in that vase. How on earth did she fit in there? That lion devours 3 audience members daily. Do you think someone might bribe the animal trainer for a spot?" The atmosphere at the dining table was quite lively. Pei Wangxing felt out of place and disinterested in joining the conversation. After a considerable time, the head maid finally wheeled in the dinner cart. As it rolled past, Pei Wangxing suddenly caught a whiff of a rich, almost viscous scent of blood. The main course was a thickly cut steak, cooked medium rare. A gentle press of a knife and fork released a stream of meat juice mingled with blood. "Today's meat is quite good," Grace remarked, slightly surprised. Cutting a small piece to taste, squinting in approval. "So tender." The head maid stood by, hand clasped in front, smiling. "It has been marinated with spices and red wine in advance." Pei Wangxing refrained from eating the mysterious meat, wary of the unsanitary conditions of the Middle Ages, fearing she might be poisoned, and instead sipped a few spoonfuls of an unidentifiable thick soup. After finishing the steak, the Baron wiped his mouth and hands with a napkin, casually stating, "Evans is resigned as of yesterday. He wishes to return home to marry a governess." Ding! The spoon clattered into the soup bowl, and Grace turned pale. The Baroness shot her a warning glare before smilingly responding to her husband. "Indeed, it is about time for settling down. It seems we shall need to find a suitable night after the ball." Laura chimed in with a tinkling laugh. "Yes. Clever people always make decisions that are more beneficial to themselves." The Baron remained oblivious to the tension. Upon returning to her room, Pei Wangxing found Shirley standing by the window, lost in thought, gazing at the juniper tree in the back garden. "What is wrong? Have you heard the story of the juniper tree?" Shirley softly hummed. "My mother killed me, my father ate me, my siblings sat below, picking up my bones." Quite familiar, isn't it? She suspected that the person she encountered in the corridor earlier that afternoon might be connected to the disturbances in the back garden today. She had seen the ghost of Cinderella and the lingering spirit of the former Baroness. Where is the Baroness' deceased youngest son buried? Pei Wangxing frowned. "Are you suggesting that the Baroness' youngest son is buried in the back garden, and that the transplanting of the juniper tree this afternoon disturbed his remains, prompting his spirit to visit?" "Just a hypothesis." Shirley snapped her fingers, revealing a cheerful smile. "We shall find out soon." Under the cover of night, the two slipped into the garden with a shovel, approaching the juniper tree, and began to dig. In the pitch-black darkness, a small bird perched on the slender branches of the juniper, its tiny eyes silently observing them. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Pei Wangxing initially held little hope, but after digging half a meter down, the shovel met resistance, striking something. They unearthed a complete human skeleton. However, it was not that of a child, but rather an adult, at least a man over 6 feet tall. The bones were remarkably clean and fresh, the flesh having been removed, with remnants of crimson tendons still clinging to some parts. Certain longer bones have been severed, their cross-sections grotesque. In the darkness, Shirley discovered a knight's emblem in the soil. Could this be Evans? Pei Wangxing couldn't help but gasp, realizing that the meat they had consumed earlier was. She covered her mouth, feeling nauseated. Shirley had seen Grace meeting him just yesterday, and now they had unearthed the bones of one of the parties involved. Yet, Maid's Code, Article 12. The Baron will not appear in the back garden. If you see the anxious Baron in the back garden, immediately hide in the rose bushes and cut your finger with scissors, letting the blood drip onto the pink roses. This rule was contradictory. It seemed evident that the first half was incorrect. They must have been caught in a compromising situation by the Baron. The Baron aspired for his family to affiliate with royalty. Among his 3 daughters, he did not wish to let Cinderella, who could bring wealth, slip away, while Laura had a flaw in her features, leaving only the beautiful Grace with a significant chance of ensnaring a prince or a nobleman. Upon discovering their affair, he was consumed with rage, ordering Evan's execution and having his flesh prepared as a meal for Grace, burying his bones beneath the juniper tree in the back garden. No wonder the back garden was suddenly renovated, the juniper tree transplanted. It was intended for Evan's remains to lie there, allowing the lovers to see each other daily, unbeknownst to them that the other lay beneath. This was a punishment for Grace. As she delighted in the circus performance, her lover was being butchered, marinated in red wine and spices. Shirley lamented, indeed, a chaotic emlang of fairy tales. The cruel stepfather had slain the lover of his stepdaughter, then served the lover's flesh to her. How depraved! They continued to wander nearby and dig for a while longer, but found no additional remains, ultimately returning empty-handed with their shovels. As luck would have it, they encountered Grace on the stairs, clad in her nightgown and holding a glass of wine. She immediately noticed the tools in their hands. Where have you 2 been? What on earth? Why aren't you asleep? Don't heartbroken people have something wrong with them? Grace, slightly tipsy, with blood-red lips, remarked, Cinderella, you've been quite strange lately. I feel as though you've changed. They could not allow her suspicions to materialize. Pei Wangxing hastily interjected, speaking in a serious tone. Grace, don't you want to know about my change? If you experience what I have, you would be like me. I know where your lover is. He is buried beneath the juniper tree in the back garden. Your father killed him. You need only take a look to find out. Impossible, Grace blurted out instinctively. Pei Wangxing gazed at her blissfully ignorant face, scoffing. Do you truly believe you would suddenly leave without a word? Shirley gently tugged at her hand. She stepped in front of Pei Wangxing, addressing the shifting expression on Grace's face. Miss Grace, think carefully. If the Baron can treat Miss Cinderella in such a manner, and those innocent women, he could just as easily do the same to you and your lover. Some truths dutiful Cinderella cannot voice. Shirley's voice lowered to a near-demonic whisper. Miss Grace, you do not wish to marry a prince, nor does the Baron have other children. Miss Cinderella will not compete with you for anything within the castle, and your mother wishes to provide the best for you. After all, they would all leave this strange tale behind. Who would want this dilapidated castle? Shirley threw the shovel, an emblem, to the ground. You can fight for your future. You can change your fate. Don't you wish to avenge your lover? Grace gazed at the badge, stained with earth and blood on the ground, lost in thought for a prolonged moment, before suddenly rising and stumbling towards the back garden. Pei Wangxing turned to Shirley and inquired, Has she been deceived? Shirley shrugged in response, Perhaps. The following morning, the butler entered the Baron's chamber to awaken him, only to find the room empty, save for the wide-open window and the disarray within. The Baron and Baroness had long since taken to separate quarters. The Baron's disappearance alarmed the Baroness and several young ladies. How could he vanish? He seemed perfectly well yesterday. The Baroness's eyes were shadowed with exhaustion as she dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief. Pei Wangxing detected a hint of earthiness mingled with the scent of her perfume. Grace, too, appeared lethargic as she stifled a yawn, casting a languid glance towards the garden. Though her eyes sparkled with an unsettling brightness, a small bird perched upon her shoulder, using its sharp beak to preen her disheveled hair. She affectionately pressed a gentle kiss upon its head. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire town. Baron Cohen had been captured by a beast lurking in the forest the previous night. In a state of frantic desperation, the Baroness offered a reward of an estate, hoping to retrieve her husband. Chapter 60. Attending the ball, only they knew that the Baron would never return. The Baroness' lifeless body lay beneath the juniper tree, a sad substitute for the unfortunate Evans, watching as they reveled in opulence. Baron Cohen and his wife shared no affection. One coveted the other's beauty, physique, and inheritance, while the other sought a nobleman of status to cling to. Recently widowed and inheriting a vast fortune, the beautiful widow struggled to protect herself and her two daughters in such a tumultuous environment. Over the years, the Baron had kept numerous mistresses, yet none bore him a child. Rather than face the chaos of illegitimate offspring vying for her possessions, the Baroness preferred to stake everything on a single gamble. The Baron could never have imagined that his day would come. Though her cheap husband had vanished, the prince's ball must proceed. On the seventh day, Shirley finally received the custom-made shoes. Shaq's craftsmanship was commendable. He had refined the details absent from the initial sketches, bringing them astonishingly close to Shirley's memories. Detached from Shirley's abstract designs, viewers in the live stream quickly recognized the embroidered shoes prototype. These shoes look somewhat familiar. I remember now. They belong to our provincial museum. The provincial museum is right next to my house. I heard that many people with weak young energy are haunted by nightmares after visiting. One blogger with 1 million followers claimed a woman in palace garb stood at the foot of his bed, peering down to check if he was breathing. Really? Is that true? How eerie. Don't worry. Those with ample young energy will be fine. Look at our Pei's sister. Her vitality is robust. As strong as an ox. She won't have nightmares. I'm not worried about Pei's sister, but we shouldn't frighten the prince. Isn't that perfect? The prince is looking for the shoes owner, right? What is there to fear? The owner of the embroidered shoes will seek him out herself. It's time for the prince to experience the shock of traditional Chinese horror. Prince, thank you. When Shirley went to the town to fetch the shoes, she subtly inquired about the palace bell tower from Shaq and the cobbler. The cobbler appeared surprised upon seeing her again, his demeanor less enthusiastic and even somewhat cold. Only when Shirley mentioned she would don a red dance shoes at tonight's ball did he smile. Beautiful lady, when you wear those dance shoes, you shall undoubtedly shine at tonight's ball, he remarked. Of course, Shirley thought, it would be as if she had chewed a piece of gum. Yet, neither Shaq nor the cobbler had any knowledge of the bell tower mentioned in the human skin book. Shaq even said with a hint of mockery, I've never heard of such a thing. How could there possibly be a bell tower in the palace? The cobbler chuckled knowingly. If such a thing existed, rumors would surely have reached the people. On the seventh day, as dawn broke, the Baroness and her two daughters adorned themselves in splendid gowns and boarded an exquisitely decorated carriage. Through the castle windows, Shirley and Pei Wangxing noticed the carriage departing and quickly set their plan in motion, following closely behind. They were unaware of the location of the royal city, so they simply trailed the Baron's carriage from a distance. Along the road to the royal city, they encountered numerous luxurious carriages emblazoned with various family crests, as well as ordinary rental carriages. Many young women capable of affording evening gowns gathered to attend the ball. Everyone understood that this ostensibly social event was, in fact, a selection process for the prince's future bride, as he had reached a suitable age for marriage. Shirley's carriage was particularly eye-catching, drawing many gazes as it drew inspiration from the opulence of ancient Chinese aristocracy, far surpassing the lavishness of other vehicles on the road. Grace and Lola, of course, noticed the striking carriage. Lola leaned out, attempting to discern the family crest upon the curtains. Grace, look at that carriage behind us. It is truly magnificent. Could it belong to a princess from some kingdom? Grace peered back curiously. The carriage hailed from the same direction as theirs, igniting an absurd thought in Grace's mind. Yet she quickly dismissed it, reasoning, it cannot be her. That girl doesn't even possess a decent gown. How could she possibly qualify for such a ball? While the royal palace hosted a grand ball, the citizens of the royal city were engulfed in festive joy. Yet for those imprisoned in the dungeons, it was a day of public purification. In recent days, Chu and I had exhausted her 3 opportunities to determine the validity of the rules, narrowly escaping several punishments meted out by the priests. They frequently selected women under the pretext of exorcising demons from their bodies, and Chu and I witnessed many women being taken away, never to return, while new faces were thrust into captivity. At nightfall, all prisoners in the dungeons would transform into charred corpses, seated or lying in repose. And silence was paramount. Any sound could awaken them. From another blind box, Chu and I had drawn an item labeled Energy Potion X3, which functioned to increase stamina, decrease contamination. However, the efficacy of each use diminished progressively, 100, 75, 50, and so forth. The side effects included heightened hunger and pain sensitivity. During the day, Chu and I would uncork the potion, and as night fell and everyone turned into charred remains, she would consume it. On the 6th day, she had used her last potion, under the pangs of hunger. Her mind was remarkably alert, and the clearer she became, the more she recognized her alienation from this place. Many of the recently captured maintained their faith, fervently kneeling and clasping their hands, weeping and murmuring, "May God bless you with merciful and unconditional favor and love." Such displays often drew ridicule from others. Fools! If mercy existed, you wouldn't be imprisoned. Don't forget, you were locked away for failing to pay your taxes. Another group of prisoners had been incarcerated by the church. Some lay on the ground, scribbling with their fingers, while others loudly proclaimed their theories. The former were ignored, while the latter were seized by the guards, dragged by their hair, and returned to their cells in a disheveled state. The guards spat at one of them, loathing evident in their voices as they warned, "If it weren't for the bishop's orders to keep you until the Sabbath, scum like you would have been ground into paste and fed to the dogs long ago." No one dared to speak within the cell. Upon the stone walls behind them were numerous obscure equations etched by those who had once been confined here. Through a small window, the sky appeared dreary and gray. Unlike Chu and I, who had glimpsed and touched the light of the new world, these prisoners were steadfast in believing that the darkness before them was but a temporary state. Yet they remained trapped in this somber realm, imparting new ideas to their fellow captives, revealing a more mysterious and expansive world that captivated many ignorant souls. After the guards departed, a brown-haired woman stood and approached, extending her hand to touch his neck and chest. Then, tearing a strip of fabric from her garment, she soaked it in rainwater and dripped the relatively clean water into his mouth. Chu and I recalled her name, Amelia, a healer. Occasionally, she served as a midwife, but she had been accused of murder and witchcraft by the husbands of those she assisted with contraception and abortion. During this era, the church deemed illness as divine punishment for the sinful, claiming that healing could only be achieved through confession, advocating self-flagellation and acupuncture as means of penance for divine redemption. They executed not only numerous ordinary citizens, but also many scientists, whose theories undermined the supreme authority of the church. Among the women accused of witchcraft, many are skilled and knowledgeable professionals, such as teachers and healers. They remain unmarried, single, or widowed, and possess their own interests and hobbies, including astrology and herbal medicine. Among these disheveled prisoners, Amelia stands out distinctly. She would muster the strength to rise, tiptoe, and extend her hand out the window to collect morning dew or rainwater for her cleansing and grooming rituals. As dawn breaks and the charred remains return to normalcy, Chu and I seeks out the same cell or converses with individuals from adjacent or opposite cells, seizing every moment to inquire about the symbols contained within the human skin books. Chapter 61. Instruction for the ball. The dim, damp, and chilly surroundings did not affect her. Previously, the company harbored resentment towards them for their disobedience, intentionally refusing to terminate their contracts and exploiting the weekly attendance clock in hours to restrict their return home. They trained relentlessly in a stifling basement and under immense pressure. Although she could not disseminate the news, the live stream remained active, and when necessary, she would request the officials to relay messages to her teammates. Before that moment arrived, Shirley appeared. Chun-Nai finally felt at ease. She had completed her part flawlessly. As for the rest, she had faith in her teammates' abilities. On the fourth day of the strange tales, Chun-Nai felt a surge of warmth within her abdomen. Fortune did not favor her this time. Alas, her irregular menstrual cycle had arrived. Idols must perpetually maintain a slender figure on camera, and few experience regularity during such times. The pain was especially pronounced, causing Chun-Nai to faint several times before regaining consciousness. Amelia was the first to notice something amiss with her and approached to inquire if she needed assistance, offering to replace her with clean undergarments. Chun-Nai gazed at her tranquil brow and the few freckles adorning her face, unable to resist asking, "What do you think about the most while you are here?" Amelia lifted her slate blue eyes. "I miss my cat. I hope it escapes and does not foolishly wait for my return." On the morning of the seventh day, Amelia collected rainwater and tidied herself. The individual taken that day lay on the filthy ground, eyes shut, mocking her. "You're going to meet God, not your patient. Those furious souls will hurl stones, mud, and manure at you." Amelia merely smiled, choosing silence, as they were yanked to their feet and roughly bound with coarse ropes. Chun-Nai stealthily slipped something into Amelia's hand, whispering barely audibly, "Your cat is surely still waiting for you to come home." Amelia paused momentarily, then clenched her hand tightly. They were brought to the square and bound to the stake. Beneath them lay a pyre of wood, which would ignite from the bottom. Chun-Nai's hands were torn by the rough ropes and violent bindings. In her palm, she clutched shards of glass from an energy potion, lifting her gaze to the sky, framed by surrounding structures. It weighed heavily above her, the distant gray obscuring whether it was mist from the forest or clouds impending. Meanwhile, the first nation to conquer the strange tales emerged, the Oil Nation. Upon the news breaking, netizens from various countries flooded into the Oil Nation's livestream, only to be left in a state of bewilderment and laughter. The chosen ones from the Oil Nation were utterly decimated in the first round of the strange tales, and this time, an entire team was ensnared. The four individuals descended in close proximity, with the nearest two separated by only a street, quickly gathering as a complete unit. However, only one attained the merchant identity, while the others posed as attendants to avoid suspicion. They were tasked with escorting a shipment through the forest, ensuring the cargo remained intact and not falling prey to the 7 bandits dwelling within. These chosen ones possessed no experience in forest exploration. Not only did they fail to escape before nightfall, but they also disregarded official warnings and strayed further off course, inadvertently delivering themselves to the bandits' lair. The 7 towering bandits emerged, one of whom, terrified, fled in a horse-drawn cart. The remaining 3 were captured and dragged back, where a large pot was set up before a wooden cabin to boil water for their demise. The bandits, repulsed by the odor emanating from the Oil Nation's chosen ones, severed their limbs and hung them from trees to drain their blood. At that moment, the Oil Nation received the notification of their completion. The escaping chosen one, by sheer happenstance, barreled through the forest with the cart and cargo, emerging into the town and fulfilling the mission. After witnessing the entirety of the recording, silence enveloped everyone. How is this even possible? While luck is indeed a component of skill, this is an absurd stroke of fortune. Jealousy brewed. The cart continued its journey toward the palace, drawing nearer with each passing moment as the outlines of the grand architectural complex became increasingly discernible. A spacious staircase rose upward, resembling a celestial ascent. As the girls gracefully ascended while holding their skirts, a panorama of identical spire-tipped structures unfolded, akin to the sharp swords wielded by knights, piercing the clouds. These spires were intricately linked, forming a beautifully chaotic skyline, rendering it difficult to discern which was the bell tower. As night descended, the lights within the palace gradually illuminated. Wow, how beautiful! It's 100 times more stunning than the palace in Cinderella. If the prince truly is exceptionally handsome, and he wades through the crowd to invite me to dance, I might just lose my mind over love. Shove that love-struck nonsense aside. Shirley and Pei Wangxing disembarked from the cart, both adorned in evening gowns that perfectly complemented each other in a striking black and white ensemble. The gowns have been tailored for ease of movement, the skirts less voluminous and layered over flat shoes, always prepared for swift escape. Pei Wangxing certainly did not wish to be caught by the prince while fleeing. However, this thought prompted a curious reflection. How could Cinderella, clad in high-heeled shoes, outrun the prince? Was it that Cinderella was exceptionally athletic, or was the prince merely inept? They stood before the palace, seemingly intrigued, and discovered an exceedingly inconspicuous set of ballroom rules inscribed on a nearby wall. Instructions for the ball: 1. Do not attend the ball in black or white evening gowns. 2. Do not refuse the prince's invitation. If he proposes during the dance, neither accept nor decline. 3. The infatuated prince will deeply love the girl who dances the first dance with him, following her to the ends of the earth. 4. Do not approach His Majesty's chambers, especially while he is bathing, changing, or sleeping. 5. There is no bell tower within the palace. 6. The ball commences promptly at 8 o'clock p.m. Please do not be late. 7. Please find your dance partner before the ball begins. 8. You may trust the prince's words. 9. Do not consume any food at the ball. If you hear strange sounds, you may partake of mermaid flesh. Chapter 62. Shirley in disguise. Upon reading the first rule of the ball, Shirley and Pei Wangxing exchanged silent glances at each other's evening gowns. Why hadn't they mentioned such stringent dress codes earlier? If they lacked spare dresses or the enchanting ability to transform, they might not even gain entry to the palace. Even if they hurried to the city's boutique now, reaching the ballroom before the festivities commenced was implausible. Please let me in. Shirley heard commotion at the palace gates. A young girl with chestnut curls styled in fluffy braids and rosy cheeks was being halted by palace guards. She, too, donned a white gown, resembling an angel. However, despite her pristine appearance, the calluses and scars on her hands betrayed the toil of her work in textiles. After saving for so long to acquire a ball gown, she was now turned away due to the unannounced color requirement. With her hands clasped in desperation, she pleaded. Yet, no matter how earnestly she implored, the guards remained unmoved. Regrettably, madam, this is a fundamental requirement of the ball, one guard stated coldly. Another added, it seems you are not the prince's true love. You cannot enter. Biting her lip, the girl refused to surrender. Bowing her head, she gripped the hem of her gown tightly, wrinkling the freshly pressed fabric. Suddenly, she looked up. Seizing the opportunity when one guard was distracted, she lunged, drawing his sword to slit her throat, blood gushing forth and staining her once pristine gown crimson. With defiant eyes, she gasped, Now it's not white I can enter, right? The guards, gazing at her shocking red dress, nodded with a smile. Of course, beautiful lady, please proceed. Only then did the girl reveal a genuine smile. Yet, she took but one step forward before collapsing to the ground, never to rise again, as the guards dragged her lifeless body away, discarding it into the moat. The river was already home to many such corpses, their gowns, now swollen from the murky water, resembling discarded black and white plastic bags. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Shirley and Pei Wangxing were left speechless. The audience in the live stream was equally astounded. Huh? Is this a fairy tale? You can't be serious. It's just a ball. ISNT it. These girls have gone mad for the prince's ball. In the original tale, Cinderella's stepsisters mutilated their feet for the glass slipper. Is that considered normal? It's quite reflective of reality. A common girl marrying into royalty must possess cunning and determination, lest she be crushed. Think about it. Had Shirley and Pei not slain the fairy godmother, our chosen ones would have to resort to such measures to gain entry. It takes at least one life to stain a gown red. Shirley and Pei noted these rules and returned to their carriage. Passing by the palace gates, they overheard the guards idly chatting. I wonder who will pass the prince's test today. Only a woman who embodies beauty, intelligence, and wealth may stand by the prince's side and become the future queen. The king was rather discreet, seldom appearing before the public. Many festivities were represented by the prince instead. Thus, Prince Ulysses held great esteem throughout the kingdom. The fifth rule of the Cinderella role-playing stated, ensure the prince invites you for the first dance. The third rule indicated that the prince would fall deeply in love with the girl who shared that first dance, pursuing her to the ends of the earth. It hardly sounded like a blessing. After some adjustments in the carriage, Shirley emerged transformed, clad in a tailcoat. With her cropped black hair and elevated shoes, she appeared youthful and striking, slightly taller than Pei Wangxing. Shirley surveyed Pei, raised her wrist, and confidently intoned, "Ganara, god of darkness, transform." Pei Wangxing's dress shifted to a rich aubergine hue. "Oh," Pei exclaimed, "must it be so thematically appropriate?" Linked arm in arm, they approached the palace entrance. The guards, upon seeing them, displayed evident astonishment and hurried over, exclaiming, "Esteemed ladies, welcome to the Augustus Palace. May you have a splendid evening." This demeanor contrasted sharply with their previous arrogance. This change in attitude is quite remarkable. I don't quite understand. Can someone explain why Shirley is in disguise and why the guards are so respectful? Comments flooded in with analysis. Did you notice that the girls turned away at the palace gates were all commoners? Most nobles had spare evening gowns and jewelry prepared, and they rarely faced such wardrobe mishaps. It seems they received prior notice. Why do you think the first rule forbids black and white? In the Middle Ages, clothing styles and colors were rather monotonous, primarily black, white, and gray. Quality dyes were exceedingly expensive, affordable only to the nobility, especially purple dye, which was worth more than gold. It is said that extracting a gram of Tyrian purple requires the shells of thousands of mollusks. Shirley and Pei, with their black hair, represent the most esteemed lineage, likely mistaken for princesses from some distant realm. Offering hope to common girls only to reject them at the gates is a cruel game of the elite. Prince Ulysses has crafted a persona for himself. He claims to seek true love while enticing princesses and noblewomen from neighboring lands to attend. How disingenuous. My illusions about princes have been shattered. Just look at the princes from the corrupt nations to understand the fade of the fairy tale prince. How many hearts have they deceived? The insightful analysis above is commendable. Allow me to add one more point. Rule 7 states, find your dance partner before the ball begins. This implies that those without partners after the start of the ball may find themselves in peril. However, let us not forget the backdrop of the Dark Middle Ages, under the dominion of the Church, where chastity norms reached extremes, treating women as men's property, leading to inventions like chastity belts. Given that this ball is intended for the prince, who harbors discontent towards the Church's authority, he reveals himself as a fierce autocrat. If Cinderella were to find another partner or accept another gentleman's invitation, it would be deemed impure by the prince, despite his own numerous mistresses. So, whether one finds a partner or not, danger looms. This rule is utterly treacherous. How amusing. I could never think like that. Had I been in their shoes, I would have perished multiple times before the ball even commenced. Chapter 63. Suddenly unfurled, the grandeur of the palace exceeded imagination. All the structures were of similar height, with corridors interlinked in a manner reminiscent of a kaleidoscope, forming a splendid yet dizzying tapestry. Despite Shirley's commendable sense of direction, traversing the winding corridors left her somewhat disoriented. What had she just passed? As the sun descended, the only illumination emanated from the ballroom, while the other palatial chambers remained shrouded in darkness, making it increasingly difficult to discern her bearings. Locating the diminutive clock tower seemed an insurmountable task. In the conference room of Hua Country, Xiao Xiao had already set plans in motion to investigate whether there existed similar palatial architecture in reality. The dream realm, though chaotic and distorted, was constructed upon the obsessions of many. As long as these palatial edifices could be traced in the real world, they could compare blueprints and deduce the safest path. As Shirley and Pei Wangxing navigated the corridor, the scenery before them gradually opened up. They encountered a fountain pool, at the center of which stood a 2-meter-tall statue of a man. This middle-aged figure, adorned with a full beard, wore a long robe and a scarlet cloak, embellished with lavish jewels. Crowning his head was a regal diadem encrusted with diamonds and rubies, and in his hand he held a scepter crafted from gold and gems, exuding an air of solemn majesty. This was the statue of the reigning king, Augustus IX. One could not help but wonder if the sculptor had taken the chill of winter into account, for the king was clad rather warmly. Even his neck was thoroughly covered. The fountain periodically erupted with high jets of water, which intertwined in the air to form the shape of the crown above the king's head. Everything felt like a surreal dream, enchanting yet confounding. Following the music and lights, they arrived at the ballroom. The hall was filled with over 100 young women, each more resplendent than the last, their skirts puffed out and waists impossibly slender. They stood in clusters, raising their goblets in cheerful chatter, occasionally glancing towards the entrance, whispering inquiries about the identity of each new arrival. The long dining table was laden with an array of delicacies: soft, sweet white bread, perfectly seared foie gras, and exquisite wines. As Shirley and Pei Wangxing stepped into the ballroom, a striking hue of purple drew the attention of many. "Hello. I don't believe we've met. What are your names?" A familiar voice called from behind. It was Laura, accompanied by Grace. Laura's headdress cascaded a light veil over most of her face, creating an air of mystery, her red lips parting beneath the sheer fabric. Pei Wangxing did not respond, but instead casually shifted the topic. "I heard the ball starts at 8? Will His Highness the Prince also arrive at 8? They had arrived at the ballroom at 7:30. Shirley raised her glass of red wine to her lips, feigning a sip while her gaze roamed, searching for a particular figure. It was already the 7th day, and she had yet to see Gan Zhuiyue. Given her character, if she were alive, she would surely be present here. Upon hearing the mention of the prince, Laura's smile faltered. Traditionally, the prince would arrive at 8 to invite a fortunate girl to dance the first waltz. However, the first dance would not occur until 9:30, preceded by a grand fish-cutting show. A fish-cutting show? Mermaids? Shirley recalled having seen a bluefin tuna fish-cutting show online, where gloved chefs meticulously filleted the fish, slicing off its head, fins, and then half of its flesh, while eager diners could hardly wait to savor the finest portions. A fish-cutting show? What's so special about that? Shirley scoffed, adopting an air of disdain. Her dismissive words stirred the curiosity of those eavesdropping nearby, prompting a nobleman to approach. "This is no ordinary fish-cutting show. It features mermaids from the depths of the misty sea. They dwell in remote oceanic regions seldom visited by humans. Their enchanting songs have lured countless ships to their doom. No one has ever successfully captured one. And this marks the first time in our kingdom's history that we have the fortune to taste mermaid flesh." Shirley retorted, "If mermaids inhabit such inaccessible waters, how is it that so many ships have run aground?" The man flushed. "Of course, those mermaids deliberately tempt sailors and fishermen onto the newly charted routes." Shirley elongated her response. "Oh," the man, observing Shirley and Pei Wangxing's naive expressions, grew increasingly convinced of their origins from some distant land. After all, how could they be unaware of the tales of the misty sea and mermaids, stories known even to 3-year-olds on this continent? The conversation opened up further, drawing in curious onlookers. "I've heard mermaid songs are truly mesmerizing. Have you ever heard one?" The nobleman, seemingly well-versed in palace affairs, shook his head. "That mermaid appears to be mute. We have not heard a single sound from her, not even a scream. It is said that a few fortunate fishermen discovered her while fishing in the coastal waters and sold her at a high price to merchants, just in time for the prince's ball. However, it is rumored that a mermaid can only sing one song in her lifetime, and once sung, she will perish." Turning to foam, Shirley seized the opportunity to counter. "Then why would a mermaid risk her life to lure ships to their doom? Is she simply idle?" Her words struck the nobleman speechless, dispelling his initial intent to invite her to dance. Such a sharp-tongued woman could hardly find a suitable partner. Let her regret her words when the ball commenced. Once the crowd dispersed, Pei Wangxing raised her glass to cover her mouth. The prince has indeed found mermaid meat. In her memory, mermaids were depicted with human upper bodies and fish tails. How could one possibly consume such a creature? Shirley cautioned, "Do not eat anything. If the misty forest is already so bizarre, how could the more ancient and vast misty sea be any better?" As they mingled at the ball, they listened attentively. Yet aside from court gossip, little useful information emerged. At 8 o'clock, Prince Ulysses made his entrance. His appearance conformed to the archetype of fairy tale princes: golden hair, blue eyes, tall stature, and handsome features, clad in a striking red tailcoat, which accentuated his pallor, lending him an air of gloom, as though he seldom basked in sunlight. Why does the prince look as though he has indulged excessively? He appears rather unwell. Is he fit for this? Forget appearances. This prince is certainly lacking in some regard. This prince looks as though he couldn't outrun Page Ye. Our Page Ye could easily knock him down with a single punch. Amidst the crowd, the prince's gaze caught sight of that vivid shade of purple. Such a pure, captivating hue. She was the destined girl of his heart. However, upon turning, he noticed the handsome youth closely accompanying her, and the prince's smile vanished, replaced by a shadow of sorrow in his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a gentle, spring-like smile. He strode forward with purpose. Beautiful lady. May I ask, hearing his voice, Shirley turned first. The prince immediately noted her lack of an Adam's apple. She was indeed a woman. Observing the two, both with black hair and dark eyes, it was clear they bore a striking resemblance, likely sisters. The young maiden, perhaps still too young for marriage, desperately yearned to attend the ball, thus disguising herself in male attire. Prince Ulysses felt a tender amusement, a sense of affectionate helplessness blooming within him. He turned to Shirley with a gentle smile, then elegantly extended his gloved hand towards Pei Wangxing. Beautiful lady. May I have the honor of inviting you to dance the first waltz? Pei Wangxing covered her mouth and chuckled. Of course, your highness Ulysses. With a playful touch, she lightly placed her other hand on the back of the prince's hand before withdrawing it. The prince gazed at her with longing in his eyes. See you soon. As Prince Ulysses ascended the steps to the stage, all eyes turned towards him, and the once boisterous ballroom fell into a hushed silence, the enchanting music still flowing in the air. The prince proclaimed, "Welcome, everyone, to the ball. Before we commence, you shall witness a breathtaking aquatic spectacle. It is well known that the misty sea and the misty forest encircle our kingdom, steadfastly repelling foreign invaders. Legend has it that within the misty sea resides a species revered by the gods, possessing the upper body of a human and the tail of a fish. Their tears can be transformed into the most exquisite pearls, and their enchanting songs lure countless ships to their doom, inciting storms and tsunamis. Their flesh, however, possesses miraculous healing properties, granting eternal youth to women and enhancing certain attributes in men, eliciting knowing laughter from the gentlemen present. The prince, with a jest, clapped his hands, and several guards wheeled in a massive 2-meter-long water tank, shrouded beneath a heavy red velvet cloth, concealing its contents. The gazes of the guests ignited with fervor, and the viewers in the live stream instinctively held their breath. Here it comes, the legendary mermaid. Amidst the collective anticipation, the prince dramatically pulled away the velvet drapery. Enveloped in shells, conchs, and seaweed was a stunning figure, her shimmering fishtail reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. Her satin-like black hair floated gracefully in the water. This mermaid was female, poised with her elbows resting on the tank's bottom, her tail tips delicately touching the surface, rhythmically releasing bubbles. Such a perfect plank position. This mermaid, destined for consumption, was still refining her flesh. Without a doubt, she was quite impressive. Suddenly illuminated, the mermaid turned her head, her obsidian eyes locking onto Shirley's, causing both to tremble involuntarily. Xiaogan, how have you even changed your species? Chapter 64. Procrastination teammates always appear in the most unexpected ways. Shirley had long since grown accustomed to this. Ah, what a surprise. Sister Gon, how have you transformed into a fish? Does that mean she is about to be served as sashimi? What a marvelous experience. Ha ha ha, moo moo moo, woof woof woof. Congratulations to Sister Gon, finally reunited with her teammates. Why does it feel like Li Jie's gaze is tinged with a hint of madness? Pei Jie's expression also carries a warm sense of impending doom. Our Sister Gon, even in such times, does not forget self-management, truly the queen of diligence. Passionate about her craft, Huagua has its own version of Gon. Trending topic, even if the sky falls. Sister Gon's mouth will support it. She hasn't spoken a word this entire time. Mermaids can only sing one song in their lifetime. If they have a habit of sleep-talking, with their eyes opening and closing, wouldn't their life pass in the blink of an eye? Enough with the jokes. Sister Gon is about to be eaten. Surrounding them were gasps and exclamations. Is this truly the legendary mermaid? She is breathtaking, a masterpiece of God, noble like a princess of the sea. Thanks to the prince, I can witness a genuine mermaid. Soon, I shall savor mermaid flesh and die without regrets. Just as Shirley was about to speak, a sharp pain pierced her mind. The cognitive pollution she had suffered in the church dungeon now manifested as thousands of voices clamoring in her head. We fear. We are immortal. We do not die. Shirley's head throbbed painfully. She could not discern the weeping murmurs or the furious shouts, as the remnants of pollution corroded her perception, clouding her judgment. Determined, Shirley shook her head vigorously, grasping Pei Wangxing's arm to steady herself. She recalled the 9th rule from the ball etiquette. Do not consume any food at the ball. If you hear strange noises, you may eat mermaid flesh. This rule was contradictory, yet not entirely erroneous. The first half, prohibiting the consumption of any food at the ball, was a wise choice under normal circumstances. However, the latter half indicated the presence of symptoms of pollution, or that one had already been targeted by something sinister. Severe pollution could compel individuals to engage in perilous actions, such as leaping from rooftops or plunging blades into their own hearts or those of nearby teammates. Consuming mermaid flesh was a last resort. It seemed to temporarily alleviate the chosen one's cognitive pollution, restoring sanity and buying time for their escape, but surely there would be unforeseen side effects, such as gradual assimilation. The prince, witnessing the audience's awe, felt a swell of vanity and announced with a smile, "Next, our finest royal chef will prepare exquisite mermaid flesh live for all esteemed guests." His gaze swept through the crowd, landing tenderly on Pei Wangxing. Under tonight's beautiful moonlight, I shall present the most delectable eye meat of the mermaid to the girl who dances the first waltz with me. Pei Wangxing, go away. Don't come near. As her teammate was on the verge of being sliced into delicate, translucent sashimi, then devoured by eager tongues. No, she must devise a plan. Shirley pinched her palm sharply, striving to maintain clarity. Her mind raced as she whispered urgently to her companion. Split up. I'll find a way to sabotage the ball. You stay here and buy time. No matter what, you must prevent them from filleting Sister Gone. I leave it to you. Pei Jia. Pei Wangxing was momentarily stunned, then alarmed. Wait, what do you plan to do? How can I buy time? They were surrounded by guests, and Pei Wangxing dared not raise her voice. Shirley had already vanished into the crowd. Pei Wangxing felt the weight of pressure. The servers silently set up a long table, draped in soft satin, with an array of gleaming cutlery lined up like instruments of execution. The royal chef appeared amidst the anticipation of the crowd. His face was a canvas of flesh, his arms more robust than a woman's waist at this time. As he approached the water tank, preparing to catch the mermaid, to stun her, before laying her on the table for dissection. This is terrible. Pei Wangxing, frightened, quickly pushed through the onlookers, hastening to the side of Prince Ulysses. She steeled herself, suppressing her anxiety, allowing curiosity to take its place. Your Highness, do you usually handle mermaids this way? Her question left both the prince and the royal chef momentarily speechless. Was this not the proper way to handle a mermaid? The prince had staged the mermaid feast at his ball to create a captivating topic of conversation across the continent. Yet at this moment, Pei Wangxing's demeanor and words suggested that such rare mermaids were commonplace in her homeland. Where could she possibly hail from? The thought crossed the minds of the onlookers simultaneously. Noticing the bewildered expressions around her, Pei Wangxing feigned the look of someone encountering uncivilized barbarians. Shaking her head with a sigh, in a voice loud enough for all to hear, she murmured, I never knew there were places where one couldn't afford mermaids. The prince. Pei Wangxing raised her head, speaking earnestly. Your Highness, being of noble birth, this mermaid must surely be wild, correct? Wild specimens are more nutritious than farmed ones, yet often carry more parasites. And look at those long nails. They must harbor ancient bacteria, making consumption dangerous. My country has a long history of culinary studies. You must find scissors to trim her nails first. The prince. Oh, right. Pei Wangxing added slowly. Mermaids need to be served with pure gold knives and utensils. Only the luster of gold can reveal any parasites in the flesh. I've only ever used golden utensils myself. All of the above was a fabrication by Pei Wangxing. This nonsensical drivel, lacking any scientific basis, nearly caused her to falter several times, her palms slick with sweat and her calves tense with anxiety. Is this for real? Of course, it's not real. If Pagea says a bit more, I might actually believe it. Pagea even explained why she hadn't touched the food on the table. It's only served with pure gold utensils. Is Pagea cosplaying the princess and the pea? Only a truly pampered princess could feel a pea beneath 20 mattresses. The prince's expression darkened at being publicly undermined. He yearned to have the guards drag this woman away for execution. Yet the sight of her opulent gown and her authoritative assertions compelled him to ponder which powerful nation she hailed from, one he was unaware of. With a swift change of thought, the prince commanded, "Prepare pure gold utensils and fetch my treasured bottle of red wine." Pei Wangxing quietly exhaled in relief. In such a vast palace, the servants would require time to fetch the utensils. However, this tactic could not delay for long without raising Prince Ulysses' suspicions. She hoped Shirley would return soon. Chapter 65. The King's Secret. As Pei Wangxing concluded her story, Shirley swiftly navigated through the crowd at the ball, searching among the foreign faces until she found Grace. Laura fancied the prince, while the Baroness and her younger daughter endeavored to approach Prince Ulysses for a conversation. Grace, however, displayed no interest in the prince. She stood by the dining table, conversing with the little bird perched on her shoulder. Her gaze was filled with sorrow and longing. "Oh, my dear Evans, if only the flesh of a mermaid could revive you." The bird pecked gently at her cheek. A tender moment interrupted when a hand suddenly covered Grace's mouth, whisking her away to a dimly lit corner. Ugh! The bird took flight from Grace's shoulder as she broke free, glaring furiously at the figure before her. "You, Miss Grace," Shirley switched to a familiar tone. "Cinderella needs your assistance." Cinderella? The woman who looked vaguely familiar was indeed Cinderella. Grace's expression shifted from realization to suspicion. "How did you get into the ball? What do you want?" Cinderella's crows and mice had transformed into a carriage, and the magic would wear off after midnight, leaving them without any other help. In reality, locating a place swiftly would require navigation or drones. Here, without either, Shirley contemplated another solution. Unfazed by Grace's wariness, she directed her gaze to the bird on her shoulder. "Could I borrow your avian capabilities?" Grace shot her a disapproving look. The bird chirped a few words in her ear, causing Grace's expression to change. Reluctantly, she said, "I still wish to expel you from the castle, but for Evan Sake, just this once." Before she could finish, Shirley had already snatched the bird and made her escape. Grace stood frozen, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn, rude creature." Cinderella and her maid are indeed insufferable. As night fell, the palace's architecture became increasingly indistinguishable, making it easy for one to lose their way. A higher vantage point was needed to grasp the entirety of the structure. "Mr. Evans, I require your assistance in locating the king's quarters. Guide me past the palace guards and servants." The bird chirped in agreement. It flapped its diminutive wings and soared into the night sky, circling twice before descending slightly to lead the way. What do we need to go to the king's palace for? Didn't we say we shouldn't? Just to take a look? It's none of your business, sister. I don't understand, but I'm so nervous." Shirley did not instruct the bird to seek out the clock tower. Rule number 5 of the ball: there is no clock tower within the palace. It would not be so easily found. Meanwhile, Pei Wangxing could not delay for much longer. Rule number 4 states, do not approach His Majesty's quarters, especially while he is bathing, dressing, or sleeping. The 3 scenarios mentioned in this rule share commonality. They all involve the removal of garments. This reminded Shirley of the statue of the king in the fountain, which was covered up to the neck. What secrets lay hidden beneath the king's exterior? With so many similar palaces within the royal residence, finding the king's quarters with merely herself and a bird was no easy task. However, during the plague's ravaging period, the church claimed that washing away dirt would invite the virus, causing both royals and commoners alike to avoid bathing, sometimes for weeks or months at a time. This rule specifically mentioned bathing. Augustus IX was an exception, known for his lavish lifestyle, having arranged for hot baths within his palace. The temperature here was notably warmer than in other palaces. Animals possess a heightened sensitivity to temperature compared to humans. Following the lead of the bird, Shirley twisted and turned, seeking cover whenever the bird paused to avoid the approaching servants. As they advanced deeper, the bird's stops became fewer. Eventually, They arrived at a palace. Shirley distinctly felt that the temperature outside this palace was several degrees higher, a wave of warmth enveloping her, akin to entering a bathhouse. The bird chirped a few times, circling in the air to indicate that this was their destination. After thanking it, Shirley ventured inside. She had initially worried about encountering the king's servants, but this palace appeared long abandoned, which only heightened the sense of unease. From a distance, she spotted the palace's main entrance but did not rush in. Instead, she slipped through a corridor to the side. There, a sparse grove of greenery faced the stained glass windows of the palace, allowing her a glimpse inside. The ground was littered with white bones, and several skulls lay scattered, their fragments suggesting they once belonged to palace attendants. Hiding by the window, Shirley peeked inside. The interior of the palace was resplendent, with a ceiling not adorned with paintings or sculptures, but composed of glass, rendering shadows utterly visible. The air within was thick with humidity, and a circular bathing pool had been hollowed out in the center, filled with hot water sprinkled with rose petals. Yet, there was no sign of the king. After some time, she heard heavy footsteps approaching. To her astonishment, the king entered through the main door and walked directly to the bathing pool, completely unclothed, revealing pale, somewhat flaccid flesh, save for the high-heeled boots on his feet. This caused Shirley's heart to skip a beat. She clearly observed a line running from his heel up to his head, akin to a dissection line. One side was riddled with buttonholes, while the other was adorned with a row of gem-studded buttons. It was as if this human skin had been meticulously removed from the back and then reattached as clothing, explaining the loose appearance of the skin. With each step he took, the skin trembled. Shirley recalled the tales of the cobbler and the stories circulating among the common folk. These whimsical narratives were not mere fabrications. The king's new attire was, indeed, his very skin. Chapter 66. Luring the serpent from its lair, it is no wonder the king shuns public appearances, for before stepping out, he must don an additional layer over his garments, ensuring that not a contour of his form is exposed. Perhaps this explains why none who have ventured close to the king's chamber have returned alive. Even Shirley finds herself questioning whether the flesh beneath this guise truly belongs to the king. Standing at the edge of a steaming bath, the king gazes intently at the water's surface, his thoughts a mystery to all. Suddenly, he whips his head around, casting a glance toward the window without warning. Fortunately, Shirley, having sensed the shift in atmosphere, has already crouched down. Beneath the verdant canopy, far too many souls have perished seeking the king's secrets. The king has left the window ajar, deliberately creating a vulnerability through which new peepers may meet their demise. Now, Shirley has unraveled the king's greatest secret. Yet even in the absence of prying eyes, the king remains uneasy. He approaches the window, leaning over the ledge to scrutinize the greenery for any suspicious figures. His limbs bear the telltale signs of decay, the shadows of writhing maggots visible beneath his skin. A wave of heat billows toward the screen, and the viewers in the live stream seem to almost detect the putrid stench of rotting flesh. At this moment, Shirley remains concealed in the shadows beneath the window ledge, her slight frame perfectly camouflaged. However, should the king's gaze return from the forest, a mere glance downward would reveal her presence. Just as he prepares to look down, a sudden mishap occurs. With a swift motion, a button pops off his garment, bouncing several times upon the floor. The king retracts his gaze, turns to retrieve the button, and returns to the bath, shedding his boots before stepping into the water. The water gradually envelopes him, rising past his knees, waist, and shoulders, until finally his head submerges entirely. After several moments, he rises, grasping rose petals floating on the surface to wipe away the signs of his decay. Shirley cannot see the frenzied comments flooding the livestream, but her intent to remain hidden remains steadfast. She observes that the king submerges himself every 30 seconds, remaining submerged for a full minute. The ceiling above him consists of multifaceted mirrors, reflecting the palace's every corner. Should she dare to enter as he resurfaces, she would undoubtedly be discovered and met with a grim fate. Thus, the brief moment when he is submerged presents her only opportunity to infiltrate the palace. In her mind, Shirley charts the shortest route. She slips off her shoes, casting them aside, knowing that even flat soles would create more noise than bare feet. With caution, she crouches and maneuvers around the palace, watching the seconds tick away on her pocket watch. As the king descends into the water once more, she dashes into the palace, seizing a pair of leather boots and concealing them within a nearby vase, only to retrieve her red dancing shoes and return them to their rightful place. Time slips away, now reduced to 30 seconds. Shirley grasps another glass vase within the palace, raising her gaze to identify a point of stress concentration on the ceiling. The glass is composed of interlocking segments, each with its own pattern and structure. By targeting a specific point of stress, she could maximize the damage. Much like a phone screen, sometimes a fall from the 5th floor leaves it unscathed, while a tumble from a bed shatters it completely. Different angles yield different points of impact. Having identified a suitable point that requires minimal force to inflict damage, she takes a deep breath and hurls the vase with all her strength. This is her singular chance. Failure would mean falling prey to the wrath of a furious king. With a resounding crash, the vase shatters upon contact with the mirror, splintering into countless shards. The mirror above fractures from the point of impact, spreading like a spider's web in a frenzy. The sound reverberates, and the king bolts upright from the water. Who dares intrude upon my palace? His eyes are entirely consumed by darkness, hollow and forbidden. In a fit of rage, the king moves with astonishing speed, neglecting even to don his garments, transforming into a blur as he lunges for Shirley. She shields her head and face, sprinting barefoot across the sea of glass, her feet pierced and bleeding. The pain beneath her feet sharpens her senses, allowing her to remain alert amidst the chaotic murmurs that occasionally surface. The king is momentarily hindered by the shards scattered about, his fondness for his own flesh preventing him from risking injury. He turns to search for his shoes, but they elude him. As he watches the madwoman escape with his secrets, he can no longer afford to be cautious. He hastily seizes the nearby red dancing shoes and slips them onto his feet. These shoes are designed for a woman's foot, too small for the king. He had only intended to traverse the glass-strewn path before discarding them. However, as he pushes his toes into the shoes, they seem to come alive, propelling his legs into motion. Is it agony? Is it despair? Dance. Let all out. Dance. 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 An irresistible force compels the king's feet, which no longer heed his commands, rising up on tiptoe, spinning, lifting, twirling, and prancing, all in pursuit of Shirley. In the ballroom, Pei Wangxing grows increasingly uneasy, glancing at the entrance with mounting frequency. After several delays, the prince has begun to harbor suspicions, rebuffing her subsequent suggestions under the pretense of needing to prepare for the first dance, instructing the palace chefs to promptly prepare the ingredients. Shirley has yet to return. Ganzhuiyue is on the verge of being disemboweled. Pei Wangxing rolls up her sleeves, preparing to confront the palace chef. Before she can make her move, an unexpected figure bursts into the ballroom. A naked old man, clad in a pair of stolen women's dancing shoes, careening through the crowd. Chapter 67. The Dance Plague. Ah! The young ladies present screamed in unison. The man's dance steps, though clumsy, deliberately mimicked the lightness of the women's movements, each stride exuding an unusual blend of absurdity and strangeness. Trailing behind him were the tearful Count Campbell and a flurry of panicked court guards. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The startled ministers and nobles at the ball quickly recognized the identity of the intruder, His Majesty the King. As they beheld the ghastly purple corpse-like splotches and stitches adorning the king's body, their screams intensified, rising to a higher pitch. Only the expression of the prince remained unusually somber. His gaze shifted to a corner where a servant stood, signaling to encircle the area, ensuring that the kingdom's secrets would not be revealed. Chaos erupted. The king danced his way through the throng, spinning until he grew dizzy. His feet blistered from the narrow dance shoes, yet he could not bring himself to cease. He struggled to articulate through gritted teeth, find, dance, do not, stop, die. His intention was to have them locate the voyeur, yet to the others, it conveyed an entirely different meaning. The king appeared to have departed this life, yet his corpse commanded them to dance alongside him. Although it was the king's final wish, still, uncertainty gripped them as Count Campbell met the king's cold gaze, trembling in fear, and hurriedly began to dance in a comical manner. Observing this, the others dared not refrain from dancing. Initially, they moved merely to comply, but gradually, it felt as if their feet were possessed, moving autonomously. What was happening? Why did their bodies refuse to obey? After an initial bout of panic, they began to forget everything, surrendering wholly to the joy of dance. Dance? Forget everything. Dance. The contagion of the red shoes expanded, infecting not only the ministers and nobles, but also the cooks and attendants, including Prince Ulysses. A nobleman collided with a court chef. Compared to the burly chef, he was as thin as a reed. The man fell to the ground, and before he could rise to continue dancing, the chef had already danced over him, followed by one after another. At first, the man attempted to get back on his feet, but soon he fell silent as they danced heedlessly upon the mingled mass of blood and flesh. Their feet bled, yet they did not stop. In the summer of 1518, a woman in Strasbourg suddenly began to dance, her expression vacant, as if possessed, unable to cease her movements. Soon, others in the city exhibited the same symptoms, joining her in a relentless dance that continued day and night. Over 400 individuals danced for more than 2 months, with as many as 15 dying each day, totaling over 100 fatalities. This grand ball, marked by its horrifying contagion, became known as one of the most bizarre epidemics in history, the dance plague. This was the inspiration for the red shoes. Later, scholars theorized that it was, in fact, a rare case of mass hysteria, stemming from the woman who, oppressed by poverty and her husband's lack of understanding, had reached a breaking point, radiating outward to those burdened by poor harvests, rising wheat prices, and illness. They resembled the caged animals in a circus, mindlessly repeating head shakes and spins to escape the impending whip and the anguish of lost freedom. Deprived of the right to live, yet craving the liberty to dance, they resolved to cast aside all thoughts and dance with abandon. Amidst the turmoil, Shirley climbed upon a table, retrieving Ganjiyu from a water vat. Pei Wang-Xing lifted Ganjiyu, carefully steering clear of the frenzied crowd, preparing to escape the completely unruly ball. Ball etiquette, rules 2 and 3. Do not refuse the princess invitation. If the prince proposes marriage during the dance, do not agree nor decline. The lovesick prince will fall deeply for the girl who dances the first dance with him, following her to the ends of the earth. The princess invitation could not be refused. Shirley needed to devise a way to prevent the first dance from commencing. "Gone, what has become of you?" Pei Wang-Xing's hand brushed against the fishtail, the slippery, cold sensation unsettling her. Ganjiyu remained silent, casting a glance that suggested Pei should understand for herself. Despite carrying a heavy load, Pei Wang-Xing ran faster than Shirley, even finding time to translate. "Oh, she says this is part of her plan. She knew we would come to the palace. She wants to find the clock tower." Shirley was taken aback. "You could deduce that?" Pei Wang-Xing scoffed. "I've fought over 100 battles with her. I can tell when she's scheming, even if she's merely holding in her mischief." After saying this, she glanced down, then calmly addressed Shirley. "Look, she's cursing me in her heart right now." "Shirley, I can see that. Kill them." The prince's dark voice resonated from behind. Outside the ballroom, hurried footsteps echoed as the palace guards, already on alert, drew their swords and charged toward them. "This way." Shirley decisively turned, with Pei Wang-Xing closely behind as they navigated the labyrinthine corridors and halls of the palace. Suddenly, Shirley tripped over something, losing her balance, and the eerie murmurs returned to haunt her ears. Vivid fragments of occurrences flashed before her eyes. Under the luminous full moon, the wandering souls in the misty forest had staggered to the edge of the small town. In the square, individuals were raised high upon the stake, their faces pale with tears streaming down, their pleas unheard. Beneath them, the wood was piled high. The searing flames licked at their feet, hissing in the night breeze, tormenting their skin and souls. The execution by fire was a profoundly agonizing death. In the broadcast, Shirley saw Chun Nai break free from her bindings, leaping down from the stake, tackling the leading Bishop John to the ground, the sharp edge of a glass shard pressed to his throat. Beside her was a foreign woman, also freed from her ropes, wielding a torch to fend off the advancing crowd. They were buying themselves time. Shirley raised her gaze toward a certain direction outside the palace, where a subtle orange glow began to manifest, growing in intensity. The purification ceremony of the misty town had commenced. On the other side of the flames, she noticed another scene, a vast wall of water, dark and murky, nearly level with the sky. A tsunami. Chapter 68. The mermaid Ganjue awoke in the sea, lying on a dilapidated piece of wood. As she gazed vacantly at the boundless ocean, her emotions were in turmoil. She longed for death. She could not swim. Having drifted in the sea for an entire night without encountering a single passing vessel, she finally raised her middle finger defiantly to the sky. Turning her head, she spotted a figure swimming towards her. It was an extraordinary creature, half human, half fish, approximately 1.5 meters long, with razor-sharp teeth and gnarled crimson gums. It had no eyes, only 2 dark hollow sockets. Was this a mermaid? Or rather, a zombie fish? Yet to her surprise, her mere gesture had proven more effective than a fishing hook. Before Ganjue could react, the mermaid lunged at her, viciously tearing a large chunk of flesh from her calf. It did not hurt much, merely a slight tingling sensation. The mermaid's teeth seemed to be laced with some hallucinogenic toxin, and her consciousness quickly began to blur. Unable to swim, she had nowhere to escape in this vast ocean. As the toxin took effect, she faced the inevitable fate of being devoured by the mermaid. Realizing this, Ganjue fought to remain conscious, activating her innate skill to control the mermaid for a few fleeting seconds. With the mermaid still clutching the bloodied flesh it had torn from her, thick saliva dripped from its mouth. Summoning her resolve, Ganjue seized the moment and bit down on the mermaid's throat. To her astonishment, though its teeth were sharp, its throat appeared to have rotted away, lacking any skeletal support. She easily pierced through the mermaid's neck, and at that moment, a pungent liquid surged into her mouth. Her stomach churned, but she dared not release her grip, using all her strength to sever the mermaid's head, which fell into the sea. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the wooden plank, gasping for air. After slaying the mermaid, Ganjue noticed a bizarre transformation occurring within her body. Her legs began to sprout fine scales, gradually merging into a singular fishtail. She had inherited the identity of a mermaid and received the Little Mermaid's code of conduct. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would never have believed that such a repulsive mermaid was once a fairy tale figure. What had transformed the Little Mermaid into this? What had this ocean endured to become so lifeless? Among the rules she received were several lines. Mermaids can only consume humans. Mermaids communicate through vibrations of their swim bladders and marine creatures. Remember, the memory of fish is limited. The songs of mermaids can soothe the anger of the sea. A heavy fog perpetually enveloped the sea. This mist was not the usual white sea fog, but rather a murky yellowish gray, occasionally tinged with purplish red, and it bore a pungent odor. Various corpses floated within the fog, as if drawn by some mysterious force, drifting alongside Ganjue. Strangely, she felt no disgust. Instead, those floating bodies seemed as tempting as tofu soaked in broth. A voice whispered seductively in her ear, "Consume them, and you shall never know hunger again." Ganjue lunged at the corpses multiple times, but her remaining sanity and the pain repeatedly pulled her back from the brink of losing control. She may have played the role of the Little Mermaid, yet at her core, she remained human. A human could not consume their own kind, even if they were lifeless. Otherwise, she would gradually forget her humanity, transforming into a true mermaid. The memory of fish is limited. Deliberately keeping her distance from the drifting corpses, Ganjue swam further away. Yet the vast ocean left her unsure of her destination. She observed that the waters of the misty sea were not the crystalline blue one would expect. Both day and night, the colors were peculiar. During the day, the sea took on a murky gray hue, reminiscent of the foul waters of a clogged drain. At night, a layer of black substance, seemingly from nowhere, floated on the surface, as dark as an unfathomable abyss. Only when the moonlight appeared did the thick fog begin to dissipate. Ganjue noticed that the moonlight seemed to point towards a particular direction. Following it, she arrived beneath an inconspicuous reef, where she discovered an underwater palace, the former home of the Little Mermaid. The Little Mermaid's parents and sisters had also succumbed to the pollution. These mermaids, tainted by the curse, continued to swim around the palace, surrounded by numerous dismembered human limbs. They slept by day, only to emerge at night, taking advantage of their slumber. Ganjue stealthily entered the underwater palace. As she passed by the mermaids, she noticed they slept upright, their hollow eye sockets seemingly on the verge of awakening. From beneath the Little Mermaid's former shell bed, she found her diary, new rules, and a bubbling vial of potion. Mermaids consume fish, shrimp, and seaweed, not humans. A mermaid can sing but once in her lifetime, and that moment is eternal. The clock tower is located in the direction of the rising sun and moon. From the diary, Ganjua learned that the merfolk coexisted with the misty sea, yet they had recently suffered a curse. Their once beautiful eyes had shriveled to mere black holes, rendering them unable to sing the heavenly songs, and their throats occasionally spewed forth corrosive black water. The Little Mermaid, curious and eager for the outside world, often left the underwater palace for months, only to return to find her home drastically altered. She had become the last conscious mermaid in the misty sea. Thus, the Little Mermaid embarked on a long journey to seek out the Sea Witch, an ancient giant squid dwelling deep in the ocean. The sea which spoke of a prophecy regarding the misty sea. The sea was alive. It would, under the witness of the full moon, unleash its boundless fury upon the land, consuming all guilty beings. The only salvation lay in locating the clock tower that had stood since the dawn of the continent, to quell its wrath with a mermaid's song. Yet, this meant that the last mermaid would vanish from the world, leaving only legends behind. The sea witch also provided her with a vial of potion. This potion could temporarily transform her fish tail into human legs, but each step would feel like walking on the edge of a knife amidst a sea of fire. The Little Mermaid yearned to restore the tranquility of the ocean. Chapter 69. The bell tower. She approached the human-established shipping lanes, hoping to glean information about the bell tower from the humans, only to be relentlessly pursued by their vessels. Ultimately, in a state of hunger and exhaustion, she lost control and consumed a sailor who had fallen into the sea, transforming into the visage that Ganjue beheld. Thus, she acquired the mission of the Little Mermaid. Ganjue also swam towards that shipping lane, and as she drew closer to human habitation, she discerned the faint outlines of land. The structures of those kingdoms were likewise shrouded in a profound mist, revealing only shadowy, indistinct forms. This evoked memories of the historical fog city affliction. Since the Industrial Revolution, coal consumption had surged, and the air above the cities grew increasingly thick with dust and fog, as countless chimneys belched forth billowing smoke day and night, staining the lungs of the populace black and claiming thousands of lives in a plague-like manner. Thus was the mist that enveloped this era. Near the new shipping route, Ganjue encountered Prince Edward of the Kingdom of Shockman, who was at sea in search of mermaids. These individuals seemed oblivious to the pollution of the misty sea, continuing to dump wastewater into the ocean and harvesting grotesque, decaying fish and shrimp. As Prince Edward's fleet pursued her, she cunningly led them to collide with submerged reefs, causing the prince to tumble overboard. Ganjue intended to drag him beneath the waves to drown him, but was abruptly halted by a vocal announcement that deemed her actions a violation of the original narrative. Nevertheless, she managed to obtain a map of the mainland from the prince. The rules indicated that the bell tower lies in the direction where the sun and moon ascend. There stood the kingdom of Augustus. The day following the shipwreck, Prince Edward dispatched elite naval forces to search for mermaids. While evading the fleet, Ganjue overheard fishermen mention that the Prince of Augustus was to host a grand ball. With Edward's relentless pursuit and the overwhelming side effects of the potion, even if she temporarily possessed legs, she could not enter the palace. Thus, she swam to the nearby coast, intentionally allowing fishermen to discover her, hoping to be recorded by the brother of one of Ulysses's mistresses. In the original tale, the Little Mermaid sought the prince and then turned to foam, without specifying which prince. The outcome mattered more than the process. Ganjue adapted seamlessly to her identity as a prime delicacy. Whenever displeased, she would display her belly, startling wealthy merchants into nearly kneeling before her, ensuring they treated her lavishly on her way to the palace. Ganjue never compromised her own comfort. Shirley's gaze fixed upon the towering waves rising in the distance. That direction, the misty sea. Indeed, the misty sea was ever turbulent, its rumors no less numerous than those surrounding the misty forest. If the souls of the misty forest outnumbered the living, then the misty sea was unlikely to be spared. Even if they accomplished the bell-tolling task, failing to avert the impending tsunami would doom this continent to obliteration. The waters surged, and the dead drew near. These two tasks were the scales of a balance. Removing weight from one side would not sustain equilibrium. Shu and I entered the sacred dungeon. Pei Wangxing was imprisoned in the castle's basement, and Ganjue found herself trapped at sea. None of this could be mere coincidence. From the outset, the harrowing war of fate had been guiding them in this direction. Where do we go now? Pei Wangxing inquired anxiously. The guards pursuing them were relentless, and those revelers in the ballroom, lost in their rapture, danced after them. Human stamina is ultimately finite, and Shirley's foot appeared to be injured, leaving crimson imprints with each step. If they continued to flee aimlessly, they would inevitably be overtaken by the strange pursuers. Shirley did not respond immediately. She endeavored to silence the chaotic whispers echoing in her mind as she contemplated the bell tower's location. The old astrologer had mentioned that the bell tower existed before the kingdom was established, having withstood the ravages of war. Yet after the kingdom's founding, the rules explicitly stated that no bell tower resided within the palace. Why? What had transpired in the interim? What precisely was the so-called bell tower? Why had it existed since the inception of the kingdom? Each time Shirley attempted to meditate, the murmurs in her mind would disrupt her thoughts, leaving her unable to discern their intended message, as though an impenetrable veil of mist separated them. Meanwhile, cheers erupted from other live-streaming rooms. Chosen ones from dozens of nations had successfully completed their quests. Viewers from these nations flocked to the Chinese live-stream, some offering encouragement, while others derisively cast out. The latter were met with harsh retorts from Chinese viewers. Beep! Shirley's phone rang. It was the same youthful voice from before, speaking rapidly and clearly. Shirley, the palace you are in is composed of portions from 21 different palaces in reality. Our comparisons revealed that the only overlapping area that does not exist in reality is the fountain pool you previously passed. The fountain pool? Shirley felt she was on the verge of grasping something significant. Just as she was about to speak, a gust of wind surged from behind her. "Shirley, watch out!" Pei Wangxing shouted. Instinctively, Shirley reacted, swiftly turning her head to narrowly evade a sword slashing down from behind. Her phone fell to the ground. There was no time to retrieve it. She called to her companions beside her, head towards the fountain pool. She needed to investigate a detail she had overlooked before. The two raced to the fountain pool, where the statue of the king stood majestically, crowned and wielding a scepter symbolizing power. Shirley's gaze swept over the scene before abruptly fixing on a particular detail. The last time she had passed this way, her attention had been captivated by the king's overly formal attire, neglecting the intricacies of the scepter. Upon closer inspection, although the scepter was encrusted with jewels and gleamed in gold, its design comprised a vertical line and 3 horizontal lines, resembling a threefold cross akin to a pyramid. This was the Pope's cross, a staff representing divine authority. No, how could Augustus IX hold the Pope's staff? This was the most glaring anomaly of the statue. The bell tower. Divine authority. Royal power. Shirley suddenly realized the truth. "Sister Pei, Sister Gon, hold them off," Shirley exclaimed, vaulting over the pedestal and leaping into the fountain pool. She climbed the statue, her feet slipping on the wet surface, struggling to maintain her grip. With determination, she pressed her soles against the protruding parts of the statue, the glass shards embedded in the surface providing traction for her ascent. "I will not yield." Outside the fountain pool, Pei Wangxing clutched Ganjue and, after a brief run-up, crashed into the first 2 palace guards. Ganjue seized the opportunity to knock a guard's helmet off, grabbing his hair and striking his face with her tail, the sound echoing. A throng of guards and dancing zombies surged behind them. Shirley stood atop the king's statue, stretching her arms to their fullest extent, finally wrenching free the cross staff. She gripped the staff tightly, swinging it towards the laurel crown atop the statue's head. At that moment, 16 jets of water erupted simultaneously from the fountain's perimeter, converging to form a crown-like cage. Crack! The opulent crown and the sacred cross on the staff collided, both fracturing simultaneously. The majestic statue of Augustus IX emitted a thunderous roar as it slowly sank, shattering into a cloud of dust. Just then, a fierce wind swept through, stirring up a whirlwind of debris. Shirley lost her footing and plunged into the pool below. Amidst the ruins, an ancient, unadorned bell tower rose from the ground, ascending higher and higher until it pierced the clouds. This is the bell tower, ensnared beneath the weight of royal and divine authority. Only by shattering both can it reemerge once more. Chapter 70. The silent bell. Before her stood the clock tower, a cylindrical structure built from massive stones, reminiscent of the Roman column of Trajan from a distance. Ascending the steep outer facade of the tower was a circular stone staircase, composed of slightly protruding stone blocks, open and devoid of railings. Over the years, the stones had weathered and flaked, revealing conspicuous gaps along their edges. Pei Wangxing swallowed hard. She was acrophobic. Shirley emerged from the pool, her clothes drenched. Noticing Pei Wangxing frozen in place, she pointed in a certain direction. "Look, your strength has arrived." Following her gesture, Pei Wangxing beheld a colossal, terrifying wall of water surging toward them. Without a second thought, Pei Wangxing dashed forward. Compared to the likelihood of being smashed into pulp by the impending wave, the risk of accidentally stepping into thin air and falling to her demise seemed trivial. Since the clock tower had materialized, the dance plague had lost its potency. Kings, princes, and noble ministers had all come to a standstill, their heads tilted back, staring at the silent tower, resembling immobile statues. The lights of the palace had mysteriously extinguished, leaving only the moon to cast a faint glow, barely illuminating the surroundings, which rendered the scene even more eerie. It was not until she saw Shirley and the others rushing toward the tower that the onlookers appeared to spring into action, like clockwork automatons, lunging toward them with alarming speed. Prince Ulysses' head had contorted at an unthinkable angle, the sound of cracking bones echoing as if they were on the verge of snapping. Pei Wangxing bounded up the steps, narrowly evading an outstretched hand. Her light dress did not hinder her ascent. Upon reaching the clock tower, the nobles and guards hesitated, seemingly overcome with trepidation toward the structure. Changing her posture, Pei Wangxing followed closely behind Ganjiue, daring not to look down or turn back. A sudden shift beneath her feet caused the stones to give way, and she teetered to the left. Quick as a flash, Ganjiue grasped her neck, using her weight to pull her back to safety, preventing her from falling. However, one of Pei Wangxing's shoes slipped off. Prince Ulysses picked up the embroidered shoe, its exquisite and unique stitching contrasting with its diminutive size. His gaze darkened with obsession as he murmured, "Do not think you can leave the palace. I shall keep you by my side forever." A chilling gust swept through, and the prince felt a sudden chill at the nape of his neck, as if someone had softly exhaled beside him. Initially clumsy on the stairs, Shirley gradually found her rhythm, her speed increasing exponentially. Observing their progress, the prince issued a sinister command. "Seize them. I shall grant nobility to the one who captures her." The bewildered nobles and guards erupted into a frenzy, shoving each other as they scrambled upward, only to tumble back down like dumplings due to their cumbersome armor and high-heeled boots. The first wave of fallen individuals was soon crushed beneath the weight of those who followed, blood pooling on the ground as the next layer of bodies rose to continue the climb. Some stood on the lower steps, attempting to grasp at their ankles, and Pei Wangxing narrowly evaded several near captures. Madness had truly taken hold. The orange glow intensified, spreading beyond the few pyres in the square, engulfing the entire town, as if the very forest were ablaze. Voices whispered in Shirley's mind, and she envisioned Chun Nai, exhausted and overwhelmed, subdued beneath the assault of hundreds of townsfolk and clergy. Bound once more to the pyre, she lay on the ground as flames roared beneath her feet. Those similarly bound, men and women alike, initially wept and struggled, but had now bowed their heads, their hair obscuring their gaze. The souls wandering the forest and wasteland had surged into the town, along with the bloodthirsty soil that crawled up the walls like a river, infiltrating every corner of the streets. Among them were many charred, humanoid monstrosities, leaving trails of black ash in their wake. The townsfolk shrieked in terror, scattering in every direction. These monsters did not approach the pyres. Instead, they pursued other townspeople, knocking them down and devouring them. Their throats emitted grotesque sounds as if chanting, "Hungry, so hungry, so hungry." Sunday, a day of rest in the religious calendar, was meant for people to set aside their work and gather with family and friends to share joyous moments. Yet the anguished spirits who had perished could never find peace. Only blood could quench their hollow souls and insatiable thirst for violence. The clergy attempted to drive them away with torches, only to draw their attention, resulting in a head being bitten off. The torch fell to the ground, igniting the nearby houses. In another direction of the kingdom, the colossal waves drew nearer, nearly obscuring half the sky. The apocalypse loomed, heralding a new cataclysm set to unfold upon the land. The pale moon hung high above the clock tower, tainted by murky hues on one side and blood red on the other. A foul stench wafted from afar, thickening the air, filling Shirley's nostrils with the pungent scent of rust. This dream teetered on the brink of collapse. Taking a deep breath, Shirley continued her ascent. Beneath her feet lay shards of embedded glass, each step leaving faint traces of blood upon the stones. This pain and mental disarray paled in comparison to the incessant whispers that felt shrouded in impenetrable fog, aggravating her spirit. What exactly do you wish to convey? Why can you not voice it? Shirley reached the bell-ringing chamber first, deftly climbing over the railing, with Pei Wangxing closely behind. The clock tower as four sides featured enormous clock faces, time visible from any angle, yet the hands remained frozen at midnight. Approaching the massive, rusted bronze bell, its original hue obscured by grime, Shirley grasped a thick rope hanging beside it, but it refused to budge. Doubting her strength, she called for her companion. "Pei, come help me." "Coming." Pei Wangxing supported Gan Jiyue with her hands and shoulders, heaving her to the tower's pinnacle. There, on a circular platform of less than a square meter, once stood a statue, now barren. Pei Wangxing approached, sweat glistening on her brow. Both gripped the rope and pulled together but still could not move it. Shirley frowned, pondering if this was not the bell-ringing rope. Scanning her surroundings, she noticed no wooden mechanism to strike the bell. Pei Wangxing attempted a running leap to strike the bell, but the impact nearly shattered her shoulder, and the bell remained unmoved. "Ouch, that hurts!" Could this contraption truly ring? After various attempts, Shirley's doubts grew. She slipped beneath the bell, searching for a mechanism to sound it, only to discover several ancient cuneiform inscriptions on the inner wall. Too obscure, she could not decipher them. In a conference room in Huagua, a silver-haired expert instantly recognized them, murmuring, "Judgment, justice, fate. I'm sorry, but there appears to be no text for me to revise or translate. Please provide the content you would like me to work on." Chapter 71. For Whom the Bell Tolls. Final. Shirley emerged from beneath the bell, her eyes meeting those of Pei Wangxing, who was preparing to hang herself in the rope. Both were bewildered, grappling with uncertainty. Had she miscalculated? Could it be that the chosen ones were incapable of ringing the bell? Or was there a crucial step they had overlooked? Surely, they could not meet their demise just before the final hurdle. At this moment, Gan Jiyue sat alone at the pinnacle of the bell tower, her hands propped on the table, her tail swaying gently like suspended legs. She gazed silently below, where the waves had engulfed the kingdoms of Xiaomin and others, drowning countless homes and lands. A solitary full moon hung high in the night sky, seemingly within reach. The night was vast and empty, devoid of an audience. As she stared at the moon, Gan Jiyue's thoughts began to drift. Though she lacked the memories of the Little Mermaid, she seemed to glimpse the misty sea of your reflected in the moon, which had witnessed the transformation of all things. The sea was a tranquil azure, the sky for the beings of the deep. A force seemed to draw her, gently prompting her to part her lips. Meanwhile, a pair of pale hands rested on the table. The prince, relentless, seized Pei Wangxing's ankle. His grip was immensely powerful, soon staining his white gloves with blood. Slowly, he lifted his head, revealing a sinister grin, malice flickering in his eyes as he sought to drag her into the abyss. Pain shot through Pei Wangxing's ankle. She clutched the railing desperately, her feet slipping uncontrollably towards the edge. Shirley dashed over, thrusting a pocket watch into Pei Wangxing's hands. Grasping her hand, she pressed the button on the watch. A soft click echoed. Pei Wangxing's body became unselectable. No, the prince grasped at nothingness, losing his support as he plummeted from the rooftop, vanishing into the inky night. Amidst the commotion, the human skin book fell to the ground. As Shirley bent to retrieve it, she noticed the blood upon it becoming increasingly saturated, as if it were to soak through the entire piece of skin. Realization struck her. She hurried to the bronze bell, rolling up the human skin book and binding it with the rope. This time, Shirley observed that the book, which should have floated lightly, was instead being slowly pulled down by the rope. Thud! Shirley felt a subtle tremor in the bell tower. Indeed, the power to ring this bronze bell did not lie with kings or craftsmen, nor with ropes or clappers, nor with the chosen ones. It resided in the names inscribed upon the human skin book, in the bloodied fingerprints, voices unuttered and weights immeasurable. Although the monarchy and the church had momentarily obscured the bell tower, it had never truly vanished. For whom does the bell toll? The bronze bell resonated. Yet its sound was not the resounding clang Shirley had envisioned. Rather, it was an elongated echo, akin to raindrops striking the heart. It was as if a colossal hand had parted the thick mists. The fog that had shrouded her faded gradually, and Shirley finally discerned the murmurs and cries that had encircled her for days. We fear. We are immortal. We do not die. Amidst the hissing flames, the voices grew ever louder. We die from fear. Va does not arise because of us. Life is birthed from beneath us. We are not domesticated lambs. We shall not descend into hell under others' judgment. We are the witches who cannot be burned. Flames licked at their faces, their garments and hair consumed, leaving nothing but their pure, primal nudity. Pain twisted their features, their skin charred and blackened, their expressions feral like beasts running wild across the wasteland. They laughed softly, their voices rising in crescendo. We are the witches you cannot burn. We are the witches you cannot burn. In the square, upon the sounding of the bell, Chun Nai knew her teammates had succeeded. The crackling flames continued to burn beneath her feet, yet Chun Nai felt no pain. She had transformed into a witness beyond the realm of dreams. She beheld Amelia, the male midwife, the madman, and countless unfamiliar faces, all of whom lifted their heads toward the distant royal city, in the direction of the bell tower. After the toll of the bell, the rope swayed gently in the night breeze. The human skin book fell to the ground, unfurling once more, and the bell sound did not cease. Thud, thud, thud. With each ancient and just tolling of the bell, the names and fingerprints upon the human skin book began to fade away. Hypatia, not guilty. Giordano Bruno, not guilty. Michael Servetus, not guilty. Secco Diascoli, not guilty. Secco Diascoli, not guilty. Natasha, not guilty. Amelia, not guilty. This was the verdict they had not heard while alive, and the outcome of the trial was one of innocence. Amelia turned her head, a glimmer of moisture flickering in her gray-blue eyes as she smiled at Chun Nai. Thank you. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the figure upon the pyre to collapse like a sand pile, carried away by the wind to an unknown destination. Yet Chun Nai beheld the dark night sky becoming adorned with stars, orbiting around the moon, twinkling in and out. The moon had yet to set, while the sun slowly ascended from afar, casting a warm, ethereal orange hue, as if from another world. What does the bell signify? The old era will inevitably pass, making way for a new one. That ethereal and sacred celestial sound emanated from a distant place. The song of the mermaid resonated with all existence. The towering waves, nearly engulfing the entire sky, were gently calmed by the melody, and the tsunami receded. The mermaids possessed the upper bodies of humans and the tails of fish. They were born to bridge the communication between humanity and the beings of the ocean. When the last mermaid vanished, and humanity could no longer converse with the sea, the reckless humans would face their true demise. Ding dong. Congratulations to the Chinese girl group Monster Recycling Station on successfully completing the debut MV shoot. Currently in settlement. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars. Congratulations on achieving 5-star Horror Tales SSS level perfect clearance. The debut MV is titled, which, Chapter 72, National Fortune Rewards. The National Fortune Rewards are now being distributed. It has been detected that the average life expectancy of all citizens in Huagua is merely 78, 3 years, with only 15 of the population in a healthy state. Reward 1. All citizens' lifespan 5. In physical fitness 10. It is anticipated that 35 of the population will now achieve a healthy status. Reward 2. An increase of 20 in potassium salt, chromium, and cobalt mineral resources. Reward 3. A 20 reduction in extreme weather and geological disasters in Huagua over the next decade. 3 consecutive national fortune rewards were bestowed upon them. It feels like an overnight fortune. 5-star horror story. Perfect clearance. Who else is there? Hey, while I'm receiving in 4 in the hospital corridor, I suddenly feel lighter and much more comfortable. Can I walk now? Don't leave. You've come this far, you've paid the fee, so you might as well see it through. Lifespan 5. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Li Sen. Thank you, Pejia, Ganjia, and Xiaochun. My grandfather's surgery is tomorrow. I'm on the verge of tears. My roommate is also in tears. His family is on a seismic fault line, and a village was buried back in the day. I just searched, and it turns out that only 15 of our population is healthy, while 15 are ill and 70 are in a subhealthy state. The healthy state also includes mental health. So are our fragile university students at risk? Is this the power of the 5-star horror story? Distributing 3 rewards at once, each precisely addressing our country as shortcomings. Countries that clear the game abroad are going to be envious. I wonder how those who change their nationality feel right now. I'm already looking forward to the MV. Surely they will show us the complete footage. As we are also viewers, having watched the live stream of the 4 individuals, I cannot discern who suffered more. Ligia faced perilous traps at every turn. Pejia was locked in a basement with corpses, and Ganjia, unable to move, was tempted by the dead yet couldn't utter a word. If even one person faltered, if any step was missed, they would not achieve a perfect clearance. The success of every combination has never relied on a single individual. Yet some fans will always diminish the efforts of others. What merit do I have to share the same nationality as the sisters? How embarrassing. I shall renounce my humanity and become one of the sisters' dogs instead. So cunning. While the livestream chat was still fervently discussing, Huagua had already regained its composure, ready to address the changes brought forth by the rewards. The second national fortune reward from the battlefield was a resource that was currently scarce in Huagua and highly dependent on imports. Moreover, unlike the low yield, difficult to extract mineral deposits that Huagua typically had, this reward consisted of exceptionally high-quality mineral deposits. Following the first horror story, Huagua received numerous applications for permanent residency and citizenship, along with a large influx of overseas workers and expatriates returning home. The first batch of chosen ones had almost entirely perished, leaving only those within Huagua, who felt relatively safe, not fearing that the horror story would suddenly manifest nearby. The smaller the territorial area, the greater the likelihood of encountering such horror stories. After an investigation by the Security Bureau, it was discovered that certain intellectuals had secret contacts with foreign agencies, resulting in discrepancies in their identities and experiences during specific time frames, leading them to be placed on an investigation list. Numerous instances of individuals attempting to smuggle contagious viruses and goods were detected by customs nationwide. The internet also witnessed the emergence of many new IDs, actively revealing scandals of several chosen ones, from past bullying incidents involving former teammates to their private lives and childhoods, all vividly recounted. Posts regarding the chosen ones gained immense popularity, but they were swiftly removed, and the police official account reported them online, stamped with a red mark. False. The strategic interplay among nations has never been tranquil, especially after the emergence of the terrifying national fortune battlefield. The rewards granted by high-dimensional beings can easily alter the fate of a nation. As the sun gradually rose, Gangiomo's legs, or rather, her fishtail, began to fade away from the bottom up. Soaking in the chilling depths of the sea, the bone-chilling cold that penetrated her limbs was dispelled, and she felt as if she were a snowman placed upon the rooftop, slowly melting in the first rays of sunlight. Her body below the waist transformed into foam. Yet she could not cease her singing. Her body entered a state of management. What has she been singing for so long? A love song? Can a person survive with only a head left? She still had 6 yuan of inheritance left unspent. She was ready to perish. Chaotic thoughts surged uncontrollably, and Gangiomo's vision became increasingly blurred, her entire being becoming ethereal, until the settlement voice echoed. The surrounding scenery shattered, and Leisure was the first to awaken. She discovered that they were still on the minibus, still in their seats before entering the horror story, as if they had never disembarked. The minibus was parked on the coastal highway. The driver and the agent in the passenger seat were nowhere to be found. The once foggy west coast was now shrouded in a haze that had mysteriously cleared, yet the sky remained overcast. The sea was a grayish blue, devoid of seagulls. Leisure no longer heard the previous roars of large creatures, only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Even though the dreamlike fog of the west coast had dissipated, the seaside of the horror story world remained lifeless and desolate. ABA, I can finally speak. Ha ha ha. Gangiomo's excited voice broke the 3 from their sense of unreality. Where did that come from? Pei Wangxing was exhausted, slumped in her seat. Yet she refused to miss any opportunity to speak. Chu and I quickly checked her legs and hands. Her burned skin was intact, as if it had merely been a thrilling nightmare. However, she never wished to experience the sensation of being burned alive, with tears, snot, and sweat smeared across her face, ever again. This time, the reward points for clearing the game amounted to 20,000. Each of them received an initial yield of 5,000 points. And with the effect of the Monster Newcomer title, the points increased by 20. Ultimately, each of the 4 ended up with 6,000 points. Chapter 73. Artist rewards. The point system is rather meager for the 5-star horror tales. Shirley harbored some doubts, wondering if the National Fortune Battlefield had adopted the unscrupulous profit-sharing practices of the agencies in the land of the morning calm. These agencies, including CJ, often siphon off a substantial portion of artists' earnings, with companies taking a staggering 70 to 90 of the income. Moreover, after deducting the investment costs incurred during trainees' early stages, such as accommodation, meals, vocal and dance lessons, as well as the promotional expenses for debut albums and styling, only then do the remaining profits get divided with the artists. Many idol groups that achieve success often find themselves clearing agency debts years after their debut, only receiving their first settlement long after. Shirley's phone, which had previously fallen to the ground, remained undisturbed on her lap when she regained consciousness, its screen still illuminated, displaying the interface she had been browsing before being dragged into the horror tale. She dialed her manager. The call connected, but there was no answer. The fog along the west coast had lifted, yet the group still hesitated to exit the vehicle. Biting her lower lip in contemplation, Shirley entered the contact information for the MV director that she had discreetly noted down and initiated the call. After ringing a dozen times, someone finally answered. "Hello." A stranger's voice responded. "Hi, is the director available?" Shirley inquired. "Oh, he is not here." Shirley sensed a discrepancy. Not here and not available seemed to imply different meanings. Before she could voice her suspicion, the caller continued. The director's team encountered an accident on the way. I'm not sure what they were thinking, but they suddenly took a detour to the undeveloped west coast, where the fog was dense and the road conditions poor. Their vehicle veered off the road and plunged into the sea. You must be part of the artist team scheduled for today as shoot, right? No need to worry. Although the individuals are gone, your footage has already been sent back to the company, so it won't delay the release. Shirley felt a strange, calm sense of insanity wash over her. Initially concerned that the director and manager would connect the dots back to her, she found solace in the fact that there would be no witnesses left. However, the fact that even the filming crew had perished at the West Coast indicated that the horror tale's National Fortune Battlefield had shown a degree of leniency towards them, the chosen ones, during the second round. Due to the unexpected incursion of the chosen ones, The difficulty level of the 5-star horror tales have been reduced to a mere 1 star, bearing the title of Monster Newcomers. They were assigned close to the perfect clearance route. Shirley pondered that if everyone entered the same distant spring day, the resulting MV would be set in the same venue and theme, yielding songs that were severely homogenized and devoid of novelty. This might be fine for chosen ones from other nations, but for the monster recycling station, it would only lead to a surge of mocking posts and negative comments. What if Brother Siwen isn't on the bus and is met with misfortune? With a hopeful heart, Shirley dialed her manager again. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, she assumed the worst. This time, the call connected. Handling some matters, you all wait for 20 minutes. The manager spoke rapidly, and Shirley thought she heard the sound of rushing water, followed by a cough. Shirley exclaimed, "Brother, you're not in the sea, are you?" Siwen replied, "Sometimes I really wish I could just silence this mouth of mine. I'm trying to rescue the driver's other half. There are only 2 hands on the steering wheel, and the waves on the west coast washed one away, leaving me with just 1 hand to drive." Though her manager was safe, Shirley felt a pang of pity, yet hearing his predicament also brightened her spirits. All right then, in the vehicle, Pei Wangxing and the others engaged in a casual conversation. Perhaps due to the previous issue with the 1999 Entertainment Weekly, they had not received a chance at the roulette this time, but rather earned additional rewards based on their individual identities. Chu and I received the supplementary reward of Amelia's Modern Medicine, Beginner. You have earned Amelia's gratitude and learned simple healing techniques. You can perform basic first aid and create 1 low-level adhesive bandage daily. The adhesive bandage available in the marketplace could be used 5 times and cost 100 points. This low-level bandage was single-use but effectively netted a daily profit of 20 points and was a growing talent, capable of evolving to produce other medicines, such as anti-pollution agents. Chu and I scratched her head. Looks like I've truly become a support character now. Ganjue received Voice of the Mermaid, Beginner. You have received the blessing of the mermaid. Your voice is more likely to garner others' favor. When activated, there is a chance to charm the target, reducing their speed by 20 if successful. A soft control skill with considerable potential for growth, she concluded. Pei Wangxing's reward was Cinderella's Halo, Beginner. When you're looking disheveled and remain still, your presence will diminish by 10. Be wary, as different bizarre entities possess distinct traits. Do not act recklessly in front of highly perceptive anomalies. Upon seeing this skill, Pei Wangxing felt utterly deflated. Once again, looking disheveled and broke. What kind of idol am I? I'm merely destined to scavenge. Oh, that is not so bad. You can attack or defend like a scrappy little dog. Just as Ganjua finished a rhyme, she was promptly pinned to her seat and given a light beating. Pei Wangxing was among the stronger girls, and after being beaten, Ganjua would often sneak off to steal her spicy turkey noodle seasoning pack. Now that Pei Wangxing had leveled up her strength, she was even less able to retaliate. Shirley's acquired skill was a poor disguise technique drawn from Little Red Riding Hood, but it had transformed into a growth state. Having achieved a perfect clearance, Shirley could select an ability to bring out of the horror tale. She chose to take the Seed of Desire with her. The Seed of Desire flourishes by devouring desires. Pei Wangxing had made several wishes upon the Seed of Desire, but had yet to receive a single water droplet. Only when she had offered a trove of gold and jewels to the Baron, and Shirley had handed over a coin pouch to the church's priest, did the Seed of Desire's growth progress incrementally rise. To this day, she still hadn't gathered 10 droplets. Curious, Shirley wondered how the Seed of Desire would transform in its later stages and whether it could truly manifest dreams. Listening to the sound of the sea breeze, they began discussing the dangers they had encountered within the horror tale. Chunai curiously poked her head out from the back seat. So, where exactly are the remains of the Baron's son? Before Shirley could respond, Ganjua pondered aloud. The absence of bones suggests one possibility. The Baron's son may still be alive. The Baroness indeed intended to kill the child, but the Baron swapped him out with another corpse before she could act. The grown Baron's son may one day return to the castle to avenge his father. As the power struggles continue to unfold in that decaying fortress, never ceasing. However, another possibility exists, that the Baron's son has indeed perished, his bones buried beneath the soil of the back garden. Yet, being a life bestowed by the Matron of Desire, it would not be so easily extinguished by human hands. right? It may very well have quietly revived on some fateful night, lurking in shadows and drawing upon the pervasive despair and suffering. From the Middle Ages to the present, it could have grown into an unspeakable monster. Perhaps it is intrinsically linked to the existence behind the national fortune battlefield. Chapter 74. Rare items. A few individuals gathered together to reflect on their experiences, exchanging thoughts and insights. This was not merely an opportunity to understand each other's recent encounters. It was also a chance to relay crucial information to the officials monitoring the live broadcast. Perhaps the nation's think tank could piece together underlying patterns behind these strange tales, allowing for better support in the future. Their fates were intertwined with that of the country. However, an important question loomed before them. Shirley turned to Pei Wangxing, asking, "Sister Pei, do you recall that eerie entity that trapped us in the room, preventing us from venturing outside? It claimed to possess information that we sought, nearly luring us into opening the door, and even mimicked the voice of a headmaid. At that moment, Shirley had been compromised by contamination, leading to potential oversights in her judgments. Now, as they revisited the events, a new possibility emerged in her mind. Previously, they had unearthed a cursed letter from a magazine, which foretold the tragic demise of any idol who received it within 7 days. Considering the timeline, it had already surpassed the 7-day threshold since they received the curse and entered the second strange tale. Could it be that the rat from the gutter had come for them? Now that you mention it, Pei Wangxing contemplated this line of thought, recognizing similarities to the tone of the cursed letter. The entity had relentlessly slipped anxious, almost neurotic notes beneath their door, speaking as if it were intimately familiar with them, even though they had chosen to ignore it entirely. Yet, the rules stated that Cinderella had no other friends. If it was not seeking Cinderella, it must be after them. Ganjoiwe, overhearing their discussion, contributed her analysis. Different entities possess varying abilities. Some stalkers can infiltrate artists' private and professional realms, and some can even disguise themselves as television station staff. It would not be surprising for them to appear in these tales. Ganjoiwe and Chun Nai had not encountered such a situation. One was cast away into the vast ocean, while the other found herself imprisoned in the medieval era. The most perilous places were often the safest. These obsessive fans typically targeted artists directly, avoiding contact with others whenever possible. Thus, they would choose to strike when the Baroness family was absent and the castle's defenses were at their weakest, a rather audacious move. Shirley had just checked their status panel. Their popularity remained at 1001, unchanged. The filming of the music video would not yield real-time increases in popularity. Stagnant popularity would only rise upon the video's release. If a stalker had infiltrated the strange tale this time without success, they would surely fear exposure and depart the filming location prematurely. A single failure would not deter them from lurking in the shadows. The Idol Survival Guide stated, "The dormitory is not absolutely safe. If you discover signs of stalkeress intrusion, please promptly lock your doors and windows." But what if it is hiding within your room? That entity might have already infiltrated the artist's dormitory, lurking beneath the bed or within the wardrobe, awaiting their return. Then what are we waiting for? Let us return and deal with it. Pei Wangxing crackled her knuckles, still harboring resentment over being cornered by that entity for an entire afternoon, which had cost her a red paper cutting person. Just as she received a small windfall, she decided to trade 100 points to Chun Nai and swiftly opened the shop to purchase a strength attribute card. Strength was indeed a valuable asset. She had relied heavily on 2 such cards while carrying the dozens of pounds that was Ganjoiwe, scaling ladders and sprinting for dear life. Pei Wangxing aimed to max out her strength, transforming herself into a formidable tank. What? Why is it so expensive? She was astonished to find that the price of the attribute cards had suddenly surged. From 100 points per card, it skyrocketed to 200, then 400, and eventually 800 points each. Alarmed, she quickly examined the card's description and spotted a nearly invisible line at the bottom. Purchasing basic attribute cards more than 5 times will cause the required points to increase exponentially, with no upper limit. Not only had the price of the strength attribute card increased, but also the costs of agility, stamina, and other attribute cards had risen accordingly. These unscrupulous game developers are indeed cunning. They impose no limits but continuously inflate prices. Chun Nai, exuding an air of experience, remarked, "The more attribute cards you buy, the pricier they become. Eventually, you'll have to break through human genetic locks, which will undoubtedly require a different price. Besides, in a tale governed by rules, they can't allow you to bulldoze through everything with brute strength. Why not join me for a blind box opening? I have a feeling that today will yield something exceptional." Her eyes sparkled with sincere invitation. Ganjoyue rolled her eyes. "Gambling enthusiasts, begone. I'm utterly weary of the lies spun by you lucky ones." Chun Nai continued to indulge herself, exchanging points for blind boxes, repeating the cycle of buying and opening endlessly. Minutes later, she slammed her phone in frustration. Damn it. This terrifying national fortune battlefield. Are they secretly adjusting my odds? After smashing 10 blind boxes, she had unearthed 7 second-chance contact lenses, which allowed her to select a target to view their information. While not entirely worthless, these investigative items could be exchanged in the shop for a mere 50 points a set, resulting in a loss of 350 points in mere moments. Undeterred, Chun Nai persisted in opening blind boxes, only to receive a slew of instant coffee and plum candies. After 20 more blind boxes, her efforts bore no fruit. Suddenly, a flash illuminated their surroundings, and in Chun Nai's hand appeared a golden dog bed. "Poor little dog, do not fear. You shall have a home." After a day's toil, returning to an empty house, you feel a twinge of loneliness. You ponder, perhaps it is time to adopt a companion. Usage: place the dog bed on the ground and set down a loyal tag dog food can. The first creature to linger in the dog bed for over 10 seconds will be your destined little dog. Providing 1 loyal tag dog food can per day, the dog will guard your home in your absence. Should anyone trespass, it will chase them away and leave behind one of their belongings. As Ganjoyue read the description, she inhaled deeply. "Oh my, you are the deity of probabilities. Your transformations are swifter than turning a page." It was no wonder Ganjoyue was so ecstatic. This was a rare item that had never appeared in the exchange shop before. Most items in the shop had usage limits, such as band-aids, red paper cutting person, and energy potions. Occasionally, rare items would appear, but they often came at exorbitant costs, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands of points. The loyal tag dog food can was available for purchase in the shop, priced at 10 points each, and served to enhance the affinity of canine companions. Ganjoyue had previously lamented that pets were eating better than she was. Now, she wondered, was this truly a dog? Or could it be something far more peculiar? Chapter 75, Shining Star. The rare items that could not be obtained in the exchange mall could only be acquired through the lucky draw or blind boxes. The probability of finding treasures amidst the muck was, indeed, dismal. With such an item, accompanied by a fierce little dog, they would no longer fear the prying eyes of malicious paparazzi encroaching upon their dormitory. They had no means to transition back to the real world. Thus, transforming the artist's dormitory into a genuine safe haven was imperative. Otherwise, the 4 masters, after a day of toil, would return to their quarters only to be plagued by safety concerns, leading to an untimely demise. Chun Nai felt satisfied. Her spending for the day had come to a halt. Pei Wangxing was somewhat reluctant, yet exercised restraint, purchasing only 3 strength attribute cards before stopping. Shirley turned to her, inquiring, "Sister Pei, can the pocket watch be reimbursed?" "Of course," Pei Wangxing replied readily, pulling out her phone to transfer the funds. Had it not been for Shirley rushing over to thrust the pocket watch into her hands, she might have plummeted off the building with the prince. A terrifying thought indeed. If she had not danced the first dance, she felt she might have lost her sanity. What would happen if she actually performed? Shirley shook her head. "No need, just keep it as a debt for now." Chun Nai caught on. "True, just wait. Once I return, I'll experiment with some band-aids to lend you." Pei Wangxing was momentarily stunned, her eyes brimming with tears. How unfortunate that she was not only scavenging for scraps, but also becoming a debtor. Before long, their manager returned. Siwen's hair was slightly damp, his suit a darker hue, and with a stern expression, he tossed his 2 white hands onto the driver's seat. The 4 fell into silence. Chun Nai donned her colored contact lenses, her little dog stealthily gazing at the manager. Name: Siwen. Occupation: top manager at CJ Company. Experience. The low-level attribute detection from the contact lenses yielded little information. Chun Nai, undeterred, decided to try again, for even 50 points were significant. She donned a new pair of contact lenses to probe the driver's attributes. Name, Ghost Hand. Occupation, dedicated driver for CJ Company, former taxi driver. Experience, numerous instances of drunk driving during employment, the last incident resulting in multiple fatalities, including a pregnant woman, followed by fleeing the scene. After serving time, he was found by the victim's family, who severed his hands and sewn them to the steering wheel. While other parts of his body were discarded in the trunk, he still believes his other body parts remain at the driver's seat. Note, please refrain from bringing any alcoholic items into the vehicle, as it may lead to delays or traffic accidents. Alcohol. She quickly poked her teammates. Everyone immediately recalled that the vehicle was equipped with a first aid kit. They promptly rummaged through the kit, finding a bottle of alcohol among a pile of stomach medications and painkillers, which they uncapped and poured out of the window. In this world, one must remain vigilant, as dangers lurk everywhere. Managers could exploit rules to harm artists, and the dormitory could easily be infiltrated by nefarious individuals. Relaxation was a luxury they could not afford. The manager observed from the rearview mirror, but said nothing. As the fog lifted, the van headed towards the dormitory, and Shirley conferred with the manager. Brother Sidelined, as we are about to return, shall we skip the dormitory and practice at the company instead? This was a reasonable request, and there was no justification for refusal. The van veered onto another road towards the company building. The large screen in the lounge area displayed a music promotion program. This was a new promotional method for K-pop artists during their comebacks, where idols returning simultaneously would perform on stage, and the best song would be awarded a trophy weekly. A trophy was seen as a significant achievement for idols. Failing to secure one would be regarded as a relatively unsuccessful comeback. The camera occasionally panned to the audience, revealing fans with peculiar smiles, brandishing support banners. The artists on stage couldn't help but glance down, inadvertently misstepping in their choreography. The fans below immediately turned cold, flipping their banners to reveal black and white memorial portraits. Countless pale portraits of themselves faced the screen, causing the artists to freeze mid-performance, paralyzed on stage. The lights abruptly extinguished, leaving only the savage sounds of gnashing teeth. After witnessing such a gruesome display, the group fell silent. Shirley nearly forgot her purpose. After a moment of reflection, she called out to the retreating manager, "Brother, hasn't our dormitory been neglected for quite some time?" The manager turned, his expression devoid of emotion, as if to say, "What nonsense are you up to now?" Shirley smiled kindly. "I recall that the company provides weekly cleaning services for artists. Could we arrange for a cleaning visit? I'm allergic to dust and fear it may hinder our upcoming work." Sidelined replied, "Register at the front desk. Someone will come to clean." The computer at the company front desk was illuminated, yet the position was vacant, displaying only registration forms for repairs and visitors. They had yet to encounter other company staff. Shirley found the cleaning service, registered their address, and specified comprehensive service, ensuring that the curtains and main light fixtures were thoroughly cleaned and that every nook and cranny, including beneath the beds, was dust-free. She also located a renovation company's business card at the front desk, citing minor wall cracks. She requested they reinforce the windows and doors, filling every gap in the dormitory, including beneath the beds and sofas, with cement, and disposing of the wardrobe and larger cabinets. She instructed both the cleaning and renovation companies to monitor each other's work, promising additional payment for any suspicious or lazy behavior documented with photographs. They remained in the practice room for over 3 hours, waiting for the notification that the cleaning was complete before returning to the dormitory. The thorough search yielded a rejuvenated living space, immaculate and unblemished. The gaps beneath the beds had been completely filled, leaving no trace of space. Although it appeared somewhat shabby and unrefined, it was far preferable to awakening to the terrifying visage of an intruder. The group rested in the dormitory for 2 days. On the third day, the debut MV, which was released. Almost simultaneously, their stagnant popularity on the attribute panel soared like a rocket, climbing from a few thousand to over 10,000, eventually reaching an impressive 11,000 before the momentum began to wane. The representative work section transformed from none to which. At least it was their first legitimate MV shoot. Shirley persistently pleaded with the manager to obtain the video, which was still loading. Suddenly, the scene before them shifted. The familiar notification sound echoed. Instance name, Shining Star. Instance level, 2 stars. Instance description, you are tonight's shining star, poised to deliver a spectacular performance for the eager audience awaiting your arrival. Listen, can you hear it? The applause, the cheers, they're fervently calling your names. Everyone will remember this day. Chapter 76. Target. As the system's notification sound gradually faded, Shirley found herself in a square, unfamiliar room. The space was modest, approximately 10 square meters. Habitually, she surveyed the surroundings, counting the number of people present. With everyone accounted for, including the two most prone to separation, she felt a sense of relief and turned her attention to the environment within the room. On one side of the room stood a vanity. Above the mirror, 3 specialized makeup lights were installed, one of which was burnt out, while another flickered erratically. The vanity was adorned with a plethora of haphazard stickers. Against the wall was a basic sofa that could accommodate 3 people, accompanied by a coffee table and a simple clothes rack. A small television opposite the coffee table was playing footage from past performances. Although Shirley had not officially debuted, she had seen enough to recognize that this was the waiting room of a television station designated for idols during their promotional activities. Typically, waiting rooms at television stations were tense due to the multitude of returning artists. Priority was often given to those with longer careers and popular groups. Newcomers like them frequently had to share a waiting room with multiple groups, often separated by simple partitions. Had they truly just released their debut song and already found themselves in the midst of a promotional campaign? Shirley felt a constricting sensation around her neck. She reached up to tug at it, feeling its roughness. Raising her phone to use it as a mirror, she discovered she was wearing a black leather choker, the clasp shaped like 2 hands outstretched. Observing her teammates, she noted that Chun Nai wore a chunky bracelet that jingled as she moved, while Pei Wangxing sported a leg ring, and Gan Zhouyue adorned a waist chain, each of them bedecked in extravagant accessories, exuding a strong stage presence. Additionally, they all wore wristbands emblazoned with the red flag of their nation and their names. The black and white electronic screens on the wristbands displayed 2 values, stamina and mood, both currently at maximum capacity 100. Pei Wangxing jumped in place, noting that her values remained unchanged. Just as she was about to speak, the television screen flickered to life. In the next moment, it revealed 2 hosts holding microphones, positioned in front of a vibrant stage illuminated by swirling lights. The male host wore clown makeup, his nose painted bright red, with one side of his mouth drooping while the other curled upwards. Below his eyes were teardrop designs, one blue and the other red. The female host donned a rabbit mask, one ear drooping, her mouth smiling, with dark red eyes that seemed foreboding. As the camera panned over the audience, it captured faces twisted with fervor, wildly waving their light sticks. The hosts' voices were filled with exuberance and energy. They congratulated the artists on their successful return, announcing that starting today, they would engage in a month-long promotional activity. They introduced the show, Shining Star, a well-established program under SBM Television, recognized for its authority and fairness, serving as a beacon for K-pop music. During the promotional period, the live broadcasting rights would temporarily be managed by SBM Television, ensuring that the camera would not solely focus on individual groups or artists, with a promise of equal treatment for all idols. A box appeared at the bottom of the screen detailing the objectives. Normal clearance. Successfully complete the promotional activity. Perfect clearance. Win a Shining Star trophy. The scoring for the Shining Star trophy included sales, streaming, fan voting, and broadcast points, with the highest cumulative score determining the winner for the week. Broadcast points could only be awarded to idol groups appearing on the promotional stage, and absences would result in deductions. Participation could earn additional points. Maximum score, 1,000. Streaming scores were based on a number of listeners and downloads from major music charts, with higher quality songs achieving better rankings. Maximum score, 2,000. Sales scores reflected the number of albums purchased by fans, with groups able to enhance sales through live broadcasts and signing events. Maximum score, 1,000. With girl groups generally achieving higher streaming scores and boy groups having dedicated fan bases, leading to higher sales. Fan voting scores could be increased by appropriately meeting fan requests. Maximum score, 1,000. The two hosts beamed brightly. Speaking in unison, we wish all the artists the best of luck in achieving their desired results. Concerned about forgetting the details due to the abundance of information, Shirley quickly raised her phone to take a picture for reference. Just as she finished, the screen abruptly went black. After a brief pause, it illuminated once more, now displaying Shirley and her teammates in the waiting room, a small red flag in the corner. As the camera swept over each of their faces, it shifted to another waiting room filled with white faces. The flag indicated they were the chosen ones from the land of the maple leaf. Next came the Lighthouse Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation. As the visuals progressed, the expressions of the gathered artists transitioned from surprise to solemnity. This was the first time all chosen ones from various nations had been gathered together. It dawned on everyone that they were expected to compete against over 100 groups. The task of normal clearance was to successfully complete the promotional activity. Yet what defined success? The requirements for perfect clearance mandated that their group secure at least one Shining Star trophy, with a month-long promotional period equating to roughly 4 weeks. Only 4 groups could claim a trophy each week. Moreover, the hosts had not mentioned a prohibition on consecutive victories. Those nations that had previously excelled in earlier performances could easily clinch multiple trophies, potentially achieving 4 consecutive wins, while others might not secure any at all. They were acutely aware that every lingering camera shot served to help the audience remember the faces of the chosen representatives from each nation. As over 100 groups were showcased, the television screen transitioned to display the current streaming rankings of recently returned artists and idol groups. Shirley and her team held the top position, receiving a perfect 5-star rating, indicative of their song's exceptional quality. Not to mention, the music video alone was likely to captivate many viewers with its grand scale and production value, undeniably authentic without embellishment. Trailing behind them was the group from the land of the morning calm, appearing only at the 46th position. The top 100 rankings were predominantly occupied by groups that had previously achieved normal clearance. Those chosen ones who had been reselected after their prior elimination had participated in the promotional activity but failed to break into the top 100. Lingering around the 200 mark, their potential streaming scores would be significantly low. In this light, Shirley and her team's name stood out. The top 3 positions bolded and enlarged, with their name adorned in dazzling, sparkling effects. The 4 of them silently acknowledged the predicament. They had become targets. The hosts nearly implied that the live feed would not continuously monitor them, making it easier for certain chosen ones to act covertly against them. In the ensuing month, they would face not only bizarre dangers, but also the unpredictable factors presented by their competitors on the same stage. Initially, everyone might exercise restraint, but as time progressed and alliances formed among the chosen ones, the situation would undoubtedly become increasingly chaotic. Chapter 77. Guidelines for the television station from the recent unsettling tales. It has become apparent that the clearance ratings from previous narratives will invariably influence subsequent stories, either directly or indirectly. Allowing Shirley and her companions to continue on their current trajectory will only exacerbate Huagua's advantages, effectively creating a snowball effect. The proverbial cake is finite. And for other chosen ones, this presents a unique opportunity to reallocate resources. By pulling down the leading competitors, those ranked lower can naturally ascend. After all, no one can return to the real world, and the specter of death looms large, who would still be constrained by the morals and laws of reality. It is imperative to seize resources for survival. Moreover, with so many nations represented here, who can identify the instigator? Perhaps it is something sinister? Shirley pondered, feeling overwhelmed. Pei Wangxing, enjoying the coolness of the air conditioning, approached a coat rack in search of attire, only to notice a sharp corner protruding from pocket. Upon inspection, she discovered a note. Guidelines for SBM Television Station 1. The reputation of newcomers is paramount. Upon encountering senior artists, please halt immediately and bow at a 90-degree angle to greet them. 2. During performance periods, if you encounter staff wearing blue work badges, feel free to converse with them. However, if you see personnel with red badges, do not respond to their inquiries and promptly call for help. 3. Some waiting rooms may contain senior artists. Feel free to bring albums to greet and promote, but do not linger for more than 10 minutes. 4. Mobile phones in the waiting rooms can be used to arrange the following day's schedule. These devices are crucial. Please do not misplace them. The station will not provide any time reminders. Artists must maintain a sense of time and avoid tardiness. 5. After each week's performance activities, remember to exit the waiting room and express gratitude to the PD and all staff in the corridor. 6. In this circle, interpersonal relationships are vital. Make an effort to connect with television station staff and other senior artists. 7. You may purchase food from all vending machines adorned with a clown logo within the station. However, if food does not dispense after 3 attempts, please leave immediately. 8. Fans appreciate versatile artists. Endeavor to showcase your talents in their presence. Do not decline their requests. 9. All restrooms in the station are unisex, but the last stall on each floor is under repair. Please refrain from entering. 10. The recording time for Shining Star is every Friday. During non-recording periods, artists have 3 rehearsal opportunities each day. 11. Remember the location of the waiting room. Do not get lost. 12. The waiting room at night is secure. It is advisable not to venture outside. 12 rules. We are to remain in the television station for an entire month? Ganjiue felt a wave of darkness wash over her, akin to a domesticated animal confined within a cage. This was the longest duration in any current scenario, although it seemed to present a difficulty rating of merely 2 stars. The potential occurrences over a month were unpredictable. Who could ascertain what challenges awaited them? The guidelines mentioned mobile phones. They had searched drawers and tables in vain. Ultimately, Chun Nai discovered a phone wedged in the sofa's crevice. The device was an outdated model from several years prior, and its pink casing had turned yellow with age. Shirley pressed the power button, but remained unresponsive. After rummaging through their belongings, she unearthed a charger, and after a brief charge, the phone finally powered on. The first app displayed was a scheduling application, resembling a university course selection system. It was Monday, and it indicated not selectable. Their only schedule for the day was a rehearsal from 3 to 5 in the afternoon, with all other time slots left blank, presumably allocated for free exploration. Shirley could only begin selecting options from the following day. Among those provided, only signing event, rehearsal, and live broadcast were highlighted, while dinner, radio, and variety show remained grayed out. It appeared they needed to trigger corresponding events to illuminate those options. Shirley experienced an inexplicable sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of playing nurturing games like Beautiful Dream Factory and Daughter of the Mountain. They had to meticulously fill their schedules to maximize attribute points and secure favorable outcomes. However, considering the 2 values displayed on the wristbands, each engagement would consume a corresponding amount of stamina or morale. Unlike nurturing games where one controlled a single character, here they needed to balance the values of all 4 individuals to arrange their schedules. A dinner gathering might enhance morale. Chun Nai tentatively tapped the grayed out option, relying on her past gaming experience. Creak. They heard the door to the adjacent practice room open. The 4 girls listened as the sound of measured footsteps echoed in the corridor, moving at a leisurely pace, seemingly inspecting the nameplates on the doors. Someone was scouting the waiting room for the chosen ones. The sound of footsteps paused at their door. Knock, knock, knock. A polite voice resonated from outside. Hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Winston Lawrence from the Lighthouse Nation. How about we form an alliance to conquer Shining Star? The man outside continued speaking. The other chosen ones remained within their waiting room, and a live broadcast camera naturally panned to Winston, the first to exit. Observing this scene, the audience from Huagua urged them not to open the door. Unbeknownst to Shirley and her companions, the viewers in Huagua were acutely aware of Winston Lawrence's notoriety. He was a somewhat renowned singer, sentenced to over 20 years in prison for the brutal murder of a fan. He had been incarcerated when he was unexpectedly selected for the Eerie narrative battlefield. The previous round for the Lighthouse Nation had concluded successfully. However, the chosen one who had obtained the identity card had sustained severe injuries and could not endure until the narrative's conclusion, resulting in the remaining 3 dividing the rewards. The perpetrator had been Winston. The Huagua online community speculated that he had orchestrated it deliberately, yet there was no tangible evidence. Now that Winston had successfully completed the narrative, his previous songs experienced a surge in streaming numbers, while there remained those who resisted him, yet many fervently expressed their admiration on social media. Chapter 78. Visiting the senior Winston spoke with earnestness, yet the 4 individuals in the room exhibited little reaction. If you wish to form an alliance. What rank do you hold, my lord? Shirley did not open the door. Her voice floated lightly through the door panel. No alliances. If you find new rules that allow for equitable exchange, you must demonstrate the sincerity expected of you. This remark served as a reminder for Winston outside. The chosen ones from the Huagua had received perfect evaluations twice in succession, undoubtedly possessing advantages that others lacked. It is only the weak who believe that a woman's success is purely a matter of luck. Perhaps among them, some have drawn rare talents. Regrettably, he had not been drawn into the first tale of horror. Nevertheless, this was merely the first day. When true conflicts of interest arose, there would still be time to act. A subtle smile crept onto Winston's lips as he quietly chuckled. I shall demonstrate my sincerity. Winston will not disappoint his allies. Then, the sound of conversation could be heard between Winston and his companions, inquiring about his next destination. Shirley had only heard one person's footsteps. After Winston departed, the sounds of doors opening in other standby rooms gradually filled the air. This time, all the chosen ones gathered in a single tale of horror, and the clues would not be so conveniently placed as before, instilling a sense of urgency in many hearts. The National Fortune battlefield had progressed to the third tale of horror. Whether among the first batch of chosen ones or those newly drawn in, everyone had essentially grasped one fundamental truth. Do not make hasty decisions before understanding the situation. Those who obtained identity cards first tended to meet their demise the quickest. The chosen ones who emerged from the standby rooms chose to travel in pairs, wary of acting alone. Occasionally, someone would knock on their standby room door, proposing cooperation or alliances, but Shirley dismissed them with the same words. There was no need to rush out. They were not pressed for time. In fact, many were now observing their every move. The group meticulously searched the room, inspecting pockets beneath sofas and tables, almost conducting a carpet-like search of the floor. Confirming that nothing had been overlooked, they gathered around the coffee table and laid out all the items they possessed. Once they entered the tale of horror, the exchange mall would temporarily close. Having been abruptly drawn in, everyone only had the items they had previously exchanged. Chu and I had a number of instant coffee packets, which could instantly dispel drowsiness, and several plums, candies that could alleviate some negative states, excluding pollution. She also had 5 pairs of contact lenses that could reveal eerie information, 1 doghouse, 5 cans of loyal dog food, and 3 low-level band-aids crafted by herself. The scattered items filled the coffee table. Pei Wangxing remarked, I have never fought such a well-equipped battle. After using her pocket watch last time, it had become damaged, the dial no longer moving. She had left it on the nightstand. This time, she only purchased 2 agility attribute cards and 1 blue paper-cut figure. The blue paper-cut figure could temporarily draw the hatred of the eerie away from herself until it shattered, costing twice as much as the red paper-cut figure. Pei Wangxing also had 3 strength attribute cards. These enhanced attribute cards differed from other items. They bound to oneself immediately upon purchase and could not be traded. Initially, they had not taken it seriously until they saw the price increase after purchasing 5 cards. It turned out they were waiting for them here. However, a normal chosen one would need to clear at least 4 one-star dungeons to afford 1 attribute card, unless everyone selflessly contributed their earnings. The strategy to enhance one teammate first and then support the others was not lost on them. Shirley and her companions were anomalies among the newcomers. Gan Joiwe believed Shirley's pocket watch was quite useful, so she exchanged for 1 as well and also purchased 2 red paper-cut figures. These became their current trump cards. The pocket watch was too conspicuous hanging around her neck, so Gan Joiwe clipped it to her belt loop and only took it out when needed. She casually glanced at the pocket watch's time and straightened slightly, looking at the other 3. Something was amiss. When the host appeared on television, she had glanced at the time on her watch, which read exactly 9 in the morning. The host announced the rules for the song competition, and it felt to her like only a mere 10 to 20 minutes had passed. Yet, the time on the pocket watch had inexplicably moved to 10 o'clock. The items produced by the mall could not be polluted. The issue lay solely with the flow of time within the tale of horror. Here, Time flowed at a rate 4 times faster than normal. Their expressions soured. With a day comprising 24 hours, it swiftly transformed into merely 6 hours. This included the time for sleep. Pei Wangxing, no longer in a playful mood, buried her head in her hands and lamented, "What a trap." No wonder the fourth rule states that no time reminders will be provided. The pink phone they had dug out from the standby room was so outdated that its time was completely inaccurate and needed recalibration. Shirley considered that not many chosen ones could afford a pocket watch. This rule was unlikely to result in immediate death. After being caught in one trap, the chosen ones would undoubtedly become more aware. Chu and I picked up the rules on the table and studied them closely before pointing out the second rule. This one is incorrect. Upon seeing the content of the rules, everyone furrowed their brows. During the song competition, if you see staff wearing blue work badges, you may speak with them freely. If you see staff wearing red work badges, do not answer any of their questions and immediately call the police. This rule could be interpreted in 2 ways. Was it forbidden to speak to the staff with blue badges, or was it prohibited to report if encountering staff with red badges? Please clarify, dear. Chu and I was unsure. She could only identify the erroneous rule. The correct rule could only be verified through their own experience. Her talent could only be used 3 times within one tale of horror, so Shirley advised her to save her abilities for the subsequent rules. On the table lay the 4 albums they had unearthed from a drawer. The covers featured their faces, clad in red cloaks and evening gowns, with a clock tower faintly visible behind a mist. Each album bore their signatures, despite the fact that none had actually signed them. The realm of death had skipped numerous steps, directly drawing them into the song competition like spinning tops. Pei Wangxing inquired, "What shall we do next?" Gan Joiwei responded without hesitation, "Of course, we shall visit the seniors." Rule 3. Some standby rooms house senior artists. You may bring the albums to greet and promote, but do not linger for more than 10 minutes. Currently, all nations were focused on uncovering clues in tales of horror with longer survival times. The danger was lowest on the first day, but escalated as time progressed. The rule regarding greeting seniors appeared perilous at first glance, especially with the stipulation to not exceed 10 minutes. No chosen one from any nation wished to be the first to touch upon this rule. They decided to take the opposite approach. Being the first newcomer to visit with albums could leave a favorable impression, and by the time others caught on, with over 100 groups, everyone would be overwhelmed by greetings. Gan Joiwei embraced the notion that since they were already at a disadvantage, they should maximize their benefits. Her thoughts resonated with Shirley's. Shirley gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Sister Gan, you truly embody the qualities of a top student, destined for greatness." All right, be quiet. Chapter 79. 4 types of vending machines, a few individuals tidied up and prepared to commence. 4 albums indicated the presence of 4 senior artists returning concurrently. The waiting rooms were easily located. The largest and quietest one stood out, unlike their own modest waiting rooms. The doors of the seniors' rooms were adorned with promotional posters and colorful balloons. With only 2.5 minutes at quadruple speed, Shirley approached and knocked on the door. A young man answered, sporting a sporty headband that embodied a summer athletic vibe, dressed in bright colors, with a single ear stud, and appeared to be of similar age to them. "Hello, seniors, we are." The 4 bowed politely and introduced themselves. Shirley recalled that this senior was not among the top 100 on charts. Inside the room, his manager, a middle-aged woman, did not get up but remained focused on her phone. The young man glanced at the albums, beamed, and said, "I know you. You have been quite popular lately. Even at the supermarket, they play your songs. I've listened to your title track, and the vocal transitions in Mermaid were stunning. Oh, and that song, Kill It. I even contributed to the download count." He was indeed a cheerful individual. Shirley found herself at a loss for words. With a stiff smile, she seized the moment to interject, exchanging pleasantries and regaining control of the conversation. "Senior, as this is our first time performing, is there anything we should particularly be cautious of?" she asked in a careful, naive tone. The young man pondered for a moment and replied, "The PD of Shining Stardust likes the color red and can be quite temperamental, so be mindful of that." How fortuitous. Chu and I's dress featured red square patterns. Shirley wore a red mini-top hat hairpin. Ganjue wore a red heart necklace, and Pei Wangxing donned knee-high leather boots. all bearing red elements. Although not excessive, these details were clever touches to their performance attire. Without them, the outfits would seem rather mundane. Ganju's elbow inadvertently brushed against Shirley's lower back. Shirley expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior. We want to take up more of your time." The young man seemed inclined to say more, but his manager coughed heavily, prompting his smile to fade slightly. As they stepped out of the waiting room, they overheard the woman's loud reprimand from inside. Useless. 6 years since debut and still lagging behind newcomers. It took 4 years to achieve one win, and you didn't even make it onto the charts this time. The company has wasted so many resources on you, and I'm still stuck with you. The volume was such that anyone passing by could hear. Chu and I inquired, should we go back to change our clothes? In the practice room, there were 4 sets of performance outfits, each corresponding to the 4 performance stages, each with distinct styles and colors. One set, predominantly red and black, leaned towards a darker, more desolate aesthetic, with chains and jewelry adorning each individual. Shirley pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "We want to wear it this time. We'll have to wear it next time anyway. And not liking it isn't necessarily a bad thing, as long as there are no issues with our performance. The PD shouldn't dismiss us based on personal preferences." Ganjue quietly supplemented her unfinished thought. In this industry, being liked can sometimes be a double-edged sword for female artists. In the second waiting room, the door opened, revealing a staff member rather than an artist. Inside was a female artist with light golden hair, evidently overbleached, with visible roots hinting at extensions. She wore a fur coat made of animal skins, her face only half the size of an average person's, with limbs that were quite slender, her arms comparable to Shirley's wrists. The female artist was live-streaming with fans. Upon hearing their greetings, she stood up, graciously accepted the albums, and smiled. "Ah, you must be the newly debuted kids." Her body faced Shirley and the others, yet her eyes remained glued to her phone screen as she responded to fans' comments. "Gained weight? How could that be? I've actually lost weight recently. It's just the camera that makes me look larger. Why this color again? You all said I suited lighter hair, and now I've dyed it back. Pink. I'll try that next time." Seeing that she was preoccupied with the live stream and disinterested in conversation, and with time running short, Shirley politely took her leave. The third senior's waiting room was located downstairs. As they traversed the corridors, they encountered no other chosen ones. SBM television station was indeed vast. Having experienced the royal palace from the previous tale, Shirley suspected this might also be a conglomerate of one of the 3 major broadcasting stations. Each floor's corridor was long, adorned not only with promotional posters for various variety shows and dramas, but also with colorful balloons and streamers. As they walked, they noticed vending machines standing silently at intervals. They had encountered 4 distinct types of vending machines. The most frequently seen was the clown logo mentioned in the rules, a red nose, sharply upturned mouth, and red and blue droplets on the face, alongside various small animals and wooden jointed puppets, reminiscent of a Toy Story vending machine. The last type appeared the least. The food and beverages in all 4 vending machines were identical, each packaging bearing its respective vending machine's logo. At that moment, a staff member wearing a blue name tag passed by. Pei Wangxing had already traded all her points to Shirley. She proactively called out to the staff member, pointing at the clown logo on the vending machine. "Excuse me, is there a specific event associated with this?" As newcomers, their lack of knowledge was quite understandable. Pei Wangxing's secondary skill could mitigate cognitive dissonance. Ganjue followed closely behind, ready to restrain the staff member if necessary. The staff member smiled and turned. "Oh, this? It's from a previous Halloween event that hasn't been taken down yet. Quite nice, I sent it." Once the staff member departed, everyone turned to Pei Wangxing, who thoughtfully shook her head. "The first part is fine. It's just that the latter part of the rule seems to have been contaminated." Was it true that staff members with red name tags couldn't report? In the third waiting room was a male rapper with mid-length hair and a slender face. Undeniably handsome among rappers, though his eyes were slightly sunken, probably in his early 30s. He had made his comeback some time ago and was currently ranked second on the charts. The male rapper waved them over from a sofa, a coffee table laden with fried chicken, burgers, and other high-calorie foods before him. "You've come at just the right time. Sit down and eat with me. I can't finish all this alone." Shirley, of course, politely declined and handed over the album. He removed his plastic gloves, took the album with both hands, examined it earnestly for a moment, and then smiled. All right, I'll listen to it. You were the first to visit my waiting room recently. I'd love to treat you all to a meal sometime. While on their way to the fourth waiting room, Shirley vaguely heard the sound of an ambulance siren. Without a second thought, she turned and ran down the stairs.